start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, Black Dragon Nirvana Pill, Dragon and Tiger Fighting Abyss Skill. Lu Changsheng handed the Earth Dragon heart to the golden-winged Sky Pang, signaling it to send it to the sea-splitting black whale, and then the family returned to Dragonfish Island, talking and laughing. Ling Xiao was going to practice in seclusion and prepare for the Dan formation, and handed over the affairs of the Immortal City to Lu Xiao, but considering that Lu Xiao lacked experience in this area, Lu Changsheng thought of his son Lu Qingzong. Although he was not very talented, he had experience in managing Qingzhu Mountain and Dragonfish Island, so he could try it together. As for Dragonfish Island now, there are other Lu family members who are enough. Immortal City Manager. Lu Qingzong was a little nervous when he heard his father ask him to go to the Great Dream Immortal City to serve as the Immortal City Manager. After all, this is the Great Dream Immortal City, one of the 3 major immortal cities in Jiang State. Just a try, it depends on your own wishes. Lu Changsheng said with a faint smile, and then looked at his daughter Lu Wangshu next to him, asking if she was interested. I won't cause trouble to the Immortal City. Lu Wangshu shook her head and refused. Apart from her own hobbies, she never found things for herself and had no interest in such trivial matters. Lu Changsheng did not force her, and instructed and taught several children to practice. Especially his daughter Lu Wangshu. Although his daughter broke through the 7th level of foundation building, in his opinion, she had neglected the art of talismans and had not made any progress. Dad, you know that it is very difficult for me to cultivate my spiritual consciousness and draw 3rd level talismans. If I spend time on this, it will delay my practice. Lu Wangshu explained. It's not that she is unwilling to spend time on this, but it's really too much pressure from her younger brother Lu Xiao. In the early years, Lu Xiao's realm was behind her, but now he is at the 8th level of foundation building and can break through to the 9th level at any time. It's just that he chose to go to the extreme at every step and break through on his own. In this case, if he still spends a lot of time on making talismans and hundreds of arts, he might end up at the 6th level of foundation building and Lu Xiao at the 9th level. Your way of cultivation is different from Xiao. There is no need to compete with him. Lu Changsheng knew his daughter's temperament very well, and rubbed her head and said, How can I compete? I am practicing normally. Lu Wangshu pouted and said, maintaining her dignity as a sister. Now she can still suppress Lu Xiao with a Zuanin Pearl. When Lu Xiao breaks through to the Qingzhu stage, he will be on a completely different level. Okay. Lu Changsheng said dotingly with a bit of amusement, just let your practice take its course. Later, your father will help you condense a few 4th level talismans to nourish your natal divine talisman. The 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra is a practice method that focuses on talismans. Lu Wangshu will definitely not be able to break through the Qingzhu stage in one go like Lu Qingchen and Lu Xiao. It is necessary to condense the foundation of the Tao through a large number of talisman patterns, and the natal divine talisman is prepared to form a den, which is very time-consuming. So in this case, Lu Changsheng plans to spend time to help his daughter nourish a few spiritual talismans that are beneficial to practice and help her practice. Otherwise, if Lu Xiao really forms a den for decades, his daughter will still be preparing for the formation of the den. Thank you, Dad. Upon hearing this, Lu Wangshu smiled brightly, thanking his old father as he did when he was young, and then asked with some doubt, Dad, can you draw a 4th level talisman? It's still a little short, but I can cultivate it to the 4th level through the method of cultivating talismans in the 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra. It just so happens that I got some 4th level talisman making materials some time ago, so I can try to cultivate a few. Lu Changsheng said with a faint smile. It is not easy to cultivate a 4th level talisman. When I got the 4th level materials from King Lun's Henjin, I only cultivated 2 4th level talismans. This is because his chaotic body has the characteristics of the blood talisman spirit body, and the efficiency of cultivating talismans is far superior to that of ordinary people. Otherwise, it may take several years to produce one. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. Lu Wangshu immediately acted cute and obedient, patting his father's shoulders to show his filial piety. Lu Xiao, who is not far away, saw the appearance of his sister and his face twitched slightly. Only in front of his father could he see Lu Wangshu like this. The fairy, who is usually noble and arrogant, in front of him, was like an irritable elder sister. 4th level talisman? Dad, I haven't seen a 4th level talisman yet. Give me one to broaden your horizons. Lu Qingshan, who was talking to his sister Lu Qingzhu, came up immediately after hearing this. Lu Qingsong looked at his pretentious brother, and was stunned and speechless. Where is the peerless sword immortal? That's it? What talisman do you need as a sword cultivator? You should comprehend the sword way by yourself during this time, and ask me if you have any questions later. Lu Changsheng handed the Daluo sword embryo to his son, signaling him not to bother him. Dad, not only I haven't seen it, Xiao Zuer hasn't seen it either, right, Xiao Zuer? After Lu Qingshan took the sword embryo, he said with a look of unwillingness. 4th level talisman. There is an unspoken rule in the world of immortal cultivation. The Yuanying's engine checks and balances each other, and cannot attack low-level cultivators unless under special circumstances. If there is a 4th order talisman, he can output fearlessly, and even challenge the great cultivators in the late Qingzhu stage. Dad, don't listen to what my brother says. Lu Qingzhu did not choose to stand on his brother's side and rolled his eyes at him. Although Lu Changsheng didn't mind giving his son a 4th order talisman, he would definitely not give it to him now. He smiled and joked, is that so? I'll show it to Xiao Zuer later, so you don't have to worry about it. After Lu Changsheng instructed Lu Wangshu and others to practice, he went from Longgao Island to Chili Island and Billy Island to care about the situation of the Lu family's children. Now in Damangs, there are not only many 2nd-generation Lu family foundation building, but also many 3rd-generation and 4th-generation children who come to settle down. For example, Lu Qingsong not only brought his wives, concubines and children from Qingzhu Mountain to Longgao Island, but also took in 2 concubines. This is also a hidden benefit of Damangs. In the area of Qingzhu Mountain, there are a limited number of female cultivators with medium-grade spiritual roots who are willing to marry as concubines. Even if the Lu family wanted everyone to get married, it would be difficult to marry 1 or 2 wives with good spiritual roots. But it was different when they came to Damangs, where there were many more female cultivators. Although there were more foundation-building cultivators here and the competition was greater, the Lu family's children were still very popular because of Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Qingzhu, the deputy city lord of Daming Fairy City, and the name of the Xianfu Lu family. Not bad. Lu Changsheng took a tour and saw that the Lu family's children had taken root and formed a considerable force here. He nodded slightly and was very satisfied. In the following time, Lu Changsheng accompanied his wife and children every day, instructed them to practice, and made pills, tools, and talismans on a daily basis. However, he still spent most of his time on Nanguang Millie, helping her to warm up the real pill. 1.5 months later. Boom. Nanguang Millie's 4th grade real pill was finally promoted to the 3rd grade golden pill under Lu Changsheng's yin and yang energy, and the golden glow of the Tao flowed. With a complete promotion of the real pill to the golden pill, her 6th level Qingzhu cultivation naturally broke through the 7th level of Qingzhu. In fact, with her talent and foundation, if she had devoted all her time and energy to cultivation in these years, she would have almost broken through. It's just that her daughter Nanguang Yao in her early years and her son Nanguang Minghuang in recent years have delayed her cultivation too much. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through the late stage of Qingzhu. Meng Xiaochen's delicate face like snow-white porcelain was shy and timid, and her skin was pink. She congratulated her master. Although this breakthrough scene is a bit. But in any case, breaking through the late stage of Qingzhu is something worth celebrating. Even in a Yuanying level force like the 5 Poison Sect, cultivators in the late stage of Qingzhu are among the top ones. Nanguang Millie's graceful and enchanting jade body flows with a hazy luster, beautiful as a dream, her red lips slightly open, her phoenix eyes closed, quietly experiencing the upper grade Qingzhu and the 7th level of Qingzhu. Whether it is from the middle grade true elixir to the upper grade Qingzhu, or from the 6th level of Qingzhu to the 7th level of Qingzhu, it is a qualitative change. Her current combat power can be said to have been greatly improved. If there is a weakness, it is that the natal spider and poisonous beast were killed by the true lord of absolute sword in the early years, and it has not been cultivated yet. However, the Wujian Gishao given by Lu Changsheng barely makes up for the combat power. Thank you, husband. After a long time, Nanguang Millie recovered her breath, and her charming and seductive face was flushed with a light red halo. I don't know if it was the tide rhyme or the flush of excitement and joy. It was beautiful and indescribably beautiful. If you want to thank me well and let your husband see your sincerity. Lu Changsheng looked at the charming and moving Nangguang Millie, touched her cold and plump red lips with his fingers, and said with a smile. Humph. Nangguang Millie naturally knew what this was a hint. She glanced at Meng Xiaochen next to her, but still supported her soft and weak body and pursed her red lips. After so long as a master and apprentice, she gradually got used to this kind of boudoir joy. Besides, she and Xiaochen are of the same root, so what is there to be ashamed of? It can only be said that as a demon girl, Nangguang Millie is very open-minded about such things. Hiss. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Millie's charming, beautiful and coquettish face, and put a few strands of messy black hair behind his ears with his palm, and looked at Meng Xiaochen, whose face was rosy and pink, and gestured to her tenderly. After a while, the two of them were like a charming lotus with two stems. The red gauze tent was warm, the quilt was turned red, the spring light was overflowing, the love was strong, and I don't know how many times they loved each other. A few days later, Lu Changsheng gave his cave to Nangguang Millie to practice, stabilize his cultivation realm, and continue his daily alchemy and refining. A month later, he tailored a magic weapon for his son Lu Minghuang to help him practice Shenji Bailianju. This method is naturally not simple as a Taoist level. Lu Changsheng had taught him to practice before, but he could never get started. Now, relying on this tailor-made magic weapon and the origin of the magic weapon, he finally got started and began to practice formally. After Lu Mengchen had the poison brought back by Lu Changsheng, her cultivation progressed rapidly and she broke through the 8th level of key refining. The only drawback was that the poisonous aura was spreading, and Lu Beixi despised her again. Fortunately, Lu Minghuang had long been accustomed to this smell and comforted her, and Lu Qingzhu, Lu Ling, and Lu Qingqi coaxed her. But Lu Qingqi coaxed her and suddenly felt something was wrong. What's going on? She remembered that when she first met this sister, she had not started practicing yet. In the past few years, she seemed to have only been at the 3rd or 4th level of key refining. How come she has reached the 8th level of key refining in the blink of an eye? What speed is this? I didn't see her practicing normally? Meng, how come you practice so fast? Lu Qingqi asked. As long as I drink more medicine, my cultivation will improve quickly. Although her mother said that she couldn't tell others, Lu Mengchen still told her sister the truth. As long as I drink more medicine, I can improve. Lu Qingqi naturally knew that cultivators could take pills to improve their cultivation. But cultivators would control the number of pills they took, and Lu Mengchen was not like this. What medicine is it? Can you show it to me? Lu Qingqi was very curious and continued to ask. Lu Mengchen took out a few bottles of poison from her waist pouch and said softly, "These are them." Meng, can I try it? Lu Qingqi said, looking at the porcelain bottle in her hand. My mother said that I can only drink it myself and can't give it to others. Lu Mengchen was not stingy, but simply because her mother had told her. I'll just try a little bit. Lu Qingqi pinched a gap in her hand and said with hope on her face. Okay then. Seeing her sister's expectation, Lu Mengchen hesitated for a moment and nodded. This looks a bit like poison. At this time, Lu Minghuang next to her said. Poison. Lu Qingzhu observed and looked at it, thinking that this was different from the poison he knew, and Lu Mengchen could drink it every day. How could this be poison? Lu Qingqi didn't believe it and asked Lu Mengchen if she drank it every day. The latter nodded. Hearing this, Lu Qingqi immediately poured it into her mouth, smacked her lips, and thought it tasted good, so she drank another sip. It tastes good, thank you Meng. Lu Qingqi returned the medicine bottle to Lu Mengchen, and then felt her physical condition. Meng, let me try it too. Lu Ling had wanted to try her medicine for a long time, but Lu Mengchen and her aunt Meng Xiaochen said that she couldn't drink it, so she had never drunk it. But now with Lu Qingqi taking the lead, she immediately tasted it with curiosity. However, after she swallowed it, Lu Qingqi next to her suddenly covered her stomach and said uncomfortably, Wow, sister, my stomach hurts so much, I seem to be poisoned. Lu Ling was stunned looking at the porcelain bottle in her hand. Lu Qingzhu hurriedly checked on his sister. Seeing her fair face gradually turning blue and black, he knew that she was poisoned, and used his magic power to help her expel the poison, and handed out the detoxification pill from the storage bag. However, this kind of poison is very stubborn, and her practice method is not for treatment and expelling poison, so it cannot be quickly resolved. She immediately sent a message to her father Lu Changsheng. Xiao, take a detoxification pill quickly. Lu Qingzhu gave Lu Ling another detoxification pill. But Lu Ling rubbed her stomach and felt fine. I didn't mean it. Lu Mengzhen, who was next to her, saw Lu Qingqi's appearance and immediately cried with grievance. It's okay, it's okay. Lu Qingzhu comforted her like a gentle elder sister and asked how Lu Ling was doing. Lu Changsheng, who was accompanying Honglian, received a message from his daughter and rushed over as soon as possible. After all, Lu Qingzhu would not send a message to him if it was not an emergency. What's going on? Lu Changsheng looked at the situation in front of him and was a little surprised. But when he understood what happened, he was a little speechless. He used his magic power to help his daughter Lu Qingqi detoxify, and then helped his daughter Lu Ling to expel the poison. However, Lu Ling has a second-level body refining and practices Buddhist and Taoist exercises. His poison resistance is very good, so he just has a little stomachache. Meng Meng has a special physique, so she can drink these liquid medicines. If you drink them, you will be poisoned. Lu Changsheng explained, without saying that it was poison. Under Meng Xiaochen's early teachings, his daughter thought that most poisons were strange and were made by snakes, scorpions and poisonous insects, and she was a little repulsive. So Meng Xiaochen studied this special poisonous liquid with a different color and taste from ordinary poisons. It is not only suitable for the poisonous body, but also has a strong after effect. Special physique. The people present all had high cultivation and immediately guessed that Lu Mengzhen in front of them had some kind of spirit body. Especially Lu Qingzhu. I didn't expect that this timid sister on weekdays actually had a spirit body like her brother. Okay, Meng Meng, don't cry, let's drink. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter who was about to cry and had red eyes, took a porcelain bottle from her hand, and drank with her. This kind of poison naturally had no effect on him and Meng Xiaochen, so the two often ate and drank with their daughter. Daddy, can I have another sip? Lu Ling next to him licked his lips and said. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter, you will be poisoned if you drink it. I think it tastes good, and Daddy, can't you detoxify it? Lu Ling said with a witty look. Lu Changsheng was speechless for a moment, but he still met a request and asked Lu Mengzhen to give her another bottle. Looking at Lu Qingzhu and Lu Minghuang next to him, Lu Changsheng asked them if they wanted it. The two did not want it, but Lu Qingqi felt that she had not tasted enough but was in pain for so long, so she asked for another bottle. Even Lu Changsheng was speechless about this daughter. Lu Mengzhen was very happy to see that her two sisters liked the potion she drank so much. There was a sense of sharing, and the three sisters drank together. Lu Changsheng did not say anything, but just told her not to give it to others when he was not around, especially the brothers and sisters at home. In the daily leisurely life, more than a month passed. Congratulations to the host's 5 descendants for breaking through the 9th level of foundation building and getting a chance to draw a high-level lottery. On this day, Lu Changsheng was refining pills, and suddenly a system prompt sound rang in his mind. He guessed that it should be his son Lu Lingxiao who broke through the 9th level of foundation building. Not long ago, he was supposed to be in charge of the Immortal City, but he chose to retreat for a while, and then start again after his cultivation broke through the 9th level of foundation building. Now 4 months have passed, and it is normal for his cultivation to break through. Name, Lu Lingxiao, lifespan, 61/261, talent, first class spiritual root, dragon roar body, residual, cultivation, 9th level of foundation building, talent, pupil technique compatibility, 91%, it is indeed Xiao. Lu Changsheng glanced at the system interface of his son Lu Lingxiao and nodded slightly. Although the 9th level of foundation building at the age of 61 cannot be compared with his daughter Nanguang, this speed is enough to look down on countless cultivators. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng silently said in his heart to see what reward he can draw this time. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning, Xuanlong Nirvana Pill. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time, Xuanlong Nirvana Pill. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of the name of this pill. Xuanlong Nirvana Pill grade, 4th grade description. This is a secret pill made by Yao Laoren, made with dragon demon pills as the main material. The pill can only be used when the user is seriously injured and in danger of death, so that the pill can be transformed into nirvana, and the body, magic power, consciousness, and talent can all be improved. This pill is interesting. Lu Changsheng looked at the description of the pill and raised his eyebrows. In the world of immortal cultivation, there is no lack of fighting. And this pill can not only save others when they are in danger, but also has the effect of nirvana transformation. Extract. Lu Changsheng thought, and in an instant, a golden pill the size of a longan appeared in front of him. The pill was crystal clear and fragrant. The pill pattern was like a dragon entwined and wandering, and it seemed that the sound of dragon roars could be heard. What is Yuan Long Nirvana pill? What a nirvana transformation, breaking and then standing. Lu Changsheng looked at the pill in his hand and had a detailed understanding in his mind. Although this Yuan Long Nirvana pill is extremely effective, the conditions for its use are very harsh. It must be taken before being seriously injured. Then, within 3 months of taking the pill, if you are seriously injured or in critical condition, the efficacy of the pill can be fully exerted and nirvana can be transformed. Otherwise, it can only be regarded as a good healing pill. This pill is suitable for escaping, overcoming tribulations, or going to secret realms, and taking it before fighting with others. It is not suitable as a normal healing pill. However, if you want to maximize the efficacy of this pill, you can also take it early, and then activate the efficacy by self-mutilation, breaking it and then standing up again. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself as he looked at the pill in his hand. As a 4th level elixir, this Yuan Long Nirvana pill has a huge impact on Yuanying or Jinden cultivators, especially Jinden cultivators. It can completely improve talent, mana, and foundation by 1 level. Lu Changsheng had previously quickly broken through the 9th level of Jinden through Auto, and his realm was a bit superficial. If he took this Yuan Long Nirvana pill and transformed into nirvana, it is estimated that he could directly reach the peak of Jinden, and his realm would be extremely stable. But it is too wasteful to simply use it to improve talent by self-mutilation. At that time, it can also be used by the sea-splitting black whale when it is undergoing tribulation. This kind of elixir can be taken not only by cultivators, but also by monsters, but the effect will be slightly worse. Now that the sea-splitting black whale is transforming into the sea-splitting black dragon whale, when it is promoted to the 4th level, it can completely take this Yuan Long Nirvana pill to ensure that it can survive the tribulation without any problems, or even go further. And in addition to surviving the tribulation, with this Yuan Long Nirvana pill, I can also burst out unscrupulously. Lu Changsheng thought of the trouble that the Dark Evil Master had caused him before. He could take this pill, then go to the Qingyun Sect, maximize the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, and use the injury for injury method to cripple the opponent, and then leave with the help of the Michin banner, waiting for the pill to take effect. I feel that this is the real use of this pill. Lu Changsheng sighed, but he didn't think of doing so. He took out a beautiful porcelain bottle from the storage ring and put the Yuan Long Nirvana pill in it, preparing to see how to use it later. Now that his son Lu Lingxiao has broken through the 9th level of foundation building and is ready to take over the affairs of the Immortal City, Lu Changsheng and Honglian came forward and convened a meeting of the Immortal City, stating that Lu Lingxiao is their son and will serve as the young city lord of the Great Dream Immortal City from today. If Lu Lingxiao wants to cultivate the kingly domineering spirit, it is impossible for him to sit behind the scenes like Ling Xiao. He must come to the stage and cultivate his spirit by being in a high position and doing all kinds of affairs. Although Lu Changsheng and Honglian have rarely appeared in public for so many years, and only took action when they were the real people of Wanhu, they are still full of majesty and no one doubts it. Only the 4 major immortal sects were concerned about Lu Lingxiao's situation, wanting to know what the new young city lord was like, so as to get a glimpse of the 2 mysterious city lords, Lu Changsheng and Honglian. However, Lu Changsheng put his son in the open, so he was naturally prepared, preparing a secret treasure for him, and wearing a golden mask. Only the golden pupils that had been covered up, full of majesty, like the rotation of the sun and the moon, and the disillusionment of the stars, were outside, which made people terrified and awe-inspiring. As for his son Lu Qingsong, who was the steward, his identity information was not concealed. Changsheng's Henren's identity is the deputy city lord of Daming Xiancheng. Isn't it normal for a son to be a steward in the city lord's mansion? It just so happens that this son is in charge of the new young city lord. Just when Lu Changsheng and Honglian helped their son Lu Lingxiao to take charge of the fairy city, deep in a towering mountain on the border of Wu State, Boom boom boom, there is an underground palace deep in the mountain, where the spiritual energy is pure and rich, full of magnificent vitality. At this moment, these pure and rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the pool in the center of the underground palace, like a rushing river, rumbled and gathered towards the young man in the pool. The young man was naked and immersed in the pool with a tall and burly body. He was strong and powerful, and his muscles like a dragon seemed to breathe, full of rhythmic agitation, flowing with an immortal golden luster. As time passed, his blood and magic power became more and more vigorous, and the golden blood brilliance shone, and the whole person was like a god wearing a golden battle suit. It was unknown how long it took, but the blood and energy of the young man suddenly rushed into the sky, like a real dragon roaring, running through the world, majestic, and countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards the underground palace. Although the young man's eyes were closed, as if he was asleep, his ki high dan gone, the meridians of the skills were automatically running, and countless dragons and tigers roared in his body. Two phantoms of a dragon and a tiger intertwined and appeared, entwined on his body. Outside the underground palace, a black-robed figure sat cross-legged, sensing the surge of spiritual energy in the world, the roar of blood and magic power, and the sound of a dragon roaring, and immediately looked towards the underground palace. Dragon roars and tiger roars. This is the master's dragon and tiger fighting the abyss. No, the wind carries the tiger roar, and the dragon swims in the clouds. How come this looks a bit like the weather of Dan formation? Isn't the master's yuanying taking over the body? How can there be a Dan formation? The black-robed figure looked at the situation in the underground palace, frowned slightly, and was a little puzzled. Under normal circumstances, the yuanying takes over the body, and there is no need to go through the process of foundation building, Dan formation, and yuanying. But thinking of the master's previous words, saying that he was guarding outside, he still suppressed his curiosity and waited quietly for the master to call. After all, the other party is the high and mighty Yuanying's engine. How can he understand his magical powers? Maybe he can use the possession of the body to go through the foundation building, Dan formation, and Yuanying again. Chapter 652 Daluo Mountain, shocked Lu Changsheng. Lu Pingyan was lying in a pool of crystal spring water. His breath became more and more vigorous. His body glowed, as brilliant and blazing as a sun, dazzling and shining with an immortal golden light. During this process, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the spring of life in the underground palace became thinner and thinner, and gradually dried up. Just when the spring of life was about to dry up completely, the huge spiritual energy vortex above the underground palace solidified, the dragon energy evaporated, and the tiger evil condensed, turning into two domineering and boundless dragon and tiger phantoms. Roar, 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 the dragon and tiger roared, and the vast dragon and tiger thunder sound was like the sound of the avenue, and the heaven and earth resounded. Outside the towering mountains with clear skies, wind and clouds suddenly gathered, lightning and thunder, and a loud explosion, and the dragon roar and tiger roar could be faintly heard. Boom, 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 the underground palace of the mountain shook. If it were not for the array pattern prohibition, it would be like a collapse of the mountain and the crack of the earth under this terrifying power. Boy, I have never explained my actions in my life to anyone. Success or failure is determined by heaven. But if you inherit my legacy, you will be considered half of my disciple, Yu Xiansheng. In the future, you will have grudges against me. I hope you can still be so tenacious. An old and weak voice sounded in Lu Pingyan's mind, and then turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated. Lu Pingyan, whose soul consciousness was a little confused, only felt a memory information pouring into his mind. Fortunately, this was just a simple memory information, not a soul imprint, otherwise he would be affected by the turbulent impact and his personality would change drastically. After a long time, Lu Pingyan opened his eyes as heavy as the abyss. I have broken through the Dan. He looked at his palms and body with a golden luster. His expression was blank and a little unbelievable. In the previous process, although he was in a deep sleep and coma, his consciousness was barely awake and he knew what was going on. He was facing a body possession, but there was a force protecting his soul, so that the other party could not take over his body no matter what. Even at the last moment, he helped me break the nascent soul's possession, and beat him back with severe injuries. Then, the other party seemed to realize that he had a problem, chose to give up the possession, and passed on the skills to me. It was just that during this process, Lu Pingyan was confused, as if he had a very long dream. Even he himself felt a little unreal. Yu Xiansheng, indestructible golden body, dragon and tiger fighting abyss, 9 Cicadas indestructible golden body. Lu Pingyan already knew the origin of the person who possessed him. Yu Changsheng, the lord of the dragon and tiger fairy city of Yu State, was a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. When he was young, he met the immortal fate repeatedly, embarked on the immortal path, practiced to the peak of foundation building, and then encountered the greatest opportunity in his life, which was the top skills he was practicing now, and the acquired spiritual body. However, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. When he broke through the nascent soul, he learned that the opportunity secret realm he had obtained came from a top force, Qingzhu Mountain. This force was very domineering. After learning about his situation, they directly asked him for the inheritance treasure of the secret realm. Faced with such a situation, Yu Changsheng naturally refused to give in. A fierce battle broke out between the two. In the end, he escaped by relying on the tyrannical vitality of his immortal golden body. Afterwards, he hid his identity and came to Yu State to establish the Dragon and Tiger Fairy City, and improved himself step by step. However, delusion did not let him go. After knowing his situation, he secretly pushed Zhao State to go to war with Yu State where he was. He had just broken through the middle stage of the nascent soul and needed resources to practice, so he fought with other forces of Yu State and Zhao State, and fought all the way. Who knew that in the last battle, when the nascent soul was gambling, he was ambushed by delusion. However, it was not easy for him to rise from a casual cultivator to this point today, and he still fought his way out of the blood. But in this battle, his proud immortal golden body was broken by delusion's secret treasure, and he was hit by the broken meteor arrow. During the escape, his flesh and blood body continued to wither and decay, and his cultivation level also fell from the middle stage of the nascent soul to the early stage. Faced with a continuous deterioration of his body, he had no choice but to choose the nascent soul to take over. But he was being hunted down by Qingzhu Mountain, and he had no time to choose a suitable body. So he escaped to Wu State through the white wolf he had conquered in his early years, and ordered the other party to help him find a body-refining genius with excellent talent. Then he searched for more than 10 years, and finally waited for Lu Pingyan, a body-refining cultivator who matched his situation. 4 Yuanying cultivators from Qingzhu Mountain attacked Lu Pingyan, looked at the few memories that Yu Changsheng gave him, and was amazed. A Yuanying's engine can suppress an entire country. And Yu Changsheng actually managed to escape from the ambush of 4 Yuanying's engines. If Qingzhu Mountain did not have a secret treasure to break his immortal golden body, and then use the meteorite-breaking arrow to erode his body, even the 4 people would find it difficult to kill him. This is why, even if the other party takes over another body, he must have a body that matches the immortal golden body, in order to cultivate this acquired spiritual body back. Because this spiritual body can be said to be a top-level physical cultivation physique, just like the ancient physical cultivation. Unless there is a big difference, it is extremely difficult for cultivators of the same level to kill him. Not only is his body strong and invulnerable to all evil, he is also immune to many spells, curses, poisons, evil spirits, murderous auras, etc. He can heal injuries that would take ordinary people years to recover in 10 days or half a month. It is so terrifying. It is precisely relying on this terrifying vitality that Yu Changsheng can constantly survive in the secret realm and grow from a casual cultivator to a Yuanying cultivator. The immortal golden body of the 9 cicadas. Lu Pingyan murmured, experiencing this acquired spiritual body. His immortal golden body was only condensed by the remaining golden body of Yu Changsheng, and it was far from comparable to the other party. But even so, it filled his whole body with an indescribable surging divine power, and every inch of flesh and blood, skin, seemed to flow with the charm of immortality. Moreover, when the other party transformed his black dragon coat into dragon tiger fighting abyss and condensed the immortal golden body, his great wilderness dragon spine was further integrated, forming an inexplicable unknown change with the immortal golden body. It was as if the two forces had some kind of fusion, but they just didn't completely blend. Lu Pingyan didn't know about this either, and it would take some time to figure it out. This person transformed my skills into Dragon Tiger Fighting Abyss and 9 Cicadas indestructible golden body power, and condensed the Dragon Tiger Deo Foundation and Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Unless I am willing to give up the Dragon Tiger Deo Foundation, Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, and practice other methods, otherwise, if I reveal this skill and the indestructible golden body in the future, it will definitely be noticed by Qingzhu Mountain. Moreover, The skills he gave me are only up to the nascent soul stage. If I want subsequent skills in the future, I must go to Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Pingyan quietly felt his situation and knew Yu Xiansheng's purpose. The other party wanted to use him to take revenge on Qingzhu Mountain. As for whether he could take revenge, he didn't have too much hope. He just made a move at the last moment of his life and took a gamble. If I meet Qingzhu Mountain one day, I will avenge you. Although Yu Xiansheng wanted to take over his body and use him for revenge, he didn't have a good impression of Qingzhu Mountain. In order to deal with Yu Xiansheng, the two countries' cultivators directly deployed, resulting in the destruction of all living things. Now Yu Xiansheng is dead, and death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. There is nothing to say. Moreover, the other party helped him condense the immortal golden elixir and the indestructible golden body in the last time, allowing him to refine his body further, which can be regarded as a favor. Lu Pingyan looked at a jade ring not far away and raised his palm lightly. It was Yu Xiansheng's stored ring. Although the other party was dead, there was still a powerful restriction on it, and he could not break it in a short time. However, according to the incomplete memory, the other party's escape, the life treasure was broken, and the remaining resources, natural materials and treasures were all invested in this underground palace, and there should not be too many good things now. However, in the memory information given to him by Yu Xiansheng, several secret treasure points were recorded. Most of the scattered cultivators, and even the cultivators of the sect, would prepare several secret treasure houses for themselves, and store some natural materials and rare materials. In this way, when encountering danger and escaping by chance, they can also rely on these resources to rise quickly. However, most of Yu Xiansheng's treasures are hidden in the Yu Kingdom, which is very far away from the Wu Kingdom. Lu Pingyan can't rush there now, and he doesn't dare to go there. Yu Xiansheng was ambushed and ended up like this. The Yu Kingdom is likely to be defeated. If he gets the other party's inheritance, if he appears in the Yu Kingdom and is seen as a spiritual body of the skills, he will definitely get into trouble. At the same time, the black-robed figure guarding outside the underground palace suddenly trembled in his heart, feeling that the restrictions set by Yu Xiansheng in his soul naturally dissipated like smoke. What's going on? The black-robed figure trembled in his heart, without any joy on his face, but his limbs were cold and his heart was cold and uneasy. The master was taking over the body in the underground palace. How could the soul restriction suddenly dissipate? Even if the master completed the possession and wanted to unlock the restriction for himself, it would not be possible for it to dissipate so suddenly. Unless Yu Xiansheng died. But even if the Yuanying spirit body is fragile, it is still a Yuanying spirit body. How can it die so easily? Unless a Yuanying Zhenjin takes action, or a top-level giant and cultivator who possesses a treasure that can restrain the Yuanying spirit body, it is difficult to kill the Yuanying spirit body. In fact, there is another possibility, that is, the failure of the possession. But the black-robed figure thought it was impossible. A mere foundation-building cultivator, no matter how good it is, with a third-level body refining, it is impossible for the master to fail in the possession of the body. Master. The black-robed figure stood up and shouted towards the underground palace, with a hurried look, and still had some expectations in his heart. However, in the underground palace, a tall young man with thick black hair, a sturdy body, and a golden luster came out and punched him. Although Lu Pingyan was willing to help Yu Xiansheng take revenge, he had no good feelings for him and the black-robed figure in front of him. This black-robed figure hunted countless monks to help Yu Xiansheng find a matching body. In order to hunt himself, he gave Yu Xiansheng possession of the body, and even set an ambush and killed many people in Beatty City, so how could he be polite to this person? Boom! The fist wind was surging, the dragon and tiger roared, and with infinite power, it directly broke through the layers of void and smashed in front of the black-robed figure. Although Lu Pingyan had not yet cultivated the divine power of forming a pill, and his body refining technique had been transformed into the 9 cicadas immortal golden body strength, he had mastered the third-level body refining and third-level physical skills in his early years. The black-robed figure instantly felt the crisis of life and death, his hair stood on end, and the alarm bell in his heart rang violently. He hurriedly operated a body protection shield and the robe fluttered, but under the light of the dragon and tiger fist, the robe and shield shattered, the body exploded, and blood splashed. You, how could you do it? It was you who was forming a pill before. Half of the white wolf's body was almost torn apart, pale and sluggish, spitting blood, full of horror. He said, "It can be confirmed that Yu Xiansheng is dead. and the possession of the body has failed. And the young man in front of him, the physical body and magic power have taken another step forward. Lu Pingyan said nothing, and continued to punch out. The golden blood and ki were like the ups and downs of the ocean, illuminating the entire cave, almost drowning the black-robed figure. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon and tiger roared and crushed the black-robed figure, shaking the entire mountain violently and causing it to collapse. The black-robed figure knew that in such a small place, he was no match for Lu Pingyan, a physical cultivator. Moreover, he had seen Lu Pingyan's abnormal physical strength and tenacious vitality before. Now that the other party's cultivation had improved, he was no match at all. Swish! The white wolf performed the burning life technique, pinched his hands, and sacrificed a flying shuttle magic weapon, which rolled him up, and the whole person wanted to break through the air. How could Lu Pingyan escape from him? The golden body was flowing with wind and thunder, and a huge axe, dark gold pagoda, etc. condensed on his head. During this process, his body roared like a real dragon, and his blood roared out like a real dragon, running through the sky and earth, blending with these strange phenomena, like an ancient blue dragon roaring out, hitting the power of destroying the world. Immortal golden body, dragon and tiger fighting abyss skill. When Bai Lang saw Lu Pingyan's appearance, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he recognized that this was Yu Xiansheng's method. However, before he could think about it, the boundless fist light that covered the world submerged him, just like the dark cloud of death covering him in all aspects. Boom boom boom. Bai Lang roared, without reservation, and fought with all his strength. If he was in his prime, he would be sure to withstand this punch. But just now, Lu Pingyan took the lead and punched his body to pieces. His robe was broken, and he was seriously injured. He roared unwillingly. But in just a moment, the remaining half of his body continued to explode, blood splattered, and finally turned into a ball of blood mist, and his breath was annihilated. At the same time, the towering mountain collapsed crazily, and huge rocks fell to bury them. Lu Pingyan put away the broken shuttle magic weapon, storage bag, and storage ring of the black-robed figure, and quickly left the mountain. Looking at the towering mountains that kept collapsing in front of him, Lu Pingyan's muscles and bones, which seemed to be cast from gold, exploded, and he quickly gathered strength, and then threw a punch. The fist light was brilliant, as if the sky was falling and the Buzhao mountain was broken. The towering mountain in front of him collapsed completely, like a ruin. Immediately, Lu Pingyan took a step and shot through the air towards Beatty City. He was not going to stay in Wuguo any longer. He planned to dismiss the warriors in Beatty City, and then go to Changsheng to take revenge, kill the Wolf King, and then go home directly. Now that he has broken through the Jinden, he will solve the Wolf King by then, and the previous Ningjing Dan and resource harvest will be enough to contribute to the family. Jianguo, Damen Xiansheng. Seeing that his son Lu Lengxiao was in a stable condition, Lu Changsheng planned to give Lu Qingshan some more guidance in his practice, so he took the sun and moon to Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian to Yuguo and Wuguo. As for Ling Xiao's Jinden, he planned to come back and talk about it. After all, it would take Ling Xiao at least half a year to reach the Jinden stage. If it drags on, it will be too long. At this moment, suddenly, a Jinden mana and rich and vigorous blood flowed into the body, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 11 spiritual offspring, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Check the conflict between the host's spiritual body effects. Do you choose to merge? Lu Changsheng was stunned, with a look of doubt. Giving birth to spiritual offspring? I have been busy all these years, but I haven't given birth to baby. And the mana and blood just now system. Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused, and he silently said, and opened his son Lu Pingyan's system panel. Name, Lu Pingyan, lifespan. 95/607, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, indestructible golden body, superior spiritual body, cultivation, Jinden level 1, talent, body refining fit, 110%. This Lu Changsheng looked at his son's system panel, with a look of doubt and confusion. When his son broke through from the 7th level to the 9th level, he was surprised and guessed that he had turned a disaster into a blessing. But not long after that, his son broke through from the 9th level to the core formation. Moreover, his spiritual root was upgraded from the 5th level to the 4th level, and he also gained a superior spiritual body. Not only that, according to the blood and ki feedback just now, Lu Changsheng realized that his son's Balian Baodiju had broken through to the 11th level. breakthrough to the core formation, 3rd level late stage body refining, spiritual root upgrade, and acquired spiritual body. Even though Lu Changsheng had a wide range of experience, he was confused by the series of upgrades and didn't know what his son Lu Pingyan was like. What's going on with Pingyan? Obtained the nascent soul inheritance. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly and pondered in his heart. But the nascent soul inheritance, unless the other party gave Lu Pingyan the nascent soul origin like Qingyun Sect in the early years, it would not be possible to improve like this. Possession in the previous moment? Giving the nascent soul origin in the next moment? No, I still have to go and see. Lu Changsheng thought about it and felt that he still had to go. Otherwise, Lu Pingyan's situation always reminded him of Lu Quanzhong's situation, and he was worried. Immediately, Lu Changsheng got up and went to Longyu Island, ready to take back the Daluo sword embryo from Lu Qingshan, and then go to Yuanwu to see what happened to Lu Pingyan. But before he was about to go out, Lu Changsheng still paused and silently said to the system, "First check the situation of this immortal golden body." Chapter 653 Lu Changsheng, Awu, it's time for you to come out. Boom. Lu Changsheng instantly felt the indestructible golden body begin to merge into his own chaotic body. In this process, he gradually knew the effect of the indestructible golden body. Not only is the physical body strong, like a magic weapon, indestructible, but it also has indestructible matter and indestructible characteristics. This indestructible matter is similar to Lu Changsheng's current indestructible matter, but it focuses more on self-healing and recovery ability. What an indestructible golden body! Lu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised. He practiced both the magic body and the body, and had a quasi-4th level body refining. Now that the chaotic body has merged with the indestructible golden body, if he breaks through the 4th level body refining, he can be said to be invincible. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators not only find it difficult to break through their physical defenses, but even if they injure themselves, they can recover after a few days of rest. And in Lu Changsheng's view, the greatest benefit of the indestructible effect of the indestructible golden body is to support his own 9 treasures Ruai bone. The stronger the physical body, the higher the self-healing endurance, and the higher the lower limit and upper limit of the burst of his own 9 treasures Ruai bone. In addition to this indestructible characteristic, the other effects are that it is invulnerable to all evils, and has a certain immunity to the damp-forming domain, the pressure of the monks, curses, poisons, evil spirits, murderous auras, etc. These are relatively common, and Lu Changsheng's chaotic body has long been resistant to this. Immediately, during the fusion process, Lu Changsheng tried his best to integrate the indestructible effect of the indestructible golden body into his own chaotic body, making his physical strength and recovery ability further improved. Buzz buzz buzz, as the fusion progressed, Lu Changsheng's flesh and bones trembled and clanged, as if stained with an immortal and indestructible golden glow. Although his body did not have any hidden injuries, as the indestructible characteristics merged into the chaotic body and merged with his quasi-4th level physique, his body seemed to be reborn and baptized. After a long time, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His body was dust-free and spotless, his divine power was surging, and he was flowing with the crystal light of immortality. This time, although it was not a complete transformation, his physique had been significantly improved and became much stronger. If his son Lu Pingyan's physique can improve further, Lu Changsheng is confident that he can reach the 4th level of body refining. Clang! Lu Changsheng clenched his fist, feeling the surging divine power, and then took out a magic weapon from the storage ring and slashed his wrist, causing a crisp sound of metal clashing. He slashed it again with a little more force, and a mark appeared. It was just that the chaotic body was slightly activated, and the mark disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now that I am in this situation, I don't need to use the light phase of the Great Ming King when fighting with others. Even if I am seriously injured, I estimate that I can heal myself in 10 days or half a month. Lu Changsheng put away the magic weapon, looking happy. He was most seriously injured when he faced the full-strength burst of the Qingyun Sect master during the war of opening up the wasteland. But now he has a quasi-4th level physique and an indestructible golden body. If he endures this kind of injury again, it is estimated that he can heal himself after resting for a month or 2. If he has natural materials and elixirs for healing, it will be even faster. It's a pity that I don't fight with others very much, otherwise this is simply a top-level physique that can be injured at the cost of injury. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. This spirit body is very suitable for going out for adventures, secret realms, and fighting with others. After all, whether going to secret ruins or fighting with others, the most feared thing is to be seriously injured, and then not enough elixirs and spiritual medicines, and the state is difficult to sustain. But the immortality of this spirit body, if injured, just find a place to hide, and you can recover at the fastest speed. Moreover, the immortal golden body is strong, and the magic and supernatural powers of ordinary people fall on him. Only 70% or 80%, which is an advantage. This spirit body is quite suitable for Qingyun. If the immortal golden body characteristics can be integrated with Qingyun's Kunpeng magic body, although his son Lu Pingyan often goes out, he can compare with his son Lu Qingyun. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng glanced at his son Lu Qingyun's system interface, wondering if he had burned his life in Qingzhu all these years. Name: Lu Qingyun. Lifespan: 92/338. Talent: 4th grade spiritual root, Kunpeng demon body, superior spiritual body, cultivation, 1st level Jiangdan. Talent: fighting compatibility, 74%. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He remembered that his son Lu Qingyun's lifespan was 320 when he just broke through Jiangdan. After going to Qingzhu for a few years, not only did he not burn his life, but he also gained more than 10 years of life. It seems that Qingyun has gained a lot in Qingzhu. Lu Qingyun had already taken the 1st level, 2nd level, and 3rd level longevity pills. Taking the longevity pills again had almost no effect. If you want to increase your lifespan, you can only take related natural treasures and spiritual medicines. But these spiritual medicines are rare and precious. However, in addition to taking natural treasures, there is another possibility. It is Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon divine art. System: draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it. He silently said in his heart and used the lottery he just got. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Yuanai Wu Zhangju. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Kung Fu. Now that there are several Dao level and Hengsen level Kung Fu, Lu Changsheng gradually lost interest in the ordinary lottery Kung Fu. However, this kind of side door, authentic Kung Fu, is still the cornerstone of the family. System: inheritance. He did not look closely and directly passed on this Kung Fu to use. In an instant, the practice method, relevant content, and key points of Yuanai Wu Zhangju flooded into his mind like a revelation. This Kung Fu is interesting. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. This authentic Kung Fu is different from most Kung Fu. It is a supplementary Kung Fu with a total of 5 levels. The 1st level is to cultivate the 5 internal organs, thereby improving the physical body, the speed of refining elixirs and spiritual medicines, etc. If you practice it to perfection, you will not only have a certain resistance to elixir poison, severe poison, etc., but also prolong your life and increase your life by 10 years. When the 2nd level is completed, the 5 internal organs are baptized and transformed, giving birth to the 5 key origin, and the lifespan is increased by another 10 years. In danger, the 5 key origin can be transformed into mana to heal injuries. In addition, this 5 key origin can also help break through the realm, and it is somewhat helpful for impacting the foundation, or breaking through the middle stage of the early stage of foundation building, and breaking through the late stage of the middle stage. If the Yuanai Wu Zhangju breaks through the 3rd level, the 5 internal organs return to the source, and a baptism of rebirth can be obtained, the meridians and danshan are expanded, and the potential is improved. And when practicing to the 3rd level, when impacting the Dan, burning the 5 key origin can increase the probability of Dan by 10%. The 4th level can only be practiced by the Dan cultivator. Once it is completed, the 5 key is like a dragon, the 5 internal organs are transformed again, and the lifespan is increased by a century. And the 5 internal organs can store mana and the origin of life like the danshan. As for the 5th level, it is the part that Lu Changsheng is most interested in, returning the 5 internal organs to the innate origin state, thereby opening the original divine treasure. Although this divine treasure is different from the divine treasure of the kidney that Lu Changsheng opened with a divine treasure pill, it has a similar effect. Every time a divine treasure of the 5 internal organs is opened, the internal organ can obtain a mysterious magical power. If the 5 original divine treasures are opened, the practice will be completed. Not only will the magical powers of the 5 internal organs be obtained, but the physical body, magic power, and talent potential will also be further improved, and the probability of the nascent soul will be increased by 10%. If a body refining cultivator practices this practice, it can complement each other and get twice the result with half the effort. Although this practice is not considered a body refining practice, it is closely related to the human body. If you practice this Yuanai Wu Zhang Ju and then practice the body, or if a body refining cultivator practices this practice, it will have twice the result with half the effort. I can let Xia and Wang Shu practice this practice later. In Lu Changsheng's eyes, this is a very good practice for both practice and cultivation. Although it is more time-consuming, they practice both magic and body, and once they are refined, it is still worth it. Even every Lu family disciple can try to practice it. It doesn't matter how high you practice, the second level is enough. As for the third and fourth levels, it depends on your comprehension, talent, and fate. Now if you ask Lu Changsheng to practice by himself, it will take a lot of time to practice to the third and fourth levels. The fifth level opens the 5 origin treasures, which requires many heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines to be refined, and he may not be able to gather them now. Lu Changsheng didn't care about this practice. He came to Longgao Island and found his son Lu Qingshan, saying that he was going out for a trip. Going out? Dad, are you going to the Hansha fantasy realm? Seeing that his father was going to take back the Dalluo sword embryo and prepare to go on a long journey, Lu Qingshan immediately raised his sword eyebrows and asked. Although he had just broken through the Jiangdan, as the Yuanying seed of the Qingyun Sect, he still knew a lot of secrets in the world of cultivation. For example, the Liangayu War is currently at a truce because the Hansha fantasy realm is about to open. His father went out at this time and brought the Dalluo sword embryo with him, so he naturally guessed in this direction. No, your eldest brother encountered some trouble outside, and I went to see what was going on. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. Regarding the Hansha fantasy realm, mentioned by Lu Qingshan, he considered whether to go there. With his current combat power, if he teams up with True Lord Qingyun, the risk is not high. After all, it is called a Yuanying copy, but unless there are top-level treasures, under normal circumstances, Yuanying cultivators cannot fight each other, and the main deaths are still the Jiangdan cultivators who compete for the opportunity of Yuanying. The reason why he gave up was mainly because he was worried that he would show too much and attract the covetousness of other Yuanying cultivators. After all, his situation is also an opportunity for many Yuanying cultivators. Especially his Dalluo sword embryo, as long as it is used, anyone can see that it is a treasure. He is not afraid of a one-on-one Yuanying cultivator, but if he encounters a ruthless person like True Lord Xuanjin, or a Yuanying cultivator in a team, it will be troublesome. Moreover, in the outside world, if he encounters danger, he can also escape through the Michin banner and the life talisman, but once he enters the secret realm, these means will be restricted. Brother. Lu Qingshan knew his elder brother Lu Pangan. At the foundation building stage, he had a body training comparable to the third level. His sword could not break his physical defense, which was amazing. He asked, "What's wrong with my brother? The situation is a bit complicated, I don't know much. What doubts do you have in your practice these days?" Lu Changsheng did not say much in this regard, and asked his son. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan expressed some of his thoughts and ideas. Even though Lu Changsheng had the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, his guidance on Lu Qingshan's swordsmanship was limited now, and he explained it to him more through his vision and understanding of practice. In fact, at this stage, it is simplest to give him the Dalluo sword embryo to comprehend himself. However, he needs to use the Dalluo sword embryo himself, so there is no way to give it to him. Thinking that there is still a Xuanshan spirit vine at home, Lu Changsheng said that he can go home later to observe this spirit vine, and maybe he will gain something. After finishing his work, Lu Changsheng said something to Ling Zixio, Nanguang Mi Li, Meng Xianjun, and Honglian, and then rode the golden-winged Skypeng back to Bihu Mountain. 10 days later, a figure appeared silently at the top of Baiyan Peak. Changsheng, Sister Ling sent a message saying that there is a riot in the deep sea, and there is a suspected beast tide. Lu Changsheng had just returned to Bihu Mountain and was about to go out with his sun and moon Yin Yang Zhuan Guangjian, when Lu Miaoj told him a piece of news. Beast tide. Lu Changsheng frowned when he heard it, and felt something was wrong. The beast tide fluctuations only appeared in Damex 3 years ago, how could it appear again? And with the sea-splitting mysterious whale guarding, how could there be a beast tide in Damex? The news came from the sea-splitting mysterious whale. According to Sister Ling, Senior Honglian went to the deep sea to check and found that there were indeed beast tide fluctuations. It is very likely that a 4th level demon king led the way and wanted to set off a beast tide. Lu Mioj said with a solemn face and beautiful eyes full of worry. If there is a 4th level demon king leading the way, then it is definitely a big beast tide, a huge disaster. 4th level demon king. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and his face was a little solemn. Since Ling Zixio said that Honglian went to check, there is a high probability that he is not wrong. It is very likely that a 4th level transformed demon king has come to Xingxiu. What a coincidence. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that as soon as he left the Great Dream Fairy City, a beast tide would appear. Although he had teamed up with Meng Wuhan and his wife to hunt down the 4th level demon king and defeated the 5 poison sect leader, a Yuanying cultivator, he still felt it was difficult to face the 4th level demon king head-on. Especially in the vast ocean of the Great Dream Lake, the other party had set off a beast tide. I'll go over and take a look. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He could only put Lu Pingin's affairs aside for the time being and go back to the Great Dream Lake to see the situation. Wait, the 4th level demon king Lu Changsheng was just about to leave for the Great Dream Fairy City, but suddenly his footsteps paused, as if thinking about something. It would be difficult for him to deal with the 4th level demon king head-on, and at most he could repel it. But if the other party launched a beast tide and killed it in the Great Dream Fairy City, it would be different. The Great Dream Fairy City has a 3rd level forbidden formation. As a top level 3rd level formation master, if he presided over the formation and merged into the formation, he would be able to exert the combat power of the Yuanying. As long as he could seriously injure it, and then join forces with the sea-splitting black whale, Honglian, and Nangong Mili, he might be able to hunt down this 4th level demon king. If I can hunt down a 4th level demon king. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart. The 4th level demon king is full of treasures, not to mention the rare materials. His current physique is only one step away from being promoted to the 4th level. If he could hunt down this 4th level demon king, he might be able to use its flesh and blood essence to further improve the Brahma demon true saint art and thus impact the 4th level body refining. But if the 4th level demon king approaches the Great Dream Fairy City, it will probably cause a lot of casualties. And in public, I will use the Daluo sword embryo and the golden winged sky pang. By then, everyone in the world will know that Yang Ming's Henrin is the lord of the Great Dream City. It will be troublesome if the forces like the Yinming Ghost Sect know that I have a lair. Lu Changsheng pinched his chin, feeling that it would still be very difficult to hunt down the 4th level demon king. And he was not sure about the strength of this 4th level demon king. If it is just the beginning of the 4th order, the combat power is generally okay. If it is a 4th order mid-stage demon king, then there is no need to fight, and I can abandon the fairy city and run away. Just when Lu Changsheng was thinking and struggling, he saw the sun and moon 2 yin and yang mysterious light mirror, hanging high in the cave, and suddenly he felt that the world was bright. Damn, why use the Daluo sword embryo at this time? I will use the spiritual veins of the Great Dream Fairy City, merge my body into the 3rd order formation, and then rely on the 9 treasures Ruai Bone to lay out means in advance. Isn't it enough to just use the yin and yang 2 yin and yang mysterious light? Under normal circumstances, Lu Changsheng's current cultivation and mana are far from being able to activate this Tongshan spiritual treasure. But with the spiritual veins of the Great Dream Fairy City, and with the 3rd order top formation master's body merging into the formation, it is still no problem to barely activate it. As long as I can kill a 4th order demon king, it doesn't matter even if I pay some price. Now the undercurrents in the world of cultivation are surging, and the storm is coming. I can't just hide at this time. When necessary, I still need to take the initiative to attack and fight for benefits. When Lu Changsheng thought of activating the Tongshan Lingbao to kill the 4th level demon king, a heroic spirit suddenly surged in his heart. He stretched out his hand to the sun and moon 2 yin and yang Zhuangguang mirror and said with a smile, "Awu, it's time for you to show up." Now that the news of the change of ownership of the Great Dream Fairy City has changed, there is no need to hide it. In an instant, the sun and moon 2 yin and yang Zhuangguang mirror, which was flowing with the essence of the sun on one side and the moonlight of the moon on the other side, fell into Lu Changsheng's hands. "Sister Miaoj, let's go to the Great Dream Fairy City together." Lu Changsheng held the sun and moon 2 yin and yang Zhuangguang mirror, looked at his wife Lu Miaoj, and laughed loudly. He and Lu Miaoj practiced a Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju. If he really wanted to activate the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang mirror, Lu Miaoj could lend him magic power. Changsheng, are you preparing? Lu Miaoj knew that this mirror was extraordinary and was a top-level spiritual treasure. Now Lu Changsheng is holding this spiritual treasure and going to the Great Dream Fairy City. Is he going to use this treasure to repel the enemy? Yes, if a 4th-level Demon King comes, then we will kill him with this lesson, and use this to establish the reputation of our Great Dream Fairy City. Lu Changsheng held his wife's fair jade hand and said proudly in his heart, "Kill the 4th-level transformed Demon King." Lu Miaoj was shocked by her husband's words. She thought Lu Changsheng was just learning from the lesson to repel the enemy, but she didn't expect that the other party actually wanted to kill the 4th-level Demon King. But looking at the unparalleled confidence between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows, her beautiful eyes were like water, and she smiled gently. Okay, immediately, the two walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven, said to Lu Miaoj, and Lu Changsheng directly activated the Michin banner and came to the city lord's mansion with Lu Miaoj. "Zixio, what's going on with the beast tide?" Lu Changsheng asked Ling Zixio about the beast tide as soon as possible. But Ling Zixio didn't know the details. He just received the message from the sea-splitting black whale, and then saw that he was not there, so he notified Honglian. Lu Changsheng immediately went to Honglian to ask, "I went to the depths of the Great Dream Lake and saw that there was indeed a beast tide. My husband, you intimidated these demon kings 3 years ago, so it shouldn't happen. But given the current situation, I don't dare to go too deep, so I communicated with some sea beasts through the secret method of controlling beasts. I knew that there were terrifying beings in the deep sea, so I drove them here, so there is a high probability that a 4th-level demon king has set off a beast tide." Honglian, wearing a red gilded and luxurious dress, with a hazy luster flowing through her body, said in a dignified and graceful manner, "According to the current situation, is this beast tide attacking the Great Dream Fairy City or other islands?" Lu Changsheng asked. "I don't know this either, but in general, when a demon king sets off a beast tide, it will destroy the spiritual vein islands along the way and turn all humans into blood food. And if a 4th-level demon king really attacks, the demon kings who were intimidated by my husband in the early years will also take the opportunity to retaliate," Honglian said in a soft and pleasant voice. "Then according to the current situation, how long will it take for the beast tide to reach the Great Dream Fairy City?" Lu Changsheng continued to ask. "It's hard to say. There are only signs at the moment. If it is to erupt completely and sweep from the deep sea to the Great Dream Fairy City, it will take at least 2 or 3 months, or even longer," Honglian said. 2 or 3 months. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and said, "Honglian, come with me to see if there is a 4th-level demon king secretly pushing for it and wanting to set off a beast tide." Lu Changsheng took Honglian out of the fairy city, and then used the inverted yin and yang glazed wall to rush towards the depths of the Great Dream Lake. As they went deeper, they could see many demon beasts swimming and spreading towards the direction of the fairy city, just like the previous beast tide. Even compared to before, the movement was even louder now. Lu Changsheng did not alert the enemy, and used the inverted yin and yang glazed wall to cover up the aura, and continued to go deeper with Honglian. After circling for a long time, except for seeing several unfamiliar 3rd-level demon kings, Lu Changsheng did not sense the aura of the 4th-level demon king. But the presence of several 3rd-order demon kings already indicates the situation, and there is a high probability that there is a 4th-order demon king in the dark. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng did not go deeper. After all, this deep-sea area is shrouded in mist, suppressing the cultivator's mana and consciousness, and there are many demon kings. If he encounters the 4th-order demon king, he will be very passive. "Husband, what are you going to do?" Honglian looked at Lu Changsheng and asked. She knew Lu Changsheng's combat power and believed that he was sure to repel the beast tide. "Go back and prepare, and then hunt the 4th-order demon king." Although he did not see the 4th-order demon king, Lu Changsheng felt that it was almost certain. In order to be safe, he had to take advantage of this time to prepare well and refine 1 or 2 magic weapons and means to hunt the 4th-order demon king. Otherwise, if he hit the Sun and Moon 2 element mysterious light and seriously injured the 4th-order demon king but it escaped, it would be a big loss. Hunting the 4th-order demon king. Even Honglian was shocked by Lu Changsheng's words. After all, it is not easy to hunt a 4th-level demon king in a vast ocean like the Great Dream Lake, especially in the case of a beast tide. However, she calmed down in an instant and asked Lu Changsheng what he was going to do. You will know later. Lu Changsheng did not delay and rushed back to the fairy city with Honglian, and then asked his son Lu Lingxiao to inform the fairy city that a beast tide is likely to come next, and everyone should be prepared. In addition to the Great Dream Fairy City, the islands under its jurisdiction that may be attacked by the beast tide must be evacuated as soon as possible. Not long after, the city lord's mansion announced that the beast tide was coming, and the whole fairy city was in an uproar. What? The beast tide is coming? Why didn't I feel any movement? Since the city lord's mansion has announced it, there is a high probability that the beast tide is coming. I don't know what the scale of this beast tide is. According to past practice, when the beast tide comes, the immortal city will recruit a large number of cultivators. Brother Zhao, do you want to avoid the limelight? The beast tide is such a good thing, it only happens once in 100 years. Now that I have broken through the foundation building, I am thinking of hunting a few more monsters to earn cultivation resources. When the beast tide comes, all monster materials will be reduced in price. I must deal with the goods now. My spiritual rice will be ripe in half a year. Why is the beast tide coming at this time? Regarding the news that the beast tide is coming, some people in the immortal city are happy and some are sad. During this process, some people took the opportunity to stock up, some fled from the immortal city, and some cultivators rushed to the immortal city, ready to wait for the immortal city to recruit. Although Lu Changsheng was ready to rely on the Sun and Moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian to kill the 4th level Demon King, it was still inevitable to recruit the monks of Damangs. On the one hand, it was necessary to rely on the help of scattered cultivators to bless the formation. On the other hand, in some islands, the monster groups still need scattered cultivators and the forces under their rule to help clean up. However, the city lord's mansion will not lose money in such a matter, because most of the monsters hunted will still be digested by the immortal city. And taking this opportunity, some elite cultivators can also be recruited to join the city lord's mansion. After the news was announced, the Qingyun Sect cultivator stationed in the immortal city came to the city lord's mansion to visit and inquire about the beast tide. My father has made arrangements. Lu Changsheng did not show up. After returning, he went to refine magic weapons as soon as possible and let Lu Lingxiao deal with it. The fake Dan cultivator stationed in the immortal sect did not ask more questions after hearing this. Since the Great Dream City Lord is sure, they will naturally not waste manpower to get involved. Moreover, now that the Hanja Fantasy Realm is about to open, their Qingyun Sect also has top combat forces going to the Endless Desert to wait for the secret realm to open, and it is difficult to split too much power now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, The 3 Treasures to Kill Monsters. The Beast Tide is coming. The Beast Tide is coming, and the whole Great Dream Fairy City is busy and hot. As the young city lord of the Great Dream Fairy City, Lu Lingxiao immediately posted a reward and invited monks to guard the city, hunt monsters, and second-level alchemists, talisman masters, and weapon refiners with special skills. After all, the beast tide is also a war, and war is always inseparable from necessities such as elixirs, talismans, and magic tools. However, the most popular is the formation master. The beast tide did not only attack the Great Dream Fairy City, but also affected the entire Great Dream Lake. Except for some islands with very dangerous geographical locations, they can only choose to evacuate. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, few people are willing to give up their own business that has been run for decades or hundreds of years. So in this case, the importance of the formation master comes out. Not only can you temporarily reinforce the formation and enhance the power of the formation, but you can also arrange multiple formations around the island to form a defense to resist the beast tide. Ling Zixio, the Lu family formation master, and Honglian reinforced the formation of the Great Dream Fairy City at the first time, temporarily increasing its power so that when the 4th level Demon King attacked, Lu Changsheng could push the formation to the extreme. In addition to Ling Zixio, other Lu family cultivators were not idle. Lu Wangshu and Lu Miaoj put all their time and energy into making talismans. Now that he has broken through the Qingzhu stage, Lu Miaoj's talisman-making level has been raised from the top of the 2nd level in his early years to the 3rd level, making him a 3rd-level talisman master. Meng Xiaochen and Nangguang Mili refined many of the materials that Lu Changsheng brought back into poison. As a giant cultivator, Nangguang Mili not only refines goo and poison, but also knows a thing or two about refining pills and making incense. He is a second-level alchemist and incense maker. Puff. In the boundless sea, Lu Qingshan heard the sound of fighting and screaming in the distance, and instantly turned into a sword light that broke through the air, and then raised his hand and slashed out a sword light, causing all the fighting cultivators to bleed. In these days, the beast tide is coming, and many cultivators choose to leave the Great Dream Fairy City and avoid the limelight temporarily. Many cultivators come to the Great Dream Fairy City to take the lead in defending the city. The coming and going has led to an increase in the frequency of riots by the robbers. Faced with this situation, Lu Lingxiao immediately went to Longgao Island to find Lu Qingshan, who was practicing in seclusion, and asked him to help patrol. Knowing that this Great Dream Fairy City is his own property, Lu Qingshan naturally would not refuse. In these days, one person and one sword traverse the boundless sea. As long as there is a fight, he will first use a sword to go over, and then call the law enforcement cultivators to come and clean up the ground. Not only Lu Qingshan, but also Lu Qingyan and several Lu family children also took this opportunity to join the Fairy City law enforcement team and patrol the four directions with a black dragon Taoist soldiers they raised. Although she is only in the middle stage of foundation building, but relying on the hundreds of black dragon Taoist soldiers she raised in the waters of the Great Dream Lake, even those in the late stage of foundation building are not her opponents. City Lord's Mansion, Weapon Refining Room. Lu Changsheng controlled Lei Gang Longyan and cast a series of magic spells on the forging platform, while his son Lu Minghuang watched from the side. Although he had just started practicing and had not yet systematically learned the knowledge of refining equipment, he had to cultivate as early as possible. So during these days of refining magic weapons, Lu Changsheng called him over to watch from the side to broaden his horizons. Buzz buzz buzz. After a long time, on the huge black gold forging platform, a crossbow with a deep color like ink, inlaid with a third-level demon pill, and flowing with dense runes flowed. This is the magic weapon, monster hunting crossbow, that Lu Changsheng imitated based on the magic weapon refining method recorded in the Shenji Bailanju. This crossbow is made of nether iron and inlaid with a third-level demon pill. It not only has the effects of breaking magic, breaking armor, corroding demon power, corrupting flesh and blood, but also has the effect of tracking explosion. Even if the Demon King escapes at the first time, Lu Changsheng can chase him and even detonate the third-level demon pill on it. It's just that time is short, and the materials in his hand can't refine more than one demon hunting crossbow. Minghuang, this crossbow is called a demon hunting crossbow. At this time, Lu Changsheng threw the demon hunting crossbow in his hand to his son Lu Minghuang to show him the general principle. Although it is too profound for Lu Minghuang, like listening to heavenly books, when he comes into contact with refining in the future and his level is improved, these knowledge and concepts will come to his mind. After refining the demon hunting crossbow, Lu Changsheng began to refine the second magic weapon, demon binding lock. If you want to hunt the Demon King, you must solve a problem and don't give it a chance to self-destruct. Like the previous hunting of the deep-sea demon whale king by Meng Wuhan and his wife, the four major immortal gates in Qingyun Immortal City surrounded and killed the two-headed dragon, all of which prepared means in this regard. However, Lu Changsheng didn't have enough time, so he could only make do with it a little. Otherwise, if there were enough time and materials, he could completely imitate the three demon-killing treasures recorded in the Shenji Bailanju, the demon-slaying sword, the demon-suppressing tower, and the demon revelation mirror, and be fully prepared for this hunt of the Demon King. Just as Lu Changsheng continued to refine the magic weapon to kill demons, the first wave of beast tide gradually arrived. Most of the beast tides in the early stage were low-level demon beasts. There were no demon kings, and even the second-level top demon beasts were rare. For cultivators, it was even a benefit. As long as you don't encounter a group of demon beasts alone, you can basically resist. And after these few months, the news of the beast tide has spread early. The four major immortal gates, Qingyun Immortal City, Changsheng Mountain, Huanan Gate, and even the Beast Control Su family, the Divine Sword Shengwen family, the White Deerning family, etc. have called on their disciples to go to the Great Dream Lake to hunt demon beasts. After all, for elite children with certain strength, this early stage of the beast tide can not only serve as a good place for training, but also make a lot of money. During this process, Lu Changsheng has not come out of retreat, leaving his son Lu Lingxiao and others in charge of the overall situation. Even the sea-splitting black whale, under his order, lurked in the Great Dream Immortal City early to avoid scaring off the beast tide. Otherwise, with the current pressure of the sea-splitting mysterious whale, as long as it patrols around the Immortal City, it will be enough to repel the current beast tide until the 3rd level or even the 4th level Demon King in the Dark comes. But Lu Changsheng didn't want to alert the enemy, so he planned to wait for the 4th level Demon King in the Dark to appear. City Lord's Mansion. What's the situation now? Lu Lingxiao was wearing a dark golden dragon pattern brocade robe, with a tall and slender figure and a gilded mask on his face. Except for a pair of piercing golden eyes, no real face could be seen. But when he stood with his hands behind his back, he seemed to have a noble majesty that embraced the sun and the moon, and the mountains. Young City Lord, the situation is stable at present, but according to the information from the scouts, the second wave of beast tide will come in 3 days at most. A cultivator from the Immortal City said respectfully in front of Lu Lingxiao. Although the young City Lord in front of him had only established his foundation, his golden pupils and the temperament that seemed like a true dragon from the 9 skies descending to the world made people feel a little weaker, and they dared not look him in the face. Even Lu Qingsong gradually felt uncomfortable with his brother. 3 days. Are there enough people in the fairy city now? How are the elixirs, talismans, and magic tools? Lu Lingxiao has been staying in the fairy city these days, and has not gone out to kill monsters. He is always paying attention to the situation at the front line and the rear of the fairy city. Report to the young city master. The cultivator immediately reported. Hearing this, Lu Lingxiao went to several points to inspect and accept the supplies. During the process, he took out a token of the sun and moon from time to check. It was the sun and moon card, refined by Lu Changsheng. Before, the sun and moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian was placed in Bihu Mountain. The sun and moon card arrived in Daman Fairy City. Unless Bihu Mountain actively responded, it would lose its effect. But Lu Changsheng brought the sun and moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian this time, and the sun and moon card became the most convenient communication tool for the Lu family. Time passed little by little, and when the second wave of beasts came, some small islands of key training were gradually breached. Although the Immortal City announced the news of the beast tide attack early, only a few were willing to give up and retreat. Faced with such a situation, the Immortal City naturally had to step in and send people to support and rescue people. Puff puff puff. Outside Chili Island, Lu Qingshan and his sister Lu Qingzhu stood side by side, looking a little lazy and casual. Seeing dozens of monsters attacking, a sword light slashed out, and all the monsters' blood splashed in an instant. Then he raised his palm lightly, and with a big hand of Jinden-level magic power, he threw all the monster corpses to Chili Island, signaling them to clean up. The Lu family foundation building cultivator stationed on Chili Island was named Lu Xingren, the daughter of Xiaoziyu. When she and other cultivators saw this scene, their throats were dry and their faces were shocked, and they deeply realized the combat power of Jinden's Henrun. Brother, Lingxiao sent a message. Nixiang Island requested support. At this time, Lu Qingzhu looked at a message from the sun and moon card, and immediately said to her brother, although the sun and moon card is convenient for communication, it is impossible for the Lu family children to watch it all the time and pay attention to the news. In order to maximize Lu Qingshan's efficiency, it was naturally his sister Lu Qingzhu who had supervised the battle and conveyed the news at all times. Okay. Lu Qingshan nodded gently and immediately wanted to go with his sister. Unlike his brother, Lu Qingzhu had a gentle personality. Before leaving, he waved to Lu Xingren and said that he would go there first and notify her first if there was any situation here. Okay, Sister Qingzhu. Although Lu Qingshan was very arrogant and kept strangers away, Lu Qingzhu was still very gentle to these Lu family children, which made Lu Xingren feel good. Golden Ray Island. Lu Qingyan was wearing silver armor and holding a black halberd similar to Lu Pinggan's early years. Although her figure was not as sturdy and strong as Lu Pinggan, she was also agile and tall. She walked on the waves, heroic and valiant, waving the halberd in her hand, and killed a second-level early-stage monster. Behind her, there was a group of dark fish and snakes, blending with her aura, and they were the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. Although these Taoist soldiers are all first level and have limited combat power. However, most of the beasts in the current tide are also first-level monsters, so with the blessing of the Taoist soldiers, Lu Qingyan's magic power is almost endless. After hunting monsters for these days, Lu Qingyun gradually became famous in the area of Longyao Island. Many people recognized that she was from the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. She practiced the same skills as Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family, and commanded similar Taoist soldiers. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Daming Fairy City, a beautiful woman in a purple skirt led 3 girls of different ages to hunt monsters. The girl who rushed to the front looked about 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a red dress, tied a bun, holding a black dragon spear, and stepping on a wind wheel burning with golden flames. Next to her was a girl of 12 or 13 years old, holding a crystal clear, like a white jade carved out of a jade harp. The sound of the harp was lingering, like a clear spring flowing, and the sound was pleasant, but it seemed to penetrate the soul, making many monsters dizzy and sinking into the sea. When a monster flew in front of the girl, she swung up the awakens expressionlessly, with a whistling wind and a surging momentum, no less than the girl holding the black dragon spear. As for the third girl, who had a delicate and gentle appearance, a bun with hanging hair and a split bun, and was lovable, she kept casting spells and looked at her mother from time to time. The 4 people were naturally Meng Xiaojun, Lu Ling, Lu Beixi, and Lu Mengzhen. The poison was not like elixir, talisman, or magic weapon, so it did not need to be refined too much. So when she saw the beast tide coming, Meng Xiaojun took her daughter out to gain some experience and sharpen her skills. Although Lu Mengzhen was timid and weak, she had improved a lot with age. And with Meng Xiaojun, Lu Ling, and Lu Beixi by her side, she was still a bit tough. But seeing her daughter casting spells like this, Meng Xiaojun couldn't help shaking her head. But when she saw Lu Beixi's indifferent face and her expressionless face swinging the awakens to hit people, she felt that her daughter was fine. Lu Beixi was usually the most quiet and sensible, but once she sparred with Lu Ling, and faced the attack, she acted wildly, as if she had changed into a different person, like a monster cub. Time passed little by little. As the beast tide came one after another, the scale became larger and larger, and the monks of Damings gradually realized that something was wrong. This was not an ordinary beast tide, but a large beast tide that was rarely seen in 100 years. This kind of beast tide must have multiple third-level monster kings. For a time, Damings was in a brief panic, and many monks who came to practice hunting monsters chose to retreat to the back and wait and see. Many islands that chose to hold on before also chose to ask for help and evacuate at this stage. At this moment, Daming Fairy City became the front line of Damings, facing the beast tide. Young city lord, do you have any plans? The 4 major sects have experienced many beast tides and have rich experience. After seeing that this beast tide was unusual, the garrison monks of the Qingyun Sect came to the city lord's mansion to pay a visit and ask about Lu Lingxiao's situation. Although the new city lord and his wife are extraordinary in combat power, more than 20 years ago, they suppressed and solved the challenge of Master One Who in one encounter. But the beast tide is of great importance. Once the Great Dream Fairy City is lost or destroyed, it will cause huge casualties. Master Wang, don't worry. Once the 3rd-level Demon King comes, my father will take action. Lu Lingxiao was wearing a dark golden dragon pattern brocade robe, with an upright and majestic posture and a steady and powerful voice. Even though this monk named Master Wang was a fake Dan master, he was also affected by Lu Lingxiao's mighty power that was like a 9-day real dragon, and he was subconsciously convinced. Looking at Lu Lingxiao in front of him and thinking about the situation of the 2 mysterious city lords, Master Wang said goodbye without saying much and left. After all, as a fake Dan Zhenren of the Qingyun Sect, he knew very well that this beast tide was a huge gain for the Great Dream Fairy City. In the past few months, the beast tide has hit, and countless monsters have been hunted and killed, and the materials of their corpses have been sent to the Fairy City, causing the price of materials in the Fairy City to drop sharply. Most of these materials with greatly reduced prices were eaten by the City Lord's Mansion. Especially since the City Lord's Mansion has opened up the merit system, casual cultivators can exchange materials for some rare natural treasures on weekdays, and no one can compete with the City Lord's Mansion. Even the 2 mysterious new City Lords are still waiting for the arrival of the 3rd-level Monster King. After all, the 3rd-level Monster King is full of treasures. If you go to the depths of the Great Dream Lake to hunt, it is full of danger. But if the Monster King comes to the Fairy City to attack, you can use the 3rd-level Forbidden Formation to bombard it, and you can return to the Fairy City as soon as you encounter danger, without fear of siege. After Zhenren Wang left, Lu Lingxiao came to the high building of the city lord's mansion as usual, with his eyes shining with a brilliant golden luster, looking at the direction of the beast tide. I vaguely felt that some invisible evil winds and evil spirits were rushing towards the great dream fairy city. The emperor looked at the key, and he could see the mountains and rivers, see the flaws in the magic skills, and the flow of magic power. After so many years of research, he gradually mastered and understood. Knowing this word look is not just looking, but perceiving. The way of sincerity can foresee. If you want to see through the world, you must first see through your own mind. Only when your own mind is not stained by dust can you enter the way of sincerity of the unity of heaven and man, and thus see through and observe all things. He is still far away from this step, but he can still sense some mysterious key through the distant key. Here it comes. Lu Lingxiao's pupils are like the rotation of the sun and the moon, and the stars are illusory, muttering. These days, he comes here every day to observe the depths of the great dream lake and judge the general stage of the beast tide. At this moment, he sensed a strong evil spirit of demon power. This is the breath of the third-level demon king. He immediately sent a message through the sun and moon card, saying that the third-level demon king was about to come, and everyone should return to the great dream fairy city. Then he went to the city lord's mansion to issue an order to inform the news of the third-level demon king's arrival, and finally reported the matter to his mother Lingxiao. Refining room. Is the third-level demon king finally coming? Lu Changsheng, who was still refining in front of the huge black gold forging platform, received the news and smiled faintly. Looking at the demon binding lock that he was still refining, Lu Changsheng had an idea, and a snow-white bullet flew out of the fontanelle, and the spiritual light surged, turning into a handsome, tall and slender figure. Now it was only the first wave of third-level demon kings coming, so the lord of the great dream city naturally didn't need to rush to take action. And as the identity of Changsheng's Henren, he had never taken action in public after breaking through the giant in for so long. As the deputy city lord of the great dream fairy city, now that the fairy city was facing a beast tide, he had to show up and take action. Immediately, Lu Changsheng controlled the incarnation of the three treasures and walked out of the alchemy room, found Lu Miaoj, and said that the two of them would go to see the situation. 10 days later. The great dream fairy city is tall, ancient, majestic, and magnificent. On the walls where countless formations of spiritual light flow and permeate, Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, Lu Lingxiao, Lu Qingshan and others, as well as many monks stationed in the fairy city gathered. At this moment, many waves can be seen sweeping in all directions. This is the beast tide army set off by countless monsters. These monsters that usually fight and compete with each other, at this moment, cooperated together and launched an attack on the monk island and the fairy city. Fortunately, the fairy city notified early, and there were not many monster-hunting monks stranded outside. Otherwise, this beast tide, key refining, and foundation-building monks would be submerged in an instant. Green tide monsters, there are so many of them. What a big shark! This should be a quasi third-level monster, only one step away from being promoted to a monster king. Not only that, there are also these fish. This is a school of phantom scale fish. It looks beautiful, but it is full of poison and can cause hallucinations. The monks on the city wall looked at some of the more eye-catching monsters in the beast tide with a solemn expression. These monsters that can be called out by name are very extraordinary. It is rare to see them when hunting monsters on weekdays, but now there are so many of them gathered together. The formation is running at full power. Gishu Divine Thunder, boom. Seeing this scene, Lu Lingxiao's face was calm and solemn. He immediately manipulated the formation and operated the formation's attack methods, blasting out a series of azure thunder and lightning, blasting many monsters into charred and stiff corpses, sinking them into the water. However, the four major immortal gates and some monks stationed on the city wall saw this scene, but they didn't know what to say. Now that the Monster King beast tide is approaching, the two city lords have not appeared yet, and the third-level forbidden formation of the immortal city is actually handed over to a foundation-building monk to control. Is this confidence or a joke? Fortunately, the existence of Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj and Lu Qingshan gave many people confidence. After all, no matter what, the three of them are three giants Henren. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. As the Gishu Divine Thunder continued to bombard, at this moment, the seawater in several directions boiled and roared, forming surging waves. Then, roar roar roar. A series of terrifying voices roared towards the great dream fairy city, as if thousands of giant beasts roared together, setting off powerful sound waves and forming a hurricane tsunami. At the same time, the monsters besieging the Great Dream Fairy City seemed to be afraid, but also seemed to be encouraged. They roared together and charged towards the Great Dream Fairy City fearlessly. On the city wall, even though the monks with weaker cultivation had the Fairy City formation to isolate the sound waves, they felt a little dizzy when facing such beast roars. 3-level demon kings. 1, 2, 3. Why are there so many? Why are there so many 3-level demon kings in an instant? Not only that, it seems there is one more. There are 4 3-level demon kings. As the heavy and oppressive aura of terror spread, the demonic power and murderous aura soared to the sky, and many monks on the city wall changed color, looked horrified, and shouted loudly. The beast tide came one after another, and it took time to ferment. It should not be the time for the beast tide to break out now. How could there be 4 3-level demon kings? This is obviously wrong. Chapter 655, The Sea-Splitting Black Whale, the terrifying lord of the Great Dream City. Could this be a beast tide set off by a 4th-level demon king? Someone saw the scene and exclaimed in a low voice. The essence of a beast tide is that the upper-level demon beast drives away the lower-level demon beast. Now that 4 3rd-level demon kings have appeared, it means that there are more advanced demon kings behind them. 4. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. If there were 1 or 2, he and Lu Miaoj would just go up and show off. But if there were 4, it would be a bit difficult to fight. He could only use the defense of the formation first and wait for the master to refine the magic weapon before coming out to clean up. Dad, what do you say? Lu Qingshan, who was next to him, was not afraid of the 4 demon kings. He raised his sword eyebrows at Lu Changsheng and asked. After all, his father had killed 2 Yuan's Hunren, who was in the late stage of Jinden, with 1 sword. The 4 3rd-level demon kings in front of him were not enough. It's a bit tricky. Wait a minute. Although Lu Changsheng, the incarnation of the 3 treasures, has the strength of the 9th level of Jinden, he is now a Changsheng's Hunren, so it is definitely not convenient for him to go all out. Lu Qingshan was stunned when he heard this, thinking that he was hallucinating, and looked at his father with a puzzled face. A bit tricky? No, how could such words come out of your mouth? But he immediately understood what his father meant, and was speechless. He wanted to see how long his father would pretend and how to solve it. After all, he knew from Lu Lingxiao that the lord of this fairy city was his father. Xiao, defend the city first. Lu Changsheng sent a voice transmission to his son Lu Lingxiao, intending to wait until his demon binding chain was refined. Besides, there were only 4 3rd-level demon kings now, and the 4th-level demon king he wanted to hunt had not appeared yet. Yes. Lu Lingxiao looked at the dense beast tide outside the city, nodded slightly, then turned around and said loudly, the beast tide is coming. From now on, the Great Dream Fairy City will be on alert and will not be opened again. But please rest assured, fellow Taoists, my father has already refined the secret treasure to kill the monsters and is ready to hunt the Monster King. He has the ability to protect and ensure your safety, so please be patient and work together to fight the beast tide. Lu Lingxiao's figure is as tall as a mountain, and his voice is steady and powerful. The voice spread through the fairy city formation, without any tension, and even gave people an unquestionable absolute confidence. This confidence is very contagious, and the low-level cultivators in the city are relieved. After all, whether it is the Great Dream Fairy City, the Qingyun Sect, or the Qingyun Fairy City, they have all experienced many beast tide attacks and have never been broken. And once the beast tide exceeds the situation and is unsustainable, the 4 major fairy gates of Zheng Kingdom will also come to support and fight against the beast tide. Lu Lingxiao looked at the fairy city and continued, my dream fairy city sincerely recruits all the casual cultivators, hoping to contribute to the city defense. The cultivators in the late stage of key refining will earn 1 battle merit every 3 days, and the cultivators in the early stage of foundation building will earn 10 battle merits every day. After the daily battle merits are settled, the battle merits can be exchanged for spirit stones, elixirs, magic tools, exercises, etc. from this city. While Lu Lingxiao was speaking, he offered a list several feet wide, which listed the elixirs, magic tools, exercises, secret techniques, natural materials and treasures that can be exchanged. Although the 3rd level forbidden formation is a world of its own and has no weaknesses or defects. However, facing the endless attacks of the beast tide, the city wall formation may still be breached. Moreover, Lu Changsheng already knew that this beast tide was most likely to be set off by the 4th level Demon King, so he naturally had to act cautiously and could not be stingy with his rewards. When the 4th level Demon King arrived, he merged into the formation and used the Immortal City formation to activate the Sun and Moon 2 Yin mysterious light mirror. These city-guarding monks who blessed the formation could all provide him with mana. Hiss, the inheritance of 3rd level skills, side door level skills, this. Not only are there foundation building pills, but there are also crystal condensing pills. Isn't the City Lord's mansion too generous? 1st level breaking pills, 2nd level breaking pills, and even 3rd level breaking pills. But the crystal condensing pill requires 100,000 war merits. The City Lord's mansion is not sincere. After all, how can the crystal condensing pill be cheap? This is obviously showing it to everyone to show that it is not short of strategic resources. You can't say that. If this beast tide lasts for 1 or 2 years, there may be a chance to exchange it. The monks and the city looked at the natural materials and treasures on the list, and kept taking a breath, exclaiming that the City Lord's mansion was rich. Even the children of the 4 major immortal gates and the top forces couldn't help but exclaimed, looking at each other, wondering whether the City Lord's mansion was simply listing it to attract people or if there was really a reward. There must be brave cultivators under heavy rewards. For a time, many cultivators who had been waiting and watching chose to sign up to defend the city and earn military merits. Boom boom boom. Outside the Immortal City, 4 3rd level Demon Kings attacked from 4 directions, continuously bombarding the Immortal City, causing an unparalleled terrorist offensive. At the same time, the Immortal City formation began to operate at full capacity. Endless blue water vapor rose and spread like a dream, blocking the entire sky, and dropped strands of crystal luster, connecting the endless water veins of the Great Dream Lake, removing the heavy offensive of the monsters. During this process, the formation also erupted from time to time with rolling waves, tornadoes, and blue lightning arcs as thick as water tanks, killing large groups of monsters. Faced with the endless attacks of the Demon Kings, cultivators continued to take over the formation platform that blessed the Immortal City formation. Lulingxiao also went to the City Lord's mansion and handed the formation to Master Honglian to preside over. The Immortal City formation cannot be lost. No matter how good he is just a foundation-building cultivator and a 2nd level formation master. If there is a slight accident during the process, it may cause a gap in the formation, resulting in huge casualties. Honglian has a 6th level giant in cultivation. As a 3rd level formation master, he has a Yuanying level soul and can operate the formation to the extreme. In the process, he can also observe the attack of the beast tide, so as to operate the formation and attack with minimal consumption. Sure enough, when Honglian took over the command of the formation, some cultivators in the city who knew the formation immediately felt a little different, as if it was much more stable. In this way, time passed little by little. Although the beast tide attacked the fairy city crazily, with the protection of the formation, the situation was stable, and the mentality of the cultivators in the city gradually calmed down. Even many monks guarding the city hoped that the beast tide would last longer, so that they could easily earn more military merits. Roar. Half a month later, another low and powerful roar of the monster beast sounded, which made people tremble with fear, dizzy, and their blood and magic power surged. Behind the endless beast tide, a giant shark with a body of dozens of feet came riding the wind and waves, setting off an endless tornado tsunami, with a surging and terrifying momentum, and the sky and the earth changed color. Even though they were far away, all the cultivators knew that this was a 3rd level Demon King just by sound and breath. This is a heavenly demon beast, the angry sea halberd shark. Why is there another Demon King attacking? There are 5 Demon Kings now. This Demon King is more powerful than the previous 4. It is likely to be a 3rd level 8 Demon King. 3rd level 8? 5 Demon Kings. Could this beast tide really be caused by a 4th level Demon King? The originally stable morale dropped sharply with the arrival of the angry sea halberd shark, causing a panic, and many people exclaimed. Seeing this situation, let alone the Immortal City cultivators, even Lu Qingshan couldn't help frowning and looking at his father. After all, under such circumstances, a 4th level transformed Demon King might really appear. Although his father could kill a cultivator in the late Jinden stage with one sword, he seemed to have not yet broken through the Yuanying stage. Would he really be able to face a 4th order Demon King by then? Besides, it would be very difficult to kill 5 Demon Kings in the Boundless Sea, except for the fourth order demon king. No hurry. Lu Changsheng, dressed in a green robe, with a handsome face and an upright posture, said with his hands behind his back, signaling his son to be patient. In a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Even if the Immortal City had a third order forbidden formation, it would still be under certain pressure in the face of the beast-tide attack led by the 5 demon kings. The spiritual light of the formation flickered, just like the alternation of day and night. On this day, another huge octopus demon fish, as big as a mountain, appeared and bombarded the Immortal City with the angry sea shark. This octopus demon fish was a third-order late-stage demon king. Not only was its strength terrifying, but the ink it spewed was like a torrent of hell, which had the effect of corroding and corrupting the forbidden city walls. As the ink, which was as black as ink and seemed to be rolling like a torrent, flooded and hit the city wall, the large array restriction on the west side of the Immortal City flickered, as if it was eroded by time and gradually dimmed. This octopus cuttlefish and angry sea halberd shark seemed to be here to break the restriction of the Immortal City. Seeing this situation, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but frown. The ink of this octopus demon fish has the effect of corrupting the array restriction, which can wear away the restriction of the Immortal City. The attacking power of the angry sea halberd shark is terrifying, and the shark tail is like a halberd that destroys the sky, causing huge destructive pressure on the Immortal City array. The effect of the two working together can be said to be doubled. Husband. Honglian sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng, saying that if the octopus demon fish and angry sea halberd shark continue like this, at most 1 month, the city wall on the west side of the Immortal City will be completely damaged and a gap will appear. Wait another 7 days. In the weapon refining room, Lu Changsheng looked at the forging platform in front of him and sent a voice message to Honglian, saying that he still had 7 days to refine the demon binding lock. With the appearance of the octopus demon fish, the atmosphere in the fairy city gradually became tense and anxious, and many people were worried and afraid. They were not worried about the fairy city being breached, but about the 4th-level demon king. After all, in the current situation, the probability of a 4th-level demon king raising a beast tide is already high. Once a 4th-level demon king appears, Demon Fairy City will be impossible to defend. The garrison monks of the 4 major fairy gates could not sit still, and asked Lu Lingxiao and Lu Changsheng what the 2 city lords were doing. The city lords said that this beast tide is likely to be attacked by a 4th-level demon king, so they are preparing a secret treasure to counter the 4th-level demon king. In response to such inquiries, Lu Changsheng manipulated the 3 treasures incarnation and spoke out. Did the Lord of Damning City know that this beast tide was raised by a 4th-level demon king? The time when the city lord's mansion announced the beast tide was wrong before, and it is estimated that they had already gone to the depths of Damon Lake to observe and saw that the situation was not right. Could this beast tide be caused by the 2 city lords? Even if these monks were anxious, they had no choice but to wait and help defend the city. 7 days later, the weapon refining room. It's finally done. Lu Changsheng looked at the dark gold chain shining with starlight on the huge black gold forging platform in front of him, and exhaled a long breath, his face a little tired. In order to be safe, Lu Changsheng spent a lot of money to be able to have an effect on the 4th-level demon king. Not only did he use the 3rd-level materials on his body to refine the weapon, but he also incorporated many rare materials he had asked for from the 5 poison sect before. If the 4th-level demon king did not come, or the hunting failed, his demon binding lock could not be used, then he would lose money directly. Hulala Lu Changsheng cast a spell on the chain, which was as thick as an adult's thigh. The several-foot-long chain was like a dragon circling up, clattering. The dense and complex patterns on it flowed, filled with a terrifying aura, especially on the huge lock ring. In addition to the array pattern, there was also a 3rd-level demon pale inlaid. Putting the chain into the Qingyan binding belt, Lu Changsheng walked out of the weapon refining room and asked Honglian about the current situation of the fairy city. Although he had the 3 treasures incarnations outside to do 2 things at the same time, he was far less clear than Honglian, who was in charge of the formation. The current pressure mainly comes from the octopus demon fish and the angry sea halberd shark. The wall formation they attacked has been damaged to a certain extent. It is estimated that in 10 days, it will be seriously damaged and have a gap. If there were only 2 3rd-level late-stage demon kings, they would not be able to cause such an impact on the Great Dream Fairy City. But with 6 demon kings and an endless tide of beasts, even the Fairy City formation would be very struggling. Is the Burning Spirit formation ready? Lu Changsheng asked. In order to hunt the 4th level Demon King, he had put a lot of thought into it, and he also asked Huanglian to set up a burning spirit formation with the millions of spirit stones in the city lord's mansion. At that time, all these spirit stones will burn, providing a large amount of spiritual energy for the sun and moon to yin and yang zhuan guangjian. Don't worry, my husband, these are all ready. Honglian knew Lu Changsheng's plan and wanted to use the Tongshan Lingbao to kill the 4th level Demon King. Okay, in that case, then kill the monster in 3 days. Lu Changsheng nodded, took 2 pills, and began to sit cross-legged to rest, adjusting his state to the peak. These few months of refining weapons still consumed his mind and mana, and he needed to rest for a while. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng and Honglian came to the attic of the city lord's mansion, overlooking the fairy city, which was usually bustling with people, but now had a solemn atmosphere. This 4th level monster king is really patient, and he hasn't appeared yet. If possible, Lu Changsheng still wanted to wait for the 4th level monster king in the dark to appear before taking action. However, the strength of the Great Dream Fairy City is here, and it can't be consumed all the time. The 4th level monster king has opened his spiritual wisdom and can transform into human form. Now that the beast tide is sweeping across the fairy city, it is estimated that it will not appear until the big formation wall is broken. Honglian was wearing a red gilded and luxurious dress, with a slender and peerless figure, like a noble goddess who can only be admired from a distance and not desecrated. I hope it won't let me down. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Then, he thought, Daohui, take action. As his order fell, the sea-splitting mysterious whale dormant in the depths of the Great Dream Fairy City woke up from its slumber, and its 2 huge eyes like the abyss of a black hole slowly opened. The terrifying aura that had almost grown to the quasi-4th level was released, causing the sea to boil and roar, setting off endless waves, and even rolling clouds and mist in the sky, which was visibly dimmed by the naked eye. The monsters that were attacking the Great Dream Fairy City felt the aura of the sea-splitting mysterious whale and trembled instinctively. Especially some low-level monsters, they fell directly into fear and confusion, and even fainted. What's going on? On the city wall, a cultivator realized that something was wrong. In the deep sea, the sea-splitting mysterious whale, which was huge and covered with dark scales, opened its huge mouth like a chaotic abyss. Then it broke out of the water, swallowing countless fish and shrimps, hundreds of low-level monsters into the abyss. Its huge and terrifying figure appeared in the eyes of the Immortal City monks. Its terrifying eyes were like black holes, its dark and cold scales, its tall and sharp dark fin blades and its fins that looked like huge wings, and its terrifying ripples all over its body. Roar! The sea-splitting black whale roared, and the sound was like thunder and the roar of a real dragon. The aura of the quasi-4th level monster king was overwhelming, making the sea beasts and human monks within 100 miles tremble with fear. What is this? Another 3rd order demon king? No, not only that, I feel that this demon king's opportunity is stronger than the previous 6 demon kings. Could this be the 4th order demon king that set off the beast tide? No, it should not be the 4th order yet, between the 3rd and 4th orders. Could it be that this demon king set off the beast tide and wanted to take the opportunity to advance to the 4th order? It's over, it's completely over. With the appearance of the sea-splitting mysterious whale, the monks of the Great Dream Fairy City all turned pale and looked terrified. After all, the previous 6 demon kings had already made the fairy city formation unstable and the people panicked. Now another demon king has appeared, and his aura is greater than the previous 6 demon kings, which is really desperate. Stinky Dad is finally going to take action. Lu Wangshu, who was wearing a pink and white dress and had a bright face, saw this sea-splitting mysterious whale, and her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. She felt that the sea-splitting mysterious whale was much more powerful and domineering than before, both in terms of aura and body shape. Especially the mysterious dark veins on the body and the hook-like horn on the forehead, which are filled with an indescribable majesty of the Overlord. I should have known that I would not be greedy for these gains and should have left earlier. Why don't the 2 city lords take action? In this situation, unless Yuan Yingzhanjin takes action, even if the city lord has the strength of the late giant in stage, it is impossible to repel the beast tide. But at least we can fight against the demon king and stabilize the formation of the fairy city. I have lived for more than 100 years, and I didn't expect to see such a beast tide before I die. I can die without regrets. Wait until the fairy city is broken, maybe there will be a chance to escape. At this moment, many cultivators in the fairy city were full of pessimism, as if they saw the fairy city being broken and they would die in the beast tide. Not only the low-level cultivators, but even the children of many powerful forces who came to train had ugly faces, and they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Young City Lord, Changsheng's Henrun. The cultivators of various top forces came to ask Lu Lingxiao and Lu Changsheng again, placing their hopes on the two mysterious city lords. However, at this moment, a song suddenly came from the horizon. For 20 years, the sword has been hidden, and the long song is majestic and full of vigor. The wind blows the whale waves clear for thousands of miles, and the clouds open the waves to see the sky. The vast ocean is nothing to talk about, the sun and the moon shine on the world. This song is majestic, and it sounds like a wind sweeping away the clouds and swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. All the pessimistic people heard this song, and their hearts seemed to inspire endless courage and pride. I saw a middle-aged man wearing a black robe and a handsome face stepping into the air. The tall body and elegant face were covered with a layer of chaos, which made it difficult to see clearly. But a pair of eyes were like the sun in the night sky, deep and spiritual, as if to penetrate the world. As he stepped into the air step by step like shrinking the earth into an inch, the terrifying blood and magic power permeated, overwhelming the heaven, earth, sun and moon, huge and boundless. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura of magic power. No, there is also a physical body. This blood energy is secret and not released, but it is like an ancient blue dragon, rushing straight into the sky. Everyone looked at Lu Changsheng with a look of surprise and horror. They didn't know that there was such a person in the fairy city. The aura was too terrifying, shaking the whole fairy city. The three treasures on the wall saw the newcomer and were the first to step forward and bowed and said, "Meet the lord of the city. Thank you for your hard work, Taoist Changsheng and other Taoist friends these days." Lu Changsheng laughed loudly, his voice was powerful, and he talked to himself. Lord of the city? What? This person is the lord of Damning City. Why do I remember that the lord of the city didn't look like this? 20 years ago, it was rumored that the owner of Damning Fairy City changed. It seems that the matter is true. The new lord of the city will no longer walk in the world as Wuhan's Henrun. The people in the city looked at the lord of the city in front of them, but they couldn't see clearly. Lord of the city. Lu Qingshan was stunned. Did they say that the fairy city was their own? How did a lord of the city appear? He wanted to see the city lord's appearance clearly, but it was difficult to see, and he did not dare to use his magical powers to see. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, investigating the power and appearance of others is considered disrespectful, and can even be considered a provocation. You'll know later. The incarnation of the three treasure chuckled at Lu Qingshan, and thought his son's appearance was interesting. Xiao, now that the beast tide is coming, you should follow your father out of the city to fight. Lu Changsheng said to his son, who is wearing a golden dragon pattern brocade robe and a golden mask. Since his son is the young city lord, he naturally has to act like one. As soon as the words fell, the magical hand took out Lu Lingxiao and rolled him up, and walked out of the immortal city formation. This. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't understand the operation of the city lord at all. There are countless monsters outside now, and there are 7 demon kings. Isn't this going to die? However, the next scene shocked everyone and made them stunned. Lu Changsheng and Lu Lingxiao seemed to teleport, and landed directly on the head of the most terrifying quasi 4th level demon king. Faced with this situation, this quasi 4th level demon king did not resist at all, but just roared, releasing the heavy demon power, and killed the angry sea shark and the octopus demon fish. What's going on? This quasi 4th level demon king did not come from the beast tide, but from this city lord. Is this the city lord's mount pet? Everyone was stunned and shocked beyond words. This was really too amazing, beyond their imagination. After all, the moment before, they thought that the fairy city would be destroyed by the beast tide. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the most terrifying quasi 4th level demon king turned out to be the pet mount of the great dream city lord. Damn dad, you didn't even take me. Lu Wangshu looked at Lu Changsheng on the top of the sea-splitting black whale, feeling a little itchy, thinking that he didn't bring his most well-behaved and sensible little cotton jacket to such a high-profile occasion. Later, I will also become the young city lord of the fairy city, become the princess of the fairy city, and ride the sea-splitting black whale to travel in the great dream lake. Ling Zixiao saw the father and son standing side by side on the sea-splitting black whale, and her bright eyes were filled with joy and smiles. She felt that this was a bit like the young city lord of the fairy city. After this battle, his son Lu Lingxiao's position as the young city lord of the fairy city was completely stable. Xiao, sacrifice your 6 yang divine fire mirror. Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Lingxiao. The 6 yang divine fire mirror was the broken bronze mirror that Lu Lingxiao found in Qingyun Fairy City in his early years. Later, Lu Changsheng used the sun and moon 2 yin and yang mysterious light mirror to nourish it, replenish the original key, and barely repair it as his magic weapon. Lu Lingxiao didn't know the true meaning, but he still sacrificed the mirror and hovered it above his head, and the whole person had a bit more majestic and domineering momentum. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's head, sun and moon 2 yin and yang mysterious light mirror, hovered, revealing a trace of terrifying ki, and then the chaotic body fully revived, and the ki and blood rushed into the sky, like a golden blue dragon roaring in the sky, disturbing the world and changing its color. Then, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, as if he had gathered the infinite power of heaven and earth into this fist. A vast Buddha light burst out, accompanied by a burst of Buddhist chanting, so bright and dazzling that it was difficult to look directly at. Brahma Demon True Saint Fist, Buddha controls mountains and rivers. Lu Changsheng did not use the magic weapon, the spear of the underworld god, but used the fist method of Brahma Demon True Saint Gong to bombard the angry sea halberd shark. The fist light was like a golden Buddha suppressing the world and mountains and rivers, bursting with endless Buddha light, suppressing and transforming everything. Roar. The angry sea halberd shark felt a dangerous aura enveloping it, roaring and roaring, the demon power boiling, raising endless waves, and the tail was like a heaven-breaking divine halberd, cutting off the sky and slashing towards Lu Changsheng. Boom boom boom. However, facing Lu Changsheng's current physique, even if this angry sea halberd shark was a demon king with heavenly bloodline, it was no match. The demon power was retreating step by step, and the huge body seemed to have cracks. Roar. The sea-splitting black whale roared, forming a deafening and terrifying sound wave, and then the horn on its forehead raised, and a force that overturned the rivers and seas and cut through the void of heaven and earth split the water in front of it in half, sweeping towards the angry sea halberd shark. Boom. The angry sea halberd shark was not Lu Changsheng's opponent. Under these 2 attacks, it wailed instantly, and its huge body flew and broke apart, blood splashed and flowed. The next moment, Lu Changsheng used the 5 elements Yuan Sutra to perform the yin-yang ki great capture, and a 5 elements mountain between heaven and earth fell down, suppressing the angry sea halberd shark so that it could not move. This what a terrifying strength! A 3rd stage late demon king was suppressed in an instant. This method is the city lord. I was fortunate to watch the city lord fight with one who's Henrin back then. It turns out that the city lord is so strong. The cultivators of the Great Dream Fairy City saw this scene, and their faces were full of joy and excitement. With such a simple move, they knew that the beast tide was stable. However, the cultivators of the 4 major immortal gates were horrified and full of disbelief when they saw this scene. In the early years, they knew that the couple in Daming Xiancheng were not simple, but this is too outrageous, right? Quasi 4th level Demon King Spirit Pet. The flesh hard hit the heavenly bloodline, the 3rd level late Demon King. This strength is even more powerful and domineering than the Qingyun's Henjin, who was in charge of Qingyun Xiancheng in the early years. What's more, in addition to the city lord, Daming Xiancheng also has a city lord's wife. Sister Mayaoj, Qingshan, let's go. It's time for us to take action. At this time, the 3 treasures on the city wall smiled at Lu Mayaoj and Lu Qingshan. As the deputy city lord of Xiancheng, how can I just watch the show all the time? At least I can do my part. If I show it now, I can also get some opportunities from Xiancheng later. Okay, Lu Mayaoj, wearing a white dress with a white snow-white palace, had a gentle and graceful temperament. She smiled softly and walked out of the fairy city formation side by side with the 3 treasures. Tisk. Although Lu Qingshan didn't know what was going on, he still shook his head. 7 3rd-level flying swords appeared, and he walked out of the formation with his father and aunt. Now that everyone is watching, it is worth it for Lu Qingshan to try his hand. Chapter 656, Awoo, blow it up for me. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing the angry sea shark being suppressed by Lu Changsheng and the cracked sea whale in an instant, the octopus fish roared to the sky, as if calling for help. At the same time, An endless tide of beasts swept towards Lu Changsheng and the cracked sea whale. However, the cracked sea whale roared like a real dragon, directly shaking countless low-level monsters into pieces, and even exploded its body, dyeing the sea blood red. Xiao, watch carefully. Lu Changsheng's body was majestic, and the chaotic energy was permeated. On his head, the sun and moon, two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, was like a blazing sun, flowing with a blazing and gorgeous golden luster, and the other side was like a cold and bright moon, shedding a soft brilliance. The golden and silver brilliance intertwined and flowed, as if blending into the six yang divine fire mirror, helping Lu Xiao to dissolve the overwhelming demonic power and the pressure of the Demon King. Otherwise, even if Lu Xiao had the body of a dragon, the magic seed, Emperor's vision of Qi, would find it difficult to stabilize such a Demon King's aura. Yes, Lu Xiao's posture was as tall as a mountain, his eyes were as bright as the sun and the moon, and he faced the beast tied in front of him. He knew that his father was telling him that the Demon King should not be feared. No matter what he faced, he should remain calm and have the belief of invincibility. Boom! Lu Changsheng's magic power surged, and the yin-yang Qi great grasp suppressed the angry sea shark, and then he and the sea-breaking black whale killed the octopus demon fish. The octopus demon fish knew that it was no match for it, so it roared and dived into the deep sea. In the process, the 8 huge tentacles were like giant pythons stirring the world, and the bumps on the surface bloomed with a deep and strange luster, blocking countless low-level demon beasts in front of it, and then spewed out endless black ink from its mouth, like a surging black torrent. Demon God's Spear. Facing such an offensive, Lu Changsheng raised his hand and held it in the air, and still used the magic power of the Demon God's Spear to throw it towards the octopus demon fish. Buzz, 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 it was as if the spear that destroyed everything formed a turbulent vortex and a violent undercurrent, piercing and destroying everything along the way, emitting a terrifying aura, and killing the octopus demon fish directly. As a third-stage late-stage demon king, the octopus demon fish has extraordinary combat power. The bumps on its tentacles burst into endless dim light, shaking out terrifying ripples of energy. Boom, 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 the two terrifying forces clashed. As if the sky was overturned, the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled, and endless waves were startled. There were beams of light everywhere, and the aftermath of the magic power that destroyed the world. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. This sentence couldn't be more appropriate to put it here at this time. Lu Changsheng fought against the angry sea halberd shark and the octopus demon fish, and the ones who died the most were the low-level monsters of the beast tide. These low-level monsters died in large numbers under the aftermath of the magic power, turning into broken limbs and corpses, stained with blood, which made the monks in the fairy city look horrified and frightened. At the same time, the incarnation of Sanbao and Lu Miaoj walked out of the fairy city and faced a third-level demon king. The sun is extinguished. The bright moon is overcoming difficulties. In this kind of battle, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj would naturally not hold back and would use their magical powers right away. Everyone knows that the ancestor of the Xianfu Lu family, Changsheng's Henren, and his wife Lu Miaoj practiced a joint cultivation method. But the incarnation of Sanbao could not use the Tai Yi Sheng Shui Ju to blend the two's magic power like the original body, so he directly used the husband-wife-parent-child magical power he acquired in his early years. I saw mysterious and complex golden runes flowing on the body of the incarnation of Sanbao. Then, golden light as bright as the sun burst out from his palm. When the divine light came out, all things were extinguished. The attacks from the beast tide were all submerged in front of the great sun's extinguishing divine light, dissipated like smoke, and then shot towards a third-level initial demon king. Lu Miaoj's whole body glowed, like a pearl, her skin was crystal clear, and then the moonlight bloomed above her head, like a robe covering her, and her whole body was supported by beauty and nobility, as if the goddess of the 9 heavens had descended to the earth. These moonlights also shone on the incarnation of the 3 treasures, and put on a Taindu robe for him, which matched the great sun nirvana divine light of his body, as if he had been banished to the earth, handsome as an immortal. Hiss, what kind of magic is this? One destroys all magic, and one is invulnerable to all magic. This is the magical power of the Jinden. It is rumored that the immortal Changsheng and his wife, the immortal Miaoj, practiced a joint cultivation method. Could this be the magical power of the joint cultivation method? Why are these two magical powers somewhat similar to the magic weapon on the head of the Lord of Damning City? There was a rumor that the Lord of Damning City invited the immortal Changsheng to join the Damning Fairy City. In addition to the extraordinary talisman, the joint cultivation method obtained by the two was also inherited. Now it seems to be somewhat true. Isn't the immortal Changsheng a talisman practitioner? Why doesn't he use the talisman? As Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj took action, many people looked at them and talked about it. After all, the two were famous, and they had never taken action in so many years since they broke through the Jinden. Now it is the first time they have taken action in public. Huh? Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows and saw that the magical power of his father's end was not simple. But he didn't care. 7 flying swords around him rushed out at the same time, bursting out sword shadows of more than 10 feet, and the sharp sword energy rushed straight into the sky, as if tearing the sun and the moon apart. Hiss, what a terrifying sword intent! Who is this person? There is such a Jinden sword cultivator in Damning Fairy City. This person is called Lu Qingshan, the son of Changsheng's Henrun. When he was young, he worshipped the Qingyun Sect of Yu State. This time he went home to visit his relatives and happened to be in Damning Fairy City. What? He is the Qingyun's son Lu Qingshan of the Xianfu Lu family. I heard that when he came back not long ago, he killed a 3rd-level demon king to congratulate the family. Now it seems that there is really no false reputation under the reputation. These 7 flying swords of his are all 3rd-level flying swords, right? How can he, a cultivator who has just broken through the Jinden, be so rich? What? 7 3rd-level flying swords? When I just broke through the foundation, I worked hard for 4 years to earn my first spiritual weapon. When Lu Qingshan made a move, the onlookers exclaimed and marveled again. Especially the disciples of the Qingyun Sect and the sword cultivators. The flying sword of the natal star trembled under Lu Qingshan's sword intent, and he deeply realized how amazing Lu Qingshan's swordsmanship was, how sharp and unstoppable it was. What a great immortal Changsheng, immortal Mayaoj, this kind of combined magical power, both offensive and defensive, I'm afraid that few people of this same level can break it. And this Lu Qingshan, as long as he doesn't die young and continues to grow, the Xianfu Lu family can rest assured in the future. The fake Dine immortals of the 4 major immortal gates have extraordinary knowledge. Looking at Lu Changsheng's family of 3, they all have solemn faces and sigh out loud. Just as everyone was exclaiming and discussing, Honglian, who was sitting in the city lord's mansion, pinched his hands and turned the fairy city formation from a defensive position to an offensive position. Hu, ho, ho, the spiritual light of the fairy city formation intertwined and surged. Endless water vapor evaporated, connected the water veins, and waves surged, turning into water dragons, roaring towards the remaining 3 demon kings. During this process, a series of strong-issue divine thunderbolts as thick as buckets condensed above the formation, bombarding the beast-height and the 3-headed demon king, causing a terrifying thunder roar. Before, facing the 6-headed demon king and the endless beast-tide, the great dream fairy city could only rely on the passive defense of the 3rd-level formation. But now the angry sea halberd shark and the octopus devilfish were beaten back by Lu Changsheng and the cracked sea black whale. The formation was instantly free of pressure and could continue to bombard the demon king. This is definitely a 3rd-level formation master in charge of the fairy city formation. Seeing the changes in the fairy city formation, someone immediately saw the door and whispered. It should be the wife of the city lord who is in charge of the formation. No wonder the Lord of Damning City dared to hand over the formation of the immortal city to his son, who was only in the foundation establishment period. In fact, there was a 3rd-level formation master watching from behind. Alice, it's great to have a good father and mother. When I was learning the formation, I served tea and water to my master. I was an apprentice for 38 years before I got the opportunity to take charge of the formation and experience the operation rules of the formation. She can take charge of the 3rd-level formation at a young age and understand the operation of the formation. She can face the beast tide and the 3rd-level demon king when she is still in the foundation establishment period. Such precious experience, we will never have it in our lifetime. Although Honglian did not show up, many people guessed that it was the wife of the city lord who was in charge of the formation at this time. After all, the formation of the immortal city is of great importance. If it is not a truly trustworthy person, it is impossible to go out to kill monsters by yourself and hand over the immortal city to others. As the offense and defense reversed, many people gradually let go of their hanging hearts and wanted to discuss and watch the Jinden level battle. However, Looking at Lu Lingxiao standing on top of the sea-splitting black whale, countless people were envious and jealous, thinking that it was good to have a pair of top-notch parents. Boom boom boom, the Sanbao incarnation in Lu Miaoj faced a third-level early-stage Demon King. Although they could not end the battle in a short time, Lu Qingshan swept the formation and set up a sword formation, instantly killing the Demon King and making him retreat step by step, wailing and roaring. The Demon King next to them wanted to attack the three people, but with Honglian in charge of the formation, it was difficult to get close and interfere with Lu Qingshan and the others. Even Lu Qingshan realized that something was wrong, as if the person in charge of the Immortal City formation was creating opportunities for the three of them to perform. Go all out. Lu Changsheng sent a voice message to Lu Qingshan, not minding that his son's brilliance overshadowed him. After all, Changsheng's Henren, was just a talisman cultivator on the surface, and it was enough to perform well, and there was no need to be too amazing. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan's Haoshan Xingdao sword appeared in his hand, and thousands of stars and sword rains fell, interweaving with his sword formation, slashing towards the third-level Demon King in the sword formation, preparing to kill the second Demon King in his life. Hiss, in terms of combat power, it is still the sword cultivator. It's hard to imagine that this Lu Qingshan has just broken through the Jinden stage. But why hasn't Changsheng's Henren used the talisman formation? Isn't it said that this is his famous skill? A third-level talisman cultivator uses third-level talismans at any time. Several people can support it. Now there is no pressure, and he will definitely not use it. Isn't the city lord too fierce? One person suppressed two third-level late-stage Demon Kings alone. Just as everyone was talking about it, Lu Changsheng and the sea-splitting black whale had beaten the octopus demon fish to wailing continuously, and its body collapsed. I saw that 3 of the 8 tentacles of this demon fish were broken, and another tentacle was bitten off by the sea-splitting black whale. The blood gushed out like ink, dyeing the seawater black, corroding and corrupting many low-level demon beasts. Woo woo woo. The octopus demon fish and the angry sea shark kept screaming and howling. Why hasn't that 4th-level Demon King come yet? Lu Changsheng frowned as he looked at the 2 Demon Kings in front of him. During this battle, he had been alert to the 4th-level Demon King in the dark. But there was no movement until now. However, at this moment, his Tai soul in the sea of consciousness trembled suddenly, as if he felt a terrifying aura, and suddenly looked up. I saw that above the sky, I don't know when, the clouds dispersed, and the sky was clear and blue. It was in sharp contrast to the blood-stained damnings where the beast had gathered. But Lu Changsheng felt something was wrong at the first time. It was too calm. The infinite demon power and evil spirit swept across, as well as his own mana and physique, would affect the changes in the sky under certain circumstances. But at this time, the sky was not affected at all, it was calm, even silent. After careful observation, Lu Changsheng saw that the sky seemed to have a solemn atmosphere, causing the air to tremble slightly. Arwu. Lu Changsheng immediately used the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror to spy on the situation. Buzz. As the golden light flowed, Lu Changsheng saw a huge, dark blue whale that looked like an island looming in the sky, looking at him with hatred in its eyes. On the head of this giant whale, there seemed to be a huge black hole that looked like a millstone of yin and yang, as if it was brewing some kind of unparalleled horror, swallowing up the world. Void Kun. Lu Changsheng instantly recognized the species of this giant whale. Is this the Void Kun that escaped that year? It broke through the 4th level and came for revenge. Lu Changsheng's heart paused, thinking of the pair of Void Kuns that had seriously injured the sea-splitting black whale and occupied the CI. At that time, he and Honglian went to help the sea-splitting black whale to avenge and take back the CI, but one of the 2 Void Kuns escaped. That Void Kun was a quasi-4th level Demon King at the time, so it was reasonable for it to be promoted to the 4th level now. However, even Lu Changsheng couldn't help but be shocked by the means of this Void Kun. It has mastered the power of the void to perfection. It directly travels through the void and merges with the heaven and earth. If it weren't for the help of the Sun and Moon 2 Yin Yang mysterious light mirror, Lu Changsheng wouldn't even have noticed its existence. At this moment, even Lu Changsheng felt a little scared. The 4th level Demon King is so terrifying. Go. Lu Changsheng immediately signaled the sea-splitting mysterious whale to kill the Void Kun that merged with the sky and the void, and he took Lu Lingxiao back to the Immortal City. The incarnation of the 3 treasures also immediately signaled Lu Miaoj and Lu Qingshan to return to the Immortal City. Roar. At the moment when the sun and moon two yin-yang mysterious light mirror was spying and shining, the Void Kun also realized that he had been discovered. Human, and you, a demon, die? The Void Kun looked at the sea-splitting mysterious whale that was coming with endless tsunamis and roared. The sound was like rolling thunder, roaring endlessly, resounding between heaven and earth, as if it was going to shatter the endless void. Even with the isolation of the Third Order Forbidden Formation, the cultivators of the Great Dream Fairy City also had their blood boiling. Many key refining cultivators could not bear the power, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and fainted directly. What's going on? Countless people were panicked, their faces full of fear and confusion. This voice, the Fourth Order Demon King, this is the Fourth Order Transformed Demon King. A cultivator seemed to realize what was going on, and said with an uncontrollable trembling voice. For the cultivators of the Great Dream Fairy City, this beast tide was simply full of twists and turns. At the beginning, they only regarded it as an ordinary beast tide, and even came to the Great Dream Fairy City to hunt monsters and earn resources. But with the attack of the 4 Demon Kings and the appearance of the sea-splitting mysterious whale, they thought that the Fairy City was about to be breached, and they were desperate. But the Lord of the Great Dream City appeared, and the quasi-Fourth Order Whale King became the City Lord's spiritual pet, and the situation was reversed, and everyone was surprised. But now, the most worried Fourth Order Demon King has appeared. Even though the Lord of the Great Dream City and the sea-splitting black whale had shown their unparalleled talents and easily suppressed 2 third-stage late-stage Demon Kings, the monks and the city were still in despair. Boom boom boom, above the Great Dream Lake, a blue sky was violently twisted, and all directions were destroyed, as if the end of the world had come. Countless void cracks appeared, spreading like an abyss. Destruction. Ruin. Tyranny. Waves of void turbulence rolled out from these abyssal cracks like a river bursting its banks, destroying any life, as if to submerge and destroy the Great Dream Immortal City. The huge figure of the Void Kun gradually emerged from the void, full of an incomparable sense of oppression, casting pieces of void shadows, and dragging endless seawater and low-level demon beasts into its void vortex. Not only that, a huge black hole on its head slowly rotated, as if it was connected to the void, and wanted to swallow up everything in the world. The key is connected with the void, and the body is integrated with the void. This Void Kun's control of the power of the void is probably far better than that of the true Lord Qingluan. Lu Changsheng's body suddenly sank when the shadow of the void enveloped him. If it weren't for the sun and moon yin and yang mysterious light mirror, Lu Lingxiao's body next to him would have exploded directly. It can only be said that there is a gap between the 4th-level Demon King. The physical strength of this Void Kun may not be as good as that of the deep-sea Demon Whale King, but this kind of special magical power is simply terrifying. Buzz! Not only Lu Changsheng, but also the 3 treasures incarnation, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Qingshan, all felt that the 4 directions of the world were imprisoned under the projection of the void, and it was difficult to move at all. 9 treasures Ruai Bone, Essence, Key, and God. Since the 4th-level Demon King appeared in the dark, Lu Changsheng no longer hesitated. The 9 treasures Ruai Bone on his chest was fully intertwined and exploded, breaking free from this void imprisonment force, and wanted to bring the 3 treasures incarnation, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Qingshan back to the Immortal City. Roar. At the same time, the sea-splitting black whale broke through the layers of void confinement and rushed to the front of the Void Kun. Roar. The Void Kun was full of murderous intent towards the sea-splitting black whale. In an instant, all the void power bombarded it, forming countless giant space blades, as if to strangle the sea-splitting black whale. Even if the sea-splitting black whale has almost reached the quasi-4th level, it only needs time to upgrade its bloodline to the true spirit and then break through the 4th level. However, it is still no match for the Void Kun, who has already been promoted to the 4th level. It can be seen that under this strangulation, the scales of the sea-splitting black whale, with mysterious dark patterns flowing all over its body, are rapidly dimming. Human, I will kill you today. Void Kun saw that Lu Changsheng and others wanted to escape back to the Immortal City, and projected a void shadow to cover and imprison them. The huge black hole above his head was connected with Take-Su, forming a terrifying swallowing aura that seemed to drown them. Husband. At this moment, Honglian, who was flowing with a hazy luster all over her body, stood gracefully and elegantly, walked out of the City Lord's mansion. With the help of the 3rd-level Forbidden Formation, she formed a dreamlike jade dragon, and instantly transformed the 3 treasures, Lu Miaoj, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Lingxiao, and was sent to the fairy city by Lu Changsheng. 4th level Demon King. Is this the strength of a 4th level Demon King? Lu Qingshan looked at the void cun that covered the sky and the sun, and was horrified. Even though he had the immortal golden elixir and had the combat power to kill the 3rd level initial Demon King, he had no power to fight back against this 4th level Demon King. Is this the wife of the city lord? She is as beautiful as the fairy Yunmeng back then. What is the origin of the city lord and the city lord's wife? They are so similar to the previous Wu Hong's Henren and Yunmeng's Henren. With the appearance of Honglian, many people cast their eyes towards her. However, seeing her hazy body and peerless grace, these people did not dare to look at her for fear of blaspheming the goddess. Void Kun, you took advantage of the situation and hurt my spiritual pet, causing such a turmoil and sudden change. It's not too late to retreat now, otherwise today will be your death anniversary. Seeing that his wife and children were fine, Lu Changsheng's body was surrounded by chaotic energy, standing between heaven and earth. He said in a cold voice, his blood and magic power roared like the ocean, ignoring the power of confinement of Void Kun. Relying on the chaotic body and the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, his magic power and physique are no weaker than those of Yuanying cultivators. Even though the void magical power of this Void Kun is very terrifying, it is just a Demon King who has just broken through the 4th level. Hiss. 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 The cultivators of the Immortal City were instantly shocked when they heard Lu Changsheng's words. They never expected that the city lord would not be afraid of the 4th level Demon King and even uttered such cruel words. Roar. Void Kun was enraged by Lu Changsheng's words, and roared to the sky, directing the pressure on the sea-splitting black whale to Lu Changsheng, wanting to strangle him and drag him into the endless void. Roar. As its void power loosened, the sea-splitting black whale struggled to break free in an instant, roaring, and set off an endless tornado tsunami, slapping the sky. However, the angry sea halberd shark and the octopus devilfish seemed to have waited for their big brother, roaring one after another, and protesting against the sea-splitting black whale. Red Lotus. Lu Changsheng naturally did not really want to drive away the Void Kun, but simply angered and provoked. Cry. Red Lotus's whole body was surrounded by brilliant light, and its immortal body was slender and graceful. A Suzaku divine bird soared into the sky above its head, crying to the sky, and set off a sea of fire. I saw that the monocultivation of the 6th level of Honglian's Dam formation rose instantly, and quickly increased to the 9th level of Dan formation through secret methods, and then the ancient beast talisman was fully sacrificed. The ancient beast controlling symbol, which was only an inch long, burst into an incomparable 5-color mysterious light at this moment, shining towards the Void Kun. Boom. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's body was filled with infinite power, and he directly broke through the many restrictions of the Void Kun. He took the Immortal City array plate from Honglian and signaled her to delay for a moment. Then he took a step forward and instantly appeared above the city lord's mansion. He cast a series of spells with his hands and began to merge into the formation. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone in the Immortal City stabilize the formation and give full support. Zixio, activate the Burning Spirit Array. Sister Mayaoj." As Lu Changsheng spoke, Lu Lingxiao instantly took Lu Qingshan and others to preside over the Immortal City formation flag. Ling Zixio also immediately activated the Burning Spirit Array that had been arranged in advance, burning all the prepared spirit stones and turning them into a huge amount of terrifying spiritual energy. Lu Maioj and the 3 treasures incarnations ignored the Immortal City's forbidden air ban, controlled a divine rainbow, and shot towards the city lord's mansion. Boom. The sun and moon mysterious light mirror rose high above Lu Changsheng's head, like a bright sun, and like a bright moon in the sky. The Immortal City array was flowing with a blue glass luster, but now it was flowing with endless sun and moon brilliance. The endless essence of the sun flowed, shining the world. But under this layer of brilliance, there was endless moonlight falling, cold and deep. What's going on? Someone exclaimed, looking towards the sky, only to see the sun and the moon shining together, shining brightly, as if covering this piece of heaven and earth. Lu Maioj and the 3 treasures incarnation came to Lu Changsheng's side. Lu Maioj practiced "the supreme good is like water" and transferred all his magic power to Lu Changsheng. The 3 treasures incarnation turned into pills, entered the body, and turned into pure and rich spirit. Ewu, blast it for me. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, looking at the Void Kun outside the Immortal City. His eyes shot out 2 long golden beams, and continuously injected mana into the sun and moon yin-yang Zhuangguang mirror. I suggest that the master use the sun Zhuangguang. In the mirror, A cute girl wearing a sun and moon palace dress but expressionless appeared and suggested to Lu Changsheng. As long as it can be blasted, the moon and the sun will do. Lu Changsheng didn't care about these details, he had only one goal. Blast and kill the 4th level Void Kun. Received. Wu disappeared in the mirror. Hoo, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the great dream immortal city swept wildly at this moment, and gathered towards the sun and moon yin-yang zhuangguang mirror like a loophole. Even if Lu Changsheng's body was integrated into the formation and his mana was endless, he couldn't support the sun and moon yin-yang zhuangguang mirror burning mana like this, and his meridians were faintly tingling under this terrifying spiritual pressure. At the same time, the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror rose like a sun, dazzling and radiating the most masculine and masculine aura. What is this? At this moment, everyone looked up, trying to see what was going on, but they couldn't see clearly, and only felt a stinging pain in their eyes. Void Kun outside the immortal city suddenly sensed a strong sense of foreboding. As a 4th level demon king, the immortal city in front of it should not threaten it. But the demon beasts are very sensitive to danger. Looking at the red lotus and the sea-splitting mysterious whale shrouded in the shadow of the void, it made a quick decision and its huge body escaped into the void, ready to wait and see what happened. However, at this moment, above the great dream immortal city, the mysterious mirror, which was like the condensation of billions of suns, shone a pureless divine light, illuminating the entire sky, emitting endless light and heat. Even though Void Kun had already escaped into the void, this sun god light still penetrated a burning void, forming a sea of fire, illuminating and drowning it. Chapter 657 Hunting the 4th level Demon King. Trade Fair. The scorching light of the sun's mysterious light flooded the void, burning the world and exploding, and all the scenes were blurred and distorted. Except for Lu Changsheng and Honglian, no one in the entire Dream Fairy City could look directly at this sun's mysterious light. Even if they just took a simple look, their eyes would be burning and stinging, and it was difficult to open them. Is this the power of the Tongshan Lingbao? My husband is only at the Jinden stage now, and he can barely activate it with the help of the Fairy City formation. If he breaks through the Yuanying and cultivates to the peak of the Yuanying, how terrifying will the power of this spiritual treasure be? Although Honglian was a Yuanying Zhenjin in her previous life, she had never seen the Tongshan Lingbao. After all, the Tongshan Lingbao is the supreme treasure that only the Yuanying Dazhenjin and Huashan Zhenjin can hold. Except for a very small number of forces that have the Tongshan Lingbao's suppression foundation, they can't see it under normal circumstances. Boom boom boom. In the void, the space on all sides of the Zukong Kun collapsed due to the burning of the sun's mysterious light, turning into a flaming purgatory. The Void Kun roared and screamed, setting off a void frenzy. With the help of the turbulent flow, it tried to struggle to get rid of the mysterious light, but the sun's mysterious light held it firmly. During this process, the body of the Void Kun dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then its skin and flesh were torn apart, blood was dripping, and it was constantly destroyed, burned, and evaporated. Damn it! Lu Changsheng saw this scene and his heart suddenly trembled. He spent such a huge price, not just to kill this 4th level demon king, but for its rare materials, blood and flesh essence. If it was continued to be bombarded by the sun's mysterious light, this Void Kun would probably die with only limbs and broken bodies left, which were less than 1/10 of its value. Wu, stop. Lu Changsheng immediately signaled the spirit of the weapon to try to destroy the vitality of the Void Kun, not to destroy its body, and then sent a message to Honglian. Honglian's skirt fluttered, her fairy-like figure stood tall, and a red bird of the gods coiled around her body. Hearing Lu Changsheng's voice transmission, he used all his strength to activate the ancient talisman for taming beasts, and then held the demon hunting crossbow in his hand, which was as dark as ink and inlaid with a 3rd-level demon pill. The effect of the sun's mysterious light just weakened a little, and the Void Kun roared, setting off endless turbulence, trying to take the opportunity to escape. However, the mysterious light fixed it firmly, and its body could not move. The Void Kun roared and displayed his magical powers. The huge body like an island surged with light, and turned into a tall and burly middle-aged man with a human body and a kun head, wearing crystal armor. After the demon beast breaks through the 4th level, it can comprehend the magical power of transformation and transform into a human form, so it is also called the transformed demon king. But transformation is not achieved overnight. Depending on the bloodline, the demon beast will have different degrees of demon body characteristics after transformation. And many demon kings do not like human form, Even if they break through the 4th level, they will always walk in the world as demons. Void Kun realized that his demon body was too big and was completely illuminated by the mysterious light, so he used his transformation ability to transform into human form and escape. Humph, do you think you can break free by transforming into human form? Changsheng looked like a god, his eyes shining with golden light, looking at the Void Kun in the void. If the sun's mysterious light can be escaped so easily, then, sun and moon 2 yin and yang mysterious light mirror, is not worthy of being called a universal spiritual treasure. Boom boom boom. The sun's mysterious light penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, penetrated the void, and submerged the Void Kun in human form. His crystal armor condensed by the demon power of his scales melted instantly, and his body burned and charred. Almost done, Awu. Changsheng didn't dare to let the sun and moon 2 yin and yang mysterious light mirror directly kill the Void Kun, and signaled the spirit of the weapon to use the Great Dream Fairy City as a base to suppress the Void Kun. Then he used all his strength to activate the 9 treasures Rui bone on his chest, took a step, and the whole person killed into the void. Hoo. The endless turbulence of the void hit Changsheng like rain hiding banana leaves. If Changsheng's physique was not comparable to that of the 4th level, he would have been torn to pieces by this turbulent wind. Yin-Yang 1 key great capture. At this time, being in the void, with the sun's mysterious light covering the sky and the earth, Changsheng was not afraid of his magical powers being recognized, and he used all his strength to display his best magical powers. In an instant, a 100-foot-long hand with yin and yang flowing fell, imprisoning and suppressing the Void Kun. Then, the demon-hunting magic weapon he refined, the demon-binding lock, appeared, surging with light, clattering, like a 100-foot-long dragon, roaring at the Void Kun. Damn human, I will fight you. The Void Kun had a hideous face, and roared at Changsheng with blood dripping. The whole body was surging with light, as if it wanted to self-destruct, and its body was about to transform into a huge demon body. Want to self-destruct? Changsheng was fearless. The Dalao sword embryo appeared in his hand, and the brilliant sword light slashed towards him. Seeing this, Honglian also stepped into the void. His body was surrounded by brilliant light, and he barely maintained his body shape with the help of the Suzaku Divine Bird. He activated the beast-taming talisman with all his strength to suppress the Void Kun, and then shot out the demon-hunting crossbow in his hand. Puff. Although this demon-hunting crossbow is only a 3rd-level magic weapon, the crossbow arrow is a disposable magic weapon inlaid with a 3rd-level demon pill. What's more, the body of the Void Kun had long been dilapidated under the sun's mysterious light, and was directly pierced. Under the attack of the yin-yang key great capture, the Dalao sword embryo, the beast-taming talisman, and the demon-hunting arrow, the Void Kun wailed and roared, gradually becoming powerless, and his body was pierced by the demon-binding lock, losing the power to resist, and dying. Changsheng did not capture it alive to avoid further twists and turns, and drove the Dalao sword embryo into its body to annihilate the last life of the Void Kun. After a few breaths, the eyes of Void Kun were completely dim, and the breath of life was cut off. At this moment, there was a wave of void ripples around Void Kun, and some crystals, corals, and spiritual materials could be seen rolling out. Huh? Changsheng immediately saw that this was Void Kun's death, and the space with him was broken, and the natural treasures inside rolled out. He immediately performed the yin-yang key great capture, rolled up all these natural treasures, and put them in his pocket to prevent them from being swept away by the turbulent flow of the void. Let's go. After doing this, Changsheng pulled the demon-binding chain, dragged Void Kun's body, and held Honglian's waist with one hand to leave Take Su. He had just activated the sun and moon 2 yin and yang Zhuangguang mirror, and his mana was almost dry, with very little left. He was completely supported by his blood and body, and could not cross Take Su. Now that Void Kun is dead, once the anchor point of the sun and moon 2 yin and yang Zhuangguang mirror disappears, the space crack will heal, and it will be difficult for him and Honglian to leave Take Su. Boom. As Changsheng and Honglian dragged the mountain-like Void Kun out of the void, the mysterious light of the sun that seemed to shine brightly on the world disappeared. The Immortal City monks opened their eyes as if they had just woken up from a dream, and the first thing they saw was the Void Kun in the sky, with a body full of holes, blood, and a burnt and dilapidated body. Then they saw the huge chain that penetrated the Void Kun and Changsheng dragging the chain. What's going on here? Is this the 4th-level Demon King just now? The 4th-level Demon King is dead? Impossible. Looking at the dead Void Kun, The Immortal City monks all seemed to be dreaming, and couldn't believe that this was a 4th-level demon king. This. Lu Qingshan looked at the dead Void Kun, his heart was horrified, and he was shocked beyond words. Others were not sure, but he had just felt the aura of the Void Kun and knew that this was definitely a 4th-level demon king. But in less than a cup of tea, the arrogant 4th-level demon king was blasted to death? Lu Qingshan looked towards the city lord's mansion, wanting to know what the blazing and fierce world-destroying divine light was. Success. The city lord's mansion, Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixiao looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy and shock. Even though they believed in Lu Changsheng and knew his plan, it was still hard to believe that the 4th-level demon king was killed. No wonder the leader became his Taoist partner. Nangguang Mili had guessed before that Lu Changshen and his leader became Taoist partners for more than just the promise of benefits. There were other reasons, such as strength. Now that she saw Lu Changsheng hunting the 4th-level demon king, she understood it instantly. Seeing Lu Changsheng standing in the void, with chaos all over his body, her phoenix eyes were charming and she wished she could rush up to hug Lu Changshen, be gentle, and express her love. Lu Changsheng ignored the eyes of others and looked down at Damangs. Now that the 4th-order demon king in the dark is dead, the beast tide should also be resolved quickly. However, before Lu Changsheng could take action, these demon kings sensed the death aura of the Void Kun and began to flee. Only the sea war shark and the octopus demon fish were still being dragged by the sea-splitting mysterious whale, fighting in the sea, setting off a tsunami. Bang! Lu Changsheng's body filled with infinite power broke through the layers of air and rushed into the sea, like a god or a demon, to help the sea-splitting mysterious whale. At this moment, even if he was unarmed, he was enough to kill the 3rd-order late demon king. What's more, these 2 demon kings were seriously injured by him and the sea-splitting mysterious whale before. In just a few rounds, Lu Changsheng and the sea-splitting mysterious whale killed the sea war shark and the octopus demon fish, and their auras were annihilated. As for the remaining 4 demon kings, Lu Changsheng remembered their auras through Taiyi's soul and prepared to settle the accounts later. After all, he had enough Void Kun, sea shark, and octopus demon fish to digest well. It would be a waste to kill 4 more demon kings as materials. As Lu Changsheng killed the sea shark and the octopus demon fish, everyone came to their senses and was convinced that the Void Kun in the sky was the 4th-level demon king before. For a time, the Immortal City was boiling. So, the city lord hunted down a 4th-level demon king. 2 3rd-level late-stage demon kings were ambushed and killed like this. Is this the strength of the city lord? Could it be that the city lord is a Yuanying's engine? The divine light just now should be a treasure. The city lord used the Immortal City formation to activate the treasure, burst out divine light, and killed the 4th-level demon king. Bombarding and killing the 4th-level demon king, the sky of Zhang Kingdom is about to change. Some people exclaimed loudly, some looked at each other in disbelief, and some were excited and trembling. After all, hunting down a 4th-level demon king is really amazing. It is beyond imagination. Although they were not able to witness the detailed process, they were lucky enough to experience this level of beast tide, which was enough to brag about. Now that the demon king has been subdued and the beast tide has receded, everyone can launch a counterattack and hunt demon beasts. Lu Changsheng said lightly, looking at the great dream fairy city in front of him. The early stage of the beast tide and the period after the beast tide receded are the hunting period for cultivators, and they can take this opportunity to hunt demon beasts. In this regard, Lu Changsheng will naturally not be stingy. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Congratulations to Lord City Lord and Lady City Lord for hunting the 4th-level demon king. Someone in the fairy city shouted, congratulations. However, Lu Changsheng did not have the leisure to enjoy these now. He raised his palm lightly, and his magic power rolled up the Void Kun and the raging sea shark. He and Honglian entered the city lord's mansion under the respectful and admiring looks of countless people. Cough cough cough. After entering the city lord's mansion, the blood and magic power of the 9 treasures Ruai bone on Lu Changsheng's chest retreated like a tide, his face turned pale, his breath rolled, and he coughed twice. Under normal circumstances, this level of outbreak would not affect him. But the previous activation of Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror still put a certain burden on him. Not only him, but also Honglian beside him turned pale after his mana faded, and his condition was even worse than Lu Changsheng. After all, not everyone has a physique like Lu Changsheng and possesses the innate magical power of the 9 treasures Ruai bone. Even if Honglian is a spiritual fetus, it will cost a certain price to improve her mana cultivation from the 6th level of Jinden to the 9th level of Jinden, and she will have to rest for a long time. Honglian, thank you for your hard work. Lu Changsheng said to Honglian. If Honglian had not been in charge of the formation and restrained the Void Kun, this battle would definitely not have been so smooth. My husband is too polite. Honglian smiled gently, and her gorgeous face was touching. Changsheng, my husband. Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio came immediately and looked at Lu Changsheng with concern. Sister Miaoj, Zixio. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife with gentle eyes. Before, Lu Miaoj passed all her magic power to him to help activate the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, and her face turned pale. Husband, are you okay? Nangguang Mili also rushed over, her eyes were shining. She looked at Lu Changsheng with affection, and rushed into his arms. If it were any other occasion, Lu Changsheng would not mind practicing and flirting with Nangguang Mili to stabilize his injuries. But looking at Honglian, Lu Miaoj, and Ling Zixio, who looked a little strange, he simply hugged Nangguang Mili, then let the latter go, coughed slightly and said, Mili, you go outside to watch, in case there are more demon kings attacking. Humph. Nangguang Mili was naturally in this posture on purpose. Hearing this, she snorted softly in a charming voice, and then said in a charming voice, Husband, you have a good rest. After that, she glanced at Ling Zixio lightly, and left with a graceful and enchanting figure. HMPH, Vixen. Ling Zixio had no good feelings towards Nangguang Mili, the outsider, and snorted coldly. Ahem, Zixio, I'll trouble you to watch the Immortal City formation. Lu Changsheng didn't respond to this, and said to Ling Zixio, and released the 3 treasures Avidar again. Although the 3 treasures Avidar is now in a weak state, and its combat power is only 1/10 of that, it is still no problem to preside over the situation just by showing up. Okay, my lord, you have a good rest. Ling Zixio knew that Lu Changsheng must have consumed a lot of energy just now by activating the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror, so he nodded in response. I'll watch too. Seeing this, Lu Miaoj went over with the 3 treasures Avidar as a deterrent. The Immortal City formation was released, and countless cultivators rushed out to hunt monsters, or wanted to pick up some dead monsters. However, the sea-splitting black whale was entrenched outside the Immortal City, biting the octopus demon fish with its huge mouth like a chaotic abyss, making these cultivators dare not go into the water to pick up leaks. They were afraid that the sea-splitting mysterious whale would be displeased and use them as a snack. After all, even if the sea-splitting mysterious whale ate them, they would have nowhere to seek justice. In addition to the cultivators who rushed to hunt the scattered monsters, the top forces of all parties sent people to spread the news of the Great Dream Fairy City today. Over the years, the Great Dream Fairy City, which has always been extremely low-key, suddenly showed the means of hunting the 4th-level Demon King. It was definitely a shocking news to the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. Especially the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects and the Heavenly Sword sect, they didn't know how to speak or comment for a while. Young City Lord. The garrison elder of the Heavenly Sword sect saw Lu Lingxiao and immediately went up to pay his respects. Before, he was giving Lu Lingxiao face, but after this battle, he subconsciously became more respectful to Lu Lingxiao. After all, the other party not only has a pair of parents who can hunt the 4th-level Demon King, but he himself is expected to break through the Jinden soon. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not dare to show off and treat the other party as a junior. When the beast tide came, my father naturally wanted to completely eradicate them, and he had no other intentions. Lu Lingxiao naturally knew what the fake Danzhenren of the Qingyun Sect wanted to ask, and he said directly in a deep voice. Father Lu Changsheng had said before that his family did not cause trouble, but they were never afraid of trouble. The Qingyun Sect, the overlord of Jiang State, should be treated properly, but there is no need to be too respectful. At this moment, a voice sounded in Lu Lingxiao's ears. Xiao, you can tell them that after the Hanja Fantasy Realm is over, our Daman Fairy City will hold a whale hunting banquet. The 4 major fairy gates of Jiang State and the Jinden cultivators can come to participate and exchange their cultivation experiences. At that time, our fairy city will release many rare natural materials and treasures for a trade fair, and invite you to come to exchange goods and trade. Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Lingxiao. It is estimated that it will not take long for the news of his hunting of the 4th level Demon King to spread throughout the Zhang State's cultivation world and even to the surrounding countries. This kind of thing, not to mention the distant future, the Qingyun Sect, as the overlord of Zhang State, will definitely not sit still. So Lu Changsheng thought, instead of waiting for the Qingyun Sect to test, it is better to take the initiative to invite the Qingyun Sect, the 4 major immortal gates, and the Qingyun Immortal City to come to the Daming Immortal City to show his attitude and temperament. Without knowing his own depth, the Yuanying's engine must not act rashly. Moreover, with the Immortal City array and the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang mirror, even if the Yuanying's engine takes action, Lu Changsheng is not afraid at all. And in this process, you can also hold a trade fair to sell some of your own natural materials and treasures to see if you can trade for some of the things you need. After all, at the level of Jianding Yuanying, most of the natural materials and treasures must be obtained by dealing with large forces and high-level cultivators. It is not that easy to just rely on the Immortal City to search and buy. In the early years, the Qingyun Sect held several high-level auctions or trade fairs, but Lu Changsheng either did not have time or had nothing to sell, so he did not participate. Now that the Hanja Fantasy Realm is about to open, after these people are done with their work, maybe I can get some unexpected gains. Wang Zhenren, after receiving the voice transmission, Lu Lingxiao immediately told the Qingyun Sect cultivator in front of him about this matter, hoping that he would tell others. Please rest assured, young city lord. The garrison elder of the Qingyun Sect responded with a smile. He has been in the Great Dream Fairy City for so many years, but he didn't see any situation. Now that such a big thing has happened, he doesn't know how to report it. Now that the Lord of the Great Dream City has taken the initiative to hold a banquet and invited his family, it is probably a frank banquet. City Lord's Mansion. Alice, time. Lu Changsheng looked at the corpse of the Voidkun in front of him and sighed. For him, what he lacks most now is time. Although he does not have the resources of the nascent soul, he has a lot of natural materials and treasures, and skills and magical powers. As long as he is given time, it is enough to raise his combat power to another level. Not to mention the Zhuangherong essence and the Brahma demon's true body, the corpse of the Voidkun in front of him can help him break through the Brahma demon true holy art and impact the 4th level body refining. Once the body refinement breaks through the 4th level, he will be completely fearless of the nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, it has only been a few years since the sea-splitting black whale was promoted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale. As long as he is promoted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale and settles down a little, he can attack the 4th level Demon King in one go. With a 4th level sea-splitting black dragon whale guarding the Damangs, and he himself has broken through the 4th level body refinement, as well as the Sun and Moon Yin-Yang mysterious light mirror, the entire Daming Fairy City will be as solid as an iron barrel and impeccable. Lu Changsheng did not count the harvest. He used the formation to seal the body of the Voidkun to prevent the spiritual inspiration from leaking, and then handed the body of the angry sea trident shark to the golden-winged Sky Pang. Although the latter did not contribute in this battle, Lu Changsheng naturally would not forget his little brother, and hoped that it would grow to the top of the 3rd level as soon as possible. Don't touch these parts, I will use them to refine weapons later. After Lu Changsheng gave a few instructions to the golden-winged Sky Pang, he and Hong Lian went to the cave to heal their injuries through dual cultivation. Chapter 658, Counting the Harvest, the Shock of the 4 Great Immortal Sects. When the 3 treasures incarnations and Lu Mayaoj were inspecting the fairy city, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingqi, and Lu Qingsong came over. Meet the immortal Changsheng. Immortal Mayaoj. When the other cultivators saw the two, they all saluted respectfully. Although the combat performance of Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj in the previous battle was only average. But now that the Lord of Daming City is hunting down the 4th level Demon King, the status of Lu Changsheng, the deputy city lord of the fairy city, has naturally risen. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly to these people, then looked at Lu Qingshan and asked, "How do you feel about facing the beast tide? The 4th level Demon King is so terrifying." Lu Qingshan said so. Before, when facing the 2 3rd-level late Demon Kings, the angry sea halberd shark and the octopus demon fish, he just felt terrible. But the moment the Voidkun appeared, he deeply realized the horror of the 4th-level Demon King. Just the aura, there is no power to fight back. Haha, there is a new level of cultivation. This Voidkun has just broken through the 4th level not long ago, and its innate magical powers have not been fully developed, otherwise it will be even more difficult to deal with. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Has it just broken through the 4th level not long ago? Lu Qingshan's eyes condensed slightly, and he inferred a bit of the combat power of the Yuanying's engine from the strength of this void kun. In the early stage, the monster relied on its flesh and tenacious vitality, and its combat power was slightly better than that of the cultivators of the same level. But at the Yuanying level, the magical powers possessed by the cultivators are far better than the demon kings, and they are no longer at a disadvantage, and even have certain advantages. Of course, at this level, the demon kings will also develop magical powers and refine magic weapons based on blood inheritance, skills and techniques, so the victory or defeat still depends on the foundation. Dad, I heard Ling Xiao say before that this fairy city belongs to us. At this time, Lu Qingshan expressed the doubts in his heart. Shouldn't you have a guess in your heart? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Guess. Lu Qingshan did have a guess in his heart, thinking that the lord of the great dream city was also his father. But why did 2 people appear? Incarnation? Isn't this too outrageous? Lu Qingqi looked at the 2 riddlers, and excitedly took her Aunt Lu Mayaoji's wrist and said, "And, what is the name of the spell you used before?" In the previous battle, she saw Lu Changsheng use the sun's destruction light, and recognized it as the spell that her brother Lu Qingxun used back then. But compared to the sun's destruction light, she prefers her aunt's Taindu robe. If she learns this magical power, she can call her brother out to punish evil and promote good in the future. This method is called the Taindu robe. Lu Mayaoj said gently. And, can I learn this spell? I saw my brother use this spell from my father before, and I want to learn this from you. Lu Qingqi said with hope on her face. Well, although the innate magical power can be analyzed and transformed into a magical skill when it is cultivated to a high level. But Lu Mayaoj can master this magical power entirely because Lu Changsheng condensed it for her with Tai Soul and Tai Life Water formula. This is a magical power. You can only practice it after you have reached the stage of forming a pill. When you break through the stage of forming a pill, Dad will teach you. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter. Forming a pill. When Lu Qingqi heard this, she was like a frost-bitten eggplant, and she lost interest. Although she has the potential to break through the stage of forming a pill at her age, she has no confidence at all. After all, according to what she has seen and heard, forming a pill requires not only talent, but also great opportunity, great perseverance, and great perseverance. Apart from her family background and good talent, she seems to be average in other aspects. Seeing his daughter's discouraged look, Lu Changsheng said with some regret, as long as you practice well on weekdays, it will be easy to form a pill in the future. Although this daughter only has a 4th grade spiritual root, under the influence of Lu Mayaohan, her body, meridians, and danshan are naturally tougher than others. If she works hard, there is still hope for forming a pill. Really? But it always feels so difficult. Lu Qingqi said. Although she knew that her father was very powerful, the living environment and the influence of what she saw and heard made her a very noble person in her heart. It's just a den, what's so difficult about it? As long as you practice hard and break through the 9th level of foundation building, you can make a crystal pill in the future. I will help you make a den spirit. Seeing his sister like this, Lu Qingshan, who was standing next to him, raised his short eyebrows and said directly. Hey, thank you, brother. I will definitely practice hard. Hearing this, Lu Qingqi immediately thanked her brother like a little fangirl, imagining herself becoming a Danzhenren in her mind, and she was excited. Lu Qingshan raised the corners of his mouth, and looked at Lu Qingsong, who looked older than him, and said, Qingsong, you too, spend more time on practice on weekdays. Although the crystal pill is rare. But with his strength, as long as he shines in the Liangai War, it is not difficult to get 2 or 3. Lu Qingsong smiled bitterly. If his sister Lu Qingqi still has the hope of Dan in the future, he, with his 7th grade spiritual roots, basically cannot hope to make a Dan. But he still whispered to Lu Qingshan, thank you for your kindness, brother. Seeing Lu Qingsong like this, Lu Changsheng patted him on the shoulder and motioned him to go and count the situation of the major islands under the beast tide attack. Although the main attack of this beast tide invasion was borne by the Great Dream Fairy City, some beast tides would still affect the surrounding areas and cause damage. Qingsong, I will go with you. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan went with Lu Qingsong to prevent him from getting into danger, and they could also hunt some monsters in the process. At this time, Lu Changsheng sent a message to his son Lu Lingxiao. Xiao, you and Dahi go to salvage the corpses and crystal cores of the monsters that were killed before, and then go to the Great Dream Lake with Dahi to clean up all the natural treasures in the monster caves and nests. Compared with the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the biggest disadvantage of the vast sea of the Great Dream Lake is that it is very troublesome to clean up the battlefield. For example, the remains of the dead monsters before sank into the sea. Moreover, the caves and nests of these monsters are all in the deep sea. Even if you have the sea-splitting mysterious whale, it will take a lot of time and energy to clean them up. Yes, father. Lu Lingxiao, who was busy, heard the words and immediately looked over and responded. Lu Wangshu, who was with him, saw that Lu Lingxiao was going out of the city, and immediately asked what was going on, and then rushed to find Lu Changsheng. Dad, I'm going with Lingxiao. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's hopeful look and said with some amusement, okay, then you and Xiao can go together. Dad, should I cover up my identity, such as changing to the eldest princess of the fairy city? Lu Wangshu knew to avoid suspicion and said obediently and sensibly. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine for Lu Wangshu to go with Lu Lingxiao, the young city lord. But it would be better to cover up a little when going out with a sea-splitting, mysterious whale. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment, handed a jade pendant to his daughter, and said, in this case, you should cover up a little. Okay. Lu Wangshu immediately took the jade pendant and changed his appearance skillfully. In the world of immortal cultivation, disguise is a necessary skill for every cultivator. Lu Wangshu had been in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for so many years before, so he naturally knew this skill. After finishing, the brother and sister, under the looks of surprise and awe from countless people, dived into the deep sea with a sea-splitting black whale and began to salvage the crystal core of the corpse. Seeing that the immortal city began to clean up the aftermath in an orderly manner, Lu Changsheng devoted himself to the dual cultivation with Honglian. A few days later, Lu Changsheng got up from the bed in high spirits and put on his robes. His chaotic body's self-healing ability is abnormal. The slight sequelae caused by the previous activation of the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror have almost recovered. This made Lu Changsheng realize that with the help of the immortal city formation, he could burst out with all his strength, and even the old-fashioned nascent soul cultivators could be killed. Honglian, you should rest well. Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian, who was lying on the bed, with fairy skin and jade bones and graceful curves, and said in a gentle voice. Although Honglian's body was a little limp, it can be seen that her complexion was much better than before. However, her spirit body was not as abnormal as Lu Changsheng's, and she needed to rest for a long time before she could fully recover. After Lu Changsheng walked out of the cave, he tapped his hands and dropped a pile of materials in front of him. It was the realm of the void kun that rolled down before. The situation was urgent at that time, and he did not check it in detail. 1, 2, 3. Tisk, 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 a full 7 void crystals. Lu Changsheng saw the silver-white void crystals with space fluctuations at first sight. In his early years, he obtained 3 void crystals from the CI nest that void kun had seized. A large piece of it was used to upgrade the Wuxian Baolin, and 1 piece was traded to Qingyun Sect. Only 1 piece was left in his hand to comprehend the power of the void. Now that he has obtained 7 void crystals, he can not only use them to exchange objects with Yuanying cultivators, but also to condense the realm. After all, before, relying on himself to shatter the vacuum, absorb the fragments of the void, and condense the realm, Lu Changsheng was directly paralyzed. Apart from the void crystal, there were only a few remaining spiritual materials, the sea marrow crystal, which Lu Changsheng felt was good, and the other values were average. It can only be said that this void kun was promoted to the 4th level too quickly, and its foundation is not enough. It would be great if I could cultivate a void kun to condense the void crystal. Lu Changsheng looked at the void crystal in his hand and sighed. He got up and went to the backyard hall. The golden-winged skypeng was still eating the angry sea halberd shark. It can only be said that this kind of sea beast is huge and very durable. Lu Changsheng looked at the corpse of the void kun sealed by the formation. Although under the power of the sun's mysterious light, the epidermis and flesh were severely damaged. But fortunately, Lu Changsheng stopped in time, and there were still some intact places that could be used to refine the 4th level talisman skin. The Daluo sword embryo appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand, and he carefully cut off the kun skin that could be used to make talisman skin. Then, A round and crystalline blue demon pill that exuded the power of the void appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand. Holding this demon pill, the spatial origin of Lu Changsheng's chaotic body actually began to throb inexplicably. With this demon pill, not only can I comprehend the power of the void and absorb the fragments of the void with half the effort, but my ethereal body is also expected to go one step further and be completed. Lu Changsheng looked delighted. He was able to quickly comprehend the power of the void, which was inseparable from the opportunity of the ethereal body. If he could find a way to refine the void origin of this 4th level demon pill, or refine it into a top level magic weapon to nourish himself, he would be able to complete his ethereal body. The golden-winged Skypeng not far away saw this demon pill, and his golden vertical pupils were full of desire. Lu Changsheng ignored its gaze and put this demon pill into the brocade box, intending to use it later to refine the embryo of the spirit treasure, or comprehend the power of space. However, looking at the eager eyes of the golden-winged Skypeng, he still gave him some flesh and blood. After all, the sea-splitting black whale had tasted the 4th level demon pill and the 4th level stone dragon heart, and the golden-winged Skypeng had never tasted a good one. After finishing, Lu Changsheng did not dissect again. He planned to use the blood of the sky demon of this voidcun and the essence of the origin to practice the Brahma demon true saint art. If he continued to dissect, it would cause too much damage and cause the loss of the original spirituality. It's a pity that Ping'an is not at home, otherwise I would give Ping'an the essence of the origin of this voidcun to break through, which would be more cost-effective. Lu Changsheng thought of his eldest son Lu Ping'an. The latter had previously broken through the 3rd stage of physical training, which was enough to withstand the essence of the 4th level Demon King. If with the help of this essence of the origin, the 100 refining treasure body art broke through the 12th level and reached the quasi-4th level, he could directly impact the 4th level physical training. Should I practice first, or go and see how Ping'an is doing? Thinking of his son Lu Ping'an, Lu Changsheng paused slightly. If it weren't for the beast tide, he would have gone to Yuanwu to find his son Lu Ping'an. After all, the Yuanying's possession and successive breakthroughs still made him a little worried. But now that the situation in the Immortal City is so serious, if he leaves, he is really worried. Moreover, even if the corpse of the Voidcun is sealed by a formation, it is inevitable that the spiritual energy will be lost. System. Lu Changsheng opened the system and glanced at his son Lu Ping'an's interface. His lifespan was fine. After thinking for a moment, he decided to practice first and wait until Honglian's injury healed. With Honglian in charge of the Great Dream Fairy City, it would be fine unless Yuanying's engine took action. Besides, things in the Hanja fantasy realm were very hot now. The two Henjins of the Qingyun Sect and Qingyun's Henjin were probably not in Jiangguo, but went to the endless desert to wait for the secret realm to open. Lu Changsheng did not practice in seclusion right away. He first helped Lu Miaoj to warm up her body and restore her mana, and then told her and Lingzixio that he would practice in seclusion for a while. The two of them would be fully responsible for anything in the fairy city, and they would notify him if anything happened. Don't worry, my dear. Lingzixio's hair was tied up high, her appearance was dignified and beautiful, and she smiled elegantly. After explaining the matter, Lu Changsheng came to the hall in the backyard. His eyes fell on the corpse of the Voidcun in front of him, and then entered its huge body. Passing through various blood vessels and organs, looking at the heart that was still full of vigor, Lu Changsheng raised his hand and cut a crack. Puff! The hot blood gushed out like a spring. Under normal circumstances, practicing Brahma Demon True Saint art does not require such a magic way. But in order to maximize the benefits, Lu Changsheng chose to practice directly next to the heart of the body of the Voidcun. Boom! Brahma Demon True Saint art was running, and countless fine golden Sanskrit and black and strange magic patterns appeared on Lu Changsheng's body. The two auras intertwined with each other, as if the Buddha demon god was always in his body, chanting for him, guarding his god, and began to refine the blood of the sky demon of the Voidcun. At the same time, a three-headed and six-armed Buddha demon phantom appeared, sometimes chanting the dignified Buddhist chanting, and constantly heard the roar of millions of demons, gloomy and terrifying, helping Lu Changsheng to refine the essence of the Voidcun. Just as Lu Changsheng began to practice in seclusion, the news that the lord and his wife of Daming City had hunted down a fourth-order demon king spread throughout Damings and spread to the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. What? Hunting down a fourth-order demon king? The Immortal City has changed its owner. The new lord and his wife worked together to not only repel the beast tide, but also hunt down a 4th-order demon king and 2 3rd-order late-stage demon kings. Could it be that the Lord of Daming City is also a Yuanying true lord, like the true Lord Qingyun? It turns out that the golden divine light that illuminated the world before came from the Lord of the city. Too terrible. The sky of Jiang Kingdom is about to change. This news was so shocking that the entire Damangs was in an uproar, and countless people talked about it. After all, the news of hunting down a 4th-order demon king was earth-shattering. The shocking news spread quickly, and all major forces sent people to garrison Daming Immortal City. The 4 major immortal sects sent the news back to their own sects through secret treasures as soon as possible. The Lord of the Great Dream City cultivates both his body and spirit, has a quasi-4th-level spirit beast, and possesses a top-level treasure. He and the Lord's wife hunted the 4th-level void kun. When the heads of the 4 major immortal sects received this news, they were all speechless and shocked. If the news was not extremely urgent and they knew that their garrison elders could not use fake information, they simply could not believe it. Whether it was the strength of the Lord of the Great Dream City, the quasi-4th-level spirit beast, the 4th-level beast tide, or the top-level treasure, hunting the 4th-level demon king, every piece of news was shocking. It's a troubled time. It's really a troubled time. Is it really the saying that heroes emerge in troubled times? Now the world of immortal cultivation is about to be in chaos, and it will also usher in a brilliant and dazzling time. First it was a Qingyun's Henjin, then a Yangming's Henren, and now it's a Lord of the Great Dream City. What happened to Jiang Kingdom? Has it finally affected Jiang Kingdom? The heads of the 4 major immortal sects of Jiang Kingdom usually come into contact with a lot of news. Knowing that the southern wilderness cultivation world has long been turbulent and undercurrents are surging, Jiang State is relatively stable due to its relatively good geographical location. But now the emergence of amazing beings indicates that Jiang State will not be peaceful. What is the origin of the 2 city lords of the Great Dream Fairy City? The head of Qingyun looked at the information on the jade slip in his hand, his eyes deep in thought. The information in his hand not only recorded the general situation of the Great Dream City Lord and his wife hunting the 4th-level Demon King, but also a piece of information about Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj. It means that the 2 are also in the Great Dream Fairy City, and the magical power of the 2 practicing together is somewhat similar to the magic weapon of the Great Dream City Lord. It is suspected that the relationship between Lu Changsheng and the Great Dream City Lord and his wife is not so simple, and there may be some origins. It seems that this matter is somewhat true. That is why the Great Dream City Lord is willing to give the Fairy City to Lu Changsheng when he leaves in the future, so Lu Changsheng is so dedicated to the Fairy City. The head of Qingyun secretly guessed in his heart. He has dealt with Lu Changsheng several times and knows that the latter currently spends most of his time and energy on the Great Dream Fairy City. The other party also said that in the future, when the Lord and his wife of Daming City leave Jiang State, he will be the first heir of the Immortal City. At this moment, the head of Qingyun was somewhat glad that he had chosen to make further friends with Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, it would be bad to offend Daming Immortal City for nothing. However, after thinking for a while, he still came to Qingyun Peak and asked Xiao Ziyu if she knew about Daming Immortal City. He said that after Lu Changsheng came back, he would invite the other party to come to Qingyun Hall, and he had something to talk to him about. Qingyun Sect. After receiving this news, the head of Qingyun looked solemn. After being shocked for a long time, he reported this news to the Absolute Sword Master who was in charge of the sect. A quasi 4th level monster, a top treasure, hunting a 4th level monster king. Even though Absolute Sword Master was a Yuanying cultivator, he couldn't help but be shocked and moved when he saw this news. Void Kun is a very rare space monster that controls the power of the void. It is difficult to keep such a monster if it wants to escape. Therefore, the gold content of hunting the 4th level Demon King in the Great Dream Fairy City is extraordinary, which means that this treasure is enough to threaten the Yuanying cultivators, and even the Yuanying spirit body. I don't know if the treasure in this person's hands is a top-level spiritual treasure or a one-time secret treasure. The eyes of the Supreme Sword Master were deep, and he thought to himself, if the treasure of this Great Dream City Lord is like the 10,000 Ghosts blood pool of the Yinming Ghost Sect, then it will be very difficult to deal with. As long as the opponent sits in the Fairy City, relying on the Fairy City formation and this treasure, even the Yuanying Master is not an opponent, and may even fail. If it is just a one-time treasure, then the threat will be greatly reduced. But he prefers the former. If it is just a one-time secret treasure, The opponents should not dare to be so ostentatious and use it openly. Or, they just want the demon pill and materials of this void kun. The Yuanying cultivator has initially mastered the power of the void. Therefore, the materials of Zukong Kun's demon pill are very valuable to Yuanying's engine. Not only can they help him better master the power of the void, but they can also refine space magic weapons and improve his combat power. After thinking for a long time, Zhenjin Jujian looked at the head of Qingyun Sect and said, Tijian, send someone to reply to the Lord of Damning City, saying that our Qingyun Sect will definitely be present at the whale hunting banquet. Although this news was very shocking, it made him a little restless. But Zhenjin Zuanjian went to the Endless Desert not long ago to wait for the opening of Hanja Fantasy Realm. He now needs to stay in the sect, and it is impossible for him to visit the Lord of Damning Fairy City. Besides, he has already taken the initiative to hold the banquet, saying that after the end of Hanja Fantasy Realm, he will hold a banquet. There is no need for him to rush over immediately to make people unhappy. Yes. The head of Qingyun Sect bowed and responded. It is best to wait for Zhenjin Zuanjian to come back before talking about this kind of thing. Zhenjin Zuanjian not only has amazing combat power, but also has prestige and knows the art of divination. By then, the situation of the two new city lords can also be inferred through the battle situation and clues. Just when the news that the 4th level Demon King was hunted by the Lord of Damning City in Jiang State was shocking. Liang State, Beast God Mountain. Yaoyu Temple. Your Highness, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I am willing to be your dog. A burly middle-aged man with rune chains wrapped around his body knelt on the stone platform, looking at the woman in front of him, and said with fear. Following the man's gaze, you can see a pair of crystal white, powerful and slender legs. This pair of beautiful legs is a masterpiece, unparalleled in the world. Not only is it long and beautiful, full of power, but it is also as warm as white jade, with smooth and graceful lines, and every curve is just right. It is simply difficult to look away at a glance. The owner of this pair of beautiful legs, whether intentionally or unintentionally, only wears a dark purple short skirt on the lower body, showing off her beautiful legs generously. You are worthy of being a dog. The owner of the beautiful legs was tall and agile, with revealing clothes, and only a dark purple tube top on her upper body. Her white arms were soft, round, yet powerful, flat, tight, smooth, and delicate, and her belly with beautiful curves was exposed, showing everything. Although her chest was wrapped in a purple tube top, it was very proud and eye-catching, as if she wanted to break free. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of her who was entangled in rune chains, she snorted disdainfully, swept out her beautiful legs, and the dark purple glow surged, kicking the other party to spit blood and fly out. You are. Then, the woman raised her chin slightly, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered 2 words. Her exquisite and beautiful face was full of publicity, nobility and pride. Roar. The dark purple wolf standing not far away roared and pounced on the middle-aged man. When the woman saw this scene, her tongue licked her red lips lightly, and her eyes were cold and deep, making her beautiful face more charming. Then she turned around and walked away, swaying her slender and charming body. Her long purple hair fluttered, and she looked wild and unruly. Your Highness the Saint. Just as she walked out of the hall, a subordinate came to report. As soon as he knelt down and saw the peerless legs of his own saint, he couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth, and then he quickly looked away and said respectfully, Your Highness the Saint, I have collected a piece of news. A Jiandan family named Xianfulu in Jiang Country has cultivated a 3rd-level Yaoyu wolf. This wolf is suspected to have reverted to its ancestral bloodline or mutated. It broke through the 3rd level in less than 100 years, and its combat power is amazing. Chapter 659, The enemy from Liang Kingdom is coming, a true spiritual calamity. Bloodline reversion, less than 100 years, breakthrough to the 3rd level. The long-legged, wild and unruly saint heard the words, licked her lips with a slender scarlet tongue, and her beautiful eyes showed some interest. She had never heard of this Xianfulu family, most likely a small force. It is almost impossible for such a force to train a Yaoyu wolf to the 3rd level in 100 years. So this monster beast definitely has a chance problem. What's the situation with this Xianfulu family? Is the information true? The Yaoyu saint was very tall, with sharp and deep eyes, shining with a cold luster, looking down at the subordinates kneeling in front of her and asking. Reporting to Her Highness the Saint, the Xianfulu family is a newly promoted Jiandan family in Jiang State. The ancestor is named Lu Changsheng, also known as Changsheng's Henrun. According to my investigation, this news is most likely true, but the situation of bloodline reversion and mutation needs to be confirmed by sending people to Jing State. This subordinate knew that his saint was very concerned about the matter of Yaoyu Xianlang, so after it was confirmed, he rushed to report it as soon as possible to avoid being robbed of the credit. Changsheng's Henrun. When the saint of Yaoyu heard this Taoist name, she couldn't help but sneered. Although this Taoist name has excellent meaning and lofty ambitions, there are too many people who call this Taoist name, and most of them died young during the practice. Over time, this Taoist name is considered unlucky. However, it is normal for a giant and cultivator from a newly promoted family to call himself this Taoist name. After all, the more remote and poor the places, the more ignorant people are, and the more they like to make their Taoist names loud and clear. But for such a newly promoted and impoverished small family to have cultivated a phantom moon wolf to the 3rd level in less than 100 years is even more extraordinary. Unless he used some secret method to burn the potential of life, this phantom moon wolf is definitely not just a simple bloodline mutation and reversion. As the Yuanying seed of the Beast God Mountain, the top genius, and the one who cultivated a phantom moon wolf, she naturally has a deep understanding of beast control. Knowing that ordinary bloodline reversion and mutation will never allow a phantom moon wolf to grow to the 3rd level in 100 years. Either use the secret beast control technique to promote birth and overdraw the bloodline potential, or the bloodline reversion breaks the limit, or obtain some bloodline treasure. As for feeding the 2nd level monster beast with the 3rd level beast Yuandan and the 3rd level monster pill, this method of returning to nature is not considered by her at all. Even if she is the Yuanying seed of the Beast God Mountain, she can't be so extravagant, let alone a newly promoted giant family. Okay, I will send someone to investigate this matter. If it is true, there will be a huge reward," said the Holy Lady of Yaoyu in a majestic and magnetic voice. Although she was very concerned about the cultivation of Yaoyu Heavenly Wolf, it was impossible for her to travel thousands of miles from Liangguo to Jiangguo for a piece of news. Not to mention that the Hanja Fantasy Realm was about to open, and she needed to perform patrol missions. Even if she had time, it was impossible to risk crossing the country and sneaking into Jiangguo. After saying that, she took out a bottle of elixir from the storage ring and gave it to the subordinate in front of her, motioning him to retreat, and then crushed a jade token. After a long time, a figure wearing a dark mask and dark tight soft armor came. "Your Highness." The Holy Lady of Yaoyu was not only the Yuanying seed of the Beast God Mountain, but also the direct descendant of the Yuanying Zhenjin of the Beast God Mountain. So after showing her amazing talent, the family trained several personal guards for her. In the future, if they break through the nascent soul stage or become the head of the sect, they can rely on this direct power to control the Beast God Mountain, and have enough deterrence and voice. Yinger, I received a message that the Xianfulu family of Jiangguo has cultivated a 3rd level Yaoyu wolf with its blood returning to its ancestral stage. Go and see how much of the Yaoyu wolf has awakened its heavenly wolf bloodline, and see how that Lu Changsheng has cultivated this wolf to the 3rd level in 100 years. If it is true, bring this Yaoyu wolf back. The Saint of Yaoyu said to her personal guard, and gave her a 3rd level Yuling ring. Although her personal guard only has the cultivation level of the initial stage of Jinden, she is proficient in assassination, and can attack and kill even Jinden cultivators. This Xianfulu family is just a newly promoted Jinden family, and the Yaoyu wolf has only broken through the 3rd level, so it is enough for her to go. Moreover, the Yuling ring she gave is extraordinary, and has the effect of taming and enslaving the 3rd level Demon King. Even if the Yaoyu wolf's bloodline returns to its ancestral stage and mutates, this ring can be used to enslave and suppress it. Yes, Your Highness. Yinger took the Imperial Spirit Ring, bowed with a firm and powerful look in her eyes. Her body, tightly wrapped in the dark soft armor, was beautifully curved, with convex and concave shapes. Her slender waist was gently bent down, swaying like a willow branch, both delicate and beautiful, and tough and powerful. Then the whole person seemed to turn into a shadow and disappeared. Let's go. After finishing her work, the Holy Lady of Yaoyu called out to the Heavenly Wolf on the stone platform in the distance. Roar. The Heavenly Wolf of Yaoyu roared immediately, like a dark purple lightning flying over. The Holy Lady of Yaoyu stepped lightly, and her figure landed lightly on the mighty and strong body of the Heavenly Wolf of Yaoyu. The white, slender, powerful and smooth legs formed a sharp contrast with the dark purple hair of the heavenly wolf of Yaoyu, which was set off by the flawless whiteness and extremely moving. As time passed, the news about the Great Dream Fairy City gradually spread throughout the Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world. Although this kind of thing was extremely shocking, it did not have much impact on ordinary cultivators. After all, no matter how amazing the events in the world of immortal cultivation are, they have nothing to do with them who earn a few or dozens of spirit stones a month. Many cultivators are paying attention to the situation in Damangs and are considering settling in Damangs to establish family power. First, Damangs is more stable than Juxiao Immortal City and Qingyun Immortal City. Now that they have experienced the 4th level beast tide, there should be no disasters in the next 100 years. Second, during this beast tide, there must be many islands and spiritual veins attacked by monsters, or cultivators died. At this time, not to mention becoming an island owner, it is still relatively simple to find a spiritual vein dojo and practice in a cave. Third, Damang Immortal City has a Yuanying level combat power, so there is no need to worry about safety. Moreover, after experiencing this beast tide, the prices of monster materials in Damangs will be lowered, and maybe some resources can be obtained. Lord of Damang City, Hunt the 4th level Demon King. However, some high-level cultivators were terrified when they heard the news. For example, one who's Hunran, who challenged the Lord of Damang City in his early years. As the person involved, he realized at the time that the Lord of Damang City had extraordinary combat power. But he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder whether he should go to Damang Fairy City to give gifts and congratulations, or just run away from Zhang State. But now the undercurrents in the southern wilderness cultivation world are surging, and it is far less stable than Zhang State. After thinking for a long time, thinking that he had already given all his belongings as compensation, he gave up the idea of congratulations. At most, he would stay away from the place where the Lord of Damang City appeared in the future. Damang Fairy City. Ling Xiao, who was originally preparing to retreat, has been busy again these days, taking charge of the affairs of the fairy city. According to Lu Qingsong's statistics, this beast tide had a great impact on Damangs, and more than a dozen islands suffered heavy damage. Not only the beast tide, but also the robbery repair took the opportunity to cause chaos. Faced with this situation, Ling Xiao immediately arranged for the law enforcement team to kill the robbery repair, and issued an order that all island forces must not have disputes and conflicts within 10 years. Under normal circumstances, if there are major casualties in the jurisdiction, they will choose to recuperate. That day, Lu Lingxiao and Lu Wangshu returned to the Great Dream Fairy City on the sea-splitting, mysterious whale. Under the awe of countless people, they flew towards the city lord's mansion. Seeing Lu Wangshu, who was wearing a gilded and luxurious dress and a gilded mask, everyone guessed her identity. They thought, could this be the daughter of the city lord? Mother. Auntie. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, the two saw Ling Xiao and immediately shouted, "Xiao, Wangshu, you are back? How was the harvest?" Ling Xiao knew that the two had been cleaning up the harvest with a sea-splitting mysterious whale for the past few months. He smiled elegantly and was dignified and graceful. "The harvest is very rich. My sister Wangshu and I can't fit it in our stored rings. Most of it is placed in Daoyi's stomach. There are still many crystal ores that can't be put in, so we have to give it up," Lu Lingxiao said. Although he and Lu Wangshu both have stored rings and multiple storage bags. But the harvest of this trip is too much. Moreover, the corpses and bones of the monsters, crystal ores, sea stones, etc. are very heavy and take up space, so the storage bags can't hold much. Call Qingsong and the others later and use the storage box to move the items. Ling Xiao knew that Lu Wangshu was a money grubber, so he must have brought back all the valuable gains. "Okay." Lu Xiao nodded and asked, "Mom, is Dad home?" "Your dad is in seclusion, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao saw that his son had something to ask Lu Changsheng. Dahui said that he felt that his bloodline was about to break the limit and be promoted, but he needed to go through the true spirit tribulation, so he was going to the CI to go through the tribulation, and wanted to ask Dad if it was convenient now. Lu Lingxiao said so. True spirit tribulation. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes were a little surprised. She knew that the bloodline of demon beasts was divided into low level, middle level, high level, earth level, heaven level, and the legendary true spirit bloodline. But she didn't know how the bloodline of demon beasts could be promoted to the true spirit level. She didn't know what the true spirit tribulation was. Well, we don't know either. Dahui said that his bloodline has almost reached the limit and must go through the true spirit tribulation to be promoted. Lu Lingxiao said. He and Lu Wangshu also just learned that the blood of demon beasts need to pass the tribulation to be promoted to the true spirit level. I will send a message to your father right now. Lu Changsheng said during his retreat that he would send a message to him if there was anything. The black whale of the sea splitting wanted to pass the tribulation to be promoted to the true spirit bloodline. In Ling Zixiao's view, this was definitely a top priority. In the backyard hall of the city lord's mansion, in the corpse of the Void Kun, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, with Buddha light and magic patterns flowing on his body. The life essence of the Void Kun, the original essence, was like a rushing river, taking shape around him, like a kun fish, roaring and roaring, attacking his body, and then being refined into a group of red clouds, steaming up, nourishing his flesh and internal organs. Lu Changsheng's blood rumbled, and the whole person was both dignified and seemed to be filled with endless evil and cruelty, giving people a sense of contradiction and conflict, but also incomparably harmonious, as if yin and yang were alternating, mysterious and mysterious. The practice of Brahma Demon True Saint Art not only requires the dual cultivation of Buddha and demon, but also requires the balance of Buddha and demon to be maintained after the practice, and the state of mind is like Buddha and demon. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng has the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. With the help of the effect of controlling all methods, he uses the Yin-Yang way to control the true meaning of Buddha and demon, otherwise it would be difficult to pass the test in terms of character. At this moment, Lu Changsheng felt something in his heart, opened his eyes, and the pupils slowly rotated in a swastika, and the devil flames burned again. Does the sea-splitting mysterious whale need to go through the true spirit tribulation to advance? Looking at Ling Zixiao's letter, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Not to mention that Lu Lingxiao and Ling Zixiao and others are not clear about the true spirit tribulation. Even he didn't know that the sea-splitting mysterious whale had to go through the tribulation to advance to the sea-splitting mysterious dragon whale. This was too sudden. However, the opponent's promotion speed was much faster than he expected. Without delay, Lu Changsheng got up and walked out of the body of the Void Kun. Take a look. It can be seen that the body of the Void Kun is much shriveled and dim compared to before. It is estimated that when he finishes practicing the Brahma Demon True Saint Art, he will be completely turned into debris. If you don't use the demon pill, it's even a bit reluctant. The essence of the demon beast lies in the demon pill. Lu Changsheng plans to use the demon pill of the Void Kun to refine the embryo of the spiritual treasure, replenish his own ethereal body origin, and cultivate the realm. So this Void Kun, which has just broken through the 4th level, is even a little bit lacking in his opinion. He performed a cleaning technique and came to the hall. My dear Dad, Ling Zixiao, Lu Lingxiao, and Lu Wangshu were waiting here. Okay, I'll arrange this. Lu Changsheng said directly, and then communicated with the sea-splitting black whale through his soul, asking it about the true spirit tribulation, whether it was sure. The sea-splitting black whale immediately said that there was no problem with the tribulation. His bloodline has reached the critical point, and the 2-headed dragon demon pill, the 4th level stone dragon heart, and the 8-clawed demon fish in his body have not been completely digested. With the help of the true spirit tribulation, they can be completely refined. But there must be a good environment to cross the tribulation. For it, the best environment at present is the Sea Eye of Damangs. But there will be other monsters in the Sea Eye. Under normal circumstances, it is not afraid, but it will be very troublesome if sea beasts come to make trouble during the tribulation. So in addition to reporting, it also hopes that Lu Changsheng can take action to help it protect the law. Since you are sure, let's go. Lu Changsheng nodded in response when he heard this. However, when calling the golden-winged Sky Pang, he thought about it and released 3 gourds of blood essence from the Void Kun. When the sea-splitting black whale needs it, it can be used as a big medicine. Are you sure there is no problem with the tribulation? Lu Changsheng confirmed again and again. If the latter feels that the tribulation is dangerous, he can help it collect some heaven and earth spiritual materials in the next time, refine 1 or 2 magic weapons to help it cross the tribulation, and healing pills. After all, he spent so much thought and energy to finally cultivate it to the point of bloodline promotion. If the tribulation fails and falls under the heavenly tribulation, Lu Changsheng is afraid that he will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Master, don't worry. The Black Sea Whale was full of confidence, saying that his breakthrough was a natural result, not relying on burning blood to break the limit. Okay. After confirmation, Lu Changsheng nodded. But before leaving, Lu Changsheng, his son Lu Lingxiao, and his daughter Lu Wangshu moved out all the harvest from the Black Sea Whale's body. With his Xianun Bao Huang Lotus, Qiankan Bening Belt, and Wuxian Baolin, it was much easier to move the treasures of heaven and earth. Tisk 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 tisk. Lu Changsheng looked at the miscellaneous, various monster corpses, monster cores, crystal ores, and spiritual medicines, and couldn't help but sigh. Although most of them are first level and second level, there are only a few third level ones. But when the amount reaches a certain level, it is also very terrifying. Lu Changsheng estimated that the total value of these miscellaneous corpse materials is millions of spirit stones. However, with the current situation of the Lu family, there is no need to sell them to the outside world. Special monster cores can be used to refine foundation building pills. Monster corpses can not only be used as talisman materials, but also as refining materials, puppet materials, etc. Now the puppets of the Lu family are no longer limited to the early years, when puppets could only be made based on his drawings. They can be designed and made according to materials, such as the skeletons of monsters. However, this kind of puppet takes more time and energy, and is not as simple and convenient as the assembly line. Zixio, thank you for your hard work in statistics and cleaning. I will go out with Dahui. After Lu Changsheng moved all the materials to hall in the city lord's mansion, he said to Ling Zixio. Okay. Ling Zixio smiled and responded. Dad, what does the true spirit tribulation look like? How about you take me to broaden my horizons? Lu Wangshu said when he saw his father and Dahui preparing to go to the CI to cross the tribulation. The common tribulation in the world of immortal cultivation is the Yuanying heaven tribulation of the cultivator, or the transformation heaven tribulation of the monster. This CI is deep in the Great Dream Lake. It suppresses the magic power and consciousness. You have experienced it before. Moreover, the greatest danger of this kind of true spirit tribulation is not the heaven tribulation itself, but when Dahui's bloodline is promoted, it will attract the covetousness of other monster kings, so it is very likely to be dangerous. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter. This was not something he made up, but was based on Dahui's introduction of the true spirit tribulation and his speculation about the heavenly tribulation. Honglian had said that for a giant and cultivator to break through to the nascent soul stage, it was also important to have the right time, right place, and right people, as well as good luck. If the environment is not good, or if the luck is bad, and someone comes to disrupt the nascent soul stage, or the enemy takes revenge, then the breakthrough will inevitably be seriously affected. Just like the supreme elder of the Qingyun Ghost Sect. It took him decades to break through to the nascent soul stage, from the time he spread the rumor to the time he actually broke through. In the end, he took advantage of the power of the Liang Kingdom and consumed the essence of the treasure, 10,000 ghosts blood pool, before he broke through to the nascent soul stage under the interference of the Qingyun Sect. There was also the absolute sword master. His cultivation should have been able to break through to the nascent soul stage long ago. But in order to be safe and condense a better quality nascent soul, he waited until the Qiangyun secret realm appeared before he quietly broke through. Monsters are about the survival of the fittest, and cannibalism is very serious. The breakthrough of the sea-splitting black whale indicated that the heavenly tribulation would not be too dangerous, so Lu Changsheng naturally speculated in this direction. Okay. Lu Wangshu knew the seriousness of the matter. Upon hearing this, he immediately told his father to be careful along the way and wished Dahui a successful tribulation. Wait until Dahui breaks through the 4th level, then you can have a good time. Lu Changsheng had promised to lend the sea-splitting mysterious whale to his daughter before, but in recent years, the sea-splitting mysterious whale has been sleeping most of the time, digesting the two-headed dragon demon pill. So the trip was postponed. Thank you, Daddy. Although Lu Wangshu had been postponed by his father for many years, he could still understand. This time, Lu Changsheng not only prepared the materials for the formation, but also brought the sun and moon to yin and yang mysterious light mirror. Anyway, for things like tribulation, it is better to be prepared and safe. A month and a half later, Lu Changsheng rode the sea-splitting mysterious whale to the CI of Damangs. This CI was occupied by a 3rd-level late demon king. Alice, I really don't want to kill. Lu Changsheng sighed. But in order to avoid being driven away now, and then calling a mate to come for revenge, Lu Changsheng could only commit the killing precept, and the Daluo sword embryo in his hand was unsheathed. After a long time. So poor. Lu Changsheng looked at the scattered crystal ore in the CI's nest and shook his head. But it's normal to think about it. These demon kings basically come from the Qingzhu Sea. It's probably because they are not doing well, or they are driven away by others and fled here, so they haven't accumulated any wealth. Immediately, Lu Changsheng arranged the formation on the CI side. It's not a forbidden formation, but a third-level formation that conceals the key, gathers spirits, heals injuries, and defends. Although Lu Changsheng is a top-level third-level formation master. But the amount of work for a forbidden formation is not something that one person can complete. Just like when Qingzhu Mountain arranged a second-level formation, it took more than a year for many people to start the construction. It took more than a month for Lu Changsheng to arrange the third-level formation, and then he waited quietly for the arrival of the true spirit calamity of the split sea black whale. Chapter 660, The Sea-Splitting Black Dragon Whale. Yuan Yang Body. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. After these days of brewing, the spirit of the sea-splitting black whale has not only reached its peak, but its aura has also risen and boiled like the ocean, forming a heavy and oppressive terrifying field. Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Sky Peng were far away, so as not to interfere with the true spirit tribulation. Here it comes. At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Zzz. Through the layers of mist, you can see the gray tribulation clouds gathering, the thunder arcs surging, and the sea-splitting black whale locked. Countless tiny purple thunder arcs formed in the tribulation clouds like small snakes, and then gathered and merged, constantly brewing into thunder snake, thunder python, thunder dragon, full of destructive aura, and awe-inspiring power. Is this the true spirit tribulation? It's strong, but it doesn't seem so terrifying. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and looked carefully, feeling that he could also withstand the power of this kind of thunder tribulation. However, he knew that the heavenly tribulation was not just one, but multiple, and the power would gradually increase. Lu Changsheng held the Daluo sword embryo in his hand, and the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror on his head, signaling Wu to spy on the 4 directions of heaven and earth, so as to prevent the arrival of the demon king like Zuquankun, who could lurk in the void. Even though he had a Yuanying-level soul, he was suppressed and affected in the depths of the great dream lake, and could not fully understand. About half a cup of tea. Boom. On the calamity cloud, the first thunderbolt fell, and the dazzling purple lightning was like a thunder dragon descending from the sky, cutting through the dark sky covered with dark clouds and the hazy mist of the great dream lake. Roar. The sea-splitting black whale roared, and its huge body burst into dark black luster, setting off an endless tsunami. With the help of the power of the water of Ains, it faced the heavenly calamity head-on. The first thunderbolt fell on the sea-splitting black whale, but did not cause any damage. It was like the dark scales cast by the outer iron of the sky, with the cold luster, and mysterious dragon-shaped dark patterns flowing. Boom. Soon, the second thunderbolt fell, and its power increased by 30% compared to the first one. The sea-splitting black whale attacked, and the crystal-like demonic power in its body collapsed, the luster of its scales dimmed, and some flesh and blood injuries appeared. Although it is only flesh and blood injuries, this is only the second heavenly tribulation. As the power continues to increase, there is still a certain danger. Lu Changsheng paid attention to the sea-splitting black whale and the sky tribulation clouds, his face solemn. However, if you look closely, you can see that there is a huge vitality surge in the body of the sea-splitting black whale. The flesh and blood injuries just now healed instantly, and the demonic power recondensed. This is the huge vitality source that has not been fully digested when its body bloodline reached the critical point. Compared with human cultivators, the storage and digestion capacity of demon beasts is stronger. When breaking through the realm, they will devour a large amount of demon beast flesh and blood, natural materials and treasures, and turn them into their own foundation. Not long after, the third heavenly tribulation fell. This is no longer a single thunder, but several thunders fell at the same time, and the whole world was vast and terrifying. The sea-splitting black whale used the CI spiritual vein to stir up endless waves and tsunamis, and then used its innate magical powers. The sharp horn on its forehead, which was curved like a hook, burst out with endless sharp energy, and continued to fight against the heavenly tribulation. Boom. However, Under the deafening and terrifying thunder tribulation, its huge body had several more burnt black spots. Even though the sea-splitting black whale repeatedly said that there was no problem, Lu Changsheng was still a little worried and restless when looking at the heavenly tribulation in front of him, fearing that it would fail to pass the tribulation. It can only be said that the sea-splitting black whale's idea is the same as that of most cultivators. As long as they are sure of success, getting injured in the process is not a problem at all. And what Lu Changsheng thought was no problem should be a tribulation without injury, simply using the heavenly tribulation to baptize himself. The fourth thunder tribulation fell, like a vast ocean, pouring down from the sky, almost drowning the sea-splitting black whale. At this moment, the terrifying thunder tribulation and the ocean were connected, and even Lu Changsheng couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, this is the deepest part of the Great Dream Lake. If it were to pass the tribulation in the Great Dream Fairy City, such a scene would probably scare countless people and make them tremble with fear. Boom boom boom, this heavenly tribulation continued to hit the sea-splitting black whale like a wave and tide, shattering its water armor and scales, scorching its body surface, and dripping blood. The entire sea was surging with purple lightning arcs, causing the monsters, fish and shrimps hundreds of miles away to be affected and turned into aquatic products floating on the water. Although the heavenly tribulation is a disaster, it is also a baptism, a gift from heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng saw the scales of the sea-splitting black whale shattered under the thunder tribulation, and the flesh and blood were blurred, but the new body and scales were rapidly regenerated. Rise in ruins, revive in extinction, and all things are reborn in destruction. Lu Changsheng thought of his breakthrough in the realm of the 100 refining treasure body art, which was also born from death, and the whole person completed a transformation from the inside out. The same principle applies to the sea-splitting mysterious whale, which breaks through the bloodline boundary and advances from the heaven-level bloodline to the true spirit-level bloodline. The same principle applies to the nascent soul heavenly tribulation of a cultivator. Although it can reduce pressure and resist the heavenly tribulation by using the treasure of the tribulation transformation to survive the tribulation, the baptism received is reduced and the foundation will be a little weaker. However, most people can break through the nascent soul and survive the thunder tribulation, and they will be successful. How can they care about these things? Only the truly strong will consider them. Before I break through the nascent soul, I can break through the fourth level of body refinement and attract the heavenly tribulation and advance. In the future, I don't need to worry about the nascent soul thunder tribulation. I can directly confront it with my physical body. The only thing to consider is the heavenly Deo nascent soul. The nascent soul needs to leave the body, and the newly condensed nascent soul needs to experience the heavenly tribulation baptism and absorb the heavenly Deo key. Lu Changsheng watched the sea-splitting mysterious whale survive the tribulation, and some insights emerged in his heart. Many things are far less direct than experiencing them directly through books and hearsay. In this way, the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth thunder tribulations continued to fall. Although the sea-splitting black whale looked miserable, its body was burnt black by the calamity, blood was dripping, and even its bones were broken, but Lu Changsheng could clearly see that its huge body was constantly being reborn and transformed. The whole body seemed to be much taller, especially the whale tail and the flippers on both sides. Deep in the eyes that looked like a black hole in the abyss, it was like a fairy sun, burning with a bit of light golden luster. During this process, Lu Changsheng detected through the sun and moon two yin and yang mysterious light mirror that several demon kings were entrenched hundreds of miles away, looking at the sea-splitting black whale with fear, but looking at it with great desire. Not only these demon kings, but even the golden-winged sky peng looked at the sea-splitting black whale that was undergoing the calamity in front of him, and there was a desire from the blood instinct to devour the other party's flesh and blood. Under normal circumstances, the true spirit blood is not obvious. But under the true spirit calamity, the body of the sea-splitting black whale was broken, and the potential of the blood was stimulated and leaked. This breath was full of temptation to the demon beast. Boom! The ninth heavenly tribulation fell, and the sea-splitting black whale roared and roared, exerting its bloodline magical power, raising endless tornadoes and tsunamis, and rushed towards the heavenly tribulation. The terrifying heavenly tribulation that seemed to destroy the world was overwhelming, drowning everything, and it was simply depressing and suffocating. Even a Yuanying cultivator would find it difficult to resist such a heavenly tribulation. Lu Changsheng shot out two brilliant beams of light from his fire eyes and golden pupils, and saw that under the impact of the heavenly tribulation, the sea-splitting black whale's demonic power collapsed, and the new scales, Flesh and blood continued to break and splash, turning into ashes. The bones cracked, and even the horn on the forehead cracked. If it weren't for the fact that outsiders couldn't help the heavenly tribulation, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but use the healing divine light to help. After a while, the sky tribulation clouds began to dissipate. Huh? Lu Changsheng looked at the sea-splitting black whale, whose body was broken and sank to the bottom of the sea, leaving only the skeleton, and he let out a long breath. In any case, this true spirit tribulation was still past. But you call this kind of tribulation a natural outcome, a sure thing? Lu Changsheng was speechless. If he had known it would be so difficult, he would have prepared more void kun blood and heavenly elixirs for the other party. The sea-splitting black whale gathered its demonic power, dragged its broken body, and stubbornly rushed out of the water, roaring to the sky, absorbing all the essence of heaven and earth after the disintegration of the tribulation cloud into its body. In an instant, the flesh and blood of its broken body grew rapidly, a layer of crystal film appeared on its scales, and the cracked horn on its head fell off, and two crystal-clear dragon horns slowly emerged. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, the covetous demon kings watched the tribulation cloud dissipate and gather towards this side. Fortunately, there was no fourth-level demon king. Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Sky Peng released a terrifying aura of oppression, signaling the sea-splitting black whale to return to the CI to use the third-level formation to cover up its aura and quickly recuperate. A third-level late-stage whale king was most eager for the flesh and blood of the sea-splitting black whale, so he took the brunt of it regardless of the danger. Looking for death? Lu Changsheng was not polite. The Daluo sword embryo in his hand burst out with a peerless brilliant sword light, piercing through the void of heaven and earth, cutting the entire sea, causing the whale king to shed blood and wail. The golden-winged sky rock was like a golden scorching sun, and instantly killed it. Its sharp claws pierced the skin of the whale king and tore its flesh and blood. Not only these demon kings, but they also coveted the sea-splitting black whale, so they used this whale king to satisfy their craving. As the sea-splitting black whale dived into the eye of the sea, the death of the whale king, the fear of the other demon kings still overcame their desire instinct, looked at Lu Changsheng with fear, and chose to retreat. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng shot out, and the Daluo sword embryo in his hand slashed, like a brilliant sun, severely injured a demon king, and then captured and detained the yin and yang key, and took it to the eye of the sea to replenish the body of the sea-splitting black whale. After arriving at the eye of the sea, I saw that the broken body of the sea-splitting black whale was rapidly reborn, and it was completely transformed into the sea-splitting black dragon whale. Replenish yourself well. Although he was worried before, Lu Changsheng was still very happy now that the sea-splitting black whale had passed the true spirit tribulation. Because after being promoted to the sea-splitting black dragon whale, the next step is to break through the fourth level, which is just a matter of time. The sea-splitting black dragon whale with true spirit level blood, once promoted to the fourth level, will have a combat power far superior to ordinary nascent soul cultivators, and will be the true overlord of the Great Dream Lake. Even if the top nascent soul cultivator Zhuangjian's engine comes, Lu Changsheng has the confidence. Thank you, Master. The sea-splitting black whale expressed his gratitude to Lu Changsheng and quickly replenished himself with the blood and flesh essence of this demon king. Dahui, how long will it take for you to transform? Lu Changsheng asked. It should be 3 to 5 years, right? The sea-splitting black dragon whale wanted to say that he would be fine after a nap, but after thinking for a moment, he said a rough time. 3 to 5 years for a long-lived third-level demon king. 3 to 5 years is just a blink of an eye. But Lu Changsheng couldn't stay here for 3 to 5 years, so he said, go back first, and sleep next to the Great Dream Fairy City. Okay. Although the split-sea black dragon whale felt that the CI was more comfortable and he would be promoted faster, he naturally had no objection to Lu Changsheng's words. Looking at the broken and newly born flesh and blood of the split-sea black dragon whale, Lu Changsheng placed his palm on his chest. The 9 treasures Ruai bones intertwined and surged, and then burst into a brilliant divine light with surging vitality, pouring into the body of the split-sea black dragon whale. Although the split-sea black dragon whale's body was huge and Lu Changsheng was nothing in front of it, it was still no problem to just help it heal. Buzz buzz buzz. It can be seen that under the surge of the healing divine light, the broken flesh and blood of the split-sea black dragon whale grew rapidly, filled with surging vitality. It was not that Lu Changsheng's healing effect was too good, but after surviving the true spirit tribulation, the true spirit bloodline of the split sea black dragon whale had been completely activated and began to recover. After half an hour of treatment, when the black sea dragon whale had eaten the demon king in front of it, the flesh and blood of its broken body had grown back. But the scales were still a little fragile, and the two dragon horns on its forehead and the flippers on both sides were a little out of place compared to its overall appearance. These would not grow until the black sea dragon whale had completely completed its transformation. Let's go. This trip had been long enough, and Lu Changsheng did not delay any longer. After flying out of the sea with a black sea dragon whale, he called the golden-winged Skypeng who was still feasting, and returned to the Great Dream Fairy City. 3 days later, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host's offspring for giving birth to a spiritual descendant, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Detect the conflicting effects of the host's spiritual body. Do you choose to merge? Spirit, another spiritual body appeared in the family. Although there were not many geniuses in the Lu family, only 2 spiritual bodies, Lu Zuanqian and Lu Zuanshang, Lu Changsheng still felt very surprised. Pseudo Yuan Yang body, medium spirit body, Yuan Yang body. Seeing this spirit body, Lu Changsheng was stunned, and then his expression was strange. According to the immortal world, every man and woman who has not lost their virginity has a Yuan Yang body and a Yuan Yin body. This is why many men and women do not lose their virginity after practicing, just because they are worried about affecting their practice. This is also the case. Regardless of whether it is a man or a woman, losing Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin after losing their virginity will have a certain impact. The Yuan Yang body is a male spirit body. The innate Yuan Jing is abundant, so even if you lose your virginity, you don't have to worry about losing Yuan Yang. Practicing pure Yang exercises and dual cultivation exercises will be twice as effective with half the effort. However, Lu Changsheng's face was strange, not because of this. It's because the Yuan Yang body has another effect, which is that it is easier to give birth to offspring. And practicing the secret method of reproduction will be twice as effective with half the effort. The offspring born are strong and healthy, more talented, and more intelligent. They belong to a kind of fertility spirit body. In his early years, Lu Changsheng spread the word that he was a kind of dual cultivation spirit body and a fertility spirit body. Unexpectedly, a Yuan Yang body appeared in his family now, and this matter really matched up. Really? Lu Changsheng shook his head and smiled. Although he is now eugenics and rarely gives birth to offspring, the Yuan Yang body is still very good in his opinion, and he can continue to improve his chaos body. Moreover, with the characteristics and effects of the Yuan Yang body, he can study more secret methods such as 5 elements Yan Zhuangfa, and then it will be easier to have a baby, without having to spend half a year or 2. The Yuan Yang body is a superior spirit body, and I have a medium spirit body, which means it is the 3rd generation of the Lu family. Whose child is this? It should be a boy, right? Although most Yuan Yang bodies are male spirit bodies, it is also possible to appear in women, just like Lingxiao's Longian body. Name, unnamed, lifespan. 1/98, spiritual roots, 4th grade, Yuan Yang body, superior spirit body, cultivation, none, talent, alchemy, 35%. After a long time, Lu Changsheng saw a child under the name of his son Lu Yun, and his expression was a little confused. Unexpectedly, 13 years ago, his son Lu Yun gave birth to an empty spirit body, and now he has another Yuan Yang body. This pregnancy, even if the family has the blessing of the Zuanshan Lingtang, is a bit against the sky. If it were an ordinary family, with the talents of these 2 children, it would be enough to rise and support the family for 100 years. However, Yunar is practicing the heaven and earth longevity method and cannot leave Qingzhu Mountain. His natal spirit plant is the dragon blood tree, and he is full of energy. It is reasonable for him to have nothing to do at home and have a baby. Although his son Lu Yun is the elder of the family, assists the head of the family and manages family affairs, he doesn't have much to do on weekdays. In this case, it seems that there is nothing to do except having a baby. Moreover, the dragon blood tree that Lu Yun chose to practice the heaven and earth longevity method may also have some bonuses for fertility. It's a pity that the one Ling Shenshendu is not enough, otherwise it can help him improve his cultivation. If he breaks through the Jinden, the effect in this regard will be further improved. Among the people who are currently practicing the heaven and earth longevity method in the family, Except for Lu Miaohun's Gyaohua, which has a special effect and grows a little faster, the others are simply unwatchable. For example, Lu Miaohun, who was the first to broke through the foundation building stage 60 years ago, but only broke through the middle stage of the foundation building stage 5 years ago. At this growth rate, it is estimated that she will not be able to break through the core forming stage until she is close to 300 years old. If it were not for the 300 years of lifespan of the foundation building stage of this technique, the state would not decline with age, and the realm would naturally break through. At this age, she would have died of old age, not to mention breaking through the core forming stage. Why not transplant Yun'er's dragon blood tree to the side of the Zuanshan Lingtang later? Lu Changsheng touched his chin, feeling that he cared too little for this son and could take care of him more. Now that the Wanling Shenshengdu is not enough, the dragon blood tree can be transplanted to the side of the Zuanshan Lingtang. Not only will the growth rate be improved, but it may also gain a few more blessings from luck. System, merge. After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng merged the Yuan Iron body into his own chaotic body. As for the effect of this spirit body, he knew it, and there was nothing to say. For example, in terms of practicing the pure yang technique to get twice the result with half the effort, there's even the dragon yin body as a pearl in front, which almost completely covers it. Therefore, this Yuan Yang body has almost no effect on Lu Changsheng's combat power. The main effect is that the Yuan Yang of the quasi 4th level physique is more abundant, and then it has a certain effect on the reproduction of offspring. But it's okay. For Lu Changsheng, it's just a medium level spiritual body, and it's impossible to gain too much. Unless it is a top level spiritual body, such as the dragon song body and the evil poison body. Most spiritual bodies now are perfecting their own chaotic bodies. System, draw. After fusing the spiritual body, Lu Changsheng muttered again and used the lottery opportunity he just got. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd level divination skill. The reward has been distributed in the system space. The host can check it at any time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Destiny and Fate. Divination. Lu Changsheng was suddenly delighted when he saw this reward. Over the years, if there is any expected system reward, divination skills are definitely one of them. After all, this skill can be regarded as a standard for top forces. His family lacks a fortune teller, so he can only rely on the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus. The family tree conceals the secrets of heaven, which is really passive. For the fortune of the heavenly secrets of the Great Dream Fairy City, he is worried that others will see some of the situation, so he still asks the Qingyun Sect to help cover it up. Now that he has obtained the divination skills, he can do these things by himself. Although the 2nd level divination is not enough for his current use. But the system lottery can convert other skills into experience. As long as he draws another 2nd level skill, it can be converted into divination experience and upgrade this divination to the 3rd level. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It can be regarded as 3 good things. First, the sea-splitting black whale survived the true spirit tribulation, and in a few years, it can impact the 4th level. Now on the way back, a Yuan Iron body appeared in his family, and he won the divination skill he most expected in the lottery. Lu Changsheng is in a very good mood. Lu, am gifted and will soon reach the nascent soul stage. It is normal for me to spend some time to delve into divination. Lu Changsheng looked at the 2nd level divination in the system space, and an idea came to his mind. In an instant, a mysterious knowledge and information poured into Lu Changsheng's mind. The beginning of divination, the solution to avoiding misfortune and seeking good luck, observing the stars, observing the sky, observing fortune, observing fate, understand its method, explore its mystery, understand its meaning, and then achieve unity between heaven and man. My heart is the heart of heaven, my will is the will of heaven, and the will of God is in harmony with heaven. With the help of the heart of heaven, I can comprehend the destiny of heaven and touch the long river of fate, so as to peek into the destiny of heaven related to myself, the future trend, divergence and fork in the road, and countless possibilities. After a long time, Lu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. He had obtained the solution to fate in his early years, but he only took a quick look and did not delve into it in depth. After all, Honglian said that divination skills value talent very much. If you don't have talent in this area, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. Forcing yourself to practice will only hurt yourself. At this moment, he knew why divination was so difficult to get started. If you practiced it, you would shorten your life. If you practiced it forcibly, you might even go insane and become crazy. Unlike formations, alchemy, refining, talisman making, puppetry, etc., divination was not achieved through hard practice, but through enlightenment. It all depends on the practitioner's mind and understanding. If the mind and understanding are not up to standard and do not meet the requirements, even if you understand the method, you can only draw inferences from one instance to another and have a rough understanding of the profound. And just having the mind and understanding is not enough. The whole process of practice is extremely dangerous. Because this process of enlightenment requires the original heart to transform the heart of heaven, understand the operation of heaven and earth, and comprehend the destiny of heaven. This process is not only mentally and physically exhausting, but also very dangerous. If there is a slight mistake, you may sink into it, lose yourself, and become exhausted and depressed. And in the process of understanding, if you fail to uphold your original heart and capture the destiny of heaven that you cannot touch, you may encounter the backlash of heaven. No wonder there are few people who practice divination and live long. Zuiner's life was shortened just by practicing it. Lu Changsheng shook his head and let out a long breath. To practice divination, one must comprehend the secrets of heaven and destiny. If you don't gain insights in the process, you can't improve. If you want to gain more insights, you will be too immersed in it, and you may be exhausted and lose your life. Moreover, if you comprehend too much, you may suffer from the backlash of heaven's secrets. This kind of skill should be improved by the system. Lu Changsheng had thought that he had Tai's soul, a Yuanying level soul, and maybe he could take divination a step further by himself. But after a detailed understanding, he gave up this idea. His talent can only be considered average. If he takes the initiative to practice, if there is a problem, it will be more trouble than it's worth. I wonder if my current skills can predict Ping An's situation. Although it is difficult to predict Lu Ping An, who has broken through the Jinden stage with his second-level divination, as father and son, they have blood as a medium, so they can still try. Immediately, Lu Changsheng calculated with his fingers, his eyes gradually became deep and mysterious, and he understood the operation of heaven and earth. The numerology silk screen centered on himself spread in all directions, complicated and difficult to see clearly. Lu Changsheng used his blood as a medium to find his son Lu Ping An's numerology silk screen and tried to calculate a situation. What's going on? Although I am only a second-level divination, with blood as a medium, it is impossible that I can't sense it at all. The numerology of heaven and earth is in chaos, right? After a moment, Lu Changsheng frowned, feeling something was wrong. He felt that no matter what, he could sense the existence of his son. But just now he couldn't even sense the existence of Lu Ping An. The whole heaven's secret was like a vast chaos, extremely disordered. Wait. At this time, Lu Changsheng paused, as if he thought of something, and the family tree appeared in his hand. Looking at the family tree in his hand, he pointed to his son Lu Ping An's name, and the family tree suppressed the heaven's secret and temporarily cancelled the effect of preventing calculation, and then continued to close his eyes and calculate. At this moment, Lu Changsheng sensed the existence of his son Lu Ping An. But the secrets in front of him were like white fog, very vague and illusory. He wanted to see clearly and speculate on the good and bad situations, but the obstacles were like a mountain. With his current divination skills, he couldn't shake it at all. Damn, what a rubbish skill. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and cursed with a tired look. In his early years, he learned to refine pills, refine tools and make talismans, and he was as good as a god. As a result, he obtained the divination skills that he had always wanted to know, and tried to predict the situation of his son Lu Ping An. He deeply realized what it meant to have unpredictable secrets. No matter how hard Lu Changsheng tried, he couldn't get rid of the mist of the secrets in front of him and understand his son's situation. Is there something wrong with his skills, or the method is wrong? After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng tried to predict the situation of other children through the medium of blood. Lu Wuyu, Lu Zile, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingsong, Lu Wangshu, Lu Qingxuan, Lu Rui, Lu Minghuang. Except for his son Lu Qingshan, he can get information about these children. However, he keenly realized that in this calculation process, the mystery and resistance of each child were different. In addition to the realm of cultivation, the spiritual objects that conceal the secrets of heaven, and the difficulty of calculation are also related to each person's destiny and luck, etc. For example, if the luck is strong, the secrets of heaven are profound, and the destiny is complicated, the difficulty of calculation will be one level higher. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself, and he had a little more understanding of divination, and also had some understanding of the physiognomy and destiny of divination. Like his daughter Lu Qingzhu, although she is a foundation-building cultivator. But she not only has her father, Lu Miaoj, who is a Qingzhu cultivator, her mother, Xianyan Hanren, who is a Qingzhu master, and Lu Qingshan, a brother with whom she has a deep bond. Under such circumstances, her destiny is complicated and closely related to several people, and the resistance to calculation is great, and the mist is changing. Although Lu Wuyu and Lu Zile have their father, they have not embarked on cultivation, and there is no one with profound secrets around them, so the difficulty of calculation is almost no. Like Lu Qingxuan, in addition to practicing the art of divination, he is still in Qingyun Fairy City, and is covered by the secrets of the Fairy City, so Lu Changsheng can hardly make a divination. Lu Wangshu and Lu Minghuang, in addition to the family tree to suppress the secrets and prevent deduction, have other spiritual objects that cover the secrets, so there is also an invisible resistance. In addition to the Qingzhu cultivation and the third-level body refining, Pingyan should have external forces to cover his secrets. I don't know if others use the cover, or if it is a strange magic weapon like the Yuanquan robe to block the divination. After knowing that there is no problem with his divination skills through experiments, Lu Changsheng continued to predict the situation of his son Lu Pingyan. It is hard to predict whether he is good or bad now, and the divination is shrouded in the fog of the secrets, so Lu Changsheng is really worried. Moreover, after obtaining the divination skills, he also wants to experience it further to see where the limit is. If it doesn't work, crept on a little. Sensing the unshakable fog of the secrets, Lu Changsheng opened the system bar and looked at his lifespan. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, Lord of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, 9th level of Qingzhu. Lifespan, 115/781. Spiritual root, Earth spiritual root. Constitution, Chaos body. Generally, Qingzhu cultivators only have a lifespan of 500 years. Even if they take longevity pills and have natural materials and treasures to prolong their lifespan, it is difficult to exceed 600 years. But Lu Changsheng is different. Not only has he taken first level, second level, and third level longevity pills, he has also condensed the Great Dao Golden Pill and possessed a Chaos body. In particular, the Chaos body has merged with many spiritual bodies such as the Immaculate Heavenly Fragrance body, making his lifespan far longer than other cultivators. If he had not frequently used the life-saving technique in his early years, which reduced his lifespan a lot, maybe his lifespan limit would have exceeded 800 now. Boom. Lu Changsheng immediately burned his lifespan as a price to forcefully calculate his son Lu Pingyan's current situation. However, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Damn. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and stopped burning his lifespan to calculate. Through the calculations he made just now, he could be sure that his son Lu Pingyan not only had a high level of cultivation and profound secrets, but also he had a treasure that could block divination. In this case, unless he kept burning his life, it would be difficult to obtain relevant information. It seems that although divination is powerful, its effect is very limited. Once it exceeds the level of one's own skills, it will be difficult to predict. At the same level, the other party has a treasure that interferes with the secrets of heaven, and the information that can be calculated is very limited. It requires a price, and it is impossible to know everything through divination. Although he wasted 3 years of his life, Lu Changsheng realized that even if people like Qingzhu Sect and Zhuangjian Sect were proficient in divination, they would not use it indiscriminately. At most, they could use this method to avoid danger and help themselves make some judgments and analyses through divination. If divination is used for everything and forced calculations are made, then no matter how many years of life you have, it will not be enough. Yes, if you are proficient in divination, you can turn misfortune into fortune. Everything can be known through divination. Isn't it true that all the opportunities in the world are in the hands of the divination master? Now Honglian's body should be restored, so let's go. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, muttered to himself, and signaled the sea-splitting black dragon whale to go back quickly. Endless desert. Whoosh whoosh, the yellow sand swept and whistled all over the sky, like a dust storm. roaring endlessly in the desert. This harsh desert, except for a few oases, is usually sparsely populated. But these days, from time to time, you can see a few giant monks riding the divine rainbow, flying in the desert, and killing sandworm beasts. It's not that these monks are bored and come to the desert to wander around, but that the Hansha fantasy realm is about to open. This secret realm is different from other secret realms. There is no fixed entrance to the secret realm. When the secret realm is opened, the fantasy realm appears in the endless desert like a mirage. Therefore, some giant cultivators kept flying in the desert, hoping to enter the secret realm as soon as possible, so as to seize the initiative, reap opportunities, and then survive until the end of the secret realm. Dao Qingyun, according to the calculated time, the Hansha fantasy realm has reached the opening time. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Could it be that this secret realm has collapsed and shattered and will no longer be opened? On a desert mountain, several cultivators sat cross-legged. One of the purple-robed old men looked at a young man in a jade-like green shirt and asked. Upon hearing this, the other people also looked at the young man. According to the calculated time, the Hansha fantasy realm should be opened at this time, but according to past records, it is normal to have a certain time deviation. Qingzhu wore a green jade-colored luxurious brocade robe, a green jade-glazed crown on his head, and held a folding fan with a green phoenix painted on it. The whole person was cold and indifferent, full of chic and heroic. While they were talking, there was a sudden ripple in space, and a middle-aged man with a strong figure, strong features, gray hair, and a majestic aura walked out of the void. He looked at the people on the mountain, narrowed his eyes, and then said to Qingzhu Mountain, I said I felt a familiar breath. It turned out to be you, Mu King Huang. Dao Yin Lei, long time no see. Qingzhu Mountain said with a natural and free face. Haha, it's really been a long time. The middle-aged man looked at Qingzhu Mountain for a few times, and then said with a fake smile, which made people see that the two of them didn't get along. But even if he and Qingzhu Mountain had a grudge in their early years, now that the secret realm is about to open, it is impossible for them to fight here. With a step, the whole person entered the void again. Qingzhu Mountain's eyes, as bright as stars, penetrated the void and saw that this person was not alone, but had a good friend in the void. Do you have a grudge with Taoist fellow Qingzhu and Lord Yinli? Someone nearby recognized the middle-aged man as a Yuanying casual cultivator from Qingyun State. He had previously killed a high-grade giant and cultivator from the dominant sect of Qingyun State and was wanted by Qingyun Sect. Well, I had a conflict with him in my early years. True Lord Qingyun said calmly. When he said this, the pupils of the people around him shrank slightly. This Lord Yinli has been a Yuanying for 100 years, while True Lord Qingyun has only been a Yuanying for 30 or 40 years, right? Just now, looking at Liu Yinli's appearance, it seems that he suffered a loss at the hands of True Lord Qingyun. Although True Lord Qingyun is extraordinary and has a Qingyun Taoist soldier and a top-level spirit beast, he is not Liu Yinli's opponent, right? True Lord Qingyun did not explain too much. After all, this kind of thing can be simply mentioned. Who among the people present does not have grudges and enemies? Choosing to cooperate in exploring the secret realm is to improve the ability to resist risks, so as not to encounter enemies in the secret realm and be jointly targeted by the other party. The people around did not ask more questions. Although many giant and cultivators and even Yuanying's engine came to the endless desert, it did not have much impact on this desert. The trading volume in the Black Desert Immortal City has increased a lot in recent days. At this moment, in a courtyard in the Black Desert Immortal City, Senior, according to the news from the Wolf Killing Society, the Wolf King heard that a treasure had been born in the Wild Scorpion City, and he has gone there in person and left the Black Desert Immortal City. A burly middle-aged man with a plain face looked at the news from the jade slip in his hand, and then his eyes were cold and he murmured, finally left. After saying that, he stood up, packed up his things, and then walked out of the Immortal City. Chapter 662, Returning to U State, Endless Desert. A month later, Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Sky Peng returned to the Great Dream Fairy City. My dear, you are back. How is Dahui? Ling Zixiao saw Lu Changsheng coming back and immediately asked with concern. Don't worry, he has successfully passed the calamity and is now sleeping on the Black Whale Island. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. The Black Whale Island is an ownerless third-level spiritual vein, currently occupied by the sea-splitting black whale, so it is named after it. True spirit-level bloodline. Ling Zixiao heard this and wanted to see what the sea-splitting black whale looks like now. Lu Changsheng saw his wife's thoughts and said that the current sea-splitting black dragon whale has not yet completely transformed, and its appearance is even worse than before. It will take a few more years to see the appearance of the overlord of the sea. After chatting with Ling Zixiao for a while, he said that he was going to go out, and Lu Changsheng found Honglian again. Honglian, how is your health? Lu Changsheng looked at the peerless goddess in front of him, who was wearing a red luxurious dress and had a graceful figure, and said with concern, "Don't worry, my husband. I'm fine now." Although Honglian's spiritual body is not as good as Lu Changsheng's chaotic body, it is also extraordinary. Moreover, she used the secret method to barely fight against a void kun at that time, which did not cause her too much injury, but only a physical burden. I am going to go on a long journey. From now on, you need to stay in the fairy city to guard it. If there is any situation, you can discuss it with Zixiao. Lu Changsheng's current divination skills cannot predict whether the fairy city will encounter danger or trouble. However, with Honglian and the sea-splitting black dragon whale in charge, there will be no danger unless the Yuanying True Lord attacks. Even if the Yuanying cultivator comes, it may not be able to break through the fairy city. Although the sea-splitting black dragon whale bloodline has not been fully transformed, its combat power has been greatly improved compared to before. If it bursts out with all its strength, it is enough to fight against the Yuanying cultivator for a short time. As a third-level formation master, Honglian is in charge of the formation and sits in the fairy city, and can also hold on until she comes back. Don't worry, my husband, I'm at home. Honglian has been accustomed to Lu Changsheng going out from time to time, and responded softly. Even thinking that every time Lu Changsheng went out, he had a chance of varying sizes, and was somewhat curious about what chance he would get on this trip. Dahui has passed the true spirit tribulation and is now sleeping in the third-level spirit vein of Xuanjing Island. If a demon king attacks, you can use this talisman to wake it up. Lu Changsheng continued, giving a jade talisman to Honglian. Honglian had heard Ling Zixiao say that Lu Changsheng went out with a sea-splitting black whale before, so she knew about this. As a fourth-level beast master, she actually wanted to see what the true spirit tribulation looked like, and even watch the sea-splitting black whale's transformation into the sea-splitting black dragon whale. You can go and see it now, it doesn't affect it. Although it is a long way from Daming Fairy City to Xuanjing Island, there are Nangong Mili and Meng Xiaojin in the Fairy City, so she is not worried about the dangerous situation. Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to his cave to find Nangong Mili again. On the bed in the ancient cave, Nangong Mili was sitting cross-legged in a purple gauze dress, with graceful curves, long and plump legs and round buttocks. She was not wearing shoes or socks at this time. Her 10 crystal-clear toes were slender and delicate, like soft silkworms curled up. The nails painted with saffron juice and the snow jade skin complemented each other, as if silently charming Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng walked forward and sat down beside her, hugged the beautiful woman's slender waist, smelled the fragrant fragrance, and picked up a crystal jade foot to play with. "What are you doing?" Nangong Mili naturally knew that Lu Changsheng was coming, but this dog man brought her mother and son here, but he was not seen all day, so she felt a little resentful. Of course, for Nangong Mili, Lu Changsheng always did things first and then talked about things. Besides, Nangong Mili's eyes were cold and her whole body was full of charm and enchantment, which really aroused the wildness deep in his heart and made him want to conquer her. Nangong Mili raised her head, narrowed her eyes, and uttered a soft moan from her red lips. Afterwards, her black and thick, silky black hair was spread messily on the bed, like a charming lotus. Her snow-white neck, covered with crystal sweat, was slightly tilted up, and the sweat on her chest flowed into the clavicle, like tiny pearls, shaking and trembling, extremely tempting. And her beautiful face, like a lotus emerging from the water, was also sweating, with an enchanting blush. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and the light was rippling. "Mili, I'm going to go out. You should accompany Ming Wang well these days. If you want to go back to the 5 Poison Sect, I will take you back then." Lu Changsheng hugged Nangong Mili's hazy and crystal-clear enchanting jade body, letting the soft and firm plump fat flow continuously between his fingers. He knew that Nangong Mili was uncomfortable here and didn't get along with Ling Zixiao, so he simply practiced in seclusion in the cave these days. But before leaving the 10,000 Demons Abyss, he encountered the waiting of the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, and Lu Changsheng was a little worried about Nangguang Li going back alone. Nangguang Li murmured weakly. Although he complained that Lu Changsheng brought his mother and son here, but was busy with a lot of things all day, after a series of fierce battles, the resentment in his heart also disappeared. Looking at the charming face of the beauty in his arms, smelling the refreshing fragrance of musk and orchid, feeling her soft black hair, Lu Changsheng turned over again, and his 5 fingers sank into the tender flesh full of fleshy elasticity. Although Nangguang Li broke through the late stage of Jinden, he still couldn't bear Lu Changsheng's body that was like a fairy gold. After a while, the round millstone was rolling with snow waves, and the whole person was like a small animal that was about to die. A few days later, Lu Changsheng was refreshed and walked out of the cave in high spirits. After the effect of the chaotic body fused with a Yuan-Yang body, the Yuan-Yang essence was more abundant, which had some benefits for dual cultivation. It didn't help Lu Changsheng himself much, but he could help his wife improve her cultivation through dual cultivation, which was also quite effective, especially for cultivators like Lu Changsheng who had many wives and concubines. After all, even if his physical body was amazing, the Yuan-Yang essence could not be endless and needed time to recover. Lu Changsheng found his wife Lu Mayaoj. Now in the Great Dream Fairy City, Lu Qingshan, Lu Mayaoj, Meng Xianjun, Nangguang Li, Honglian and others are gathered together, and the cave is actually a bit forced. So Lu Changsheng prefers Lu Mayaoj to practice in Qingzhu Mountain, so that the family can deal with any situation in the first time. Dad, once the Hansha fantasy realm is over, it will probably not take long before the Liangai War will start, so I am going to go back with Xia Azir. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu are also here. After seeing Lu Changsheng, they said aloud. He has now broken through the Jinden stage and has no sect missions, so it doesn't matter if he stays outside for 10 or 8 years. But as a sect seed, if he is not there when the war starts, he will be a bit like a deserter. And he himself wants to use this war to climb up and compete for more cultivation resources. I am also going to go to Yu country, I will take you there. Lu Changsheng said without trying to stop him. As he said that, he handed the Daluo sword embryo to Lu Qingshan. His son could have used the sword embryo to gain a good understanding when he came back this time. But he was going to go out to find Lu Pingan and take back the sword embryo. Now that he has some time, Lu Changsheng also asked him to comprehend it again. Is it about my elder brother? Lu Qingshan took the sword embryo, raised his sword eyebrows, and asked. He knew that if it weren't for the beast tide, his father would have gone out. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded. Lu Mayaoj didn't know about Lu Pingan, and heard the words with concern. Changsheng, what happened to Pingan? Pingan seems to have encountered something and has not come back, so I'm going to go out to look for him. Lu Changsheng said to his wife. Lu Mayaoj instantly remembered that before the beast tide, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain and was about to take the Sun and Moon to Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian out, only to find out that it was to find Lu Pingan. After instructing several wives, Lu Changsheng passed down the Yuanai Wuzhangju and taught and instructed Lu Lingxiao and Lu Wangshu. Indicating that they would hand it over to others later, he took Lu Mayaoj, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingzhu, and Lu Qingqi back to Qingzhu Mountain. 9 days later. Qingzhu Mountain. Dad, your mount is really fast. After experiencing the extreme speed of the golden-winged sky peng, Lu Qingshan was immediately amazed and wanted to get a flying mount. Although he broke through the Jinden stage and controlled a divine rainbow sword light, his speed was extremely fast. But flying at high speed still consumes a lot of mana. If you control the rainbow in the 9 heavens Gangfeng layer for a long time, or encounter a place of absolute spirits, you need to rest frequently. But with a top-level flying mount, it is much more convenient and faster. There is also a golden scale dragon cub at home, you can take it if you want. Lu Changsheng won a golden scale dragon in a lottery before, and gave it to Lu Mayaoj to raise. He didn't mind giving it to his son Lu Qingshan. This dragon is of gold attribute, which is also in line with Lu Qingshan's Zhengjin body. Forget about the cub, I don't have the time and effort to cultivate it slowly. Although he knew that the bloodline of this monster must be good, it would take a lot of time and energy to cultivate a cub. If you ask for it yourself, and then fail to take good care of it, you will not have the face to ask your father for treasures in the future. Lu Changsheng did not care. After resting at home for a few days, he took Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu to Yu State. During this process, Lu Changsheng threw Lu Qingshan into the Xianyun Baohurong lotus, quietly comprehended the Daluo sword embryo, and then taught his daughter Lu Qingzhu the Yuanai Wu Zhangju. The latter has poor spiritual roots. If she can practice this technique to the 3rd level, the 5 internal organs will return to their source, and she will be reborn. It will be much easier to practice to the peak of foundation building. In addition, Lu Changsheng gave his daughter some natural treasures, 3rd-level talismans, and gave one of the 2 3rd-level puppets obtained from killing Tu Yuan in his early years to his children. In this way, she will be safe when she is outside unless she encounters a giant cultivator. Daddy. Lu Qingzhu is different from Lu Qingshan. Seeing that her father gave her so many rare things, she immediately shook her head and refused. It's okay, keep it. Lu Changsheng felt a little guilty about his daughter, who was well behaved and sensible when she was young and often carried him back and forth between Qingzhu Mountain and Hongai Valley Market. He felt that he had not done much for her. If you miss home, write a letter to your family and your father will come to pick you up. Lu Changsheng stroked his daughter's soft black hair and said in a gentle voice. Because he was carrying Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu, Lu Changsheng called his son Lu Qingxun when he passed through Qingyun Fairy City and asked the 3 brothers and sisters to meet him. Chatting with his son Lu Qingxun, Lu Changsheng knew that the true Lord Qingyun was likely to go to the fantasy realm of Hansha. As for whether this secret realm was opened or closed, he was not sure. After all, only giant and cultivators are qualified to contact this level of secret realm. If they are not cultivators of related forces, they must wait for the relevant information to spread and ferment before they know the situation of the secret realm. Lu Changsheng didn't care about this. He showed a little concern for his situation, and then passed the Yuanai Wu Zhangju to him, saying that he would give this method to Lu Qingxun and others to practice later. Yes, father. Lu Qingxun took the jade slip of the cultivation method and bowed in response. Lu Changsheng did not teach him to practice slowly here, indicating that he could go to discuss how to practice with Lu Qingxun and others, and then took Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu to continue to go to Yu State. 20 days later, a ray of yin-yang colored glass light dissipated thousands of miles away from Qingyun Sect, and the figures of Lu Changsheng, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Qingzhu appeared. Okay, then you go back by yourselves, and I won't send you off. Lu Changsheng looked at his children in front of him and said softly. Although it is not very far to go back and forth from Qingyun Sect to Qingzhu Mountain after breaking through the Jiangdan, it is still troublesome. Moreover, as the seat of Qingyun Sect, Lu Qingshan may not have time to come back if the war starts. You are so old now, you can make your own decisions, and I have nothing to say to you, but I hope you will think twice before doing anything, and don't fight with others for a little chance. Lu Changsheng said to his son. Dad, don't worry. Lu Qingshan said with a dignified manner. Seeing him like this, Lu Changsheng knew that he would still do his own thing. But after so many years, it was impossible for just a few words to be effective. He patted his daughter's head and said, Xiao Zuer, if you have something to say, just send a message to Dad. Dad, I know. Lu Qingzhu was beautiful, quiet and beautiful. She responded softly, obviously taking Lu Changsheng's words to heart. Take good care of Xiao Zuer. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Qingshan again. The reason why he agreed to let his daughter Lu Qingzhu continue to return to Qingyun Sect was, on the one hand, because of his daughter's request, and on the other hand, because she was by Lu Qingshan's side, his son would still have some scruples and would not do anything completely reckless. Dad, don't worry, who wants to touch Xiao Zuer? First ask if Jian agrees or not. When it comes to his sister, Lu Qingshan's aura suddenly has a sharp edge and is decisive. The brother and sister grew up together and have a close relationship. After coming to Qingyun Sect thousands of miles away, they depend on each other and support each other. Lu Qingshan values this sister more than himself and has always taken on the responsibility of taking care of his sister. Okay, go ahead. Lu Changsheng patted his shoulder and said softly. Lu Qingzhu stepped forward and hugged his father for a moment, and then went to Qingyun Sect with his brother. Huh? Watching his children's figures gradually disappear into the sky, Lu Changsheng let out a long breath, and the sun and moon Tu Yizhuan Guangjian appeared in his hand. He signaled the mirror to sense Lu Pinggan's sun and moon card, and reminded himself by sensing his own blood. He immediately rode the golden-winged sky peng to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, found a third-level spiritual vein, drove the Demon King away, and then used the spiritual vein to activate the sun and moon Tu Yizhuan Guangjian, to spy on Lu Pinggan's situation. After more than half a month of searching, it was determined that Lu Pinggan was most likely not in Yu State, So Lu Changsheng rode a golden-winged sky-peng to Wu State. During this process, Lu Changsheng used the divination of avoiding danger and the art of heavenly secrets to choose the route. However, Lu Pinggan's heavenly secrets were blocked by the hazy white fog, so this induction divination did not give direct feedback, and Lu Changsheng could only choose the route through his sixth sense. The intuition and sixth sense of a cultivator are sometimes not weaker than the sense of heaven. Especially for high-level cultivators, they often have a sudden impulse when they encounter danger, and they warn in secret. Go to Wuguo through the endless desert. There are two ways to go from Wuguo to Wuguo. One is to cross the border directly, and the other is to go through the endless desert. Lu Changsheng used divination to calculate, and after a long time of intuition, he felt that the detour was more suitable. Wait, the endless desert. According to my previous calculations, Qingyun not only has treasures to block calculations, but also the place where he is also profound. Now in the endless desert, the fantasy domain of Hansha is opened, and many Jinden and even Yuanying cultivators go there, which will definitely interfere with the heavenly secrets of this world. Heavenly secrets are not immutable. For example, the Great Dream Fairy City has the fate layout of the true Lord Qingyun, and the Qingzhu Mountain has the Zuanshan Lingtang to gather luck and disrupt the heavenly secrets. This leads to the fact that if someone is in the fairy city, others will be affected to a certain extent if they want to calculate. The opening of the secret realm in the endless desert has been a hot topic in recent years. Whether it is the secret realm or the arrival of the nascent soul cultivator, it will disturb the secrets of this area, making it more difficult to deduce. Will Qingyun be possessed by the old nascent soul monster who came to the endless desert? Or was he mixed into the Hansha fantasy realm? Lu Changsheng paused, but shook his head. There is no news yet that the Hansha fantasy realm has been opened, and it doesn't match the fact that Lu Ping encountered a possession and broke through the Jinden. Otherwise, he would have thought that an old nascent soul monster had his body broken in the secret realm, and his nascent soul left his body, and then he took a fancy to Lu Pingyan's body and took over. Because the nascent soul spirit body is too fragile, it will dissipate directly after a failed possession, and then his son will get the opportunity he brought out from the secret realm, so as to break through the Jinden and condense the acquired spirit body. Otherwise, apart from this bizarre experience, Lu Changsheng can't figure out why his son's cultivation has made great progress after being possessed. Huh? After thinking wildly for a moment, Lu Changsheng followed the mysterious feeling and guessed that he rode the golden-winged skyrock into the endless desert. Chapter 663, Lu Pinggan kills the Wolf King. Yuanying appears. Wasteland Scorpion City. This is an oasis city in the endless desert. Although it is not as good as the Black Desert Immortal City, it is also a medium to large oasis with many cultivators and forces. Especially in recent years, the Liangai War and the turmoil in the Wu Kingdom have caused many cultivators to move to this desert oasis to settle down. However, Wasteland Scorpion City has not been peaceful these days. The reason is that a few months ago, a young man in Wasteland Scorpion City had a dispute and conflict with a foundation-building casual cultivator at an auction. After the auction, the young man led people to attack and kill the foundation-building casual cultivator, but was killed by the casual cultivator. However, an even more shocking thing happened. The ancestor of the young man's family, a fake Danzhenren, went to hunt down this foundation-building casual cultivator, but was also killed by this casual cultivator. When this matter was reported, it instantly caused an uproar. After all, a foundation-building cultivator killed a fake Danzhenren, which is big news no matter where it is. According to rumors, this foundation-building casual cultivator was able to kill the fake Danzhenren completely with the help of the power of the secret treasure. For a time, this news not only shocked the Wasteland Scorpion City and attracted the attention of countless people, but also quickly spread to other oasis cities in the desert, and even the Black Desert Immortal City. At this moment, the Wasteland Scorpion City was tens of thousands of miles away. Roar! A giant wolf with a huge and agile body, whose body seemed to be cast from blazing flames and black iron, roared, setting off a hurricane of hot yellow sand. Many sandworms that hibernated under the desert sand were blown up by this hot and terrifying wind, and then turned into charred black and burned out. At this moment, the giant wolf's pupils burning with blood seemed to have discovered something, and its body flew towards a sandy area, and its strong and powerful limbs inserted into the yellow sand. Hoo, ho, ho! The giant wolf's huge body burned with a blazing dark red flame, as if it was solidified from flowing magma. And the yellow sand under its feet also flowed like magma, boiling hot, and spread in all directions. Swish! A moment later, a figure covered by spiritual light broke out of the gray-yellow sand and shot through the air in one direction. You still want to escape? You really think that you can escape from me just because you are a foundation-building cultivator? However, in addition to the red flame giant wolf, there was a tall and burly man wearing a black robe and a sinister face not far away. He saw the figure rushing out of the sand, snorted coldly, and slapped his palm forward. The surging magic power in the red light formed a hideous wolf head, and then bit the figure to death. Puff! Facing the wolf head that pounced on him, the figure's body's spiritual light shield instantly shattered. The whole body was scorching hot, the robe was burned and damaged, and he wailed. However, the next moment, a purple sword appeared in the arms of this figure, and the sword light split into 8, and instantly broke free from the wolf head. Exotic treasure? I want to see how many tricks you have. Seeing the foundation-building cultivator in front of him using the exotic treasure to break his magic, the Wolf King's face darkened slightly, and he recalled some bad memories. A long red banner appeared in his hand. As a giant's henron, it was shameful to use magic weapons to deal with a foundation-building cultivator. However, he missed a great opportunity because of his early encounter with a young enemy. Now he treats everything seriously and uses a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Especially this kid has 3 or 4 top treasures. He is simply a son of luck. Roar! The red flame sand wolf roared at the figure, forming a flame sound wave to prevent him from escaping. Then the long banner in the Wolf King's hand fluttered, and the billowing wolf smoke rushed into the sky, making this hot desert instantly like adding fuel to the fire, scorching hot. Then, this wolf smoke sealed the 8 directions of heaven and earth, and turned into a gray wolf to bite the figure. Damn it! The figure saw this situation. His face was pale and very ugly. Although he had great luck, he was only an 8th level cultivator. With the help of 3rd level talismans, treasures, and secret methods, he could only struggle. At this time, he was seriously injured and his mana was almost exhausted, so he could not escape at all. His face was grim and unwilling, and he used all his strength to drive the treasure in his hand, which burst out with a majestic and domineering purple gold luster, unwilling to give up. However, the power of this treasure was limited after all, and it was far from being a match for the real person of Qingdun. He vomited blood under the roar of the wolf, and was then carried in front of the Wolf King like a dead dog. Your opportunity is really great. If you're a cultivator in the early stage of Qingdun, you might have escaped. The Wolf King held the young man in one hand, with a cruel luster in his eyes, and said with a grim smile. Then he held the sword ball with a light purple gold luster in his hand and looked at it. He saw that it was a top-level treasure that could perform the method of sword light differentiation. The other party used this treasure to kill the fake Dan cultivator and break his own magic. After a brief look, he continued to explore the storage bag in the young man's arms. After all, in the fight just now, this kid had endless tricks and opportunities. Roar! Just as the Wolf King was checking the storage ring in his hand, the red flame sand wolf not far away suddenly roared, looked in one direction with a vigilant look, and warned the Wolf King. The Wolf King tilted his head and looked. At the end of the endless yellow sand desert, a small black dot was approaching this side quickly. 1 breath. 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths, this figure was approaching, and his figure and appearance were clearly visible. This was a man with a plain face, a very tall and strong figure, and full of powerful strength. Although he did not show too much aura, the Wolf King could sense some dangerous aura from such a fierce look. The Wolf King looked at this man, and there was no memory in his mind. But he knew that the other party came for him. Or, his prey. The Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly, cold and cruel, full of aggression and oppression. He never allowed others to snatch his prey. Roar! The red flame sand wolf looked at the approaching tall figure, roared, and flew over. The bronze body of the tall figure was flowing with a light golden luster, and his arms were like a dragon, swinging out fiercely and powerfully, and there were actually 2 phantoms of a dragon and a tiger. Bang! A dragon roar and a tiger roar sounded. The red flame sand wolf, who was only 1 step away from breaking through the 3rd stage middle stage, was directly damaged by this punch, blood splashed, and flew out, smashing a huge deep pit in the sand. If it weren't for the sandification of its body at the moment of being hit by the punch, it would have been killed by a punch. Who are you? The Wolf King's face was solemn, and his eyes shot out 2 terrifying beams of light, like 2 sharp swords, choosing people to bite. The one who killed you. Lu Pinggan didn't say much, nor did he report his early identity as Lu Wu. Before, he escaped from the Wolf King in the Foundation building period, and it had spread in the Black Desert Immortal City. In addition to the Wolf King, many people were secretly paying attention to him. If the news spreads that he has broken through the Qingyun stage, it will attract more people to covet him. As soon as he finished speaking, his body crackled, and his muscles glowed like a dragon. With one step, he broke the yellow earth and rushed towards the Wolf King. Physical cultivation. The Wolf King narrowed his eyes, threw the figure in his hand, held the robe and long banner, and billowing wolf smoke rushed into the sky, turning into a dark wall and more than 10 wolves, surrounding Lu Pinggan. However, bang bang bang. The fists surrounded by the phantoms of dragons and tigers were domineering and seemed to carry the great power of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, directly blasting through the layers of wall defense. Not good. This person's physical cultivation has probably reached the late 3rd stage. When did such a top physical cultivation appear in the desert? The Wolf King's face suddenly changed, and the alarm bells in his heart rang wildly, realizing the strong crisis. After all, whether it is key refining or physical refining, the middle and late stages of Qingyun are a watershed. Whether the other party's physical cultivation can kill him is one thing. But with such a physique, I am afraid that I have no hope of counterattack. Roar! The Wolf King immediately shouted in a low voice, and spit out a wolf seal full of evil spirit. The wolf seal was lifelike, as if it was resurrected in an instant, roaring and roaring, and then turned into a black, ferocious, and sharp armor. In an instant, the Wolf King's whole body was full of momentum, and his burly figure was raised a few points. Another wolf-headed sword appeared in his hand and chopped towards Lu Pinggan, raising a terrifying arrogance. Lu Pinggan's power did not decrease at all, but became more fierce and domineering. The fist strength was like a dragon and a tiger attacking together, heavy and suffocating. Boom! The wolf-headed sword and the fist slammed fiercely together. You can see that a gold and jade ring on the fist bursts out with a blazing and domineering luster, which is fiercely intertwined with the fist's strength, as if 100,000 volcanoes exploded at the same time, suddenly sweeping in all directions. The wolf smoke formed by the red long banner and the phantom of the wolf gradually dissipated under this terrifying and domineering power. The Wolf King knew that he had to distance himself from this kind of physical cultivator. With the help of this overwhelming force, he flew out suddenly and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? When did I offend you?" He established the Wolf King Association in the Black Desert Immortal City. He was able to survive for so long, so he naturally knew who could be killed and who could not be offended. When encountering a strong enemy, the cultivators who could not afford to offend were willing to bow their heads and apologize at the first time. Lu Pinggan did not speak and continued to kill the Wolf King. Although he did not master the 2 techniques and cultivate magical powers, he had adapted his physical strength. So he directly used his most proficient boxing to fight the Wolf King in close combat. This battle was not only revenge, but also a verification of what he had learned. Do you have to be aggressive, fellow Taoist? Although Lu Pinggan's fighting style was somewhat similar to that of his early years, his Taoist foundation, techniques, blood and magic power were completely different from those of his early years, so the Wolf King did not recognize him and said with a gloomy face, "Bang, bang, bang." The golden fist was like a meteor piercing the sky, a violent storm, breaking through layers of void, and killing in front of the Wolf King, with a surging momentum, as if nothing could stop him. The weak young man who was held by the red flame San Wolf in the distance saw the amazing scene in front of him. The Wolf King was beaten back step by step, and his heart was horrified, and a little hope appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't know how Lu Pinggan was, he knew that if he fell into the hands of the Wolf King, he would definitely die. As Lu Pinggan waved his fists, the dragon on his spine rose and roared. The body of the immortal golden body was like a dormant volcano constantly erupting, and the blood was surging, filling every corner of the body, bringing endless power. In the past year, Lu Pinggan has understood and mastered the power of the immortal golden body. Knowing that this spirit has the characteristics of immortality, ordinary injuries can be automatically recovered after a few days of rest, even if it exceeds the load of the body. Moreover, his great wilderness dragon spine and the immortal golden body seem to have undergone some kind of fusion, resulting in the activation of the power of the great wilderness dragon spine when the immortal golden body was activated. Even if the great wilderness dragon armor was not used, the strength, physical strength, endurance, and recovery were all increased by 1 level. Damn it! The Wolf King spat out blood, knowing that he was no match for Lu Pingyan at all. At this time, he didn't even dare to let his red flame sand wolf go forward to restrain Lu Pingyan. After all, if the red flame sand wolf went up, he might be crippled or even killed with 3 punches. So in the face of such a situation, the Wolf King kept defending and waiting for an opportunity to escape. Roar! Although the red flame sand wolf in the distance did not face him head-on, it interfered with the Lu Pingyan from the side, forming a rolling wave of hot flames and sand, sharing the pressure for the master. Kill! Although the Wolf King was ready to escape, he did not show any sign of running away. Because he knew that since the person in front of him dared to kill him, he must have a way to control it. If he chose to escape now, he would only be more passive, so he had to wait for a suitable opportunity. Bang! The two of them collided violently, and the Wolf King spat out blood. At the moment when the keys separated, the Wolf King signaled to his own red flame sand wolf, crushed a jade talisman in his hand, and wanted to break through the air and escape. However, Lu Pingyan dared to kill the Wolf King, so he naturally had the confidence. He gained a lot from the storage rings of Yu Changsheng and the White Wolf. The ring on his hand is one of the magic weapons he gained. Suppress! He shouted in a low voice, and sacrificed a square bronze tripod with complicated patterns, causing the void of heaven and earth to tremble suddenly, as if solidified. Although this bronze tripod has not been thoroughly sacrificed and cannot activate all its power, the Wolf King's talisman was instantly disturbed and affected. Then, the golden fist roared out with the phantom of the dragon and tiger, unstoppable, and the void in front collapsed. Not good. The Wolf King was horrified and quickly crushed the talisman, but the whole person still groaned and vomited blood. Your Excellency, are you going to do something extinct today? The Wolf King's eyes were red, and his breath was rising. He said in a deep voice, knowing that it would be difficult for him to escape today. Lu Pingyan said nothing and continued to kill. Red blood burning life escape method. The Wolf King did not continue to fight hard, and chose to burn his life to escape. However, he knew that it would be difficult for him to get rid of Lu Pingyan, and activated another token in the stored ring. He established the Wolf King Association in this black desert fairy city and robbed and plundered everywhere. In addition to knowing who to offend and who not to offend, he also had a layer of power background behind him. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to wait for rescue. But these days, Hansha Fantasy Realm is about to open, and his own ancestor has also come to the endless desert. I hope the secret realm will not open now, the ancestor is nearby. The Wolf King didn't know where his ancestor was at this time, but he could only pray that the secret realm would never open and the ancestor would come as soon as possible. Roar! At this time, the red flame sand wolf roared and rushed forward, desperately trying to intercept and delay for its master, but was blasted into red gravel by Lu Pingyan's punch, and then turned into endless flames and rushed towards the Wolf King. Lu Pingyan reached out to catch a pale human figure that fell from the mouth of the red flame sand wolf, and said, "Someone will be here soon, you should leave quickly." After that, he put him on the ground, and threw a teleportation talisman and a bottle of healing pills to him. The young man who practiced Taoism was stunned. He had never met such a kind person in his nearly 100 years of cultivation. When he came back to his senses and wanted to ask Lu Pingyan's name to repay him later, Lu Pingyan had already chased after the Wolf King. The tall and burly body burned with a layer of golden blood light, and it was obvious that he had performed some kind of escape method that burned his essence, blood and life. Looking at Lu Pingyan who disappeared into the sky, his eyes were red, he covered his chest, his face was pale, and he shouted with all his strength, "Junior Wei Xianchong, thank you for saving my life, I will definitely repay you in the future." Although his storage bag and the treasures on his body were taken away by the Wolf King. But he believed that as long as he didn't die, he would eventually come out. After opening the porcelain bottle of elixir and seeing that it was a top-grade healing elixir, he was even more grateful. After taking one, he immediately crushed the relocation talisman and left quickly. At the same time, in the endless desert, on a mountain peak, several figures sat cross-legged. Although several people did not release their coercion, the vague mana and aura showed that these people were not simple, at least they were at the peak of the elixir formation. At this moment, an old man with a thin face suddenly opened his eyes, and a token appeared in his hand. Looking at the token in his hand, he frowned slightly. "Lu Shanzhenjin, what's wrong?" A middle-aged man with a white face next to him saw this and asked. "The younger generation in my family sent me a message. I think something must have happened." I'll go over and take a look. The old man called Lao Shinzhenjin had a thin face and figure, but he gave people a sense of majesty and dignity. Although the Hanja fantasy realm was of great importance and could be opened at any time, he knew that the Wolf King must have encountered something important when sending him a message now. Otherwise, the other party would never dare to disturb him at this time. Upon hearing this, several people next to him looked at each other, wondering what big thing the other party could have at this time. But since the other party said this, they couldn't persuade him, but just said that although the secret realm might be opened. Don't worry, the secret realm is opened, I will come as soon as possible. Lao Shinzhenjin said, then held the token in his hand and sensed it for a moment, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and broke through the air towards Lu Pinggan and the Wolf King. At this moment, a golden bird that seemed to be cast in gold was flying in the wind and sand, whistling in the endless desert. This desert has a bad environment and poor spiritual energy. The oases with spiritual veins are occupied by people. In this case, it is impossible to use the spiritual veins to activate the sun and moon to yin and yang zhuan guangjian. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged on the golden-winged sky pang, looking at the endless gray-yellow desert, and felt a headache. The endless desert is very large, even larger than the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. In this case, if you can't use the spiritual veins to activate the sun and moon to yin and yang zhuan guangjian, relying only on the induction between the sun and moon to yin and yang zhuan guangjian and the sun and moon card, as well as the blood induction between himself and Lu Pinggan, it will be very troublesome and time-consuming. He subconsciously counted with his fingers to see if there would be some induction, but there was no movement. Forget it, let it go. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and signaled the golden-winged sky pang to fly in the direction of Wu Kingdom. Another place. Boom. In the sky, a burst of sounded, like two volcanoes collided and erupted, setting off a golden and red luster. Then, a burly figure fell heavily from the sky, forming a huge deep pit, with dust flying everywhere. Ahem. The Wolf King vomited blood, his breath was bleak, and he felt that his bones were broken. But seeing Lu Pinggan, who was still coming to kill him, gritted his teeth and continued to burn his blood and lifespan, and escaped with the help of sand. Although Lu Pinggan's earth escape was not as good as the Wolf King's, his blood was strong, and he had an indestructible golden body. The effect of burning blood was far better than that of the Wolf King. Especially in the previous pursuit process, he didn't fight with the Wolf King much, and just consumed it through the escape method, which made the Wolf King's blood and body depleted. You know, the Wolf King also practiced body, entered the 3rd level, and was a leader in the middle stage of Dan formation. Half an hour later, Lu Pinggan looked at the Wolf King whose blood and mana were almost dry, and punched out with a mighty punch. The Wolf King looked shocked, angry and desperate, and wanted to fight back, but under the golden fist light, his body exploded, and a series of blood splashed. Bang! The Wolf King fell on his back, his body broken, the last bit of life gone. He died, his ferocious face full of unclosed eyes. He didn't wait for support until he died, and he didn't know why Lu Pinggan killed him. Who? Seeing the Wolf King die, Lu Pinggan also gasped for breath, and a sense of weakness surged through his body. Although he had broken through the 3rd stage of physical training, he had not yet fully mastered the 2 skills. He lacked the corresponding magical skills and magic weapons, resulting in sufficient physical strength but insufficient killing. Otherwise, relying on the Dragon Tiger Fighting Abyss skill, the indestructible golden body, and the 3rd stage of physical strength, the Wolf King in front of him would not be able to support the escape for so long in his hands. After returning, I must spend time to familiarize myself with the Dragon Tiger Fighting Abyss skill and the 9 cicadas indestructible golden body strength. Lu Pinggan murmured, and stepped forward to deal with the Wolf King's body. At this moment, the void rippled. An old man with a thin face and figure and full of majestic momentum appeared. He saw the Wolf King on the ground with a broken body and died of suffocation, and his expression was instantly shocked and angry, and then he looked at Lu Pinggan. The thin and even somewhat hunched body gushed out a powerful and terrifying spiritual pressure, stirring up the world, as if an ancient sacred mountain fell on Lu Pinggan. You, kill him. Chapter 664, Captured, Secret Realm Opened. The old man's words were like thunder, bombarding Lu Pinggan, causing him to groan, his blood surging, and he retreated repeatedly. If he had not possessed the physique of the 3rd stage late stage and the indestructible golden body, he would have almost fallen to his knees. But the overwhelming power that seemed to overwhelm the mountains and seas still made Lu Pingyun's body tremble wildly, his bones creaked, and his legs sank into the sand. Nascent soul, this is a nascent soul, true lord. Lu Pingyun had experienced Yu Changsheng's possession and had seen the power of the nascent soul. He instantly knew that the old man in front of him was a nascent soul cultivator. He was horrified. He did not expect that he would provoke a nascent soul true lord by killing the Wolf King. His body crackled, his knees gradually bent, and the whole person almost knelt down. You are so brave that you dare to kill the descendants of this true lord. Who sent you here? True Lord Laoshan looked at Lu Pingyun in front of him, and his voice was like thunder from the sky. Although the Wolf King was expelled from the family and nominally severed ties, he made great contributions to the family after coming to the Black Desert Immortal City. At this time, he was killed by Lu Pingyun. And he was killed just before he arrived, which really made him angry. However, as a Yuanying cultivator, he saw at first glance that Lu Pingyun was not simple. The magic power was pure and powerful, and the body was like a demon king, with blood rushing to the sky. Such a cultivator is definitely not an ordinary casual cultivator. He must come from a big force and think that a certain force is targeting him. Especially at this sensitive time, the voice was like the mighty power of heaven, and the Yuanying realm pressed towards Lu Pingyun. Puff! Lu Pingyun's knees cracked, bones broke, and blood splashed. At this time, the great wilderness dragon spine revived, and the dragon and tiger fighting abyss automatically operated. The golden elixir foundation of the Qi Hai Danshan had a dragon and tiger phantom rising out, filling the limbs and bones. Lu Pingyun's body rumbled like a thunderous tsunami, and the whole person was a little relaxed. His heart was throbbing, knowing that the immortal golden body had a certain immunity to the power of spiritual pressure. Master Laoshan narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Pingyun to be able to withstand the power of his own realm. He realized that he was not simple. His thin face showed no expression. He said indifferently, "Boy, if you can bring out a background that makes me afraid, then there is still a chance of survival. Otherwise, senior, don't try. I don't have any background, and I am not sent by others. I just have a grudge with the Wolf King." Lu Pingyun naturally couldn't report the name of the Lu family. He said in a deep voice, thinking about how to break the situation. But after thinking about it, he found that there was no way. The Jinden and Yuanying are like a natural moat. Not to mention escaping, it is even difficult for him to self-destruct the Jinden. In this case, then you go to hell. The world was swept by wild sand, the wind and clouds changed color, and two terrifying beams of light shot out of Master Laoshan's eyes. Puff! Lu Pingyun's body's bones made a crisp sound, and then the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken line. The gap between nascent soul and core formation is too big. Even if he breaks through the third stage of physical training, he is still far from being the opponent of nascent soul cultivators. Just the aura of power and a look have seriously injured him. But he did not give up. Dragon Tiger fighting abyss. Even if you are trapped in the abyss, you can still subdue the dragon and the tiger and break it with one force. Lu Pingyun roared and operated the Dragon Tiger fighting abyss to the extreme. When the dragon and tiger roared, a dragon roar that reached the sky and the earth sounded, and a golden dragon-shaped phantom rushed out of the spine, covering his body. At this moment, the already tall and burly body crackled and healed the broken bones a little, and then activated a third-level talisman in his arms, trying to take this opportunity to escape. However, Master Laoshan snorted coldly, and his 5 fingers fell like a mountain, and the whole world seemed to solidify, causing Lu Pingyun's blood to churn, and he endured great pressure and spit out a mouthful of light golden blood. Roar! The dragon roared between heaven and earth. At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Pingyun continued to mobilize all the strength in his body. The hope poison that had previously exhausted its spiritual power and turned into a ball of hope burned the potential of Lu Pingyun's body. The great wilderness dragon spine and the indestructible golden body intertwined, surging with an infinite power, as if the ancient dragon was roaring in the body, causing the great wilderness dragon armor to bloom with a brilliant luster, dissolving the whole body's momentum and magic power. Then the power filled Lu Pingyun's limbs and bones, adding infinite divine power. Boom boom boom, Lu Pingyun's almost broken legs stomped suddenly, and the half-dragon, half-human body burst out, breaking through layers of void. Huh? Master Laoshan's face condensed slightly. He never expected that a deforming ant would be so tenacious and have so many means. In particular, the pale golden blood and ki bursting out of the other party's body, The dragon-shaped armor, and the mysterious power that disintegrated his magic power and ki, all made him suspicious. This child is either the nascent soul seed of a top power, or he has obtained a top inheritance. Although Lu Pingyan relied on the great wilderness dragon spine and the indestructible golden body to break free from the aura of Master Laoshan. But an ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating one's own strength. Master Laoshan took a light step, as if shrinking the earth into an inch, and instantly appeared in front of Lu Pingyan. The thin arm suddenly swelled and turned into a giant earth yellow hand as thick as a bucket. It roared like a dragon, and held Lu Pingyan, who was tall and burly and covered with dragon-shaped armor, in his hand. If you are willing to submit to this master, I can let you live. Master Laoshan looked at Lu Pingyan in his hand and said, a power always has someone to do the dirty work, some things that are not allowed to see the light. Now that the Wolf King is dead, he must find someone to replace him. The Lu Pingyan in front of him has an opportunity to rely on, and if he can subdue and enslave him, he can also make up for the loss. If the other party is willing to surrender sincerely, he can even expose the matter of the Wolf King, forgive the past, and marry his daughter to the other party. After all, through the magical power, Yellow Sand Killer, he could see that Lu Pingyan had a problem with his body and possessed some kind of rare spiritual body. If he was brought back to the family for breeding, not to mention giving birth to a rare spiritual body, he could definitely give birth to many offspring with excellent body refining talents. However, at this moment, suddenly, the distant sky changed color, and endless sky light rushed up into the sky. The colorful light was like a long rainbow, cutting through the sky and tearing a crack. Waves of dazzling and gorgeous light were revealed from this crack in the sky and earth, and a series of beautiful buildings, pavilions and towers were looming, floating like a mirage. The Hansha fantasy realm is open. When Master Laoshan saw the crack in the sky that burst out with infinite divine light, his eyes burst with brilliance. Hansha fantasy realm. Although Lu Pingyan had never seen the Hansha fantasy realm, he had heard of this nascent soul-level secret realm during his time in the Black Desert Immortal City. If it weren't for his lack of strength and his inability to cultivate magical powers, he would even consider trying it. However, when he saw the Hansha fantasy realm, he realized that this was an opportunity, and said in a weak voice, submission. I am a disciple of Qingzhu Mountain. Now that the Hansha fantasy realm is open, my sect master uncle will come soon. If the senior wants me to surrender, I am afraid it is difficult to obey. The highest level force he knew at present was Qingzhu Mountain, which had many nascent soul cultivators. And the technique that Changsheng transferred to practice came from this force. The most important thing is that he has an immortal golden body and the great wilderness dragon spine. As long as he continues to consume it, his physical injuries will slowly recover. By then, if the old man enters the secret realm and is distracted and has no time to take care of himself, he may have a chance to escape. Qingzhu Mountain. When Master Laoshan heard this name, his mind was shocked and he looked at Lu Pingyan intently. As a nascent soul cultivator, he had heard of Qingzhu Mountain. This is one of the top forces in the southern wilderness, and it is far from being something he can offend. And he remembered that the Qingzhu Mountain cultivators are good at body refining. Just now, seeing that Lu Pingyan's body refining was higher than his ki refining cultivation, he was surprised and wanted to explore his opportunity and how he could cultivate such a physique. He never expected that the boy in front of him actually came from Qingzhu Mountain. However, as a Yuanying's engine, his soul instantly captured a few different auras, and his thin face smiled and said, so your inheritance comes from Qingzhu Mountain. Qingzhu Mountain belongs to the middle area of the southern wilderness, which is very far away from the endless desert. It is impossible to come all the way to get involved in such a secret realm. Moreover, Laoshan's engine saw that Lu Pingyan's words were not true enough, and guessed that he should get the opportunity inheritance of Qingzhu Mountain. Although it is easy to cause trouble after practicing the skills of this kind of power, it can also be used as a reference, turned into a foundation, and even used to climb Qingzhu Mountain. Even Qingzhu Mountain has to give me an explanation. Laoshan's engine snorted and said, raised his palm lightly, swept up the Wolf King's body, and then carried Lu Pingyan to the Hansha fantasy realm. Although Lu Pingyan in front of him was probably lying, he was related to Qingzhu Mountain, so he was prepared to wait and see. If Qingzhu Mountain didn't come, he would take him back later and pry out the opportunity inheritance to see if he could subdue him and enslave him. Not to mention that his blood and ki were like top-grade medicine, even this kind of body refining talent could be used as a seed for the family. Lu Pingyan paused, and wanted to say something, but then he felt a magical restriction entering his body, and his blood and magic power were imprisoned by this power, unable to operate, and even unable to speak. The great wilderness dragon armor covering his body gradually dissipated. At the same time, the endless desert was boiling, and countless figures and rainbow lights flew towards the crack in the sky. Is this the Hancha fantasy realm? On the golden-winged sky pang, Lu Changsheng looked at the crack in the sky, and earth above that looked like a mirage. Through the crack, you can see a huge palace, bright and dazzling, with wisps of pure spiritual energy drifting out of the crack. He didn't expect that he was just passing through the endless desert to find his son, but he encountered the opening of the Hancha fantasy realm, and this secret realm just happened to appear next to him. It seems that I am also a person with great luck. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, but he had no intention of entering the secret realm. After all, the purpose of his trip was to find his son, not to break into the secret realm. Just as he was thinking about staying away from here, suddenly the sun and moon, two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, trembled and sensed Lu Pinggan's energy. Huh? Lu Changsheng paused and looked around. He thought that his son might be waiting for the opening of the Hancha fantasy realm here like he did in his early years. Nonsense. Not seeing Lu Pinggan's figure, Lu Changsheng immediately sank his consciousness into the sun and moon, two yin and yang mysterious light mirror, using the mirror and the sun and moon cards, the blood between the induction and the other party's situation. The next moment, a picture appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. I saw a tall and burly man with a pale and weak face, like a dead dog being held in the hands of a thin old man. His body drooped limply, his limbs swayed limply, as if he had lost the support of his bones. The pale golden blood on his lips, chest, and knees was very eye-catching. Although it was not Lu Pinggan's appearance, the mysterious induction between the sun and moon card and his bloodline could not be false. Lu Changsheng's face darkened instantly, knowing that the man was his son Lu Pinggan. He was now being carried like a dead dog, breaking through the air quickly in this direction. At this moment, Lu Changsheng's chest was burning with anger, and the whole person was like a dormant volcano. Old thing. Lu Changsheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he wanted to hold the Daluo sword embryo to intercept and kill the old man. But through the sun and moon, two yin and yang zhuan guangjian, he sensed that the old man was a Yuanying cultivator. And now countless figures came from all directions of the endless desert, filled with terrifying magic power, and entered the cracks in the sky above. Huh? At this moment, Lu Changsheng sensed a gaze falling on him. Zuanjin's Zhenjin. This Zuanjin's Zhenjin wore a loose snow-white robe, with a green long sword hanging from his waist, giving people a feeling of being as white as jade and untainted by dust. There were 5 figures beside him, all of whom were sharp, and were in the late stage of Jinden. But he just glanced at Lu Changsheng indifferently, and then entered the Hancha fantasy realm, with the figures. Zhenjin Qinglun is not with Zhenjin Zuanjin. Lu Changsheng remembered that Zhenjin Qinglun had invited him to this secret realm before, but he did not team up with Qingyun Sect. But after thinking about it, he understood. Although it is good for many people to enter the secret realm together, the natural treasures obtained must also be divided equally. Moreover, with Zhenjin Zuanjin, Zhenjin Qinglun not only lacks the right to speak, but also has to be wary of fear. The other party invited him in the early years because he was strong enough, but would not threaten her. This old man is a Yuanying cultivator, and now Pinggan is in his hands. Even if I can use the sun and moon yin yang zhuan guangjian to kill him now, I will be very passive. Lu Changsheng's eyes were cold, and he continued to pay attention to his son's situation through the sun and moon yin yang zhuan guangjian. It is definitely not feasible for the outside world to take action now. If I want to take action, I can only enter the secret realm. With the sun and moon yin yang zhuan guangjian, after entering the secret realm, I can find him through my son Lu Pinggan and take the initiative. At that time, I can even lock him directly, shoot a sun's mysterious light, and kill him in one fell swoop. Although he can't activate this Tongshan Lingbao. But before, with the help of the Immortal City Array, Lu Changsheng knew that to kill a 4th level Demon King, he only needed to activate it to a certain extent. As long as he is willing to pay the price, burn his life or consume the origin of the spiritual treasure, he can completely kill a Yuanying early cultivator. If this person's strength is equal to that of the Heaven Corp Sect Master and the 5 Poison Sect Master, I am not afraid of attacking him head-on now. I can kill him, or use the sun and moon yin yang mysterious light mirror to attack him and seriously injure him, and then kill him head-on. Although Lu Changsheng's cultivation has not changed qualitatively compared to when he was the 5 poison sect master, but he has broken through from the 7th level of Jinden to the 9th level, and the chaos body has merged with the indestructible golden body, which is still a big improvement. In particular, the effect of the indestructible golden body has maximized the effect of his 9 treasures Ruai bone. In this case, he will burst out with all his strength, unless he faces a Yuanying cultivator like Xuanjian's Henjin, otherwise he will be fully confident. What's more, he still has the trump card of Sun and Moon Yin Yang Mysterious Light Mirror in his hand. If he is willing to pay the price, he can even kill Xuanjian's Henjin. So, go in or not? Looking at the Yuanying cultivators entering the cracks in the sky, Lu Changsheng's face was cloudy. After entering the secret realm, the only trouble is that his combat power cannot last long. Whether relying on explosive repulsion, killing the nascent soul cultivator, or using the Sun and Moon Yin Yang Mysterious Light Mirror, they will all enter a short period of weakness. Lu Changsheng's face was gloomy, and he calculated with his fingers to see if he would be lucky or unlucky when entering the secret realm. Not to mention that his divination was only at the 2nd level. This nascent soul level secret realm alone had the effect of interfering with and shielding the secrets of heaven. At this moment, Lu Changsheng saw a thin old man in the sky carrying a tall and burly man flying towards the crack in the sky. How about the nascent soul secret realm? Seeing that the two were about to enter the secret realm, Lu Changsheng made a decision in his heart. In addition to the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Mysterious Light Mirror, a magical treasure that can kill any nascent soul cultivator, I have the Daluo Sword Embryo, the Golden Winged Sky Pang, the 3 Treasures Transformation Pearl, the 4th level Poison, the Soul Subduing Talisman, and the 4th level Talisman. Even if I face the true Lord Xuanjian, I can still retreat unscathed. As for being weak after a burst, at worst, I will take the Xuanlong Nirvana pill as soon as I enter the secret realm. When the burst is complete, I can also use the pill to achieve Nirvana, and then stand up again after breaking through. Lu Changsheng murmured in his mouth, his eyes were cold, and he cheered himself up, and then the whole person soared into the sky, wanting to enter the secret realm. At this moment, he saw 4 figures appearing in the air not far away. One of them was tall and graceful, but like a noble man, wearing a glazed crown, a green jade phoenix brocade robe, holding a folding fan, and looking handsome and heroic. It was the true Lord Qingyun. Dao Yangming. When true Lord Qingyun saw Lu Changsheng on the golden winged sky pang, his sharp eyebrows raised slightly, and he was a little surprised. After all, she had invited Lu Changsheng twice before, but he declined. Now he actually met him outside the secret realm. Dao Qingyun. Lu Changsheng smiled and bowed to true Lord Qingyun, and then said in a voice transmission, I suddenly felt that I had an opportunity here, but I didn't expect to fall into this secret realm, so I wanted to ask Dao if you have any information about this secret realm. Regarding Hanja Fantasy Realm, Lu Changsheng only knew that it was a Yuanying level secret realm, and he didn't know the details of the secret realm. It's not that he didn't want to know, but this level of secret realm can only be accessed by cultivators in the late Jinden stage, and there is little relevant information leaked. Now that he met true Lord Qingyun, he naturally chose to play it safe and learn about the secret realm through him. After entering the secret realm, he could even consider cooperation, spending a favor and asking the other party to help kill the old man. After all, his main purpose of entering the secret realm was for his son Lu Pingyan, not the opportunity in the secret realm. By then, Lu Pingyan will be rescued. For the sake of stability, it doesn't matter if some gains are given up. Oh. When Qingyun's Henjin heard Lu Changsheng say that he had sensed an opportunity on a whim, his expression was a little surprised. You know, the secrets of this secret realm are in chaos. Even if she can't guess the sense, it is possible to sense the good and bad luck after entering. Lu Changsheng can actually sense an opportunity in front of him? This is very amazing. Of course. Qingyun's Henjin took out a jade slip from the storage ring, recorded some information in it, and threw it to Lu Changsheng. Then he gave Lu Changsheng a jade talisman and said, since fellow Taoist Yangming is here, you can contact me through this talisman. This secret realm is ever-changing, and no one knows the specific situation and whether it will encounter danger, so Qingyun's Henjin doesn't mind having an acquaintance like Lu Changsheng. The 3 people next to her saw Qingyun's Henjin talking to Lu Changsheng, and they were a little surprised. They wanted to know how a Jinden cultivator could be qualified to be comparable to fellow Taoist Qingyun's Henjin. However, seeing Lu Changsheng's profound magical power, the golden-winged sky peng under his feet did not say anything. He nodded slightly with Qingyun's engine and rushed into the crack of the sky together. Lu Changsheng's spiritual consciousness probed into the jade slip, took a look at Qingyun's engine's introduction to this secret realm, and then rode the golden-winged sky peng and rushed in. Master Yangming. At the moment Lu Changsheng entered the secret realm, 4 figures broke through the air. Among them, a middle-aged man with an ugly face and wearing a dark red ghost robe saw Lu Changsheng riding the golden-winged sky peng, and his deep and dark pupils narrowed slightly, exuding a bit of murderous aura. Fellow Taoist Mingxia, is that the man just now the immortal Yangming who ruined your actions and caused Xianxia to fall into the Qingyun Sect? A fat man next to him with a rich face, wearing gold and silver, and a bulging belly looked at the crack in the sky and asked the ugly middle-aged man. Yes, this man is immortal Yangming. Immortal Mingxia nodded and said. In the past, he had a few rounds of simple fighting with Lu Changsheng outside the 10,000 Demons Abyss. Although he did not fight with all his strength, through the Daluo Sword Embryo and the Brahma Demon True Body, he realized that the strength of this immortal Yangming has exceeded the Jinden level and is comparable to many Yuanying cultivators. However, he did not mention the Daluo Sword Embryo. He thought about meeting immortal Yangming in the secret realm, using the 10,000 Demons Blood Pool, to kill this man, and take the opportunity to himself, so as to slowly break free from the restraint of the Beast God Mountain on himself. The few people did not chat, nodded slightly, and rushed into the crack in the sky. Chapter 665, Fight Against the Dark Demon and the Blood Pool of 10,000 Demons. Is this the fantasy realm of Hansha? Lu Changsheng was not aware that he had been noticed by the true Lord of Darkness. Following the light of the sky, he entered the crack in the sky and felt that he had come to another world. The surroundings were filled with hazy clouds and mist, and above his head was a starry sky, shining as bright as day. In the distance, he could see mountains, rivers, and some tiny pavilions and tall buildings, which were completely different from the scene outside the crack. According to the information on the jade slip given by the true Lord of Blue Luan, Lu Changsheng knew that the fantasy realm of Hansha was ever-changing and the situation would be different from before. The monks formed teams mainly to avoid accidents, reduce risks, and go to the central hall to work together to fight for opportunities. At this stage, they can go to the mountains, rivers, pavilions and buildings in the distance to look for opportunities. Seeing that the monks all dispersed after entering the secret realm, Lu Changsheng did not stay, but drove the golden-winged sky peng away quickly, and then signaled the sun and moon Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian to sense the location of his son Lu Pinggan. But at the moment when his spiritual consciousness was explored, he found that his spiritual consciousness was subject to an invisible restriction. Not only him, but even the spying effect of the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror was affected. Is the interference so great? Lu Changsheng knew that the secret realm suppressed his spiritual consciousness and could not break through the air and escape, but he did not expect that his spiritual consciousness was almost restricted by 90%. However, as a universal spiritual treasure, the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror can spy hundreds of miles without consuming mana, even if it is affected. In an instant, Lu Pinggan was seen being carried by a several-foot-long earth dragon, and the old man who had carried him before sat cross-legged. This seems to be a puppet, not a third-level or fourth-level demon king. Through the induction of the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, the earth dragon under the two people did not have the aura of a demon king, and should be a demon beast puppet. The spiritual consciousness of the Hansha fantasy realm is suppressed by 90%, and the Yuanying cultivator cannot break through the air and escape at will. For me, it is an advantage. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. The restrictive effect of this secret realm is not aimed at him, but all cultivators. In this case, he has the sun and moon 2 yin and yang zhuan guangjian detector, and the golden-winged sky peng flying mount, which has a considerable advantage. However, the cultivators who can enter the Hansha fantasy realm are at least in the late stage of Danji, and none of them are simple, and they all have means. Lu Changsheng thought, and a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Open it, and the fragrance is fragrant. There is a crystal-clear pill with dragon-shaped aura inside, which is the Zhuan Long Nirvana pill. Although Lu Changsheng is ready to kill Lao Shen's engine and rescue Lu Pinggan and wait for the end in the secret realm, for the sake of safety, he is still ready to take this fourth-level rare pill first. After all, you must not save where you shouldn't save. Moreover, Even if the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill is not used, he can activate the effect of the medicine by self-mutilation before the effect is about to expire, and undergo Nirvana transformation, breaking and then standing. So no matter what, taking the pill now will not be a loss. After taking the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill, Lu Changsheng instantly felt a great medicinal power overflowing and slowly flowing to his limbs. This medicinal power will continue to accumulate in the body's blood and flesh meridians, internal organs, and Qi Hai Danshan, and then burst out when the body is seriously injured and life is in danger, completely activating the Zhuanlong Nirvana power of the pill. Old thing, I hope you won't let me down. Lu Changsheng put his 2 4th-level talismans on his sleeves for easy activation. After finishing, he paid attention to Lao Shen's engine through the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuan Guang mirror, and signaled Jin Shi Xian Peng to follow slowly. He planned to go a little deeper and wait for a fewer people to take action according to the situation. During this process, Lu Changsheng tried his best to avoid trouble and not compete with others for the treasures in the secret realm. Instead, he saw that this Lao Shen's engine had obtained a lot of heaven and earth spiritual materials. According to Lu Changsheng's analysis, the earth dragon puppet he used as a vehicle should be a top-level 3rd-level puppet. As for his strength, he couldn't tell without taking action, but it was probably in the early stage of the nascent soul. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng felt that the situation was about the same, so he signaled the golden-winged Sky Peng to speed up, and then find an opportunity to attack the true Lord Lao Shen. At this moment, there was a shocking sound of fighting in the distance. 2 Yuanying cultivators were fighting, forming a terrifying aftermath of magic power. Lu Changsheng had no intention of joining in the fun, so he signaled the golden-winged Sky Peng to turn around and take a detour to avoid being affected. When he avoided it, he saw through the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuan Guang mirror that the true Lord Lao Shen also had a conflict with the true Lord of Yuanying, fighting for a spiritual treasure embryo. The earth-based skills and magical powers should be a few points stronger than the 5 poison sect leader, but far less than the true Lord Zhuangjian. Lu Changsheng watched the two fight and analyzed in his heart. However, the two did not fight with real anger. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, they stopped tacitly, and the other threw a 4th-level spiritual material as compensation. Sure enough, in such a secret realm, unless there is an unparalleled opportunity, few people will choose to fight to the death. Lu Changsheng said regretfully. If Master Lao Shen consumed too much mana at this time, he could come to wait for the opportunity. Don't say that he waited for the opportunity. Master Lao Shen only consumed a little mana, and he immediately replenished it with spirit stones to recover his state, so that Lu Changsheng could not find any opportunity at all. In this way, several days passed. Lu Changsheng finally waited for the opportunity and saw Master Lao Shen encounter a 4th-level demon king in the cave. He consumed a lot of mana, and the 3rd-level top-level earth dragon puppet was damaged. The unconscious Lu Pingyan was directly sealed into the realm by him. It may be that this secret realm restricts the divine consciousness and cannot break through the air and escape. It is more costly to put a 3rd-level body refining giant and cultivator in the realm, so Lu Pingyan has not been put in before. After Lu Pingyan entered the realm, Lu Changsheng instantly felt that the picture of the Sun and Moon Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian was blurred. This is an opportunity. Although Master Lao Shen was not injured, he consumed a lot of mana. According to Lu Changsheng's observations over the past few days, he will definitely use spirit stones to meditate and recover his state later. Swish! Just as the golden-winged Sky Peng turned into golden rainbow light, tearing through the air and flying towards the location of Master Lao Shen at an astonishing speed, a gloomy ghost fog suddenly whistled from the side, sweeping across the sky and earth, and a cold and piercing dark ghost hand attacked Lu Changsheng. The golden-winged Sky Peng instantly cried out, and its entire body shone brightly, like a golden fairy sun. Countless sword-like feathers appeared in front of him and shot towards the ghost hand. Master Mingxia. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, recognizing this magical aura. He didn't expect that Master Mingxia would also come to the Hansha fantasy realm. Master Yangming, what a narrow road for enemies. A gloomy and cold voice came from the gloomy ghost fog, and then a middle-aged man with an ugly face and wearing a dark red ghost robe slowly appeared. It was the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, Master Mingxia. Why, Master Mingxia wants to fight with someone here. Lu Changsheng, wearing a black robe and a heroic face, said coldly with a Dalao sword in his hand. If he was not thinking about his son Lu Pingyan, Lu Changsheng would not mind bursting out with all his strength and beheading Master Mingxie in front of him. A giant and cultivator, even if you have great opportunities and hold the treasure, do you really think you can compete with this master? Master Mingxie saw that Lu Changsheng, a giant and cultivator, was not afraid of him at all, as if he was humiliated. The dark red ghost robe blew the wind and offered an inkstone with strange and complicated patterns. Gulu. 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 The inkstone swelled in the wind and turned into a blood pool of several feet, surrounded by thick and smelly blood-colored mist. These blood mists seemed to have life, turning into hideous ghost faces. In the blood pool, dark red blood rolled and surged like boiling water, and blood bubbles emerged one by one, making a creepy puff sound when they burst. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The blood pool was filled with endless brilliance, the wind was howling, the ghost energy was rising, and the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling rose and fell, making Lu Changsheng upset. Then he saw the bloody ghost wind covering Lu Changsheng from all directions, turning into ghost soldiers and ghost generals, covering the sky and the earth. The blood pool of 10,000 ghosts. 10,000 ghost soldiers. Lu Changsheng had learned about this treasure of the Qingyun Sect through the 5 poison sect master before. He didn't expect that the underworld true lord brought the sect's treasure here, no wonder he was confident to kill him. According to Yaodu, this blood pool can not only defile the magic weapon and form a continuous stream of 10,000 ghost soldiers, but also a 4th-level ghost king with strong combat power. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng burst out with a brilliant sword light from the Daluo sword embryo in his hand, and slashed forward suddenly, signaling the golden-winged Sky Peng to leave quickly, unwilling to entangle with the underworld true lord. After all, if he wants to kill him, he must burst out with all his strength. If the noise was too loud and other Yuanying cultivators attacked secretly, it would be very troublesome. You and the 5 poison sect leader were together that day and we let you go. Now you are alone and you should surrender. The dark evil lord had been observing Lu Changsheng's magic power since he entered the secret realm. It was not easy to meet him, so how could he let him escape? The dark red palm suddenly spread out and used the brewing Yuanying magical power. The blood and ghost energy formed a huge ghost hand of 100 feet, blocking Lu Changsheng's way. 9 treasures Ruai bones. Brahma demon's true body. When Lu Changsheng saw this scene, the 9 treasures Ruai bones intertwined on his chest, and the magic power and energy were like a volcanic eruption. Behind him, a 3-headed and 6-armed Buddha demon appeared, and blasted out with a brilliant sword light, breaking the ghost hand. 10,000 ghosts formation. The dark evil lord shouted, and saw a steady stream of 10,000 ghosts Dao soldiers appearing in the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, and the energy blended into his ghost hand, and formed a bloody evil ghost energy to suppress Lu Changsheng. However, Lu Changsheng has a chaotic body, a quasi 4th level physique, and blood and ki like a dragon, which is directly invulnerable to all evil. The origin laws of the Daluo sword embryo in his hand interweave and surge, bursting out with a peerless and sharp sword light, annihilating all the 10,000 ghosts in front of him. This sword is probably not inferior to the 10,000 ghosts blood pool. The true lord of Hades looked at the sword embryo in Lu Changsheng's hand, and was very jealous, knowing that this was a top-level treasure. He pinched his hands, and the 10,000 ghosts blood pool made a splashing sound, and rolling blood poured towards Lu Changsheng, trying to pollute the sword embryo in his hand. His blood pool can not only pollute other people's magic weapons, but once polluted, it can erase the magic weapon imprint and try to rob it. It seems that it will not last for more than a few rounds. Lu Changsheng knew that if he did not use all his strength, he would be difficult to stop the battle and retreat. Boom boom boom. The quasi 4th level physique fully recovered, and an extremely domineering aura surged out. Lei Gang Longyan and the exorcist Golden Thunder appeared, like 2 dragons entangled together, and blasted into the rolling blood with a Brahma demon's true body, forming a pungent and smelly blood. Lu Changsheng and Jin Shi Tianpeng took the opportunity to kill the true lord of the underworld. No matter how powerful the opponent's 10,000 ghosts blood pool is, it has only been more than 10 years since the breakthrough of the nascent soul. Not good. When the true lord of the underworld saw Lu Changsheng suddenly killing him, he immediately realized that something was wrong, and poured the Taoist key of the 10,000 ghosts blood pool towards himself, and his magic power surged. A dark red bone sword with countless ghosts entangled in his hand appeared. Clang. The Daluo sword embryo chopped down immediately, and the brilliant sword light was like the sun, illuminating the past and the present. Although Lu Changsheng's 9 treasures Ruai bone did not explode to the limit, He fully activated the power of the Daluo sword embryo and the quasi 4th level physique, which directly caused the bone sword in the hands of the true lord of the underworld to tremble, and a gap appeared in the boundary magic shield. Break. In the crisis, Lord Nethersha burned the source of his magic power, spit out a mouthful of blood, and the bone sword in his hand burst into endless blood light. Cry. The golden-winged sky rock cried, and countless golden divine feathers covered the sky and were arranged neatly, like 180,000 peerless divine swords, swallowing and spitting out extremely fiery and peerless murderous intent, killing Lord Nethersha. Lu Changsheng also activated a 4th level talisman in his sleeve, wanting to kill Lord Nethersha directly. The 4th level attack talisman, the poisonous dragon talisman. Roar. A huge poisonous dragon appeared, trying to drown Lord Nethersha with its roar. But at this moment, the blood pool of 10,000 ghosts in the sky set off endless bloody rain and bloody wind, which fell on the head of Lord Nethersha, covering his body, dissolving the 4th level poisonous dragon talisman and the 180,000 feathers. At the same time, the bloody rain and bloody wind and the overwhelming 10,000 ghosts formed a full-scale collision of spirit, energy and spirit, like a rolling torrent crushing towards Lu Changsheng. The Brahma demon's true body behind Lu Changsheng roared, and his 6 arms were like gods and demons beating drums, blowing up the bloody rain and the ghost soldiers and generals. But the blood mist of the 10,000 ghosts' blood pool rolled, forming a continuous stream of 10,000 ghosts' Taoist soldiers. And under the endless bloodlight of the 10,000 ghosts' blood pool, Lu Changsheng could no longer break the magic shield of the Nether Evil Master. Damn, this thing is still a turtle shell. Lu Changsheng saw that the 10,000 ghosts' blood pool had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Unless he broke through the defense of this treasure or exhausted the blood pool's essence, he would not be able to kill the Nether Evil Master. Yuanying Cultivator, it's just so-so. If it weren't for the power of the treasure, I would have killed you with a sword today. Lu Changsheng snorted disdainfully, and did not continue to entangle with him. He left with a golden-winged sky pang. The slightly pale face of the Nether Evil Master instantly looked as ugly as pig liver. He didn't expect that he would be mocked by a giant and cultivator. Relying on the power of the treasure? It seems that you are not the same. Don't use your ability. But as a dignified Yuanying's Henjin, he couldn't possibly quarrel with Lu Changsheng here. Besides, Lu Changsheng had already left on the golden-winged sky pang. We must not let this man walk out of the Hansha fantasy realm alive. Mingsha's Henjin looked at the departing Lu Changsheng, his face gloomy, suddenly gritted his teeth, then drove the 10,000 ghosts' blood pool to chase Lu Changsheng, activated the token in his arms, and asked for help. Before, he coveted Lu Changsheng's opportunity magic weapon, so he didn't call for help. Now seeing Lu Changsheng's true strength, he knew that once the other party broke through the Yuanying, he would definitely die. Even if he had the 10,000 ghosts' blood pool, this treasure, he would never be the opponent. So he must take advantage of this to get rid of Lu Changsheng. Chapter 666, Tian Zhuangguang, Kill Yuanying. Lu Changsheng frowned as he saw the true Lord of Darkness driving the blood pond of 10,000 ghosts to chase him. Although it was difficult for him to kill him, he could not do anything to him. Why was he still chasing him in this situation? Ask for help. Lu Changsheng had a guess in his mind. He was alone this time. But others had invited their friends to travel together. Especially since the true Lord of Darkness had only broken through to the nascent soul for more than 10 years. He chose to come to the fantasy realm of Hansha. It was really unreasonable, which reminded Lu Changsheng of Yaoduo's early words. In order to break through to the nascent soul safely, the true Lord of Darkness got close to the Beast God Mountain of Liang State and reached a certain contract. According to his son Lu Qingshan's words, Liang State and Yu State had directly ceased war for this secret realm in recent years. So the true Lord of Darkness is likely to come with a nascent soul cultivator of Liang State. Let's go. Lu Changsheng immediately sent a third-level top-level divine wind control talisman to the golden-winged sky pang, indicating that it would fly at full speed and throw the true Lord of Darkness away. Although the golden-winged sky pang lacked nutrition in his early years. But in recent years, except for a few bloodlettings, it can be said that it has been overnourished and has grown rapidly. It is only a little bit away from growing to the top of the third level. In this case, the nascent soul cultivators cannot break through the air and escape, and the golden-winged sky pang's extreme speed is enough to throw them away. Swish! The golden-winged sky pang, which is already extremely fast, has obtained the effect of the divine wind control talisman, like a domineering golden meteor that has set off endless strong winds and cut through the sky. However, after a few breaths, Changsheng saw that the blood of the true lord of the underworld behind him was burning all over his body. He should use some kind of blood-burning secret method to increase his speed and barely keep up with a golden-winged sky pang. No, isn't it just blocking the door? Is it necessary to be so petty? Changsheng was speechless. Wasn't his hatred with the Yinming Ghost Sect the matter of his son Quanzhun in his early years, and then he went to the Yinming Ghost Sect to block the door and demand compensation? Is it necessary for Master Mingxia, the nascent soul ancestor, to wait for him in the 10,000 demons abyss for such a small matter, and now the secret realm burning blood has erupted? If it weren't for the important matter, and the fear of losing Master Laoshan, Changsheng really wanted to kill this intimidating person. Huh? Changsheng took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and put his palm on his chest. 9 treasures Ruai Bone, speed. The 9 treasures Ruai Bone burst into brilliant divine light, and light and complex runes fell into the body of the golden-winged Sky Pang. In an instant, the golden-winged Sky Pang, which was already incredibly fast and difficult to catch, flew 100 miles away in an instant. Damn it! Master Mingxia saw this scene, his face gloomy and ugly. Although he can continue to burn the essence of blood. But if he burns the essence of blood, Master Yangming relies on the Spirit Beast Mount. Once he is in a weak state, with the strength of Master Yangming just now, he may be able to kill him with a surprise attack. This person's bird is definitely of the top-level bloodline of the heavenly rank. It may even be that his bloodline has returned to his ancestors and awakened some of his true spirit bloodline. The dark evil master stopped and gave up the pursuit. His face was slightly pale, and he was ready to wait for the people from the Beast God Mountain to come. Although the beast control of the Beast God Mountain is not a conventional way, they are also proficient in beast control. Maybe there is a way to interfere with this golden bird, so as to find an opportunity to hunt down Yangming's Yanrun. Moreover, with this golden bird as a temptation, the Yuanying cultivators of the Beast God Mountain are willing to give up the precious time in the secret realm and accompany him to hunt down Yangming's Yanrun. Reverse Yin and Yang glazed wall. After seeing that the dark evil master was thrown away by him, Changsheng immediately used his magical powers to cover up his and the golden-winged Sky Pang's aura with all his strength, and then found a place to land. The dark evil master, wait for this ancestor to break through the Yuanying, and I will be the first to destroy your Yinming Ghost Sect. Changsheng's eyes were cold, and he really wanted to kill the dark evil master. If he hadn't been thinking about Master Laoshan and worried about Lianguo's Yuanying coming, he would have walked him around a few times just now, and when his essence and blood were burning and weak, he could have used the golden-winged Sky Pang to turn around and hunt him. Changsheng untied the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, and his body was a little weak. Under normal circumstances, he would need 3 to 5 days to recover from this weak state. But at this time, after taking the mysterious Dragon Nirvana pill, a great medicinal power flowed through his limbs, meridians and danshan, nourishing his body, so he could recover in most of the day. Changsheng fed the golden-winged Sky Pang a pill, then took him back to the Qiankan Benying Belt, and his body flowed with a layer of yin and yang colored glass luster, rushing towards Master Laoshan to avoid losing him. After more than half an hour, Changsheng found Master Laoshan through the sun and moon 2 yin and yang mysterious light mirror. But he had just fought with Master Mingxia and missed the opportunity, and the other party was likely still in this area, so he could only continue to wait for an opportunity and then fight quickly. It's not a solution to keep dragging it on like this. How about using the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror to blast him? Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that this battle must be resolved quickly, and it would be best to kill all of Laoshan's engine's nascent soul spirit body to avoid future troubles. The sun's mysterious light is scorching and fierce, destroying all laws, and has unparalleled offensiveness and explosiveness, while the Taiyan mysterious light is extremely yin and soft, like the cold moonlight, more restrained and lasting, and can silently penetrate the enemy's body and corrode and destroy it. In the secret realm, the nascent soul's engine cannot break through the air and escape into the void, so the nascent soul spirit body cannot escape with the help of the void. As long as we are fully prepared, we can use the Taiyan mysterious light to blast this person to death. The biggest problem with using the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror to blast Laoshan's engine is that it makes too much noise. Like the sun's mysterious light blasting the void kun before, almost the entire Damang saw it. Although Lu Changsheng does not have the help of the third order formation now, and cannot exert such power and cause such a big commotion, once he uses the sun's mysterious light, it will still attract the attention of many nascent soul cultivators. The other magical power of the sun and moon's two yin guang mirror, Taiyuan mysterious light, is relatively less commotion. The disadvantage is that the power burst is not as direct, overbearing and fierce as the sun's mysterious light. Taiyuan mysterious light is enough, and compared to the sun's mysterious light, Taiyuan mysterious light is more suitable for sneak attacks. Lu Changsheng thought for a long time, and analyzed the power of Taiyuan mysterious light with the spirit of the weapon Awu, and decided to do so. As for the weakness after activating the sun and moon's two yin guang mirror, as long as Lao Shan's engine is dealt with, he can completely wait for the end here in the secret realm. Immediately, Lu Changsheng adjusted his brewing state while keeping a distance at all times through the sun and moon's two yin guang mirror, spying on Lao Shan's engine. 3 days later, he finally got a chance. Lao Shan's engine entered a pavilion to compete with others for treasures, and the two fought. Although they stopped fighting tacitly, both of them were exhausted, so Master Lao Shan came to the mountains and opened a cave, then set up a formation, released 2 puppets and began to meditate and regulate their breathing. These nascent soul cultivators were very cautious. If it weren't for the sun and moon two yin mysterious light mirror, a magical treasure that could hide their senses and spy, Lu Changsheng would not have found a chance at all. Lu Changsheng did not hesitate or delay, and operated the inverted yin and yang glazed wall to the extreme, and then used the sun and moon two yin mysterious light mirror to lurk 30 miles away from Master Lao Shan. With a thought, a snow-white bullet flew out of his body and turned into a young man with an ordinary face. He gave the yin-yang diagram, a thick stack of talismans, the last 4th-level talisman in his hand, a bottle of 4th-level poison, and a low-grade magic weapon to the 3 treasures avatar. Immediately, Lu Changsheng and the 3 treasures avatar acted separately, using the 3 treasures avatar to attract attention from the front, while he used all his strength to operate the inverted yin and yang glazed wall to lurk in the dark. Fortunately, the secret realm suppressed the spiritual consciousness of the cultivators. The range of the spiritual consciousness of the early nascent soul is at most 10 miles, otherwise it would be almost impossible to get so close to a nascent soul cultivator. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Changsheng opened up a cave and set up a simple small inverted 5-element formation. Although it didn't work much, it could barely cover up the key. Arwu. Lu Changsheng held the sun and moon yin-yang guangjian in his hand, released a mouthful of the spirit eye spring, and put in a large amount of high-quality spiritual stones, signaling it to take action, but not to completely drain his blood and mana. Yes, master. The sun and moon yin-yang guangjian trembled slightly, like a clear and cold moon rising, silver light falling, illuminating the mountain. Buzz buzz buzz, as the spirit eye spring dried up, the spiritual stones burned wildly, the mirror surface was full of light, and the infinite cold and mysterious pure white moonlight bloomed. The bright moonlight flooded the entire cave like smoke and fog, and the stone wall was covered with a layer of biting frost. With a Xianun Bao on Lotus, as his second Ganshin, Lu Changsheng's mana is usually endless. But at this moment, it was almost exhausted instantly. Boom! His chaotic body revived, burning the original essence, his eyes were cold, and he continued to urge the sun and moon yin and yang zhuangguangjian. Boom! The cold and mysterious, dreamlike Taiyuan zhuangguang poured out, penetrated through the layers of mountains, and directly bombarded Lao Shan's engine. At this moment, in the cave, Lao Shan's engine, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and a few ominous premonitions surged in his heart. After the cultivator breaks through the foundation and sheds the mortal body, the spiritual perception will gradually become sharper, and there will be a whim and mysterious induction. The induction of Yuan Ying's engine like Lao Shan's engine is even more acute. So he instantly realized that there was danger. He opened his eyes, opened his spiritual consciousness with all his strength, and looked in all directions. Soon, he saw a plain-looking giant and cultivator with a cautious look, carefully looking for spiritual medicine in the mountains. As a Yuan Ying's engine, Lao Shan's engine instantly realized that something was wrong. Although there are many rare spiritual medicines in this secret mountain range, they are not many. Unless you have a treasure-hunting rat or a treasure-hunting spiritual object that can detect natural treasures, it would be a waste of time to come to the mountains and rivers to find spiritual medicines. Moreover, he saw that the direction in which the 3 treasures incarnation was coming was exactly his direction, And his aura was not right, like a human but not a human. There is something wrong with this person. With an ominous premonition in his heart, Lao Shan's Henjin instantly determined that there was something wrong with the three treasures incarnation, and it was very likely that he was a Yuanying cultivator disguised as a Jindan, and rushed towards him. However, he did not escape immediately. After all, he had fought with others before, but he only consumed a lot and was not seriously injured. Even if this person was disguised as a Yuanying cultivator, it would not pose a threat to him. So where does this ominousness come from? Could it be that there is a chance treasure here? Although the cultivator could sense the ominousness of the dark, it was very vague, just like divination, and he didn't know where the problem was. After a little thought in his heart, he decided to leave here first. However, at this moment, suddenly, bang! The mountain behind him exploded, and the endless Taiyang mysterious light poured towards him like a bright meteor, covering and drowning Master Lao Shan. The invisible realm of the nascent soul cultivator was instantly eroded and broken by the Taiyang mysterious light, twisting and turning. Although the mana shield and the top-level robe were fully activated, they still failed to isolate and block the Taiyang mysterious light in a hurry. Who is attacking this master? Master Lao Shan's face suddenly changed, and he was horrified. Sensing the danger of life and death, his cheeks were covered with frost, and he felt that his blood and mana were about to be frozen. At the same time, Changsheng controlled the three treasures incarnation and rushed towards the cave where Master Lao Shan was. Buzz buzz buzz. The two third-level puppets waiting outside immediately became alert, like a war machine revived, but the three treasures incarnations were not afraid at all, and the yin-yang mysterious light covered their bodies and directly crashed through. The inferior magic weapon coated with a fourth-level poison went straight to the cave and exploded it. Boom! A series of deafening explosions sounded, blasting away the simple formation set up by Master Lao Shan, and the mountain began to rumble and collapse. A chilling cold air from the Taiyang began to spread from the mountain. The incarnation of the three treasures did not hesitate at all, locked onto Master Lao Shan, and threw the fourth-level poisonous dragon talisman in his hand towards the mountain. Roar! On the talisman, mysterious and complex patterns intertwined, turning into a huge poisonous dragon phantom, sweeping the fourth-level poison in the air, roaring towards Master Lao Shan, corroding the broken rocks into thousands of holes. Under normal circumstances, whether it was the self-explosion of the magic weapon or the fourth-level talisman, it would be difficult to affect Master Lao Shan. He only needed to sacrifice his own spiritual treasure, open the realm, or escape into the void to resolve most of the damage. But at this moment, he was submerged and enveloped by the Taiyang mysterious light, his body began to break, and his blood and magic power seemed to solidify and stagnate, and he had no time to break free. Even the energy of Taiyang Zhuangguang penetrated from his body into his nascent soul and soul, as if to annihilate his nascent soul. Open. However, as a nascent soul true lord, Lao Shan true lord had decisive combat experience and remained calm. His thin body covered with frost suddenly agitated, and the origin of the nascent soul burned wildly, bursting out with a terrifying mana energy, and sacrificed his own life treasure. I saw a stone sword that looked like wood but not wood, like soil but not soil, as if it had not been opened. The ancient meaning was dim, and the Dao patterns flowed, filling the world with a heavy energy. This sword was exactly the life treasure of Lao Shan true lord, the mountain-moving whip. With the appearance of this whip, the endless land and the entire mountain seemed to merge with him, helping him to fight against Taiyang Zhuangguang and the fourth-level poisonous dragon talisman. Who are you? When did I offend you? Master Lao Shan used his secret method, regardless of the cost, to burn the essence of the nascent soul. His mana and energy were almost comparable to that of the middle stage of the nascent soul for a short period of time. He shouted at the incarnation of the three treasures. Although he had obtained some opportunities, such opportunities were not worth the cost of others killing him, right? Just as he barely broke free from the Taiyang mysterious light, broke the poison dragon talisman, and prepared to escape, he suddenly felt a strong poison eroding his flesh and blood and mana, and even rushed to the nascent soul spirit body. Fourth-level poison. Master Lao Shan's face covered with frost gradually turned black, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, which condensed into frost in the air and then turned into debris. This fourth-level poison was obtained by Changsheng from a Yaoduo, and then brewed by himself with a chaos body. The main feature was that it had a fast burst effect and could erode the nascent soul spirit body of the cultivator. If Master Lao Shan was at his peak, he could naturally suppress this fourth-order poison by force, and then find a way to slowly detoxify it, but now he couldn't do it under the life and death crisis. Master Lao Shan roared with reluctance, knowing that if he continued like this, he would surely die. He made a prompt decision, gave up his physical body, and his nascent soul spirit left his body, taking his life treasure and storage ring with him to escape. However, the secret realm could not escape into the void, and he just soared into the sky, and saw a handprint with clear yin and yang patterns covering the sky and the earth. Yin Yang Yi Qi Great Capture. The Sanbao incarnation was waiting outside, not simply to self-destruct the magic weapon and activate a poisonous dragon talisman, but to wait for Master Lao Shan's nascent soul spirit to leave his body. Although the Sanbao incarnation's combat power could not be compared with Lu Changsheng, who was holding the Daluo sword embryo and using the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, but holding the top magic weapon Yin Yang diagram, he was still the top existence below the nascent soul. Boom! The 5 fingers of the Yin Yang hand were slightly bent, like a towering mountain, rolling down and imprisoning the nascent soul. But the nascent soul spirit of Lao Shan's engine was burning its origin crazily at this time, which was extraordinary. It had a way of ignoring all kinds of prohibition effects and was about to break through the air and leave. 5 Elements Fantasy Sky Talisman Array. In addition to the Yin Yang Key Great Capture and the Yin Yang diagram, Lu Changsheng also gave the 3 treasures incarnation a means, the talisman array. As his strength increased, Lu Changsheng basically no longer used the talisman array. But he still had hundreds of 3rd level talismans left in his hand. 36 3rd level middle grade talismans, 9 3rd level upper grade talismans, and 3 3rd level top level talismans outlined a talisman array that instantly bloomed with endless brilliance, imprisoning the nascent soul spirit. This is also the most extreme talisman that Lu Changsheng can distract himself with the 3 treasures incarnation. They are all gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as sealing talismans, soul-shaking talismans, illusion talismans, etc., mainly to intercept the nascent soul from leaving the body. Even though the power of this talisman array could not directly kill the nascent soul cultivator, it also touched the threshold of the nascent soul, which was enough to make the nascent soul cultivator take it seriously. Break. The nascent soul spirit of Lao Shan's engine roared with resentment and unwillingness, and a nascent soul secret technique killed the Sanbao incarnation, and then burned the origin, and whipped out the life spirit treasure, the mountain moving whip, in an attempt to break the talisman array. But as soon as the secret technique was cast, Lao Shan's engine realized that something was wrong. The Sanbao incarnation in front of him had no soul, and was not a real cultivator, but a puppet incarnation of someone else. Puppet incarnation, who are you? Go ask the king of hell. A cold and indifferent voice came from afar. I saw a rock like a golden sun carrying a heroic man with a pale face like paper. Explode. A word was uttered gently from the man's mouth. In an instant, all the talisman auras merged together, and an extremely violent fluctuation of mana spread. Then, in the broken mountain, the remaining Taiyang Zhuangguang power, under the guidance of Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang mirror, burst out towards the Yuanying spirit of Lao Shan's engine like a cold moonlight. The Taiyang power that had previously eroded his Yuanying spirit also burst out at this moment, causing the Yuanying spirit to stagnate. Boom. The 5 Elements Fantasy Heavenly Talisman Array exploded as if destroying the world, causing a shocking sound. The mountain, which had already collapsed and shattered, shook even more. Such a horrible injury, not to mention that Lao Shan's engine was only a Yuanying spirit, was affected by the Taiyang Zhuangguang, a 4th level poison. Even in his heyday, without a realm and a spiritual treasure, he would be turned into ashes. Lu Changsheng's eyes were intertwined with the golden runes, and he saw that Lao Shan's engine's Yuanying spirit was shattered. In an instant, he used his magic power to grab his life treasure, the stored ring. At the same time, the 3 treasures incarnation brought out the black and shattered body of Lao Shan's engine and Lu Pingan, who was also covered in frost, from the shattered mountain. Let's go. Lu Changsheng did not dare to delay, rolled up the 3 treasures incarnation, and cast a 3rd level King Fang talisman to dispel the breath of the magic power of this world as much as possible. He continued to burn the original essence and fully operated the inverted yin and yang glazed wall. According to the surrounding Yuanying magic power and energy detected by the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror, he signaled the golden winged sky pen to burn the essence in blood and leave. Although the Taiyuan mysterious light is much more restrained than the sun mysterious light, the battle just now still caused a huge movement and magic power fluctuations. Moreover, through the movements and fluctuations of magic power, it can be seen that this is not just a stopgap, and it is very likely that some nascent soul cultivators have come to join in the fun and take advantage of the troubled waters. Chapter 667, Qingzhu Mountain, 4th level rare treasure, rich harvest. When the golden-winged skypang burned its blood essence, its speed of flight was amazing, like a golden sun, stirring up a fierce gale. In order to avoid becoming a target, Changsheng signaled it to fly at a low altitude, shuttle directly between the mountains and forests, and smash all the peaks and trees on the way into dust. Fortunately, with the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, Changsheng perfectly avoided the 4th order demon king and the nascent soul cultivators who came on the way to the mountains. Half an hour later, Changsheng came to a cave with a pale and weak face, signaled the golden-winged skypang to wait outside, and took Lu Pingyan into rest. Who? At this moment, Changsheng's tense mind relaxed, gasped, calmed his emotions, and his magic power. No wonder so many cultivators are addicted to fighting and fighting. It turns out that fighting for life and death is so exciting. Changsheng murmured softly. The battle process just now seemed simple, but it was the first time he used all means, and there was a bit of gambling. Betting on whether the Yuanying spirit of Laotian's engine could withstand the Taiyuan Zhuangguang, the 4th level poison, and thus break through the interception of the 3 treasures incarnation. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was within his estimation, and he did not break through the talisman formation and the yin-yang yiki great capture. But in any case, it still gave him an unprecedented sense of excitement. However, this battle has the advantage of the secret realm, and the Yuanying spirit cannot break through the take so instantly. Otherwise, even if the sneak attack is successful, it will be difficult to kill his Yuanying. Changsheng muttered to himself, knowing that unless he breaks through the Yuanying, or uses the Xiancheng formation to further activate the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang mirror, otherwise, the current Taiyuan Zhuangguang and Sun Zhuangguang can only destroy the Yuanying body, but cannot kill the spirit. Alice. Changsheng looked at Lu Pingyan, whose body was covered with frost, his face was pale, and his breath was weak, and sighed. Although it was amazing that a giant and cultivator killed Yuanying's engine, it was enough to be recorded in history. But Changsheng did not have much joy or sense of achievement. If it weren't for his son Lu Pingyan, under normal circumstances, he would never have risked ambush a Yuanying cultivator like this. The yin-yang magic power slightly dissipated the Taiyuan power in his body, and then cast a 3rd level nectar talisman. Although the Taiyuan Zhuangguang just bombarded Laotian's engine, Lu Pingyan was right next to him. Even if Wu tried his best to avoid it and protect him, he was still inevitably affected. If Lu Pingyan didn't have a 3rd level late-stage physique and an indestructible golden body, he would have died or become disabled in the aftermath just now if he had been replaced by an ordinary giant and early-stage cultivator. Even so, Lu Pingyan's condition was very serious. However, seeing that there was a ball of fire burning in his son's Qi Danshan, and the great wilderness dragon spine on his spine provided a constant supply of vitality and intertwined with the indestructible material of the indestructible golden body, nourishing his body, Changsheng felt relieved and ignored him for the time being. Although the injury was serious, it was not life-threatening. Even relying on the great wilderness dragon spine, the indestructible golden body might be able to wake up on its own after lying for a few months. Seeing this, Changsheng looked at the body of Laotian's engine again. Without the support of the nascent soul spirit body, this nascent soul body has been completely corroded by the Taiyuan mysterious light and the 4th level poison, like a black broken porcelain. With a flick of the magic power, the broken body covered with frost instantly turned into debris, leaving only 4 somewhat damaged magic treasures and an exquisite storage bag. At that time, the situation was urgent, and Master Laotian only took away his own life spirit treasure and storage ring, and did not have time to take other magic treasures. Changsheng did not clean up the spoils, but took out a bottle of healing pills from the storage ring, swallowed them all, and began to recover his physical condition. Chen State, Qingzhu Mountain. This mountain is thousands of miles long and wide, with rich spiritual energy inside and several 3rd-level spiritual veins. Its main vein is a 4th-level spiritual vein, with many gorgeous buildings built on it, which is extraordinary. As the old overlord of Chen State, The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has always been passed down and is awe-inspiring. Especially 23 years ago, in addition to the ancestor Lu Shanzhenjin, the Lu family also cultivated a second nascent soul cultivator, which made the family famous and suppressed the state of Chen. The Lu family also took this opportunity to rule the state of Chen and prepared to start a war with neighboring countries to plunder resources, so as to make the family go one step further and become an immortal family. Outside the ancestral temple of the Lu family, the old man of the Lu family who was in charge of guarding was yawning boredly. There is basically nothing to do when guarding the ancestral temple. Occasionally, the soul lamps and soul tablets of the family members are broken and need to be handled and reported. But his Lu family is the nascent soul family of the state of Chen. When the family members go out to travel, no matter which force, they are respectful. It is good not to bully men and women. Who dares to kill his Lu family members? Like 9 years ago, the son of destiny of the Lu Yunchenming family killed his Lu family disciples. The 3 elders of their Lu family came forward and directly wiped out this family. At this moment, he saw the forbidden monument trembling in the distance. Well, which elder of the main vein has died outside? The old man suddenly looked at the ancestral temple, his face suddenly solemn. The family power attaches great importance to bloodline, so the placement of soul tablets and soul lamps in the ancestral temple is also divided into the main vein direct line, collateral line, branch vein collateral line direct line, etc. And this forbidden tablet is a warning, indicating that not only a main vein cultivator has died, but also a giant and ancestor at this level. However, according to the family rules, if there is a problem with this level of soul lamp, he, the guard, cannot go in alone to check, and must report to the family, and then more than 3 elders can go in to check. He immediately sent a message and invited 3 elders to go in to check. However, after the 3 elders went in, there was no movement, and there was a dead silence. The old man was surprised and walked in. Seeing the 3 people trembling, and even one of them kneeling on the ground and trembling, he was a little terrified, and then gradually raised his head. After seeing that the family's top leaders were fine, he felt heavy-hearted. Then, when he saw the soul lamp on the top layer go out, he felt like he had seen a ghost. He couldn't help shaking, and muttered, "Is this the soul lamp of our ancestor? How is this possible?" Although Lao Shanzhenjin looked old, he still had 200 or 300 years to live, according to the 1,000-year lifespan of the nascent soul. With this lifespan, as long as the invasion war went smoothly, it would be enough to cultivate another nascent soul's engine for the family. But now, he actually died outside. For a moment, the entire Qingzhu Mountain was shaken. Hancha fantasy realm. In a cave. Lu Changsheng, wearing a black robe, looked pale, and sat cross-legged. He didn't know that the indirect consequences of his killing of a nascent soul cultivator would even affect the war of a cultivation country. My current situation seems to be unfavorable for the activation of the efficacy of the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill. After a moment, he opened his eyes and muttered. After the chaos body merged with the indestructible golden body, his physical body's self-healing was amazing. The physical load caused by activating the sun and moon 2 yin and yang zhuan guangjian was stabilized in a short time. Now the situation is more of weakness, blood and mana deficit, rather than serious injury. So in this situation, Lu Changsheng found a problem. The Zhuanlong Nirvana pill needs to be seriously injured and endangered to fully activate the efficacy. But his chaotic body is extremely tenacious. As long as he is slightly injured, the immortal matter will run wildly, and in the process, it will automatically refine the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill power in his limbs and bones, causing the body to heal quickly. So it is very difficult for him to fully activate the effect of the Dragon Nirvana pill. It must be in a state of serious injury and endangerment in a very short time. If you fight a protracted war with others, the medicinal power of the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill will be continuously refined by the chaotic body, and eventually it will be difficult to activate the efficacy. When it is fully activated, a lot of medicinal power has been wasted. In addition to self-harm, how many people can control their own serious injury and endangerment? Lu Changsheng shook his head lightly, thinking that this pill is a bit useless, and the triggering conditions are too harsh, suitable for fragile skin without body training. But he didn't care too much. It's just a waste of some medicine. At least my body does recover faster. At this time, my body is temporarily stable, and Lu Changsheng began to clean up the stored ring of Lao Shanzhenjin. It's not that I can't wait to see the spoils of war. But the other party is likely to travel together. If there is a token in the storage ring or storage bag that can be used as a positioning anchor, then my situation will be dangerous. Lu Changsheng first looked at Lao Shen's natal spiritual treasure. It looks like a sword but not a sword, but it has no blade, a slightly pointed top, and a handle at the bottom. It is divided into many sections and covered with Taoist patterns, like a whip mace, and is very heavy. At this time, it is also covered with a layer of frost under the effect of Tainzuanguang. Holding it in his hand, Lu Changsheng instantly felt a strong sense of resistance. The spiritual treasure has spirit. Although the spirit of this spiritual treasure is far inferior to the sun and moon to yin and yang Zhuangguang mirror, or even the Michin banner, it also has basic consciousness. In dangerous situations, it can automatically protect the master, fight autonomously through the spirit, or burn the origin to burst out power. If other people want to take the spiritual treasure away, the spirit of the weapon will instinctively resist and struggle. This kind of life-defining spiritual treasure can only be re-refined. The power of the life-defining magic treasure is greatly reduced except for the owner and the cultivators who practice the same skills. And the spiritual treasure has independent consciousness. If you want to use it, you must subdue the spirit of the weapon. Lu Changsheng doesn't have the time and energy for this. However, the Divine Machine 100 Refining Secrets records many methods of re-refining magic treasures, which can erase the consciousness of the spirit of the weapon and cultivate it again while minimizing the spiritual power. Moreover, this spiritual treasure burned its origin under the Tainzuanguang, and it was also damaged. It must be recast before it can be used again, otherwise it will be very useless. Then it can be used as a weapon for the Brahma demon's true body. The Brahma demon's true body has 3 heads and 6 arms, and can fight with multiple magic weapons. However, Lu Changsheng doesn't like ordinary magic weapons, and it is not as good as the Brahma demon's true body with bare hands. A sealing talisman was attached to the frost-covered stone whip, and it was thrown into the Qingyan binding belt. Lu Changsheng's body of Lao Shen's engine was broken and only a few magic weapons were left. There are 4 in total, all of which are top-level magic weapons. However, under the Taoyin mysterious light, the damage is much more serious than the whip mace magic weapon. It can be recast at that time. These magic weapons are Yuanying-level stolen goods, not suitable for fair use. Lu Changsheng plans to recast them all after returning. Continue to look at the storage ring of Lao Shen's engine. There is a powerful restriction on it. However, Lao Shen's engine is dead, and Lu Changsheng has the Yuanying-level Tai soul, so after half a quarter of an hour, the restriction light on it dissipated and shattered. The items inside are less than expected, but the spiritual breath it exudes shows that it is very precious. This is a top-grade spiritual stone. Lu Changsheng saw more than a dozen fist-sized earthy yellow spiritual stones. The spiritual stones in the cultivation world are divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. But for so long, Lu Changsheng has never seen a top-grade spiritual stone. Even the top-grade spiritual stones are still funded by kind people, and some are obtained from the Monster King's lair in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the Great Dream Lake. For example, the Great Dream Fairy City has always been exchanging high-quality spirit stones for the outside world. However, 100 medium-quality spirit stones cannot be exchanged for 1 high-quality spirit stone. At least 120 spirit stones are needed for someone to be willing to exchange. As for the best quality spirit stones, there is no need to say more. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This best quality spirit stone can be comparable to the spirit eye spring, and it can be used to cultivate the spirit veins. Lu Changsheng held a best quality spirit stone in his hand, feeling as if he was holding a small mountain, and was amazed. Even the Yuanying's engine would not use such a best quality spirit stone for cultivation, but to activate secret treasures, or to arrange formations, etc. 14 best quality spirit stones, but unfortunately they are all earth-attributed elements. Lu Changsheng knew that the Lao Shen's engine he killed practiced earth-attributed exercises, so he should have prepared them for himself. Without looking too much, he first looked at various tokens, talismans, etc. Sure enough, he saw some tokens, and even small formation plates and formation flags. Lao Xianshan. Lu Changsheng saw a token in his hand and guessed that it should be the power to which the other party belonged. Although the secret realm has the effect of isolating the key, the impact of triggering the ban after breaking it is not great, but in order to avoid accidents, there are companions in the secret realm, so Lu Changsheng did not destroy it and threw it aside. He destroyed or threw aside the tokens, messages, induction jade talismans and tokens of the stored ring. Lu Changsheng took Lu Pingyan to the Wuxiang realm, called the Golden Winged Sky Peng, and went to another place to clean up the spoils. A third-level middle-grade puppet. Could this person be a puppeteer himself? Half an hour later, Lu Changsheng found a cave and continued to count the harvest. Seeing two of the puppets, he thought to himself. Before, he had been spying on Laoshan's engine through the sun and moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian, so Lu Changsheng saw that his earth dragon puppet was damaged and scrapped a third-level puppet on the way. In the battle just now, two of them were also scrapped by the three treasures incarnation. But there are still two third-level puppets in the stored ring. You know, third-level puppets are already difficult to buy on the market, and are rarer than third-level peels and talismans. Lu Changsheng had only obtained two third-level puppets from Tu Yuan's Henrin before. But as a Yuanying's engine, it is easier for him to buy a few third-level puppets than ordinary people. Lu Changsheng saw a black jade box based on the aura of the treasure. Inside was a thumb-sized flying knife that was as thin as a cicada's wing and seemed to be the concentration of endless stars. Is this a fourth-level exotic treasure? Lu Changsheng observed carefully and saw that it was not a spiritual treasure, but an exotic treasure. At this time, it was placed in the jade box for warming. Even if it was not activated, it revealed an unstoppable and extreme edge. Lu Changsheng pinched the flying knife and scratched his thumb. His quasi-fourth-level physique was actually directly cut, and blood flowed out. Buzz! The flying knife trembled, and a sharp aura burst out, as if it was going to devour his blood. This flying knife suddenly came out. I'm afraid that the Yuanying cultivator might also be killed. Lu Changsheng quickly stabilized, looking at the flying knife in his hand, with some fear in his heart. If I hadn't attacked him and faced him head-on, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. But now it's mine. Lu Changsheng put the flying knife back into the brocade box, and used it as a trump card killer in the future. As long as this knife cuts through the soul, or the soul of the nascent soul, even the nascent soul cultivator will die. Apart from this, there are no other magic weapons or exotic treasures. This is normal. A nascent soul true lord can't carry too many useless magic weapons on him. 9 heavens pure spirit liquid, 9 heavens pure spirit, 1000 years of spirit milk, Link Suhuinitin pill, purple gold recovery pill, tut, healing, detoxification, and restoration of mana are all available. Lu Changsheng looked at the bottles and jars in the stored ring. They are all rare elixirs that are rarely seen in the outside world, and spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Whether it is healing, warming the body and mana, or detoxification, restoring ki and blood, mana, nourishing the soul, etc., they are all included. Like the 9 heavens pure spirit liquid and the 9 heavens pure spirit ki, they can be used as Yuanying spiritual objects to cleanse the physical mana and increase the chance of Yuanying. There are more than 10 third-level top-level talismans, and even 3 fourth-level talismans. The more Lu Changsheng looked at it, the more scared he became. He felt that he had taken the first-hand advantage of the sun and moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to kill him if he was given some breathing time. As expected of Yuanying's engine, the preparations are simply complete. Lu Changsheng shook his head inside, and drank a sip of the 1000-year-old spiritual milk inside. His biggest problem now is that the mana in his danshan is almost dry, and the Shinetun Baohar Lotus in the second danshan is even more drained. If he relies on himself to meditate slowly, I don't know when he can recover. The spiritual milk entered his stomach and instantly turned into pure and rich mana that poured into his limbs and bones, making Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh that the products of Yuanying's engine are good. No one would treat themselves badly if they could cultivate to the level of Yuanying, and save in this regard. After feeling comfortable all over, Lu Changsheng continued to check. Apart from a few fourth-level spiritual objects, there were not many rare natural materials, and only some secret techniques were left. Lu Changsheng took a quick look and found that most of them were fragments of secret techniques. He suspected that the other party had exchanged most of the resources for the secret realm during this trip, or kept the ordinary spiritual objects at home. Lu Changsheng picked up the storage bag next to the 4 broken magic weapons. This storage bag is also a top-level magic weapon, similar to Lu Changsheng's Qingyan Benying belt, with a very large space. It is estimated that the other party prepared it specifically for the secret realm. Compared with the storage ring, this storage bag is much more messy, with monster corpses and bones, various natural materials and treasures, spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and elixirs and talismans. Lu Changsheng had previously followed Lao Shenzhen through the sun and moon to yin and yang mysterious light mirror, and knew what he had gained in the secret realm these days, as well as the monster kings and giant and cultivators he had killed, most of which were thrown into this storage bag. Unfortunately, the secret realm has not been around for long, and the harvest inside is not very rich, but for Lu Changsheng, it is already very good. The 4th level pure bamboo contains the meaning of pure nature and has the effect of dispelling inner demons. It has the effect of alleviating inner demons during the nascent soul tribulation. 3rd level soul nourishing wood, although only a small piece, is also good. It can help giant and cultivators to warm up their souls and even provide a place for their souls to stay. Ningjing pill. It seems that high-level cultivators still have enough Ningjing pills in their hands, but their alchemy skills are a bit poor, barely authentic Yuanitun pill, suitable for late giant and cultivators to increase their mana. The natural materials and treasures inside dazzled Lu Changsheng. Before, when the beast tied in the Great Dream Fairy City killed the Void Kun, he gained an unprecedented wealth. But compared with the Void Kun, Lu Changsheng found that Yuanying cultivators like Lao Shenzhen were richer. In other words, the main wealth of the Demon King lies in itself, and other natural materials and treasures are extra. And the wealth accumulated by Yuanying cultivators like Lao Shenzhen over hundreds of years is simply terrifying, far exceeding the demon beasts. However, this is also because the other party came to the secret realm and gained a lot of gains, all of which benefited Lu Changsheng. No wonder so many people come to the secret realm. The return rate is simply amazing. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. If a giant and cultivator practices peacefully, relying on alchemy and talismans, hunting monsters, and helping people to garrison, he can't earn so many resources even in 100 years or 1,000 years. Like this harvest, in addition to the life spirit treasure of Lao Shenzhen, 4 top-level broken magic treasures, and Yuanying spirit objects, Lu Changsheng saw 4. Although the quality can only be considered average, he is at least not bad in terms of Yuanying spirit objects. There are as many as 7 4th-level spiritual materials for refining other magic weapons. As for other giant and level heaven and earth spiritual materials, there are a lot of them. In addition to Lao Shenzhen's 4 magic weapons, there are 6 magic weapons in the storage bag, all of which are top-grade and top-level magic weapons. After returning, Lu Changsheng can fully equip himself from head to toe with a little time. However, as a man with a system, Lu Changsheng took a few deep breaths, calmed down his mentality, and released his son Lu Pinggan from the Wuxiang Baolin. He fed him a Linksuinitun pill to slightly dissolve the medicinal power, and then drank a mouthful of Millennium Spirit milk. Lu Changsheng continued to sit cross-legged to recover his physical condition. Now that his son Lu Pinggan has been rescued, he does not plan to participate in the next secret realm, and will wait here for the secret realm to end. At most, after the body is fully recovered, he will hunt a few 3rd-level monsters in the mountains outside the secret realm, or see if he can pick up some spiritual medicine. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, The Peerless Genius of the Puppet Path. Peach Blossom Fate. In the Hansha fantasy realm, on a towering mountain, 3 figures fell from 3 different directions. The ugly-looking Lord Mingxia, wearing a dark red ghost robe, saw the expressions of the 2 people in front of him and knew that he had not found the trace of Yang Ming's Henrun. His face suddenly became a little ugly. He spent a lot of money to persuade the 2 people. Fellow Taoist Mingxia, the Hansha fantasy realm is so large, and our consciousness is restricted by the secret realm. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. Yes, and I suspect that this person is hiding and is not competing for opportunities in the secret realm now, otherwise it is impossible that there is no news of movement. Lord Xianqan and Lord Yunmei said. Although they chose to hunt down Yang Ming's Henren under the temptation of Lord Mingxia's words. But after searching once, they were unwilling to continue wasting time. The main reason is that Lord Mingxia's words are too incredible. It is a treasure that surpasses the Yinming Ghost Sect's 10,000 Ghosts blood pool, and it is also a top-level spiritual pet that awakens the true spirit bloodline. Xianqan Zhenjin, you are proficient in controlling beasts in the Beast God Mountain. Is there no way to find that pengbird? Mingsha's Henjin said unwillingly. Xiangan's Henjin and Mei's Henjin in front of him are not afraid. But he and Yang Ming's Henjin are mortal enemies. This man holds a treasure, and his combat power is comparable to that of a Yuanying cultivator. In the previous fight, if it weren't for the treasure of the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, he was almost cut by the opponent. So in this case, he was extremely wary of Yang Ming's Henjin, even afraid, worried that he would break through the Yuanying. Once this person breaks through the Yuanying, he will definitely be a top-level Yuanying, and his combat power will not be weaker than the current Zhuanjin's Henjin. Even if he has the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, he is definitely not an opponent and is in danger of his life. Although I have some means, you, fellow Mingsha, also know that in such a secret realm, many Yuanying gather together. If there is damage, it will not be worth the loss. The fat man called Xiangan's Henjin shook his head and said, although the top monster beasts that awaken the true spirit bloodline are very tempting. But he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he was not willing to pay a high price for an uncertain monster. What if the loss is too great and he encounters an enemy? Yuanying cultivators rarely fight to the death because they have the means to leave their bodies. As long as they can't root out the problem, no one is willing to completely offend a Yuanying's Henjin. But in this secret realm, the Yuanying spirit body cannot escape into the void, so it is much easier to kill a Yuanying cultivator than in the outside world. If he seriously injures his vitality, other Yuanying cultivators may not mind taking action. After all, the wealth of a Yuanying cultivator is enough to surpass the many opportunities and gains in the secret realm. Of course, he said this in the hope of getting enough benefits from the hands of the Mingsha's Henjin, and he didn't want to work in vain. As a Yuanying cultivator, the Mingsha's Henjin naturally understood the meaning of the Xiangan's Henjin's words. He has the means, but the price is too high and needs to be compensated. He pondered for a moment and said, Master Xiangan, I heard that your Xiangan is trying to transform. As long as you can find Master Yangming, I have a Wanling blood pill here. 3 portions, plus 3 portions of the 4th level Wanling blood. Master Xiangan thought for a moment, stretched out his fat white fingers, and said, 3 portions of the 4th level Wanling blood. Master Mingsha looked a little ugly. The Wangui blood pool is not only a treasure that can attack and defend, but also has an unparalleled magical use, which is to condense the blood of all spirits. In addition to being used as a pill and a Yuanying spiritual object, the blood of all spirits can also be used to refine pills and cultivate ghost beasts. It is the true foundation of the Yinming ghost sect. But this Wanling blood requires a lot of resources, and the blood of living beings can be condensed, even if he has very little left. Especially in order to break through the Yuanying and repair the spiritual treasure origin that was damaged when he crossed a calamity, the Yinming ghost sect no longer has extra resources to invest in the Wangui blood pool. I was trying to reach the nascent soul stage before, and the blood of all living things in the sect has been used up. At most, I can give you a portion of the blood of all living things at the 4th level. True Lord Mingsha thought for a moment, and then said with some pain in his heart, well, Taoist, give me 1 portion first, and then give me another portion within 100 years. Taoist Lord Mingsha also knows that it is very costly to find a needle in a haystack in such a secret realm and sense the secrets of heaven. Although True Lord Xiangan traveled with True Lord Mingsha, they were mainly strategic partners, so he was not polite at all when asking for the benefits. In that case, please help me. True Lord Mingsha thought of the situation of True Man Yangming, and still agreed with pain, trying to kill him in the secret realm. Please rest assured, Taoist Lord Mingsha, this person helped Zhangguo and destroyed our plan, causing True Lord Xianxia to fall into the hands of Qingyun Sect. This True Lord will do his best to kill this thief. After getting the benefits, True Lord Xiangan immediately smiled and said seriously, his eyes like a slit, and then patted his bulging belly. His stomach was like a bell, making a series of dull and powerful sounds. Then, squeak, squeak, squeak. It was as if there was a sound of silkworms chirping in his stomach, making this invisible wave spread in all directions like a stream of water. The fat body of Xiangan's Henjin gradually expanded, and an unpleasant smell emanated from his pores. The pupils of his eyes were filled with crystal-like interweaving energy. In my current state, I can sense the blood energy and yin and yang magic power of all the 3rd level top-level flying bird demon kings in the surrounding area. Unless this person is completely dormant, it will be difficult for him to escape my sense. Xiangan's Henjin's bloated and fat skin was white and tender. Under the light, it seemed as if there was a layer of invisible silk flowing. 2 small tentacles appeared on his forehead, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Seeing this, Mingsha's Henjin and Yunmei's Henjin followed him closely. In a cave, Lu Changsheng, whose body was flowing with a yin and yang energy, opened his eyes and looked at the sun and moon yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian in his arms. These days, although he had asked the golden-winged sky peng to guard outside, the real means was the sun and moon yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian. Lacking the sun and moon card, the blood medium, it could not give Lu Changsheng the detailed picture he wanted, but it could still sense and monitor the key situation within a radius of 100 miles. As long as there is a strong Yuanying spiritual pressure, or the key of the 4th level demon king approaches this side, the sun and moon yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian will give an alarm at the first time. Even if the cultivator uses magical powers and magic weapons to cover up the key, as long as it approaches, it is difficult to hide from the sun and moon yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian. At this time, the sun and moon yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian sensed a strong wave of breath coming here. Lu Changsheng immediately sank into the sun and moon yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian to spy on the situation. 300 miles away, several blurry figures were fighting and approaching him. As Wu controlled the sun and moon yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian, the picture gradually became clear. Is this a puppet battle formation? Lu Changsheng saw a man controlling 13 puppets to surround and kill 2 men and women at the peak of the Qingzhu stage. Although he could not clearly sense the magic power and energy with the help of the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, he could see that this was a puppet battle formation through the connection between the 13 puppets to form a formation diagram. 13 puppets controlled by a late Qingzhu stage, and they are at least 3rd level middle grade puppets. Tisk tisk tisk, the heroes of the world are really like carp crossing the river. Lu Changsheng was naturally clear about the puppets and puppet battle formations. It was just that it took a lot of time and materials to build puppets, and the benefits were not high, so except for the 2nd level puppet skills he obtained at the beginning, he did not upgrade and study them later. But he knew that the consciousness of a late Qingzhu stage could control at most 7 or 8 3rd level puppets. Even at the peak of the Qingzhu stage, it was impossible to control more than 10 3rd level puppets. As for the 13 puppets, the souls were likely to reach the Yuanying level? If it weren't for the soul Dao dream in his early years, condensing the great Dao Qingdun, and awakening the Tai soul body, Lu Changsheng's soul would not have been able to reach the nascent soul level in the late stage of Qingdun. So Lu Changsheng was very surprised that this person could achieve this level in the late stage of Qingdun. Sure enough, the Qingdun cultivators who dare to enter the Hansha fantasy realm are all quite capable and have the means to barely compete with a nascent soul, otherwise they would not come in at all. Although the puppet battle formation is suitable for positional warfare. But this person's 13 puppets are extraordinary. Not only does it form a puppet formation diagram and outline the mysterious and dense formation light patterns, but the puppets are both offensive and defensive, and they cooperate with each other seamlessly, like flowing clouds and water. Like his daughter Lu Wongshu, she has studied the puppet battle formation for a long time, but she can only connect the key and then act together, which is very stiff, which is a world of difference from this person's puppet battle formation. The men and women besieged by this person are also extraordinary. They should be a couple of Taoists, with a tacit understanding. However, he was still seriously injured in the fight between the 13 puppets and could not continue. He expressed his willingness to pay compensation. But the man who controlled the puppets did not listen at all, and even sacrificed a set of needle-shaped magic weapons to kill the 2. Damn, does this person really have a Yuanying level soul? Lu Changsheng took a deep breath. Suddenly, he understood the mentality of others when they saw him fighting Yuanying in the past. This person is a late Qingdun cultivator. Not only can he control 13 puppets, but he can also distract himself to control magic weapons to kill the enemy? Is it really so outrageous? However, as he watched, Lu Changsheng saw some of the tricks. These 13 puppets have a 3rd level top level main puppet, and the other puppets seem to be based on this puppet. This person is likely to practice some kind of puppet skills, like the 9-9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, which can refine puppets into life puppets, thereby lowering the threshold for controlling puppets. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The 4th level puppetry skills of the Lu family come from Qingyun Sect. It can be called exquisite, but it is not the best. Therefore, Lu Changsheng guessed that the puppet battle formation of this person and the puppet control method should belong to some top-level puppet skills. Only in this way can it be explained why a Qingdun cultivator can control so many puppets. After a while, Seeing the couple both died under the siege of 13 puppet battle formations, Changsheng shook his head gently, but he did not have the idea of robbing the thieves. Although this person's puppets were consumed a lot, and several of them were damaged, his condition had not yet fully recovered, and he did not want to cause more twists and turns. Seeing the man clean up the battlefield, put away the 12 puppets, and fly towards him with the main puppet, Changsheng immediately performed the inverted yin and yang glass wall to cover himself and the unconscious Qingyan next to him. However, when the man passed by, he seemed to notice the golden-winged sky rock waiting not far from the cave, and looked at the puppet beside him, and released the 12 puppets again. Changsheng did not expect that the other party would take a fancy to the golden rock. But it was normal to think about it. Among the 12 puppets of this person, 8 were in the form of beasts, and were obviously made of the bones of the Demon King. Seeing a third-level Demon King at this time, how could he let it go, especially the appearance and aura of the golden-winged Sky Peng, which was not simple at first glance. Cry. Seeing this, the golden-winged Sky Peng let out a long cry and soared into the sky, asking Changsheng whether to fight or flee, and it could now lead people away. Since you have come to my door, why are you running away? Changsheng just didn't want to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. Although his state was not at its peak at this time, he was not a person who could be bullied by a small giant and cultivator. Moreover, he admitted that he saw 13 puppets of the third level middle grade or above, and he was a little moved. He put his son Qingyan into the Wuxiang realm, and the Daluo sword embryo appeared in his hand. Awu. The 14 top-grade spirit stones obtained before came in handy and were handed to Awu, indicating that it would use some Tainzuanguang to interfere with the opponent later. Facing such a peerless genius, Changsheng was still very cautious and went all out. Then he used all his strength to perform the inverted yin and yang glazed wall, hibernating his ki and waiting for an opportunity. Through the observation just now, Changsheng saw a few situations. Once the puppet battle formation is formed, the man himself will become the breaking point. Outside the cave, the golden-winged Sky Peng was like a wild demon king, with endless fierce power, sweeping and killing the puppet man. The auras of the 13 puppets began to blend with each other, blooming mysterious and profound array-like patterns, forming a puppet array diagram, and blocking the golden-winged Sky Peng. It must be said that this person's puppet battle formation is indeed extraordinary. Even if the Yuan Ying's engine is in front of him, he can still compete for several rounds. Just when the 13 puppets were suppressing the golden-winged Sky Peng with all their strength, Changsheng walked out of the cave carefully through the inverted yin and yang glass wall, and then the 9 treasures Ruai bone exploded, and the Daluo sword embryo in his hand slashed out. Clang. The brilliant sword light of the peerless edge illuminated the sky, and a peerless sharp and brilliant sword light burst out. Not good. The man who was controlling the puppet to hunt the golden-winged Sky Peng suddenly felt an alarm bell ringing in his heart, activating the magic robe, the body protection magic shield, and the puppet array diagram. However, the moment Changsheng slashed out with his sword, the yin-yang diagram and the Brahma demon's true body instantly appeared and blasted out together. The sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror in his arms burned a top-grade spiritual stone, bursting out a ray of cold and mysterious white mysterious light. Boom boom boom. The man's robe and body protection magic shield were shattered like porcelain under the brilliant sword light. When the power of the yin-yang diagram and the Brahma demon's true body arrived, they shattered with a bang, and then bloodstains began to appear from the center of the eyebrows, spreading all the way to the legs. Blood splattered. The man's body was split into 2, and his face was still open. Changsheng looked surprised. What the hell? Isn't this person a peerless genius who can control 13 puppets by himself and can also use magic weapons at the same time? How could he be killed with one sword? Although he used the 9 treasures Ruai bone, and a full-strength sword was enough to kill a cultivator at the peak of the Qingyun stage in seconds. But shouldn't such a peerless genius have a lot of trump cards? The third-level top puppet not far away saw this scene, and its dark eyes seemed to have 2 flames burning. It didn't expect that there was still someone lurking in the dark to attack. It didn't sense it at all just now. Swish, swish, swish. Among the 13 puppets, 9 puppets suddenly abandoned the golden-winged Sky Peng and fled, and the remaining 4 puppets were like war machines reviving, buzzing and vibrating, and began to self-destruct. Huh? Changsheng was stunned again. Shit, the master is dead, and the puppet will still move by itself? This puppet is wrong. Lu Changsheng thought of his own thousand faces fox puppet. Although the thousand faces fox puppet has thinking consciousness, it also lacks autonomy. In a flash, Lu Changsheng didn't have time to think too much, and swept the man's body that was split into two, and the yin-yang diagram was across the sky. Endless yin-yang divine light bloomed, brilliant and dazzling, covering the sky and the sun, and wrapped the four self-destructing puppets with a yin-yang key great capture. Boom boom. But in a hurry, this kind of self-explosion still made Lu Changsheng's blood boil. Where are you going? Lu Changsheng's expression was cold, and he landed on the golden-winged sky pang, and in an instant he flew dozens of miles away and caught up with the 9 puppets. These puppets wanted to use the same trick again, and 5 puppets rushed up to self-explode. But how could Lu Changsheng give it another chance? The Taiyin mysterious light that was prepared for the man on his chest suddenly shone out. This level of Taiyin mysterious light cannot pose a threat to Yuanying cultivators, but it is more than enough to deal with several third-level puppets. The 5 puppets that were ready to self-explode were instantly covered with frost, their bodies were sluggish, and then they were dim and broken, and were captured and detained by the yin-yang key. Seeing this, 3 more puppets rushed up, from 3 angles, to delay time for the third-level peak puppet that Lu Changsheng had paid attention to before. There is something wrong with this puppet. Lu Changsheng had paid attention to this third-level top puppet before, and suspected that it was the man's natal puppet, but now he felt that it was not simple. The Brahma demon's true body roared, and his body rose several feet high. His 6 arms held the 3 puppets tightly in his hands to prevent them from exploding. Then, a snow-white pill turned into the incarnation of the 3 treasures, driving the yin-yang diagram, and suddenly shot out, flying towards the third-level top puppet that was escaping alone. Although these puppets performed amazingly, they were very ordinary without the puppet battle formation. The 3 puppets that were stacked by the Brahma demon's true body were detained and suppressed by Lu Changsheng's magical power in just a moment. As for the third-level top puppet that was escaping alone, it was no match for the 3 treasures incarnation. It was entangled and delayed, and it was difficult to get rid of it. Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged sky pang quickly caught up, and the Daluo sword embryo in his hand slashed out a peerless sword light, causing slight damage to the body of the third-level top puppet. At this moment, a faint message came from the peach blossom goo in the sea of consciousness between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows. It means that he has a chance to form a peach blossom relationship with a puppet in front of him, so don't miss it. Lu Changsheng was confused. What the hell? Although the peach blossom goo is getting hungrier and hungrier, seeing a woman shows his charm, and there is a chance that he will form a peach blossom relationship with the other party. But this is a puppet. Could it be that this puppet is like the thousand-faced fox puppet, and the man just refined his wife into it? A female? Lu Changsheng didn't care about the peach blossom goo's reminders every now and then, and used the yin-yang yiki great capture to prevent the puppet from being too seriously damaged. After all, these are his spoils of war. If the damage is too serious, his current puppet skills cannot be repaired. However, thinking of the peach blossom goo's reminder, he used the 6 desires heart magic formula on the puppet in front of him. Under normal circumstances, the puppet is like the incarnation of the 3 treasures, without a soul, and naturally not afraid of spiritual attacks. But when this divine consciousness secret technique was cast, Lu Changsheng instantly sensed a fluctuation of the puppet's soul. However, this fluctuation of the soul was somewhat different from the normal soul. Is there really a soul consciousness? Lu Changsheng was surprised, and immediately cast a forbidden divine light, then threw out a rope magic weapon that had not been sacrificed, and bound the puppet tightly, preparing to study the situation of this puppet later. Master. At this moment, the sun and moon yin and yang zhuan guangjian in Lu Changsheng's arms suddenly trembled, and frantically warned. It means that there are 3 powerful auras covering the aura, flying in this direction. One of the mana auras is very similar to the previous Mingsha's Henjin. Mingsha's Henjin. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng's heart was shocked, and his mana swept his big hand, putting the puppet in front of him into the Qingyan binding belt, and signaled the golden-winged sky pang to burn his life and escape. After all, it is needless to think that the 3 powerful auras must be the helpers called by Mingsha's Henjin. In his current situation, he is no match at all. Chapter 669, 3 Yuanying. Encirclement and killing. What's going on? Did he sense our energy? When True Lord Mingsha saw the golden-winged sky pang instantly transform into golden rainbow light and disappear into the sky, he was stunned for a moment, and then said with an unpleasant expression. In order to hunt down true Lord Yangming, they spent a lot of money and searched almost every corner of the secret realm. After finally sensing the energy of the golden-winged Skypeng and true Lord Yangming, they approached carefully, but this person actually escaped at the first opportunity. Looking at the almost invisible golden-winged Skypeng, true Lord Mingsha's blood and ki rolled in his chest, and he felt indescribably aggrieved. This is impossible. This person is just a giant and cultivator. How could he sense our energy? True Lord Yunmei said immediately. The secret realm restricts spiritual consciousness, even they are affected, let alone a giant and cultivator. There is a problem, this kid has a problem. At this time, true Lord Xiankan next to him opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice. With the help of his natal Xiankan and the communication with Xianji, he sensed that the golden-winged Skypeng had just burned his blood. Under normal circumstances, the opponent had just experienced a battle, and even if he left quickly, it would be impossible for the spirit pet to burn its essence in blood. After all, no matter how vigorous the blood of the monster beast is, it is impossible to burn so unrestrainedly. So he must have realized the dangerous situation. But the three of them were hiding their magic power and energy, and this person was just a giant and cultivator. How could he sense their magic power and energy? This boy is very wrong. He is either a master of Guadao and has cultivated the top magical power to sense good and bad luck, or he has a treasure that can sense dangerous energy. At this moment, Xiankan's Henjin was full of interest in Yangming's Henren and wanted to hunt him down. Xiankan's Henjin, do you have any other means to find him? Mingsha's Henjin immediately looked at Xiankan's Henjin and asked. Don't worry, I have memorized their breath. Unless he has other means to cover up his breath and stay dormant, he can't escape my sense. Xiankan's Henjin saw that the golden-winged Skypeng was a top monster beast that had awakened its true spirit bloodline, and his eyes were filled with greed. If he could feed his Xiankan with its essence and blood, he might have the hope of a perfect transformation. Okay, in that case, I'll trouble you. The Dark Lord looked pleased. The heavenly silkworm took a deep breath, pinched his hands, and then his belly kept moving, as if a heavenly silkworm was roaring. His fair and tender skin was covered with many crystal threads at this moment, and his face gradually turned pale. After a moment, he looked in the direction where Lu Changsheng disappeared, and said in a hoarse voice, I can sense their approximate location, but this person may have a treasure that can sense dangerous energy, so we will act separately. You will intercept him according to my information at that time. The speed of the golden-winged Skypeng burning the essence and lifespan is very amazing. Now the secret realm is restricted, and the nascent soul cultivators cannot break through the air and escape. Unless they burn their essence and blood, the origin of the nascent soul, it is difficult for them to catch up. But unless they are top-level physical cultivators, the essence and lifespan of the cultivators are far less than that of the monsters, and it is impossible to compete in consumption, not to mention in this nascent soul-level secret realm. Separate actions. Mingsha's Henjin looked at Xiankan's Henjin's pale face, and his heart paused, worried that the other party would be killed by Yangming's Henren. After all, this Xiankan's Henjin had only broken through the nascent soul for a few decades, and his strength was a little weaker than himself, who was holding the 10,000 demons blood pool. If he was attacked by Yangming's Henren and caught off guard, it was really possible that his body would be killed. However, thinking of their methods of the Beast God Mountain, he and Yunmei's Henjin could come at the first time, and nodded to remind him, Xiankan's Henjin, this Yangming's Henren has a top-level killing treasure, you must be careful. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Mingsha. Xiankan's Henjin's body was bloated and fat at this time, and his eyes were like a slit, almost invisible. Although he was average in frontal combat, his physical defense, blood and life were top-level existences of the same level. How could he be afraid of a giant and cultivator? The three of them exchanged briefly, holding tokens and acting separately, flying in three directions, and then acting according to Xiankan's Henjin's information, so as not to find Yangming's Henren and let the other party escape. As long as one person can hold back Yangming's Henren, when the three of them arrive, it will be easy to kill a giant and cultivator. At this moment, thousands of miles away, in a cave. Huh? Lu Changsheng let out a long breath. He didn't expect that the secret realm was so big, and the dark evil master could find him and persuade the Yuanying cultivator to help. When this ancestor breaks through the Yuanying, the first thing I will do is to destroy your Yinming ghost sect. Lu Changsheng is not a generous person. He has already marked the death of the dark evil master. He took out a top-level spiritual medicine from the stored ring of the Laotian's engine and drank a mouthful of the 1,000-year spiritual milk. Lu Changsheng instantly felt much better. Looking at the slightly depressed golden-winged sky peng next to him, Lu Changsheng gave it another one and gave it several tonic spiritual medicines. In this trip to the secret realm, the golden-winged sky peng performed very well and was able to shake off the Yuan Ying's engine. Lu Changsheng would naturally not be stingy. The golden-winged sky peng looked happy and thought that the food was getting better and better. Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry to check the puppets and spoils of war. He sat cross-legged and circulated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. The immortal matter of the chaotic body was circulating, refining the medicinal power of the Zhuanglong Nirvana pill in the body, and quickly recovering the body. Although the consumption of the battle just now was not great, now that he was noticed by 3 Yuanying cultivators, he must recover to his peak state as soon as possible. However, several hours later, Master, the sun and moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian in his arms trembled, telling Lu Changsheng that another aura was approaching secretly, similar to one of the 3 powerful auras before. Again? Is it the old dog Mingxia at the beginning? Lu Changsheng frowned, not knowing how the other party found him. No. A Wu's voice was cold and without any emotional fluctuations. A Wu, what does this person look like? Lu Changsheng's consciousness sank into the sun and moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian, wanting to see what the helper called by Mingxia's Henjin looked like and remember this grudge. In an instant, a man with a fat and bloated body, white and tender skin, and 2 tentacles on his head appeared in the mirror. Who is this person? Lu Changsheng frowned, not recognizing Xiankan's Henjin. Although he knew the appearance of the 2 Yuanyings of Beast God Mountain through the 5 poison sect leaders, Xiankan's Henjin was using his magical powers and his appearance changed drastically, so Lu Changsheng did not recognize him at the first time. If Ah Wu had not said that this person's aura was with Mingxia's Henjin before, he would have even thought that the other party was just passing by. Ambush, or... With the experience of killing Laotian's Henjin, Lu Changsheng now has some experience in killing Yuanying cultivators. He knows that as long as he is prepared, burn all the top-grade spirit stones in his hand, and then use the Tai'an Zhuangguang, there is a high probability that he will kill this person. But thinking of another Mingxia's Henjin and an unknown Yuanying, Lu Changsheng chose to avoid him. Let's go. Although this person no longer approaches, Lu Changsheng has a bit of a premonition in his heart, suspecting that this person is waiting for someone. After all, he has the golden-winged sky peng to travel, and they can't burn the Yuanying origin to forcefully chase him. So the best way is to surround him. Lu Changsheng took a step and landed on the golden-winged sky peng, signaling it to leave quickly. Then the golden peng spread its wings and flew in the opposite direction of Xiankan's Henjin, like a golden sun. Huh? Xiankan's Henjin's eyes in the distance suddenly shot out light, looking in Lu Changsheng's direction with a surprised look. He didn't expect that he could still sense him, even though he was wrapped in the Xiankan clothes. This person is not right, there must be a big problem. His Xiankan clothes not only concealed the breath of mana, but also concealed the secrets of heaven and prevented sensing. But in this case, it was still sensed by Yang Ming's Henrun. Xiankan's Henjin did not hesitate, and his bloated and fat body shot out, and the invisible silkworm sounded in his stomach, trying to interfere with the golden-winged sky peng, and sent a message to Mingxia's Henjin and Yunmei's Henjin to take action. Swoosh! Lu Changsheng rode on the golden-winged sky peng and flew towards the southeast. After a moment, the sun and moon yin and yang Zhuangguang mirror in his arm sensed 2 powerful mana auras that were not concealed and approached this direction rapidly. One of the auras was the one of the Nether Demon Master at the beginning. Old dog. Lu Changsheng knew that he had guessed it. The Nether Demon Master called 2 Yuanying cultivators to hunt him down. Ah Wu. He signaled the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror to spy on the appearance of another Yuanying cultivator, wanting to know the origin of this person and see if he could analyze some information. As this person continued to approach, a burly figure with a masculine aura, but also some curves and graceful figures appeared on the mirror. His face was like white jade, his eyebrows were deep, his facial features were deep, he had both the firm outline of a man and the soft lines of a woman. It was almost difficult to tell whether he was male or female. However, on his cheek, there was a word made full of evil charm. The supreme elder of the Qingyun Sect, the true master Yunmei. Lu Changsheng recognized the origin of this person. He had seen this person when he was reading the information of several major forces in Lion Country. It is said that although he is a man, He has female characteristics and is hermaphroditic, so he was noticed by a patriarch of the naked sect and accepted as a disciple, thus rising all the way and breaking through the nascent soul. Yangming Zhenrun. Zhenjin Yunmei sensed the energy of the golden-winged Sky Peng and shouted immediately. The voice was as fierce and domineering as a man, as if thousands of giant beasts roared, containing the meaning of fierce destruction, and like thousands of charming women calling softly, the voice was charming to the bone, corroding the soul. Not good. Lu Changsheng possessed the Tai spirit and was not affected, but the golden-winged Sky Peng was disturbed and affected by this voice, and was a little restless and unstable. Jin Peng, hold on. Lu Changsheng sacrificed his own life magic weapon, the yin-yang diagram, which emitted a mysterious light, with a positive pole embracing the negative pole, and the negative pole embracing the positive pole, and the yin-yang rotated to isolate the sound wave energy for the golden-winged Sky Peng. Cry. The golden-winged Sky Peng also realized that it was affected, and cried out to the sky, with a terrifying demonic aura rising into the sky. Its whole body was shining, forming a picture of a Sky Peng fighting a dragon. It stabilized its body and fled at an astonishing speed. Where are you going? The speed of the true Lord Yunmei was very astonishing. His tall and burly figure was wrapped in a red silk ribbon. His words, actions, and magic power were all enchanting and strange. Lu Changsheng knew that the skills and magical powers of the naked sect were affecting the 5 senses and 6 perceptions of others. He pushed the yin-yang reversed glazed wall and the yin-yang diagram to the extreme, wrapped himself and the golden-winged Sky Peng, isolated from the influence of this aura, and then slashed with a Daluo sword embryo in his hand. Clang. The brilliant sword light illuminated the world, forming an endless rain of light, filled with sharp murderous intent, and burst towards the true Lord Yunmei. True Lord Yunmei is a veteran true lord. He arrived faster than true Lord Mingxia, which shows his strength. He threw out a red shawl, like a red sky curtain, blocking the rain of swords. Is this the killing treasure that Mingxia said? True Lord Yunmei was shocked by Lu Changsheng's sword. Although true Lord Mingxia repeatedly emphasized that the treasure in the hands of true Lord Yangming was extraordinary, in their opinion, it was impossible to threaten a Yuanying cultivator. But if Lu Changsheng's sword was a sneak attack, it would be enough to threaten a Yuanying cultivator. Just when true Lord Yunmei was forced back by this sword, the golden-winged Sky Peng burned his blood and lifespan with all his strength and flew away quickly. When true Lord Mingxia saw this scene, he looked very anxious and directly burned the Yuanying origin to entangle him. The 4th level talisman, the Sky Wind Talisman. Lu Changsheng did not save and threw out a 4th level talisman of true Lord Laoshan. A terrifying spiritual power wave erupted, forming a terrifying black sky wind, like a chaotic flow in the void, a disaster without scenery, sweeping towards the true Lord of the Dark Evil. Break. The true Lord of the Dark Evil roared, and the blood pool of 10,000 ghosts was sacrificed above his head. Endless bloody rain and bloody wind filled the air, breaking through the black disaster sky wind and killing Lu Changsheng. But how could Lu Changsheng entangle with him? He slashed with his sword with all his strength, and the sword light was brilliant, dividing the yin and yang of heaven and earth, forcing the dark evil to retreat. But at this time, the true Lord of the Dark Evil was determined to kill Lu Changsheng, and used the blood pool of 10,000 ghosts to confront the sword light. The blood in the pool was boiling, ghosts were crying, and the yin and yang were howling, as if something terrible had appeared. Go. Lu Changsheng saw that something was wrong with the blood pool of 10,000 ghosts, and suspected that he was going to summon the 4th level Ghost King in the pool. He immediately sent a 3rd level top level Divine Wind Control Talisman to the golden-winged Sky Peng, indicating that it only needed to escape, and he would leave the rest to him. The golden-winged Sky Peng also knew the danger at this time, and burned his essence, blood and lifespan like a golden meteor streaking through the sky, raising a fierce gale. After Lu Changsheng slashed out with another sword, he activated the 9 treasures Ruai Bone to accelerate the golden-winged Sky Peng. Damn it, Master Yangming, do you dare to fight head-on? Seeing this, Master Mingxia roared in exasperation. He was willing to burn his essence, blood and lifespan, but Master Mei and Master Xianqin were not willing to. Moreover, once the siege of the 3 was broken, it would be difficult to pursue them. Stupid. Although he had already shaken off, Lu Changsheng still cursed. 3 Yuanyings, you ask me to fight head-on? Under the observation of the sun and moon 2 yin and yang zhuan guangjian, Lu Changsheng successfully shook off Master Mingxia and the other 2 through the best route. But there was no joy on his face, and he was very solemn. Through the situation just now, he could be sure that Master Mingxia and the other two had the means to find him. Lu Changsheng's Tai soul observed every part of his body, and then looked at the golden-winged sky pang. There was no nascent soul mark on their bodies. Feeling a little worried, he also cast a third-level top-level purification talisman on himself and golden-winged sky pang, but there was still no fluctuation. The three of them are all early nascent soul cultivators. There is no way they have marks that I can't find. Lu Changsheng thought that it was not him and golden-winged sky pang who had the mark. But as for the storage ring, in addition to Master Laoshan, he also had the puppet he had captured before, and he had not picked up any treasures in the secret realm at all. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Changsheng still checked and destroyed all the suspicious tokens in the man's storage ring and storage bag. But this person's token had nothing to do with the Yinming Ghost Sect and the Naked Sect, so it couldn't be the token on this person. It should be the first person. Lu Changsheng continued to think and analyze, thinking of the fat man at the beginning. According to Aoudou, Mingxia is very close to Lion Country, especially the Beast God Mountain. The person just now is the true lord of the Naked Body Sect, the true lord of Heavenly Silkworm, the new true lord of the Beast God Mountain in Lion Country. At this time, Lu Changsheng vaguely guessed the identity of the bloated and obese man. Although the two looked very different. But by comparing the two, especially the silver threads on their bodies, Lu Changsheng was almost certain that this person was the true lord of Heavenly Silkworm of the Beast God Mountain in Lion Country. Lu Changsheng didn't know about the true lord of Heavenly Silkworm, but he heard Aoudou mention it. This person is also a legend. Before this, no one guessed that he would break through the nascent soul. Most geniuses who break through the nascent soul all form Dan before the age of 100, and then strive for the nascent soul before the age of 300. But this true lord of Heavenly Silkworm broke through Dan at the age of 180, shocking the Lion Country's cultivation world. After breaking through the Qingyun stage, he made rapid progress. He broke through the late Qingyun stage in more than 100 years, and then suddenly disappeared. It took more than 100 years, almost 200 years, to appear again, and he broke through the Yuanying stage. According to his age, he is now almost 500 years old. Therefore, Aoudou did not know much about Xianqin's Henjin. He only knew that this person's natal spirit beast was an immortal silkworm, and the other party's breakthrough in practice had a lot to do with this immortal silkworm. Xianqin's Henjin came from the Beast God Mountain and was proficient in controlling beasts. And from his appearance, it seems that he used some kind of magical secret method, so the possibility that Mingxia could find me was probably this person. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that the problem was probably with Xianqin's Henjin. But he didn't know what means this person used to find him. Could it be? Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged sky pang. Although the Beast God Mountain is different from the Yuling sect, it also belongs to the Beast Control sect. As a Yuanying's Henjin, this person must be extremely proficient in controlling beasts, and he might have some secret method of controlling beasts to find the golden-winged sky pang. Half an hour later, Lu Changsheng signaled the golden-winged sky pang to land, and then fed it several rare pills, and gave it a bunch of natural treasures, and signaled it to rest in the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. Then he found a mountain range, set up the simple formation of Master Laoshan, and put on his broken magic weapon, trying to conceal his aura, to see if Master Xianqin could still find him under this circumstance. If the other party can't find him, then it would be the best. If he still finds him, and this person is the first, then find a way to kill him. Lu Changsheng's eyes were cold, and he took another pill, fully operated a chaotic body, and waited for his wounds to heal. Chapter 670, Continue Hunting, The Methods of the Heavenly Silkworm Master. Seeing Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged sky pang disappear, the three of the Dark Evil Lord did not pursue them relentlessly, but instead discussed seriously how to deal with Yangming's Henrin next. Although this person's spirit beast is extraordinary, it will not be able to sustain such a high-intensity burst of flight for long. Xianqin's Henjin said. As a Yuanying cultivator of the Beast God Mountain lineage, he is very familiar with the habits of monsters. Knowing that the golden-winged sky pang bursts like this, it will not be able to hold on for a few rounds. Now in the secret realm, they don't have to worry about Yangming's Henrin escaping. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Mingxia. Xianqin's Henjin looked at the somewhat pale face of the Dark Evil Lord and said aloud. He understood why the Dark Evil Lord wanted to kill Yangming's Henrin so much. Such a big enemy, if not killed, will surely become a big worry, making it hard to sleep and eat. This person is not simple, and is not affected by my magical powers. It is very likely that he is the reincarnation of the old Yuanying monster, taking over the body and recultivating. At this time, the Maze Henjin said aloud. Just now, during the brief encounter, Yang Ming's Henrin was not affected by his own skills and magical powers at all, which was very surprising. This meant that this person either had some kind of soul treasure that was immune to all kinds of charm pollution, or had a Yuanying level soul. It was very difficult for a giant and cultivator to have a Yuanying level soul, which was several times more difficult than a foundation building cultivator to have a giant level soul. Even if they were lucky enough to break through the Yuanying level soul, they could not completely ignore the effects of their own magical powers. So it was suspected that Yang Ming's Henrin was a high-level cultivator who had broken the mystery of the womb, or a Yuanying old monster who had taken over the body and rebuilt. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain that a giant and cultivator had such magical power. Well, this person is most likely the reincarnation of a Yuanying old monster, who took over the body and rebuilt. Mingsha's Henjin nodded in agreement. 3 Yuanying cultivators surrounded and killed a giant and cultivator, but the other party escaped. It was a great shame. If it were spread out, the joke would probably spread throughout the southern wilderness immortal cultivation world. If this person was the reincarnation of a Yuanying old monster, who took over the body and was reborn, then it would barely make sense. Although this kind of thing is rare, for Yuanying's Henjin, you can still see a few cases occasionally. Don't worry, I have memorized their breath, he can't escape. Xiangan's Henjin said in a hoarse voice, temporarily unlocking his state, taking out a pill from the storage ring and swallowing it, and stabilizing his state. Although he wanted to kill Yang Ming's Henrin as soon as possible, he knew from the situation just now that this person was not simple, so he had to maintain his state as much as possible. Still have to be careful. As far as I know, Qingyun's Henjin also came to this secret realm. If Yang Ming's Henrin looks for Qingyun's Henjin to join him, or if he has other friends, it will be very troublesome. Mingsha's Henjin said in a deep voice. The reason why they dared to hunt Yang Ming's Henrin was that they had a large number of people on their side. If Yang Ming's Henrin had helpers, even if it was just a Yuanying cultivator, they would have to give up this action. After all, without absolute advantage, it is too difficult to hunt a Yuanying cultivator, especially in this Yuanying level secret realm. Qingyun's Henjin. Xiangan's Henjin heard this name, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then nodded. As a Yuanying cultivator of the Qingzhu Mountain, he knows the strength of the Blue and True Lord better than the Dark Evil True Lord. In the early years, the Qingzhu Mountain had thought about snatching the opportunity from the Blue and True Lord, but the other party's means were very shocking, and several giant and cultivators of the Qingzhu Mountain were killed. If Yang Ming's Henrin and the Blue and True Lord were to meet, it would be very troublesome. One day later. Is it done? In a cave, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and looked at the heavenly silkworm True Lord. The 3 of the Dark Evil True Lord did not come, and his eyebrows were slightly raised. However, he did not relax his vigilance, and signaled Wu to continue to observe the surroundings and inform him immediately if there was any movement. Just like this, 2 more days passed. Just when Lu Changsheng thought he had completely shaken off the Dark Evil True Lord and the 3, the Sun and Moon Yin and Yang Zhuangguang Jian warned that the key of the heavenly silkworm True Lord was quietly approaching. It seems that the problem is not only with Jin Peng, this person has a secret method to find me. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, his expression solemn. Although he could continue to shake off the 3 people through the golden-winged sky peng. But if the 3 of them continue to chase like this, the situation of the golden-winged sky peng will be difficult to continue. Once the golden-winged sky peng can no longer hold on, with his own strength and speed, even with a Zhuan Long Nirvana pill, it is too difficult for me to fight the 3 Yuanyings alone, and the risk is too great. Lu Changsheng shook his head gently. According to the strength of the previous Lord of Darkness, if he didn't care about his life, he would burst out with overload like he did when facing the Lord of the Heavenly Corpse. He might have the hope of killing any of them. But if the 3 Yuanyings fight with him, it will be completely different. Unless he bursts out and uses the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang Jian with all his strength to burn the origin of the spiritual treasure. But when the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang Jian is fully activated, even if it is just using the Tai in Zhuangguang, it will cause a huge commotion. It seems that I can only find a way to kill the Heavenly Silkworm Lord, or seriously injure him. Lu Changsheng looked in the direction of the heavenly silkworm lord, his eyes glowing with cold light. After these days, his physical condition has improved by 90%. The only problem is that the mana of the second danshan of the Xianunbao Huanglian has not been replenished. However, as long as he does not use the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, a full strength burst is still enough. Immediately, Lu Changsheng held the Daluo sword embryo in his hand and used the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror to spy on the heavenly silkworm true lord. It can be seen that this person is very stable. When approaching this mountain range, he gradually became cautious, the silk of his body flowing crystal clear, and he looked around, as if he was observing and waiting, and did not rush up in a hurry. With previous experience, Lu Changsheng knew that he was waiting for the underworld true lord and the May true lord. You bastard. Lu Changsheng had a brief fight with the underworld true lord and the May true lord before, and he had a general understanding of their strength. The cultivation of the May true lord was better than that of the underworld true lord. But the underworld true lord had the turtle shell of the 10,000 demons blood pool, so Lu Changsheng was not sure who was stronger between the two. As for the heavenly silkworm true lord, he broke through the nascent soul earlier than the underworld true lord, but not as good as the May true lord. Unless he had a treasure, his combat power would not be exaggerated. The cultivators of the Qingzhu Mountain mainly take the path of integrating the monster beasts into their own bodies, which is a bit like the beast-taming cultivators who have been practicing the art of fusion for a long time. They are also likely to raise a spiritual beast, so their combat power is generally better than that of cultivators of the same level. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, thinking about how he could kill this heavenly silkworm true lord. Considering that the dark evil true lord and the May true lord were not far away, Lu Changsheng thought it would be better to test the other party's strength and means first, and then find a way to take action. Otherwise, if he went up and exploded, it would be likely to waste mana and damage his body. Golden Pen. Lu Changsheng released the golden winged sky pen from the Xianun treasure Emperor Lotus. After taking the top level elixir and natural treasures, the golden winged sky pen's condition has improved a lot. But whether it is elixir or natural treasures, it takes time to digest, so the golden winged sky peng's condition has not yet fully recovered. I'm sorry for you these days. I'll take you back later. Lu Changsheng patted the golden peng in front of him and said. As a fierce and unruly demon king, the golden winged sky peng felt even more frustrated than himself when he was hunted down by people again and again. If it were a wild demon king, he would rather die than fight to the death. Cry. The golden winged sky peng nodded slightly, and his golden vertical pupils were filled with a fierce aura of choosing people to devour. Although it was obedient and hard-working beside Lu Changsheng, and even helped to take care of the baby, it was a real beast. Swish! Lu Changsheng and the golden winged sky peng suddenly shot out and headed straight towards the heavenly silkworm master. During this process, the 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest slowly revived, and a stream of heat gushed out. As long as the 9 treasures Ruai bone does not explode overload, it can become a buff for Lu Changsheng's growth for a long time, and even heal himself through the healing divine light. Huh? Although the secret realm restricts the spiritual consciousness of the cultivator, the heavenly silkworm master is in his current state, and his spiritual perception is amazing. He instantly realized that Yang Ming's Henren and the other pen bird were coming to kill him. This person's bird just disappeared, but now it appears again. What's his trick? Xiangan's Henjin was slightly surprised. After coming here, he sensed that the golden-winged Xianpeng's aura disappeared, and thought that the man and the peng had separated. However, seeing the man and the peng coming to kill him, he snorted coldly, "Do you think this Henjin is the easiest to bully?" After the previous hunting failure, Xiangan's Henjin also took Lu Changsheng seriously. Moreover, he had wanted to use his magical skills to first destroy Yang Ming's Henren's golden peng bird, and then hunt it, but he didn't have the chance. Now that the other party took the initiative to kill him, it was an opportunity. Xiangan silk binding. Xiangan poisonous fog. Looking at the Xianpeng that was like a golden meteor shooting towards him, Xiangan's Henjin's bloated and obese body was like a flesh body, and countless crystal clear and fine silk threads appeared, like a net, and began to cover it crazily. And from the pores of the body, a strange and smelly white gas diffused out, forming an invisible field. Lu Changsheng's eyes were intertwined with golden runes, and he could see countless silk threads. The Daluo sword embryo in his hand trembled, and endless sword light and sharp aura lingered. At this moment, The golden-winged Skypeng seemed to hear countless silkworms chirping, and was inexplicably irritated, his blood boiling, and he had a kind of resistance, disgust, rejection, and disgust towards the heavenly silkworm true lord in front of him. Huh? When Lu Changsheng saw the appearance of the golden peng, his face suddenly condensed, and he realized that something was wrong. He didn't know what strength the heavenly silkworm true lord in front of him had, but the other party had the means to restrain the golden peng. Clang! Without hesitation, the Dalao sword embryo in his hand slashed out. The brilliant sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth was brilliant and gorgeous, as dazzling as the scorching sun, bursting with endless sharpness, cutting off the silk threads in front of him. But these silk threads were full of toughness, and like invisible and intangible aura, they blended with a breath floating in the air and gathered towards the golden-winged Skypeng. The body of the heavenly silkworm true lord, who looked like a mountain of flesh, formed a treasured robe with a hazy white silk light, isolating the Dalao sword light. Boom boom boom. The two forces of magic energy clashed, surging and forming a terrifying void ripple, causing the rocks in the distance to collapse and shatter. Lu Changsheng's chaotic body has the effect of the evil poison body, and is very sensitive to the poison. He saw that these silk threads of gas belonged to a mixture of some kind of magical power and poisonous demonic energy, specifically targeting the golden-winged Skypeng. He quickly sacrificed the yin-yang diagram and a third-level defensive talisman to isolate this energy, and then the Brahma demon's true body appeared and continued to bombard the heavenly silkworm true lord. Under the sword light of Lu Changsheng, the chest part of the heavenly silkworm true lord's heavenly silkworm clothes dimmed a little, but he was not afraid at all. He sacrificed a magic net, which was intertwined with the silk threads of the invisible field around him. However, his silkworm net was only a top-level magic weapon, not a spiritual treasure. Facing the sharp sword energy of the Dalao sword embryo, it dimmed and shattered in several places. No wonder the dark demon said that this person possessed a killing treasure. Xiangan's Henjin's face was solemn, and his nascent soul-level magic power surged with all his strength, pushing his own spiritual treasure, Xiangan Yi, to the extreme. The white silk was flowing, emitting a hazy white light and exuding an unpleasant smell. Cry! The golden-winged Skypeng screamed, and the demonic energy rushed into the sky. The body was shining, and the Xiangpeng fighting dragon picture appeared above his head. He wanted to break the interference of Xiangan's Henjin, but he still felt inexplicably irritated, and his blood was agitated. Another turtle shell. Lu Changsheng saw that Xiangan's Henjin in front of him was not easy to kill, and his spiritual treasure was a defensive spiritual treasure. In this case, it would be difficult for him to break his defense in a short time. Moreover, the opponent's offensive was not aimed at him, but consumed him, interfering with the golden-winged Skypeng. In this case, once the golden-winged Skypeng was interfered with, he would not be able to shake off the pursuit of the three people in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror in Lu Changsheng's arms frantically warned that the Dark Lord and the May Lord were coming. Golden Peng, go! Lu Changsheng made a prompt decision and signaled the golden-winged Skypeng to retreat first, and then find a way to ambush him, using the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror to break his tortoise shell. Want to leave? Seeing this, the heavenly silkworm master sacrificed his silkworm net magic weapon again, trying to intercept him. Clang! Lu Changsheng made a full-strength move, and the brilliant sword light shot out like a bright meteor, breaking the surface with a point, cutting a gap in the silkworm net magic weapon and damaging it. Roar! Crystal silk threads and white gas like smoke and fog were all around the body of the heavenly silkworm master. He sacrificed a fourth-level talisman to Lu Changsheng, transformed into a tiger several dozen feet long, roared, formed a terrifying sound wave attack, and then flew over. Brahma demon's true form appeared, and 6 arms blasted out, like gods and demons beating drums, hammering at the phantom of the fierce tiger. But this sound wave attack, the roar of the evil tiger, was aimed at the golden-winged Skypeng. The magical skills of Xiangan's Henjin had already affected the golden-winged Skypeng, and now another 4th-level talisman was bombarded. Even though the golden-winged Skypeng was a true spirit-level blood demon beast, its ki was disordered. Cry! The golden-winged Skypeng held on to its state, and cried loudly. The Xiangpeng fighting dragon diagram seemed to be intertwined with the yin-yang diagram, carrying Lu Changsheng and breaking through the siege. Shooting out. This golden bird is not simple. Facing the secret skills of this Henjin and the unique secret medicine of my Beast God Mountain, It can actually suppress its instinctive restlessness. Qingyun saw that the golden-winged skypeng could still suppress its restlessness, and he was surprised. Seeing that the bird had been influenced by him, how could he let it escape? He sacrificed his flying magic weapon, and his huge body, like a mountain of flesh, burst out like a cannonball, urging his magical secrets and the silkworm robe to continue to interfere with and intercept the golden-winged skypeng. However, facing Lu Changsheng's peerless swordlight and Brahma demon's true body, the silkworm robe on his body had a dim luster, and he could only slow down his attack. Damn, I really want to chop off your turtle shell. Lu Changsheng saw that this heavenly silkworm true lord was not as powerful as the dark demon true lord. But the other party had more people and more power. Otherwise, he could have completely killed this kind of nascent soul cultivator. Golden Peng, hold on. Another swordlight burst out, forcing the heavenly silkworm true lord to retreat. Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged skypeng, and the 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest immediately burst into mysterious divine light, consuming his own mana source to stabilize it. And the yin and yang mana entered the golden peng's body to check its condition. The golden-winged skypeng said that he was now confused, physically and mentally exhausted, and a breath of energy caused his blood and demonic power to be disordered and agitated. If it were not for being a true spirit-level demon beast and being absolutely loyal to Lu Changsheng, it would have become agitated and lost its mind. You still underestimate these Yuanying cultivators. Although their combat power is average, as old monsters that have lived for hundreds of years, their methods are extraordinary. Lu Changsheng heard this, and his heart was heavy. Through the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, he could vaguely sense that the underworld true lord and the altar charm true lord were coming to surround and kill him. This peng bird has been poisoned by my heavenly silkworm breath and the unique secret medicine of the beast god mountain. It will soon be unconscious and crazy. Don't let it escape. The heavenly silkworm true lord sent a voice message to the underworld true lord and the altar charm true lord, saying that he would pursue with all his strength to avoid any more twists and turns. After all, Lu Changsheng's combat power was really amazing, and it was no weaker than that of the Yuanying cultivators. In order to avoid any accidents, he was ready to pursue the victory. Damn it! Seeing the 3 burning their blood and lifespans to chase after him, Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged skypeng and knew that the latter was affected by the heavenly silkworm master and could not sustain for a long time. In that case, we can only kill him. Lu Changsheng's eyes were cold and he knew that if he continued to waste time like this, he would only suffer, so he decided to try his best. Although the 3 were full of momentum, they were not of one mind. As long as he showed an absolute posture of dying together, or seriously injured and killed one of them, the remaining 2 would definitely not dare to fight him desperately. If it was not enough, at most he would burn his lifespan, the essence of the spiritual treasure, and shoot out the sun's mysterious light to kill the 3 together. With a Zhuanlong Nirvana pill, even if I am seriously injured and endangered, I can quickly recover to my peak, or even go further. Through these days, Lu Changsheng knew that it was almost impossible for him to rely on normal serious injuries and endangered conditions to activate the medicinal power of the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill. So it was better to use the explosion of the 9 treasures Ruai bone to directly explode the body to the limit of life and death, thereby activating the medicinal power. Although it was painful, as long as he sacrificed a nascent soul, it would be enough to make up for the loss. Jin Peng, go over there. After making a decision in his mind, Lu Changsheng looked around the secret realm, ready to choose a relatively remote place with few people, so that he could use his explosive power and use the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror to avoid making too much noise and attracting nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 671, Qingyun Sect, The Secret Realm Ends! Exclamation mark. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Although the golden-winged skypeng was affected by the heavenly silkworm true lord, it was still flying at an amazing speed, forcing the dark evil true lord, the May true lord, and the heavenly silkworm true lord behind it to burn their essence in blood essence. After all, among the 3 people, except for the slightly faster skills and magic weapons of the May true lord, the other 2 did not burn their essence in blood, and their nascent soul essence, and could not keep up with the speed of the golden-winged skypeng. Jin Peng, how long can you hold on? Lu Changsheng's consciousness sank into the sun and moon 2 yin and yang Zhuangguangjian, and noticed that the 3 people were burning their nascent soul essences to chase him relentlessly, and asked the golden-winged skypeng. If Jin Peng could still hold on, He would not mind consuming a few more points from the other party, and then burst out with all his strength to kill the heavenly silkworm true lord first. About half an hour. The golden-winged Skypang responded, indicating that he could not hold on for too long in this state. Enough. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng told the golden-winged Skypang not to force himself too much. Half a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour. It can be seen that the speed of the golden-winged Skypang gradually slowed down, and the feathers that were shining all over, like the golden sun, also dimmed a little. Golden Peng, it's done. Lu Changsheng looked back with a cold expression, signaling the golden-winged Skypang to fall towards the mountain below, ready to take action. However, at this moment, a crisp and moving cry sounded between heaven and earth. Buzz buzz buzz. The sun and moon yin and yang Zhuan Guangjian trembled, and a wu indicated that 2 Yuanying level magic auras were approaching this side at a rapid speed, far exceeding the speed of the 3 nether evils. Without a wu saying much, Lu Changsheng tilted his head and saw a blue rainbow light flying towards this side in the distance, with an astonishing speed, and wherever it passed, it set off an endless blue hurricane. Is this the Qingyun of the Qingyun True Lord? Lu Changsheng sensed a familiar and unfamiliar aura from this blue escape light, and his heart paused. He didn't expect to meet the Qingyun True Lord here. Shouldn't the other party go to the center of the secret realm early to compete for the core opportunity? Master Qingyun. Why is Master Qingyun here? It must be Master Yangming asking Master Qingyun for help. Let's go. Compared to Lu Changsheng, Master Mingxia, Master Xianqin, and Master Tenmei were surprised and horrified when they saw this blue rainbow light. After all, it was no secret that Master Yangming and Master Qingyun had a friendship. They were worried that Master Yangming would find helpers and join Master Qingyun, so they wanted to solve it as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, after such a long stalemate, Master Qingyun suddenly appeared. Let's go. Master Xianqin made a prompt decision and gave up chasing the golden-winged Skypang. As a Yuanying cultivator of the Beast God Mountain, he was very sensitive to the breath of spirit beasts and knew that Master Qingyun's 4th level Luan bird was extraordinary. Moreover, in his current state, his spiritual perception was extraordinary, and he could sense a dangerous aura from Master Qingyun. With Master Qingyun coming, whether there was an ambush or not, they were not sure to attack Master Yangming again, so it was better to retreat quickly, maintain their state, and continue to compete for the opportunity of the secret realm. Otherwise, with the fighting power of the True Lord Qingyun and the True Lord Yangming holding the killing treasure, the 3 of them are not even opponents in their current state. Without the True Lord Xianqin saying much, the True Lord Tenmei made a choice. Damn it. Seeing this, although the True Lord Mingxia was unwilling and aggrieved, he had no way to deal with such a situation. After all, the True Lord Xianqin and the True Lord Tenmei chose to give up, and he stayed here alone, waiting to die. Lu Changsheng sensed through the sun and moon 2 yin and yang Guangjian that the 3 True Lords Mingxia retreated instantly, and was slightly stunned. I didn't expect the 3 to be so decisive. Just seeing the breath of the True Lord Qingyun, they gave up decisively. But it's normal to think about it. The 3 of them have consumed a lot of energy. If he and the True Lord Qingyun work together, the 3 of them will not only not be able to take advantage, but may also suffer losses. Dao Yangming. At this time, a clear, deep, magnetic and charming female voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's ears. I saw a green light approaching in front of me, and it turned into a blue-white phoenix with a white-gold sheen, elegant and beautiful. On the phoenix, there stood a tall and graceful young lady wearing a green and luxurious brocade robe, with sharp features, clear edges and corners, and eyes as bright as stars. Lu Changsheng looked at the True Lord Qingyun in front of him and said, "Thank you for your help, Taoist friend Qingyun." Although he didn't know why the True Lord Qingyun was here, the situation just now showed that the other party deliberately revealed his mana, which was obviously intentional. Dao are polite, but Zhao King sensed the aura of Jin Peng, so I came to see what's going on, Taoist friend. The True Lord Qingyun was very surprised to see Lu Changsheng being chased by 3 Yuanying cultivators. After all, whether it was the Dark Evil, the Altar Charm, or the True Lord Xianqin, they were actually not simple. But these 3 people burned their essence in blood to chase Lu Changsheng, a giant and cultivator. I have some grievances with the True Lord of Darkness, so we met in the secret realm before and had a fight. Who knew that this person invited the True Lord of Heavenly Silkworm of the Beast God Mountain and the True Lord of Altar Charm of the Naked Body Sect to help? And I don't know what means the true lord of heavenly silkworm of the Beast God Mountain has to find a certain family and influence Jinpeng, so I thought of luring them here and fighting to the death with the help of the secret treasure. I didn't expect to meet Taoist Qingyun. Lu Changsheng exhaled a turbid breath and said with some emotion. With the sun and moon mysterious light mirror and the black dragon nirvana pill, he had some confidence in fighting with the three people with all his strength. But he couldn't judge what the consequences would be in the end. Fight to the death with the help of the secret treasure. True Lord Qingyun looked at Lu Changsheng, whose face was ruddy and whose ki was slightly disordered, and was surprised. It was amazing that a giant and cultivator could fight against a true lord of Yuanying. This person actually had a secret treasure to fight to the death with 3 Yuanying true lords? This was simply unbelievable. But for some reason, true Lord Qingyun actually believed it a little. The natal spirit beast of the heavenly silkworm master is a mutant silkworm. With the help of this silkworm, he can sense the energy of heaven and earth, or use secret methods to smell the breath of mana that ordinary people can't smell, so as to track him. Although the true Lord Qingyun has only broken through the nascent soul for a short time, she has lived for more than 400 years and knows many secrets. In particular, she raises Taoist soldiers. The 4th level Qingyun is proficient in taming beasts, and has paid attention to the Beast God Mountain. Smell the breath of mana that ordinary people can't smell. Lu Changsheng knew that some monsters had amazing sense of smell and could smell many breaths that ordinary people couldn't smell, such as the common treasure-hunting rats and spirit-seeking rats. But he didn't expect that the spirit beast of the heavenly silkworm master actually had such an ability. No wonder no matter how he tried to get rid of it, he would be found by this person. The spirit beast of Daoyao should have been poisoned by the Beast God Mountain, right? This beast's spirit detoxification pill should have some effect. The true Lord Qingyun looked at the golden-winged sky peng again, took out a porcelain bottle from the storage ring, and threw it to Lu Changsheng. Not to mention the favor of Xiang Feng's Henyu, based on Lu Changsheng's performance, she was willing to make friends with him. Especially her cultivation method, knowing that Lu Changsheng's luck was extraordinary, it would be beneficial to make friends with him. Thank you, fellow Qingyun. Lu Changsheng took the pill, sniffed it gently, and saw that it was some kind of detoxification pill. The specific effect was unclear, and then fed it to the golden-winged sky peng. After taking the pill, the restlessness of the golden-winged sky peng was suppressed a little, but a deep fatigue and tiredness surged all over his body. Why is fellow Qingyun here? Lu Changsheng looked at Qingyun's Henjin, wanting to know if the other party has time now. Since Mingsha's Henjin can ask Xianqin's Henjin and Tanmei's Henjin to hunt him, then he can naturally ask Qingyun's Henjin to hunt them. In addition to the double-headed dragon demon pill, Qingyun's Henjin owed him a favor for his son Lu Qingxun's teaching. If he could ask Qingyun's Henjin, the two of them would have a chance to kill Xianqin's Henjin with their combined efforts. After all, Lu Changsheng knew that the true Lord Qingyun in front of him was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, at least a genuine nascent soul, and had Qingyun Dao soldiers, 4th level Qingyun, and his combat power was far superior to that of the same level. I just happen to have some things to deal with here, and now I am going to the central area. Taoist fellow Yangming, do you want to join me? Although the golden-winged sky peng was seriously injured, true Lord Qingyun saw that Lu Changsheng was not in big trouble. Even if the other party was seriously injured, the words of fighting desperately with the help of the secret treasure just now were worth her invitation. Central area Lu Changsheng knew that the other party would not miss the opportunity of the secret realm and go with him to hunt down the 3 people of the true Lord Mingsha. Immediately, he pondered and said, now that the golden-winged sky peng is seriously injured, I only have a few means of saving my life in my hand. I really don't want to get involved in the secret realm too much. I wonder if Taoist fellow Qingyun knows how to hide from the induction and smell of the true Lord Xianqin. Lu Changsheng naturally knew what the true Lord Qingyun was going to do in the central area. But he was sneaky when he used the sun and moon 2 yin and yang mysterious light mirror, so how could he dare to go to the central area? It would be dangerous if he was noticed. Moreover, his main means of countering and suppressing Yuanying cultivators was the Daluo sword embryo. If he was seen by a sword cultivator like Zhuangjian's Henjin, it would be very troublesome. Zhenjin Qingyun looked at Lu Changsheng in front of him with his beautiful eyes and said, although Zhenjin Xianqin can sense where you are through your natal Xianqin, it is definitely not unlimited. As long as you are always on the road and don't stay in one place, it will be difficult for the other party to sense you all the time. In this process, You can also use the blood and ki of other monsters to interfere with the ki and affect the ki, thereby affecting Zhenjin Xianqin's sense of smell. Zhenjin Qingyun said. So simple. Lu Changsheng was stunned. He didn't expect the method to be so simple. I can only say that I still suffered from my lack of education. Yes, although this method is powerful, it is not unsolvable. If you have a treasure that can conceal the secrets of heaven in the outside world, you can break free by relying on the turbulent flow of the void or the 9-day strong wind. I can also try my best to conceal the breath for you, but I can't guarantee whether I can completely hide it from Xianqin's Henjin. Zhenjin Qingyun chuckled, and her sharp and angular facial features gave people a cold and arrogant domineering look, heroic and charming. Whether it was her own bloodline skills or the rapid promotion of the spirit beast Qingyun to the 4th level, they all came from Lu Changsheng's Xianfeng's Hanayu, so she had always been kind to Lu Changsheng. Moreover, Lu Changsheng's horrifying performance made her willing to make friends and treat him equally. In that case, thank you for your trouble. Lu Changsheng immediately clasped his fists to thank Zhenjin Qingyun in front of him. Zhenjin Qingyun gently pinched the seal with his jade hand, and then a drop of bright red blood flew out of his fingertips, like a mini phoenix bird circling Lu Changsheng. Instantly, Lu Changsheng felt an invisible aura around him, which helped him to cover and dispel the aura of mana. Thank you, Taoist fellow Qingyun. He bowed, then handed out 2 spiritual objects from Laoshan's engine from his storage ring, saying, some gifts, I wish you good luck in the secret realm. Taoist fellow Yangming is too polite. Zhenjin Qingyun did not refuse, and accepted the spiritual objects, saying, it is estimated that in half a month, the core opportunity of the secret realm will be born. Taoist fellow, do you really want to go with me? Many Yuanying cultivators in the secret realm were not taken seriously by her, but she could not see through Lu Changsheng in front of her, so she was willing to invite him again and again. Thank you for your kindness, Taoist fellow, I will not drag you down in my current situation. Although he knew that Zhenjin Qingyun would not pit him, Lu Changsheng still declined politely, intending to stay until the end of the secret realm. Okay, in that case, I will go first. Zhenjin Qingyun did not persuade him anymore, nodded slightly, and then flew towards the center of the secret realm on the 4th level Qingyun. Although it is impossible to break through the air and escape in such a secret realm, the speed of this 4th level blue phoenix is still very amazing, not inferior to the golden-winged skyrock. Seeing the figure of the blue-winged true lord gradually disappear, Lu Changsheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, secretly thinking that if the 3 true lords of the underworld had such a 4th level flying bird, his situation would be dangerous. Jinpeng, how are you now? Looking through the sun and moon 2 Yizhuangguang mirror, Lu Changsheng asked Jinpeng, seeing that there were no cultivators within 100 miles. Master. Jinpeng said that he wanted to take a nap now. You have a good rest. Lu Changsheng did not force it, and put the golden-winged skyrock into the Qianqin shadow belt, and then the whole person left quickly. After walking hundreds of miles, he sat cross-legged and rested for a while, and then changed places. In the process, he kept looking around through the sun and moon 2 Yizhuangguang mirror to avoid encountering 4th level demon kings or Yuanying cultivators. In this way, 5 days passed, and the 3 true lords of the underworld, the heavenly silkworm, and the altar charm had not appeared. It should be done. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Not to mention that he had the help of True Lord Qingyun to conceal his aura, and he had been changing places for these days. Based on the previous situation, the 3 of them retreated decisively, and it was impossible for them to come and hunt him again. Moreover, in the previous battle, the 3 of them had consumed a lot of energy in pursuit of the golden-winged sky pang, and they needed time to recover. And according to True Lord Qingyun, the core opportunity of the secret realm is about to be born. Even if True Lord Mingxia does not fight, True Lord Xianqin and True Lord Tanmi will not give up and spend all their time and energy on me. In the following time, Lu Changsheng wandered around the mountains outside the Hansha fantasy realm, occasionally killing a 3rd level demon king to confuse his mana, and if he saw natural materials and treasures, he would take them. Although the harvest was not great, Lu Changsheng originally wanted to avoid being found by True Lord Xianqin, and did not expect any opportunities to harvest. During this period, he cleaned up the storage ring and storage bag of the man who had previously controlled the puppet. Although this person's storage ring and storage bag are not as good as those of Laoshan's engine, which have spiritual treasures, 4th level exotic treasures and other rare spiritual materials, they are also very rich, with many heaven and earth spiritual materials. Through the mess in the storage ring and storage bag, Lu Changsheng can see that most of this person's gains come from hunting other cultivators, and most of his own resources are probably used to buy puppet materials and build puppets. As for the third-level top puppet with peach blossom luck, Lu Changsheng continued to ban it, intending to study it carefully after returning home. In this way, half a month passed in a blink of an eye. I don't know if it's the core opportunity of the secret realm that came out. The 10,000 feet of starlight in the sky of the Hansha fantasy realm seemed to be covered with a layer of hazy luster, and the sky was full of clouds. In the following time, even if they were thousands of miles apart, Lu Changsheng felt a wave of terrifying fluctuations. Although he was curious, Lu Changsheng did not join in the fun, and continued to lie dormant, waiting for the end of the secret realm. 3 days later, the sun and moon Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian suddenly warned that 3 Yuanying level auras were approaching. Lu Changsheng hurriedly asked Arwu, but it was a familiar nascent soul aura. No. Arwu's indifferent voice without any emotion was heard. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng used all his strength to perform the reversal of Yin and Yang glazed wall, and saw through the sun and moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian that 2 nascent soul monks were chasing a middle-aged man wearing a blue and white robe and gray hair. It can be seen that the middle-aged man was seriously injured, his face was pale, and his robe was damaged. He could only flee frantically under the attack of the 2. Is it him? Lu Changsheng had seen this middle-aged man, who was one of the 3 people who came with Qingyun's engine. As a nascent soul's engine, shouldn't this person compete with Qingyun's engine for the core opportunity of the secret realm? Why was he chased by 2 nascent soul monks like this? Is it that Qingyun's engine encountered some danger? Lu Changsheng saw the 3 nascent souls roaring with their magic power, sweeping in all directions, and disappeared from the sun and moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian's prying vision in a breath, and thought to himself. However, this kind of thing is not something he can get involved in now. Even though the golden-winged Skypeng had recovered by 98% after these days of recuperation, and he could use it to get rid of the nascent soul cultivator, Lu Changsheng had no intention of intervening. In the following time, Lu Changsheng sensed the aura of the nascent soul cultivators fighting from time to time. It was no longer the initial stopgap, but all of them were fighting with all their strength, and the fluctuations of mana were surging, stirring up all directions, and it was extremely terrifying. It seems that the secret realm has entered the final melee. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, raising his vigilance to the highest level. During this process, he also paid attention to the aura of these nascent soul cultivators. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not interfere. If he met the 3 of them, Mingsha's Henjin, Xianqin's Henjin, and Tanmai's Henjin, he would not mind going up to make up a knife. After the secret realm situation lasted for 10 days, the sky of the secret realm, which was hazy with the endless starlight, suddenly changed color, and endless skylight burst out, shining on all sides of the world, tearing a crack in the sky of the secret realm. Through the crack, you can see a desert oasis, as if overlooking the endless desert. The secret realm is over. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused, knowing that the secret realm was over. Although he was unable to wait for the 3 people, Mingsha, Tanmai, and Xianqin's Henjin, to be seriously injured and take revenge, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When he breaks through the Yuanying, it will be easy to kill the 3 people. Golden Pen. Lu Changsheng released the golden-winged Xianpeng from the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus, preparing to leave the secret realm. But he did not rush out immediately. Because from all directions, a series of Yuanying-level escape lights flew towards the rainbow light of the sky. Not only Lu Changsheng was dormant, waiting for the secret realm to end. Many Yuanying cultivators were also seriously injured for some reasons, waiting for the secret realm to end. Cry. At this moment, Lu Changsheng saw a blue phantom of a phoenix hundreds of feet high in the sky in the distance, rising into the sky, trying to fly towards the exit of the secret realm. And several figures filled with the aura of Yuanying level magic intercepted the phantom of the phoenix. Is this the Taoist formation of Qingyun's engine? Although they were far away and Lu Changsheng could not see it clearly, with the help of the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, he could barely recognize that the phantom of the blue phoenix bird was formed by Qingyun's engine with the help of Qingyun Taoist soldiers. It can be seen that she was being surrounded and killed by many Yuanying cultivators at this time, and it was difficult to break through the siege and leave the secret realm. Why did Qingyun's engine attract so many Yuanying cultivators to surround and kill her? Did she see some core opportunity in the secret realm? Lu Changsheng did not doubt the strength of Qingyun's Henjin. After all, cultivators like Mingsha's Henjin and Xianqin's Henjin, who had just broken through the Yuanying realm, had many trump cards. And how could Qingyun's Henjin, who had grown from a casual cultivator to today, be simple? Boom boom boom. Although the secret realm ended and the exit was opened, this piece of heaven and earth became a battlefield for Yuanying cultivators. Not only Qingyun's Henjin, Lu Changsheng also saw several Yuanying cultivators fighting each other, and the terrifying mana fluctuations swept in all directions, making it difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to get close. During this process, several nascent soul cultivators took the opportunity to forcibly leave the secret realm. Just as Lu Changsheng watched for a moment and was about to leave the secret realm, he suddenly saw the blue phoenix shadow in the sky shattered under the siege of 5 nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 672, Fellow Taoist Qingyun, I am here to help you. This. Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused, his expression solemn. True Lord Qingyun has a 4th level Luan bird spirit pet and 500 Qingyun Dao soldiers. His combat power is definitely better than many Yuanying early stage cultivators. But at this time, the battle formation phantom condensed by the spirit pet and Dao soldiers was directly broken by someone. But the next moment, cry. The phoenix screamed in the sky. A phantom of a sky phoenix burning with red noble and gorgeous flames appeared between heaven and earth, blending with a blue Luan bird phantom that had just been broken. The blue Luan bird phantom seemed to be reborn from the fire, condensed in an instant, and its mighty aura rose step by step, condensed a lot, and soared into the sky. This true Lord Qingyun is really not simple. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. At this moment, he was almost certain that the Sky Phoenix true feather that true Lord Qingyun obtained from him at the beginning not only helped the spirit beast Qingyun break through, but also borrowed it for his own practice. It is very likely that through the Sky Phoenix true feather, he mastered and obtained the magical inheritance of the Sky Phoenix clan. After all, whether it was the Phoenix Fire during the War of Reclamation or the Phoenix Fire Bath, they were all related to the Phoenix. It is also possible that her inheritance of skills is related to the Phoenix. It is rumored that Qingyun and Xianfang both have Phoenix blood and are descendants of Phoenix. Lu Changsheng thought to himself and continued to pay attention to the battle. The strength of Qingyun's Henjin is absolutely unquestionable, but facing the siege of 5 Yuanying cultivators, it is still difficult to break through the blockade and leave the secret realm. Unless the strength is absolutely overwhelming, it is too difficult to fight one against many. With the experience of being chased by Mingsha, Tanmei, and Xianqin before, Lu Changsheng knew that it was difficult to fight one against many. After all, it is impossible for a Yuanying mid-stage cultivator to ignore the magical powers and magic weapons of a Yuanying early-stage cultivator, and he needs to be distracted to solve them, not to mention that Qingyun's Henjin is only in the early Yuanying stage. But where are Qingyun's Henjin's helpers? Doesn't she have 3 people traveling with her? Lu Changsheng saw that Qingyun's Henjin was alone and unable to continue under the siege, and frowned slightly. Although he had seen a friend of true Lord Qingyun being chased by 2 true lords of the nascent soul, there were still 2 of them. If the 2 of them took action, it would be equivalent to 4 against 5, and they would definitely be able to break through the siege. Seeing the constant battle in the sky in the distance, it was difficult for him to leave in a short time, so Lu Changsheng slowly approached this area, wanting to take a closer look. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Lu Changsheng saw 2 true lords of the nascent soul soaring into the sky and entering the battlefield where true Lord Qingyun was being besieged. Huh? When Lu Changsheng saw the two cold rays of light instantly burst out of his eyes. Unexpectedly, true Lord Mingsha and true Lord Xianqin also participated in the siege of true Lord Qingyun. Do you want to take action? Under the attack of the 5 true lords of the nascent soul, true Lord Qingyun could still barely hold on. Now with the addition of true Lord Mingsha and true Lord Xianqin holding the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, true Lord Qingyun instantly felt a sharp increase in pressure and was in a losing position. So when he saw this scene, Lu Changsheng wondered if he should help. Not to mention that he had a grudge against Mingsha and Xianqin. If it weren't for the arrival of true Lord Qingyun, who scared away the dark demon, the heavenly silkworm, and the altar demon, he could only rely on the Black Dragon Nirvana Pill and the Sun and Moon Yin Yang Mysterious Light Mirror to fight with all his strength. Although he was very confident of repelling or even killing the 3 people, it was still dangerous. Now that True Lord Qingyun was in danger, it would be unreasonable for him to leave the secret realm without caring about it. If I don't help him, my relationship with True Lord Qingyun will probably end here, and we will meet by chance in the future. If you help him, I won't say that I will marry you, but I can definitely go one step further and become a trustworthy Taoist friend. Lu Changsheng weighed the gains and losses. It was impossible for him to say that he had no idea about True Lord Qingyun. And now, it was a good opportunity for him. As long as he helped True Lord Qingyun out of trouble, he could definitely win the favor of the beauty. And the efficacy of the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill only lasts for more than a month. I don't need it now. Soon after leaving the secret realm, I will also find a place to activate the effect of this pill by self-mutilation. In this case, why not take this opportunity to release the efficacy of the medicine? If there is danger, I can also force my way out of the secret realm and escape with the help of the Michin banner. Under normal circumstances, Lu Changsheng's combat power is difficult to participate in such a multi-infant battle. Even if he participates, he can't help too much. But it's different with the full outbreak of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone. In this state, his combat power is not comparable to that of Qingyun's Henjin and Zhuangjian's Henjin, but definitely better than that of Yuanying cultivators such as Mingsha's Henjin. The only problem is that although it may win the favor of the beauty, it will cause more trouble and become the target of public criticism. If there were only 5 Yuanying cultivators and Mingsha and Xianqin, Lu Changsheng would not hesitate so much. But now many Yuanying cultivators in the Hansha fantasy realm have gathered. If he uses the Dalao sword embryo in such a public place, it will definitely attract the covetousness of others. Moreover, a giant cultivator showed such amazing combat power. I am afraid that after the secret realm ends, the name of Yang Ming's Henrin will not only be resounding in the Jiang Kingdom, but also in the southern wilderness and northern regions. By then, this vest must not be used anymore, and the magical powers such as the golden-winged sky pang, the Dalao sword embryo, and the Brahma demon true body must be used with caution. So, go, or not? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, weighing the pros and cons. At the same time, the peach blossom gu in his mind trembled. It means that if he works hard, he may have a peach blossom with Qingyun's Henjin. Lu Changsheng didn't pay attention to the reminders of the peach blossom gu every now and then. Seeing that the majestic and domineering Qingyun's Henjin, who was dressed in blue gold armor, was surrounded and killed by 7 Yuanying cultivators, he gradually retreated and decided to fight. As long as the effect of the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill is fully activated, he can make further progress in both his physical body and cultivation, break through the 4th level of body refining in the fastest time, and impact the Yuanying. The sea-splitting black dragon whale will soon be promoted to the 4th level and become the true overlord of the Great Dream Lake. In this case, as long as he does not confront the nascent soul cultivator head-on, he does not need to use the Dalao sword embryo and the Brahma demon true body. Besides, saving the True Lord Qingyun will deepen the bond. In the future, when we encounter danger and trouble, we can also ask her for help and cultivate feelings. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, and the 9 treasures of the Ruai bone on his chest intertwined and surged. The blood and magic power surged like a vast sea bursting, filling his limbs, meridians and anshan. The cultivation of the 9th level of the Jinden and the quasi 4th level of the physique are all climbing towards the nascent soul level. Jinpeng, let's go and take revenge. Lu Changsheng looked at the true lord of the dark evil and the true lord of the heavenly silkworm in the sky, with murderous intent in his eyes. He helped, and also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to burst out with all his strength to kill the true lord of the heavenly silkworm and the true lord of the dark evil. Especially the true lord of the heavenly silkworm. If it weren't for this old dog sensing his energy, he wouldn't have to be so embarrassed, running around in the secret realm every day these days. Cry. The golden-winged sky rock cried out to the sky, spread its wings in the air, and flew towards the sky like a golden sun. During this process, its blood and ki boiled and roared, and the demonic and evil spirits surged. The picture of the sky rock fighting the dragon began to interweave and emerge, filled with a terrifying energy. For a battle of this level, it must burn its blood and essence with all its strength to be qualified to participate. Hey, what kind of monster is this? It looks a bit like a golden-winged eagle, but its escape speed and momentum are far beyond the golden-winged eagle of the same level. And the person on it, obviously doesn't have the power of the nascent soul, but the spiritual pressure is like that of the nascent soul cultivator. Tisk, 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 tisk. Every time you enter this secret realm, You can see many contemporary geniuses. At this moment, many nascent soul cultivators were fighting at the exit of the secret realm. Lu Changsheng soared into the sky on the golden-winged sky rock, and did not attract too many people's attention. Even if they noticed, they would think he wanted to leave the secret realm. However, True Lord Qingyun, True Lord Mingxia, True Lord Xianqin, and True Lord Tanmei in the dark noticed Lu Changsheng at the first time. Be careful, this person is coming towards us. True Lord Xianqin, who was fat and dressed in a crystal silk robe, had a very sharp sense of perception. The moment Lu Changsheng rushed up, he felt a breath of energy locking onto him, and immediately warned him. Okay, True Lord Yangming, you really don't take the road to heaven, and you throw yourself into hell. Although True Lord Mingxia took action, he only intercepted True Lord Qingyun through the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, and did not use his full strength. At this time, seeing Lu Changsheng coming to kill him, his eyes suddenly glowed with blood, and he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of True Lord Yangming, who was a big worry in his heart. Otherwise, the secret realm will end, and True Lord Yangming is still alive, and he will be unable to sleep or eat. Dao, I'm here to help you. When Qingyun's engine heard Lu Changsheng's voice transmission, he looked at the golden-winged sky pang, which was filled with chaos. The spiritual pressure was as powerful as an ancient volcanic eruption. Lu Changsheng's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. She had not only invited 3 friends to join her, but also cooperated with several of them. But among the 3 friends, 1 died, 1 was injured, and 1 escaped. Of the remaining few people who cooperated, none of them helped. Unexpectedly, Yangming's Henren, who had previously said that the situation was not good and declined the opportunity to compete for the secret realm, chose to help. And it was when he was surrounded and killed by 7 Yuanying cultivators. Thank you, Dao Yangming. Although a giant cultivator entering such a battlefield was like a moth to a flame. But she had an inexplicable trust in Lu Changsheng. And in the current situation, she really needed help. As long as someone could help her break a corner of the siege formation, with the help of the Taoist soldiers' battle formation and the secret magic, she would have some confidence in breaking through the siege and escaping. While she was resisting the attack and thinking about how to break the situation, the golden-winged sky pang had already arrived at the battlefield. Lu Changsheng did not continue to fight on the golden-winged sky pang, but held the Daluo sword embryo. His body was like a god or a demon, breaking through layers of void, like a god of war, and went straight to kill the heavenly silkworm master. In his current state, his physical body, cultivation and magic power are both comparable to the 4th level, and he has an advantage in close combat. Moreover, he has made plans for the outbreak of the Zhuan Long Nirvana pill, so he naturally will not worry about some injuries, and plans to directly exchange injuries for injuries. Clang. Ki, blood and magic power were madly injected into the Daluo sword embryo, causing the origin of the sword to interweave and bloom, as if reflecting the scene of flying immortals, and then slash towards the heavenly silkworm master. In an instant, the brilliant sword light that illuminated the world and suppressed the sun and the moon submerged the fat body of the heavenly silkworm master. Fellow Daoists, this man is called Yangming's Henren. Mingxia's Henjin knew that it was impossible to kill Yangming's Henren by himself, so he gave up the opportunity of the sword embryo in his hand and directly sent a message to the 5 Yuanying who besieged Qingyun's Henjin, saying that it would be better to deal with Yangming's Henren first. There was no need for Mingxia to send a message. When Lu Changsheng's unparalleled sword was slashed, they realized that Lu Changsheng was not simple. However, compared with Lu Changsheng, they were more reluctant to let go of Qingyun's Henjin now, and only used a little spare strength to suppress Lu Changsheng. Fellow Taoist Qingyun, kill the heavenly silkworm first. Defeat them one by one. Lu Changsheng also sent a message to Qingyun's Henjin, preparing to kill the chicken to scare the monkey first, and then defeat them one by one. Okay. Although Qingyun's Henjin was retreating step by step under the siege of 7 people, she could hold out for so long against 7 people alone, which was enough to show that she was strong. Now that Lu Changsheng was willing to help, she was naturally willing to fight hard and try to break the situation. The blue-gold halberd in the hands of the Azure Luan True Lord slashed out horizontally, bursting out endless brilliant light, and the sharp edge was overbearing, almost tearing through the world. The blue-gold phantom above her body also spread its wings in the air, forming a turbulent wind, a strong wind, and a blue-dark wind like the void, and killed the heavenly silkworm True Lord. The golden-winged skyrock, with the golden runes interwoven all over its body, did not rush directly into the battlefield, but swept along the edge of the formation, and the endless murderous intent surged like the ocean, forming a landscape feather that looked like a peerless divine sword, and killed the underworld true lord and others. Although the golden-winged Skyrock was only in the late third stage, it was burning its essence in blood at this time, and its strength increased greatly. Even the Yuanying true lord could not ignore it and needed to use means to break its 180,000 feathers. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the world roared. Yin and Yang magic power, Daluo sword light, Phoenix shadow, Qingming wind, bloody rain, Shiankan field, 108,000 feathers, and the magical powers of the other 5 Yuanying's engines are all intertwined, as if setting off a terrible catastrophe that destroys the world. Even if they are hundreds of miles apart, they can clearly feel the terrifying spiritual pressure and magic power fluctuations. Who is this person? He obviously doesn't have the power of the Yuanying, but his strength is not inferior to that of the Yuanying cultivators. Not only is it not inferior, this strength is even better than many cultivators who have just broken through the Yuanying. When did the southern wilderness produce such a peerless sword cultivator? Not only his family, but also this golden pang bird, is only a third-level top demon king, but this kind of combat power is definitely a top demon beast that has awakened the true spirit bloodline. What is the origin of this person, and he actually has such combat power and a spiritual pet? Although the name of Yangming's Henrin is very famous in Jiang State and Jin State, but in the entire southern wilds, or even in the northern region of the southern wilds, it can only be considered average, and not many people know about it. However, he was so powerful at this time that he directly entered the Yuanying level battlefield, and was instantly noticed by many Yuanying cultivators, who looked surprised and surprised. After all, no matter where you are, a giant and cultivator who can compete with a Yuanying cultivator is a genius of the time. As for going one step further, it is simply beyond common sense. The sword in this person's hand should be a treasure for attacking. The cultivators who can see the battle situation clearly, at least Yuanying cultivators, with average eyesight, instantly saw that Lu Changsheng's magic power and the sword light he cut out were not of the same lineage. Knowing that he is not a peerless sword cultivator, but a cultivator with a sword treasure. Yangming's Henrun. Below the secret realm, Zuanjian's Henjin, who is accompanied by several giant and cultivators, looked at the sky with his eyes narrowed. He had learned about this name from the Qingyun Sect master in his early years, but he did not take it to heart. He just ordered people to observe to see if he had any relationship with the new lord of Daming City, and whether they were the same person. Later, they met in the War of Reclamation. At that time, he felt that this person was not simple. If he broke through the nascent soul, he might become an obstacle to his Qingyun Sect. He never expected that in just over 10 years, the other party's strength would be improved again. In his opinion, this improvement was even more amazing than breaking through the nascent soul. Because the combat power of the Jinden level has an upper limit. The other party should have reached the critical point long ago, but in this case, the combat power can still be improved, which is incredible and unbelievable. This person should have been able to break through the nascent soul long ago. Why didn't he break through? Is it to break through the heavenly Dao nascent soul? Zuanjin's Henjin did not think that Lu Changsheng lacked the nascent soul pill and the 4th level spiritual land. This kind of cultivator is likely to be a nascent soul old monster who has taken over and reborn, and he may have sufficient backup. Even if there is no nascent soul pill, with the other party's background, it is likely to break through the nascent soul. Therefore, Zuanjian's Henjin believes that the only explanation for the latter's failure to break through the nascent soul is to prepare for the heavenly Dao nascent soul. After all, the difficulty of the heavenly Dao nascent soul is much higher than that of the upper grade golden pill and the immortal golden pill. The Yuanying spirit body that needs to be broken into a baby needs to withstand the bombardment of heavenly tribulation and absorb the energy of heaven. If it is not careful, it may turn into ashes. In his early years, he obtained a treasure that can transform into a baby. When he was attacking the Yuanying, he wanted to try the Yuanying of the heavenly Dao and integrate some of the energy of heaven. However, the Yuanying was almost damaged in the first baptism of heavenly tribulation. Wait and see what happens. True Lord Zuanjian said to the people next to him. Whether it is True Lord Qingyun or True Lord Yangming, they are all like the sons of destiny. Especially True Lord Qingyun. The other party hibernated in Qingyun Fairy City for 100 years, and then left Jiang Kingdom. Breaking through the Yuanying was completely beyond his expectation. So he has been observing, wanting to know what other tricks True Lord Qingyun has. If True Lord Yangming did not take action, he would help True Lord Qingyun when his body was broken and his Yuanying left his body. After all, in the current situation of Jiang Kingdom, it is a good thing to have a True Lord Qingyun, who can help stabilize the situation and make the cake bigger. But if the potential of this Qingyun's engine is inferior in combat power and is just an ordinary Yuanying, then it would be better. After the words fell, Zuanjian's engine continued to look at the sky, his pupils reflecting Qingyun's engine and Yang Ming's Henrun. Especially the Daluo sword embryo in Yang Ming's Henrun's hand, which seemed to be flowing with the luster of a fairy. Fellow Taoist Mingxia, help me. Just as everyone was talking and paying attention to the battle in the sky, Xianqin's Henjin, who was overwhelmed by the Daluo sword light and Qingyun's magic power, roared miserably. Facing Lu Changsheng's normal burst, he might not be his opponent, let alone Lu Changsheng and Qingyun's Henjin, who were bursting with all their strength at this time. So under such a terrifying might, fine cracks appeared in the realm in an instant and began to collapse. The body's Xianqin clothes were light and dark, and his heart was full of ominous premonitions, as if there was a word evil condensing above his head. Hu. Mingxia's Henjin immediately activated the 10,000 ghosts blood pool, and countless ghost soldiers and generals and scarlet blood swept towards Lu Changsheng. However, facing the attack of the true Lord of Darkness, Lu Changsheng did not dodge or evade. The golden tiger dragon pattern armor and the yin-yang diagram appeared on his body. Then he activated a 4th level defensive talisman obtained from the true Lord of Laoshan, forming a heavy magic shield, trying to kill the true Lord of Heavenly Silkworm. In an instant, Lu Changsheng killed the true Lord of Heavenly Silkworm. The origin of the Daluo sword embryo in his hand surged, bursting with an unstoppable sharp aura, directly cutting through his invisible realm that was beginning to collapse, and slashed towards the head of the true Lord of Heavenly Silkworm. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The Daluo sword light clashed with the Heavenly Silkworm clothes, forming a mighty and powerful force. Buzz buzz buzz. The true Lord of Heavenly Silkworm wanted to struggle to break free, and even made a cocoon with silk to bind and imprison Lu Changsheng, but at this time the attack of the true Lord of Blue Luan gave him great pressure, and the Heavenly Silkworm clothes on his body seemed to be beginning to break. Heavenly Silkworm transforms the tribulation. The true Lord of Heavenly Silkworm's eyes were red, his face was ferocious, and he burst out the origin of his nascent soul and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then his left arm suddenly exploded, turning into a blood-colored phantom, while his real body appeared dozens of feet away as if teleporting, his face pale. At the same time, the bloody storm of the Nether Demon Master and the ghost soldiers and generals broke through Lu Changsheng's 4th level talisman, and the golden tiger dragon pattern armor was dimmed by the erosion of blood, and tiny cracks appeared. However, Lu Changsheng still didn't care, his whole body was shining, like a god of war, holding the Daluo sword embryo and continued to kill the Heavenly Silkworm Master. How big a grudge does this person have against the Heavenly Silkworm Master? This is not to help the Green Luan Master, this is to fight to die together, right? Not simple. This Yang Ming's Henrun not only has great cultivation and magic power, but also has amazing blood and physical strength, so he dares to exchange injuries like this. He should have used some kind of secret method to burn his life. It can be seen that his state is not right. Under such an explosion, his ki is actually slightly improved. With such combat power, he must be gifted. Why is he risking his life like this? Many Yuanying cultivators were amazed and paid attention to the sky battlefield. Some even wanted to snatch the Daluo sword embryo. However, seeing Lu Changsheng's desperate spirit, some people with ideas gave up the idea and suppressed it temporarily. After all, if they went up to snatch the opportunity like this, they would lose a lot if they were risked their lives. Especially now that Yuanying cultivators are gathered together, everyone is afraid of each other, and no one wants to get into trouble. Dao Yangming, be careful. Zhenjin Qingyun was also shocked by Lu Changsheng's combat power and momentum. Isn't this too fierce? When he was at the peak of the Qingyun stage, even if he evolved a Daobing battle formation, he was far inferior to Lu Changsheng. If she hadn't known that Lu Changsheng was going to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and defeat them one by one, she would have even thought that the other party had a blood feud with Xianqin's Henjin, so she fought to the death. Boom boom boom. Qingyun's Henjin held a sapphire halberd, and her body covered with sapphire armor was glowing all over, sacred and brilliant. Even her hair was dyed with a bit of red gold glow. The whole person was like a female war god, forming a terrifying power, helping Lu Changsheng to isolate the aftermath of the 5 Yuanying monks as much as possible, and buy him time and environment. You are too much? Seeing that Yang Ming's Henren was trying to kill him so hard, Xianqin's Henjin was very upset. The latter obviously had a greater grudge with Mingsha's Henjin. Why did he kill himself so desperately? If you have such courage, wouldn't it be the same to kill Mingsha? Could it be that I am easy to bully? Just after the two fought for several rounds, Xianqin's Henjin suddenly felt something was wrong. A poisonous mana silently entered his body, began to corrode and corrupt his mana, and rushed to his danshin. 4th level poison. Xianqin's Henjin's pale face turned a little black, spreading all over his body like a spider web, and then he looked at Lu Changsheng with bloodshot eyes, not expecting the other party to be so despicable. But what shocked him the most was that he didn't even know when he was poisoned. Chapter 673, Kill the Heavenly Silkworm. Exit the Secret Realm. 4th Order Poison. The people on the scene were all surprised when they saw the situation of Xianqin's Henjin. They didn't expect that Lu Changsheng, a giant and cultivator, could actually possess a 4th Order poison. Although at the level of Yuanying, 4th Order poison is difficult to be fatal. But during the battle, once you are poisoned, it will be very troublesome. And the most amazing thing is that Lu Changsheng can silently infiltrate the 4th Order poison into the body of Xianqin's Henjin. You know, Xianqin's Henjin may have average combat power, but his spiritual perception is extremely sharp. He was poisoned silently, which means that they can hardly isolate this 4th Order poison. For a while, the 6 people looked cautious, performed secret techniques, opened the realm, and further isolated the means of poison. Mingsha, I will kill him with you. At this time, one of the 5 Yuanying who suppressed Qingyun's Henjin shouted, wanting to deal with Lu Changsheng with Mingsha's Henjin first. You still dare to be distracted? Have you asked this true lord? The corners of the eyes of true Lord Qingyun, which were as bright as the sun, moon and stars, turned up, and his eyebrows and eyes were filled with a chilling luster that captured people's hearts. He waved the blue-gold halberd in his hand, and together with a Qingyun phantom, he killed the Yuanying cultivator who spoke. His might was fierce and overbearing, swallowing up the mountains and rivers. Although she could not continue under the siege of 5 people, she could not do anything to her without paying a heavy price if she burst out with all her strength. At this time, Lu Changsheng risked his life to help her. Seeing the hope of breaking the deadlock, she naturally would not let Lu Changsheng be disturbed. In an instant, the Yuanying cultivator did not dare to be distracted, and tried his best to suppress true Lord Qingyun, so that the other party would not use him as a breakthrough point and break through the siege. Kill. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng continued to kill true Lord Xianqin. The 4th level poison brewing in the danshin of the Qi Si and the yin-yang magic power, the Dalo sword light continued to penetrate. The great method of the heavenly silkworm's cocooning. True Lord Xianqin's pale face was tinged with black, knowing that if he continued like this, he would surely die. Immediately, he made hand gestures, his body was humming and roaring, white light was lingering, an unpleasant smell filled the air, intertwined with the silkworm clothes on his body, and then the whole person turned into a huge silk cocoon lingering with white light. The Dalo sword embryo in Lu Changsheng's hand slashed out, but only broke a tiny crack of about a foot on it. The silk cocoon was surrounded by white light, and silk continued to appear, repairing the cracks in the cocoon and gradually thickening it. Fellow Taoist Yang Ming, this is the innate magical power of the heavenly silkworm master. With the help of his innate silkworm and spiritual treasure, it forms an absolute defense and suppresses the poisonous injuries, but it has lost its combat effectiveness and cannot move. The Blue Luan Master saw the means of the Heavenly Silkworm Master and indicated that it was the best way to break through the siege at this stage and quickly leave the secret realm. Absolute defense. Lu Changsheng's eyes were cold, unwilling to give up, and let the Heavenly Silkworm Master go. The yin and yang magic power of his body fluctuated like the ocean. Then, 2 yin-yang fishes soared into the sky from the fontanelle, and began to entangle with the natal magic weapon, yin-yang diagram, sweeping through the sky and the ground, forming a terrifying vortex millstone. Yin-yang mixed whole millstone. Lu Changsheng had used this magical power several times in his early years, but he had never used it directly under overload like today, and burned his own yin-yang origin and magic weapon origin. That's right, with Lu Changsheng's current strength, the yin-yang diagram, a top-level magic weapon, is no longer enough, and must be recast and upgraded. So Lu Changsheng didn't stop at anything, and wanted to maximize the power of the magical power at the cost of burning the magic weapon origin. Boom boom boom. The yin-yang millstone, like a black hole, involved all the yin-yang mana, battles, and even the mana, ghost energy, and bloody storm of the nether evil lord from all directions. If Lu Changsheng's physical body had not reached the 4th level under the blessing of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, he would not be able to withstand such an explosion. But at this moment, the power of the yin-yang mixed whole millstone has also reached an unprecedented and astonishing level. The black and white yin-yang lusters interweave, like a storm between heaven and earth, turbulent flow in the void, turning the sun, moon, and universe upside down, as if to annihilate all things in heaven and earth. What kind of magical power is this? No, you said this is a giant and cultivator. This person is definitely an old monster who has taken over another body to cultivate again. This kind of magical power is not something that a giant and cultivator can use at all. Yes, this person's mana and physique have reached the level of yin-yang, and his soul is not affected by the battle. He can still use this kind of magical power. He must be an old monster who has broken through the yin-yang for many years and has taken over another body to cultivate again. But if it is a yin-yang old monster, why would he risk his life to help Qingyun Sect like this? When the yin-yang mixed whole millstone appeared, not only the Mingshi Henjin, Qingyun Sect and others next to him, but even many onlookers were shocked, thinking that this was not a giant-level magical power at all, but a supreme magical power that only yin-yang cultivators could use. Changsheng, do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in a turtle shell? Lu Changsheng stepped out with a yin-yang mixed whole millstone on his head. The world around him seemed to be in chaos and order collapsed. Changsheng's Henjin, who was wrapped in a huge cocoon, trembled in his heart. He seemed to be a small boat in the yin-yang ocean, facing countless storms. Then, the mixed whole millstone, like a black hole, submerged the huge cocoon, swallowed it, and kept crushing it. In an instant, Changsheng's Henjin felt a force of reversal of yin and yang, and his blood and magic power began to reverse. The crystal silk thread that wove the cocoon seemed to wither and decay, lose its crystal luster, and began to wither. Not good. What kind of magical power is this? Changsheng's Henjin's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that Yang Ming's Henjin's magical power could actually reverse yin and yang and reverse and crack his own Changsheng cocoon method. You know, he relied on this magical power to survive several life and death crises without any accidents. Crack. As the yin and yang divine light reversed, the silk cocoon withered and dimmed a little, and then was cut by the Dalao sword embryo with a fine crack. Puff. Changsheng's Henjin, whose face was pale and black, suddenly vomited blood, and blood flowed from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. The Changsheng cocoon method is a magical power formed by his natal silkworm and his own natal spiritual treasure. Even a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul would find it difficult to break it. So the cocoon was broken, which was equivalent to his natal silkworm and natal spiritual treasure being damaged. Lu Changsheng's face was cold, and the Dalao sword embryo in his hand burst out with peerless sharpness and energy. He continued to kill, wanting to kill Changsheng's Henjin in one fell swoop. Mingshi, why don't you go all out? Changsheng's Henjin used all his strength to operate the Changsheng cocoon method, and shouted to Mingshi's Henjin, his voice carrying a bit of complaint. As the Yuanying's Henjin of the Beast God Mountain, he knew that if the Mingshi's Henjin used all his strength to activate the 10,000 Ghosts blood pool, he could become a veteran Yuanying cultivator. But he himself ended up like this, and the Mingshi's Henjin was still unwilling to really erupt the 10,000 Ghosts blood pool. Upon hearing this, the Mingshi's Henjin, who was fighting with a golden-winged Sky Peng, let out a long roar, and the 10,000 Ghosts blood pool boiled and roared, and the rolling blood swept towards Lu Changsheng, and hundreds of thousands of ghost soldiers and ghosts came together to attack, causing terrible fluctuations. After fighting for so long, he already knew clearly that it was impossible for him to kill Yang Ming's Henjin alone. Now it was useless to erupt with all his strength and summon the 4th-level Ghost King. It would only put himself in danger. After all, the sword embryo in the hands of Yang Ming's Henjin was a killing treasure and was coveted by others, and his 10,000 Ghosts blood pool was the same. As long as he was seriously injured, weak, and consumed the essence of the spiritual treasure, it was estimated that someone would snatch it as soon as he left the secret realm. The yin-yang mixed whole millstone above Lu Changsheng's head was grinding the sky. He ignored the attack of the true Lord of Destruction and Darkness, burning his blood and lifespan, and pushing the power of the Dalao sword embryo to the extreme. Crack, crack, crack. Under the brilliant sword light, the white silk cocoon began to break apart piece by piece, and a gap appeared. Then the Dalao sword embryo, which was blooming with brilliant sharp energy, pierced straight into the chest of the true lord of heavenly silkworm. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword embryo trembled wildly, and the sharp sword energy was like a wave, breaking the body of the true lord of heavenly silkworm, trying to annihilate his soul and Yuanying spirit body. Fellow Daoists, save me. The true lord of heavenly silkworm shouted in panic, calling for help. He was now seriously injured, his body was corroded by the 4th level poison, and he was suppressed by the Dalao sword embryo. Unless the Yuanying left his body, it would be difficult to struggle. Boom boom boom. The attack of the true lord of darkness and a Yuanying cultivator fell on Lu Changsheng, trying to give the true lord of heavenly silkworm some time to breathe. Dao Yangming, be careful. On the other side, the pale-faced, glowing, cold and intimidating Qingyun Sect saw the scene and warned him to relieve the pressure on Lu Changsheng with the battle formation of the Taoist soldiers, and then continued to swing the Qingjun halberd in his hand. The yin-yang diagram and the yin-yang mixed whole millstone helped Lu Changsheng to frantically dissolve the power, but under the power of the nascent soul, the golden tiger dragon armor on his body still broke, and then he groaned, and blood flowed from his mouth. Lu Changsheng's face was cold, his blood and magic power were boiling and roaring, and the yin-yang divine light was gushing out. The sword embryo in his hand was trembling, bursting with endless sharpness, as if he was willing to kill Xiangqin's Henjin at the cost of his life. The golden-winged Xiangping looked up to the sky and cried, his whole body was shining, and he rushed towards Mingsha's Henjin like a madman to share the pressure for Lu Changsheng. But it was only a 3rd-level demon king after all, even if it was burning its blood and essence crazily at this time, it could only cause some pressure to Mingsha's Henjin. Hiss, how much hatred does this person have for the heavenly silkworm? He really wants to die together. What is he trying to achieve by doing this? He is a ruthless man. This is a ruthless man. He can cultivate his physical body to this level by practicing both the Dharma and the body. Who is not a ruthless man? The Yuanying cultivator who was paying attention to the sky battlefield couldn't help but smack his lips. Not to mention the peerless monster like Mingyang's Henrun. Even ordinary foundation building and giant cultivators cherish their lives very much. If it weren't for a great opportunity, few people would be willing to fight to the death. Therefore, Lu Changsheng's style of fighting, regardless of life and death, and dying together, is simply speechless and frightening. This person has practiced both the Dharma and the body. He can cultivate his physical body to this level in the Jinden stage. He is not only gifted, but also has great perseverance and willpower. This kind of life and death fighting method may be the secret of his body training. Through life and death battles and the great terror between life and death, he taps the potential of the physical body and breaks the bottleneck of the physical body. Someone said aloud, physical cultivation is different from legal cultivation. Physical cultivation not only consumes natural materials and treasures, but also requires great perseverance and willpower. Among them, there is the potential of the physical body through fighting in life and death. Lu Changsheng did not know what others thought of him. He used all his strength to activate the Dalao sword embryo and the yin-yang mixed whole great millstone to destroy the physical body, Yuanying, and soul of Xiangqin's Henjin. Seeing that Yangming's Henren was going to die with him, Xiangqin's Henjin was afraid. Moreover, his physical body was already unsustainable under the Dalao sword embryo and was about to be broken, so there was only one choice, Yuanying out of the body. Swoosh! Xiangqin's Henjin's Yuanying spirit body was like a frightened mouse. Under the coils of a white bloated Xiangqin, it suddenly rushed out of the broken physical body and wanted to escape. Where are you going? Lu Changsheng had already considered that Xiangqin's Henjin would have his Yuanying out of the body. The yin-yang diagram imprisoned his physical body and put it away, and he used all his strength to operate the yin-yang mixed whole great millstone. The black and white divine light bloomed, reversing the yin and yang universe, trying to intercept the Yuanying spirit body of Xiangqin's Henjin, and cast the last 4th level talisman of Laoshin's Henjin. However, the moment Xiangqin's Henjin left his body, he took his life-giving spiritual treasure Xiangqin Yi and his life-giving Xiangqin, forming a cocoon-like magic shield, breaking through the black and white mysterious light of the yin-yang mixed cave millstone and the yin-yang diagram, and fled towards the exit of the secret realm of the sky, trying to leave the secret realm. In the secret realm, he could not break through the air and escape, but as long as he left the secret realm, He could escape back to the Beast God Mountain as soon as possible. Huh? When King Lun's Henjin saw that Xianqin's Henjin's body was broken by Lu Changsheng and his Yuanying left his body, he was horrified. You know, even she was not sure to break Xianqin's Henjin Xianqin Huljia Odefa. But she knew that in addition to the effect of the magical power, the main reason was the sword embryo in Lu Changsheng's hand. Seeing Lu Changsheng burning his essence and blood, looking like a god or a demon, she felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart, not knowing why he was trying so hard to save her. Even if he had a secret treasure as a backup, such an explosion would cause powerful sequelae. Just thank you for helping me before. King Lun Zhenjin himself didn't believe it. But she was not a sentimental person. As soon as she had some thoughts in her mind, she suppressed them instantly and shot out a magic weapon to bind the soul. The King Lun phantom above her head cried out, trying to imprison Xianqin's Henjin's Yuanying's spirit body. Stop. At this moment, a fierce and domineering voice, like the roar of thousands of giant beasts, full of fierce destruction, and like the voice of thousands of charming women calling out. I saw a white jade face, a burly figure, full of masculine breath, but with graceful curves, like a woman's figure shooting over, and a silk ribbon like a sky curtain was thrown to isolate Xianqin's Henjin from the offensive. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently, and the terrifying aftermath of mana and sound waves vibrated. It can be seen that True Lord Yunmei was in a bad state at this time and was seriously injured. He was forcibly burning his origin to help True Lord Xianqin. This is normal. Although the Red Body sect was suppressed by the Beast God Mountain, True Lord Xianqin had already fallen into the hands of the Qingyun Sect in the previous war of the Jiang Kingdom. If True Lord Xianqin was killed, the vitality of the Liang Kingdom would be greatly damaged and it would inevitably face the counterattack of the Yu Kingdom and the Jiang Kingdom. Swoosh! Seeing that the Yuanying spirit of True Lord Xianqin escaped in a flash, True Lord Yunmei also coiled his life spirit treasure around his body and flew quickly towards the exit of the secret realm. Some Yuanying cultivators saw the situation of the two, their eyes flickered, and they wanted to fish in troubled waters. Swoosh! Below the secret realm, True Lord Zuanjian, who was watching the battle in the sky, suddenly stood up, and the magic sword in his hand appeared, turning into a sharp sword light, soaring into the sky, and killing True Lord Yunmei. Now that the body of Xianqin's Henjin was broken and Zhenjin Yunmei was seriously injured, it was a great opportunity for him. Not good. Seeing this, Zhenjin Yunmei's pale and weak face suddenly changed, and he quickly took out a 4th-level talisman and rushed out of the secret realm. In a head-on battle, he was no match for Zhenjin Zuanjian, not to mention that he was weak and seriously injured at this time. Run. Seeing this scene, Zhenjin Mingxia, who was entangled with Jinshi Xianpeng, was terrified and immediately rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. He came to Hanja Fantasy Realm at the invitation of Beast God Mountain, otherwise he would not have come at all. It was also Zhenjin Xianqin's decision to help the 5 people to surround and kill Zhenjin King Lun just now. Now that Zhenjin Xianqin's body was broken by Zhenren Yangming, his Yuanying was out of his body, and Zhenjin Yunmei was seriously injured and fled from the secret realm. If he continued to stay here, he would just wait for death and be coveted by others. It would be better to leave quickly. As for Zhenren Yangming, he no longer expected to kill the other party. Just pray that the other party will be disabled after such a life-burning explosion. Or the Supreme Elder of the Beast God Mountain will personally hunt down Yangming's Zhenren after knowing about the matter of Xianqin's Henjin. Cry. The golden-winged Sky Peng cried to the sky, and the Xianpeng fighting dragon map struck out horizontally, trying to hold back the underworld's Henjin. Golden Peng, forget it. Lu Changsheng saw that the Golden Peng was in a very bad state and could not continue, so he called it back and looked at the 5 nascent soul cultivators who were besieging the Blue Luan's Henjin. Although it was only a few rounds to kill the heavenly silkworm's Henjin, he was overloaded and his body was in a very serious state. There was no time to delay and waste on the underworld's Henjin. He had to help the Blue Luan's Henjin break through the siege and then leave the secret realm quickly. The yin-yang mixed hole millstone above Lu Changsheng's head slowly turned, like a piece of heaven crushing it. The Daluo sword embryo in his hand intertwined with a brilliant sword light, and directly killed a burly middle-aged man holding a 3-pointed 2-edged sword, who was confronting the Blue Luan's Henjin head-on. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. The terrifying sword light and shadow collided with the blood and body, shaking the sky and covering the world. Lu Changsheng felt that the world on all sides was filled with sharp aura, breaking his body and dissolving it with a yin-yang mixed hole millstone. and his Dalao sword light, the yin-yang tide, also shattered the armor of the burly man crazily, with light and dark uncertain, and tiny cracks appeared. Dao Yao really want to risk your life from you, King Huang. As long as Dao Yao is willing to retreat, you can put forward any conditions. A Yuanying cultivator shouted at Lu Changsheng. Seeing Lu Changsheng kill the body of Xiankan's Henjin, they also knew that it would be difficult to keep two people with their strength. Kill. However, Lu Changsheng didn't want to waste time and energy to say more now. The Dalao sword embryo in his hand swung wildly, injecting blood into each sword. Even with the indestructible golden body, indestructible matter, and the majestic medicinal power of Zhuanglong Nirvana pill, Lu Changsheng's face gradually turned pale. As Lu Changsheng tried his best, the pressure on the true Lord Qingyun was greatly reduced, and he felt a little relaxed. He sent a message to Lu Changsheng, Dao Yangming, let's leave the secret realm first. As he spoke, the Qingyun phantom above his head cried blood and formed layers of spatial fluctuations, like a turbulent tide, sweeping across the four directions and breaking a corner of the world. Boom boom boom. The Yuanying level mana of the four directions of the world burst out, suppressing the Qingyun phantom tightly, making the almost substantial battle formation phantom dim again. Break. Lu Changsheng's face was cold, and his palm patted the Jiubao Ruai bone lightly, as if all his strength was poured into the sword embryo in his hand, and then billions of flying immortal sword lights rushed into the sky, drowning the sky. The yin-yang mixed whole millstone above his head also rolled away with an unmatched sense of distortion and destruction. For a time, the 5 Yuanying monks who were fighting against him were under great pressure, and they felt it was difficult to suppress the true Lord Qingyun. Fellow Daoists, opportunities in the world belong to those with virtue. As long as you are willing to make a move, you can share the opportunities in Qingyun and this person's hands. At this time, the purple-robed old man headed by the 5 nascent souls spoke, and his hoarse voice spread throughout the secret realm, wanting to use the hands of others to kill Qingyun's Henjin and Lu Changsheng. After all, this kind of battle has caused a life-and-death feud between the two sides. If possible, they should be killed as much as possible to avoid future troubles. Whoever comes up first, I will kill him. However, when Lu Changsheng heard this, he shouted coldly. The yin and yang divine light of the body surged like a raging sea, killing the old man who spoke, with a surging momentum, giving people a sense of unparalleled aura that no one else can do. Boom boom boom. The world was turned upside down, yin and yang were reversed, all things were distorted, and order collapsed. The endless black and white yin-yang holy light was like a millstone of heaven and earth, absorbing everything and destroying everything, and the sound of the ancient and vast avenue sounded. Under the crushing of the yin-yang mixed whole millstone, even though this Yuanying old man was extremely powerful, his face was solemn and he tried his best to activate his spiritual treasure. Lu Changsheng continued to swing and chop the Dalao sword embryo. The brilliant sword light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and killed the purple-robed old man, which made everyone numb. It was completely incomprehensible why Lu Changsheng, a giant and cultivator, had such a long outburst. No matter how proud or evil he was, and how much he could burn his life, there must be a limit, right? Although no one rushed up to take action, many people cast their eyes on Lu Changsheng, wanting to find out what was going on with him. True Lord Qingyun saw that he and Lu Changsheng were in a very dangerous situation. Many people were paying attention to them. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the origin of his nascent soul was agitated and erupted. The phantom of the phoenix bird above his head cried out, breaking a corner of the blockade of heaven and earth, and then took Lu Changsheng to break through the siege and rushed into the crack of the sky in the secret realm. Hurry up and chase. At this moment, not only the 5 nascent soul cultivators who surrounded and killed True Lord Qingyun, but also many nascent soul cultivators who were watching the battle saw that True Lord Qingyun had become a spent force and rushed out of the secret realm to fish in troubled waters and seize opportunities. After all, in the secret realm, even if you seize an opportunity, you will become the target of public criticism. But if you leave the secret realm, as long as you pay a little price and escape into the void, you can escape to another country. Chapter 674, Kill Yuanying again. Everyone is shocked. As soon as Qingyun's Henjin and Lu Changsheng rushed out of the secret realm, they felt the energy of heaven and earth solidify. A towering bell hung in the sky and fell towards the two of them. The rolling evil spirit surged, and the endless void was shattered, as if it could not bear this pressure. Not only the towering bell, but also a 5-colored lightning-like chain roared towards the two. Lu Changsheng's eyes shot out two golden beams, and saw a series of figures with hazy luster all over their bodies looking at the exit of the secret realm, himself and Qingyun Sect. Just now in the secret realm, Lu Changsheng realized that someone would be squatting outside the secret realm, taking advantage of the troubled waters, and the Dalao sword embryo in his hand slashed out mercilessly. Qingyun Sect next to him also waved the blue gold halberd, and his supernatural powers burst out with all his strength, blasting the nebula, trying to break the blockade and escape into the void. Sizzle! The endless sword light and the towering bell, the five-colored lightning intertwined and collided, forming a huge vortex, as if destroying the world, instantly shaking away some giant monks outside the secret realm. This level of fighting is not something that a giant-level cultivator can participate in. At the moment when Qingyun Sect and Lu Changsheng stepped into the void, the five people who had just appeared from the secret realm all at once looked at Qingyun Sect and Lu Changsheng, and continued to fight. Qingyun Sect had a stern face, his eyebrows and eyes were full of breathtaking and sharp majesty, like a peerless martial god, swinging the halberd in his hand, cutting through the sky, and a red divine light surged out of his body, like a phoenix firebird, burning in all directions. Then, the Qingyun phantom above his head cried, and the infinite sky wind suddenly rolled up, interweaving with the red divine light, turning into a sea of wind and fire, burning the void and collapsing. I really don't cry until I see the coffin. Looking at the infinite pressure sweeping from all directions, the sky and the ground, the five Yuanying cultivators who came to kill, and the cultivators lurking in the dark, Lu Changsheng's expression was cold, his eyes showed a strange state of black and white interweaving, Buddha and demon fusion, looking at the purple-robed old man who came out to kill. Just now in the secret realm, although he had exploded with all his strength, he had not used the nine-colored tribulation light, Brahma demon's true body, and the soul-calling talisman. He was worried that someone would intercept him in the secret realm and it would be difficult to break the blockade, so he used them as a trump card. Now that he was out of the secret realm, with a life substitution talisman, me-dust banner, and the support of the true Lord Qingyun, he dared to explode completely. Boom! The soul-calling talisman was crushed, and a purple crystal dragon roared and rushed into Lu Changsheng's surging body and spine. At the same time, the nine treasures Ruai bone in his chest exploded, and the nine-color divine light intertwined and surged, brilliant and gorgeous, as if a volcano erupted. The river burst its stem, and thunder roared, with a vast and magnificent sound. Not good. The purple-robed old man instantly felt a burst of energy that could destroy everything surging from Lu Changsheng's chest, and the alarm bell in his heart rang wildly, and he sacrificed the spiritual treasure in front with all his strength. Boom boom boom. Nine-colored calamity light shone out, and complex runes like tadpoles swam around, spreading a kind of energy that suppressed and destroyed everything, causing the spiritual treasure in front of him to tremble. Then, a vague Buddha and demon phantom appeared behind Lu Changsheng. In an instant, the world seemed to resound with a pure and majestic Buddhist chanting that saved all living beings and the roar of billions of demons, wanting to destroy the world. What kind of method is this? The Dharmakaya. How is this possible? What is the origin of this person? Everyone outside the secret realm was shocked when they saw the Brahma demon's true body. This kind of magical power is extremely difficult to practice, and only a few Yuanying Zhenjin can cultivate it. But at this time, Yang Ming's Henren, a giant cultivator, actually displayed this kind of magical power. No, this is not the real Dharmakaya. But how did he achieve this magical Dharmakaya that integrates Buddha and devil nature? The nine-colored divine light on his chest gives me a divine power that defies the heavens and can destroy all things. How can he, a giant cultivator, withstand such a burst of divine power? The Yuanying cultivators who were paying attention to Lu Changsheng were getting more and more shocked. Especially the true Lord Qingyun and the purple-robed old man who was facing Lu Changsheng. Buzz buzz buzz. The Dalao sword embryo in Lu Changsheng's hand swelled in the wind and was tightly held in the hand of the Brahma demon true body. Then the illusory yin-yang mixed whole millstone above his head started to rotate, and the whole person stepped forward. Boom! With a step, the void beside him seemed to shatter, and endless black and white divine light intertwined and spread in all directions. The purple-robed old man felt that his spiritual treasure and magic power began to reverse and reverse under the nine-colored robbery light and black and white divine light, and his spirituality withered. How is this possible? The purple-robed old man was horrified, and looked at Lu Changsheng in shock. He couldn't understand why a giant and cultivator could have such magical powers. However, thinking of the fact that the magical power of Xianqin's engine was broken before, he pinched his hands and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which fell on his own spiritual treasure, and burst out with terrifying mana fluctuations, trying to blast Lu Changsheng away. The yin-yang mixed whole millstone above Lu Changsheng's head was like the sky rolling and breaking, reversing the purple-robed old man's spiritual treasure attack. He took another step forward, and came to the old man's spiritual treasure as if shrinking the earth into an inch, and punched out. The runes of the nine-color robbery light intertwined crazily, like the gods and demons chanting scriptures, magnificent and vast, shocking the 10 directions of heaven and earth. At the same time, the Brahma demon's true body above his head slashed down, and 6 arms of different colors and shapes could be seen flowing with luster, pouring into the sword embryo together, and their figures were a little illusory. Boom boom boom. The blazing and boundless 9-color divine light and the black and white yin and yang divine light burst out with brilliant light, sweeping across the world, and then the brilliant sword light shone down, drowning the purple-robed old man. In just a moment, the mana aura belonging to the purple-robed old man quickly dimmed and extinguished. How is this possible? Seeing this, the several Yuanyings who were accompanying the purple-robed old man all changed their expressions and showed incredible shock. For a giant and cultivator, even if the Yuanying old monster took over the body and rebuilt, there is a limit, right? Before, the secret realm exploded wildly, beheaded the body of Xianqin's engine, and was not disabled, but went one step further and suppressed the purple-robed old man in an instant. You know, the purple-robed old man's strength is among the top 3 among the 5 of them. Kill. They immediately gave up suppressing Qingyun's engine and killed Lu Changsheng. Qingyun's engine next to him was also surprised by Lu Changsheng's methods. In other words, since she met each other, the latter has been constantly refreshing her cognition. The Holy King of Daqian. She thought of a piece of information she had obtained before. However, at this time, she did not dare to think too much. Seeing several people rushing towards Lu Changsheng, she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and sent a voice message to the Qingyun phantom above her head. Zhaoqing, hold on. She was able to hold on for so long under the siege of 5 Yuanying, naturally relying on the spiritual pet Qingyun and the Taoist soldiers to bless her body and share the pressure. Boom boom boom. After consuming a long time before, now facing the cultivators who fished in the muddy waters in the dark, and facing the offensive of 4 people, even the true Lord Qingyun could not continue, and could only hold on, and his sharp face with clear edges and corners gradually turned pale. Ah! At this time, a shrill scream that seemed to come from the depths of the soul sounded. Some Yuanying cultivators used pupil techniques to see that in the 9-color calamity light and the black and white divine light, the purple-robed old man's robe, flesh and bones were constantly breaking, and blood was splattering. At this moment, the purple-robed old man did not dare to hold back at all. He used all his strength to activate the secret method, burning the origin of the nascent soul. His magic power and energy rose steadily, trying to break through the 9-color turbulation light, the Dalo sword light, and the yin-yang mixed whole grinding wheel. Under the burst of burning life, his energy rose to the middle stage of the nascent soul, trying to struggle and break out of the siege. However, at this moment, his nascent soul suddenly trembled, and he heard a few screams that broke through the air. I saw a residual image that seemed to be condensed by thousands of stars flashing through the pupils of my eyes. Puff. The nascent soul spirit body in the purple-robed old man's broken body was pierced by the almost invisible flying knife and was in a state of collapse. This flying knife was the 4th-level exotic flying knife that Lu Changsheng obtained from Laotian's engine. Although it was not fully sacrificed and exerted its full power, the purple-robed old man was already in a gap of explosion at this time. As the nascent soul spirit body was damaged, the energy on the purple-robed old man's body was broken like a tide, and then it was submerged by the 9-color turbulation light and the Dalo sword light, and his body was completely broken. Shua. The purple-robed old man mobilized the last of his nascent soul essence, and his spirit body left his body like teleporting, trying to escape into the void. But how could true Lord Qingyun let him escape? In the previous secret realm, she was unable to use her special magical power, which resulted in true Lord Yunmei's interception and interference, and she was unable to kill true Lord Xianqin's nascent soul spirit body. Now the purple-robed old man's nascent soul is weak, and she and her pet Qingyun both have special magical powers. Cry. The Qingyun phantom in the sky cried blood. An array of Qingming light fell directly, instantly fixing the nascent soul that had left its body, and it suddenly dimmed, as if it began to disintegrate. Golden pen. Lu Changsheng's face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. He crushed the yin-yang mixed whole great millstone away, sealed the disintegrating nascent soul spirit body, and then released the golden pen that had just been put into the Qingyan binding belt, signaling it to go up and finish off. After the previous explosion, the golden-winged sky peng, whose feathers were dull and looked sluggish, suddenly cried out excitedly, and an endless evil spirit swept over it. It opened its mouth and swallowed the scattered Yuanying spirit body. How dare you! The Yuanying true lord, who was close to the purple-robed old man, completely exploded, burning the Yuanying essence, and bombarded the golden-winged sky peng with his life spirit treasure. The seriously injured and weak golden peng could not withstand such power, and his body was instantly unable to move. Boom! Lu Changsheng stepped forward, and the 9-color calamity light on his chest shone directly. He faced this person, and then the Brahma demon true body continued to swing the Daluo sword light. This true lord does not believe that you, a giant and cultivator, can continue to explode. The eyes of this Yuanying cultivator were red, his face was ferocious, and he roared loudly, expressing the thoughts of many people. A mere nascent soul, how could you know that the world is vast? There are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Previously, he killed the heavenly silkworm with injuries in exchange for injuries, and now he is bursting out the 9-colored tribulation light with full force under the amplification of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, the Brahma demon's true body. It is indeed difficult for Lu Changsheng to burst out again. But no matter what he does, the momentum cannot be weak, and he must not lose the battle even if he loses the opponent. Boom boom boom. The 9-colored tribulation light and the brilliant sword light slashed out, and collided with a terrifying mana, forming a vast mana aftermath that raged in all directions. Cry. The golden-winged Sky Peng instantly relaxed, and the Sky Peng fighting dragon picture on his HUD burned, and then he opened his mouth and swallowed it suddenly, swallowing the almost broken nascent soul, and the demonic power and evil spirit boiled, refining the nascent soul spirit in his body. This. Everyone saw this scene and felt a chill in their hearts. Nascent soul fell. The real nascent soul fell. You know, with the means of nascent soul leaving the body and escaping into the void, among the same level, it is almost impossible to kill a nascent soul cultivator unless a net is laid. And now, Yang Ming's Henren, a giant and cultivator, and Qingyun's Henjin, have completely killed a Yuanying cultivator, and even the Yuanying spirit body was eaten. This is when they were besieged by many people. If the two of them join forces and find any of them who are alone, wouldn't they be dead? Kill. These people looked up to the sky and roared, not daring to have any reservations, vowing to kill Lu Changsheng and Qingyun's Henjin in front of them. Who wants to die? This seat will make him happy. Lu Changsheng's pupils were intertwined with black and white divine light, and the two characters were spinning wildly in his pupils, filled with boundless Buddha's intentions, but the dark devil flames were burning in the corners of his eyes, giving people an extremely fierce and terrifying aura. These words resounded through the world, and the Yuanying cultivators who wanted to move forward paused, and their hearts were chilled. They didn't know if Lu Changsheng could still explode. After all, in theory, it must not work, but this person can no longer be measured by common sense. Once he makes a mistake in judgment, the price is serious injury or even death. Dao Yangming, let's go. Seeing Lu Changsheng like this, Qingyun's Henjin quickly sent a voice message. Even if Lu Changsheng could still hold on, she would not be able to hold on. And she still had some spare energy to use her magical powers to shake off the pursuit. Boom. At this time, the key of heaven and earth was in disorder. With a wave of the blue-gold halberd in the hand of Qingyun's Henjin, he broke through the void with a Taoist soldier's battle formation and wanted to rush into the turbulent flow of the void with the Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng immediately took back the golden-winged skyrock and stepped into the void. However, a cultivator saw this scene and bravely sacrificed his magic weapon to test it. Since you still want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lu Changsheng looked at the 4 people who were aggressive and unwilling to give up, secretly watching his nascent soul cultivator. His eyes were full of fierceness. The 3 key of the Brahma demon's true body, the Buddha light, the magic pattern, and the demonic energy behind him began to riot wildly, causing the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy to become agitated. Not good. The nascent soul cultivator in the front saw Lu Changsheng's move, His pupils suddenly shrank, and he retreated rapidly. Quickly stop him! A Yuanying cultivator shouted, and even the Qingyun Sect next to him was shocked by Lu Changsheng's behavior. Swish! However, the Brahma demon's true body flew directly towards them. Go! Hurry up and go! Crazy, a complete lunatic. Although the Brahma demon's true body was not the real Dharmakaya true body in their eyes, they had seen the power of holding the Daluo sword embryo just now. So this self-explosive aura made everyone shudder. The Brahma demon's true body shrank and shrank, flickered, and then exploded with a bang. Boom boom boom. The earth-shaking explosion sounded in the void of heaven and earth, as if there were Buddhist chants, demons roaring, and thousands of demons roaring. The destructive power mixed with the three auras of Buddha, demons and demons spread out from the void of heaven and earth, and cracks appeared in the void of the whole world. Even though this is an endless desert, the sand and soil within a radius of 100 miles were broken by the ripples. In addition to several nearby nascent soul cultivators spitting blood in their robes torn, there were also several giant cultivators who were lurking or waiting and spitting blood in the aftermath, their faces pale, and even half of their bodies exploded. What is this person trying to do? This wave, this person should be dead, right? Yangming's Henrun. Some nascent soul cultivators looked at Lu Changsheng and Qingyun Sect who disappeared in the void, their faces full of shock, and murmured. Let's go. People die for money and birds die for food. Although Lu Changsheng's fighting power and ruthlessness shocked everyone, there were still a few nascent soul cultivators who thought about it and escaped into the void, trying to find the two people's energy. After all, the two fought against 7 nascent soul cultivators and used so many methods. Their magic power and energy were disordered, and their state was extremely poor. There was a high probability that they would not be able to do it. Even if they could still take action, they would not have much fighting power. In the void, the dark void turbulence surged, like ghosts crying and wolves howling. A beautiful blue phoenix bird seemed to teleport, raising endless blue sky winds and breaking through layers of turbulence. On the phoenix bird, the face of the Blue Luan Master was pale and weak, and the blue armor was full of mottled cracks. Lu Changsheng next to her had messy black hair, a torn robe, and a pale face. As Lu Changsheng's surging blood and mana, which were comparable to those of a nascent soul, faded, she felt a strong medicinal power flowing through his limbs. But she could see that Lu Changsheng was in a very serious condition. His blood and mana were almost exhausted, and his meridians and danshan were severely damaged by the previous explosion, almost 90% shattered. In this case, even if his life force was suspended and healed slowly, it was still extremely serious, and he might be disabled even if he woke up. Why is this? The Blue Luan Master looked at the unconscious Lu Changsheng and murmured, wondering why he helped her like this. Although they had a friendship and she had helped him before, it was not worth risking her life like this. Mu Qingyun, this man risked his life for you, could he be your servant? She thought of the mocking words that Yin Lei's Henjin had said to her before. Although she did not take it to heart, when she saw Lu Changsheng's appearance at this time, the words could not help but come to her mind. Or, his wife has a way to save him. At this time, Qingyun's Henjin thought of Honglian, whom she had met once before. Although Honglian's mana was only the 5th level of Jinden at that time, according to her judgment, the latter was definitely a Yuanying cultivator, but only showed Jinden cultivation to the outside world. In any case, I owe you a big favor this time. Looking at the unconscious Lu Changsheng, Qingyun's Henjin's angular pale face was solemn, as if he was thinking about making a decision. Mu Qingyun had practiced for hundreds of years and never liked to owe others favors. But now, although the other party's wife might have a way to save him, it would be difficult for her to repay the favor today. Zhaoqing, hurry up and leave. After thinking for a moment, she seemed to have made a decision. Her eyes were sharp as she looked at the blue phoenix under her. Then she slapped her danshan suddenly, and a nascent soul spirit body similar to her appeared, spitting out a mouthful of the essence of the origin. In an instant, the blue phoenix was like a blue escape light, breaking through the endless turbulence of the void and flying directly for hundreds of miles. Chapter 675, Xianfang Nirvana Method, Good Deeds Will Be Rewarded. Is this the effect of the Zhuanlong Nirvana Pill? Destroy and then stand up, invincible in the world. Although Lu Changsheng fainted, his soul consciousness was still in a clear state, and he could clearly sense his physical condition. The blood and mana dried up, the flesh and bones were broken, the meridians and danshan were damaged, and the foundation of the golden elixir was dim. If it weren't for his chaotic body, the indestructible golden body, and the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill. If it were someone else, even if he didn't die, he would be useless and difficult to wake up. But with the chaotic body and the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill, it's hard for him to die now. Not only can he recover slowly through the spirit body and the indestructible matter, but he can also completely release the power of the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill and recover quickly. But in the current situation, the drug power burst out, and it is impossible to achieve the effect of nirvana transformation and destruction. It's better to wait for the nirvana power of the pill to flow into the limbs and bones, reshape the flesh, bones, membranes, internal organs, meridians and danshan, and make them stronger and tougher, and then release all the drug power to explode, and completely reborn. I wonder what Qingyun's engine will do to me now. Lu Changsheng's soul connected to the life-saving talisman in his mind, wanting to know how Qingyun's engine would treat his savior. After all, the combat power he had shown before, the stored ring obtained by killing Xianqin's engine and the purple-robed old man, were full of temptations for any cultivator. But now, he was lying in front of the other party with his last breath. Am I testing my humanity? A thought came to Lu Changsheng's mind, and he felt that he was testing Qingyun's engine's character now. At this time, he felt that the key of the four directions of heaven and earth had changed, and the sound of the turbulent flow of the void disappeared. He guessed that he and Qingyun's engine had left Taixu. Not long after, he felt that he was lying on a stiff and cold stone bed, and a slender palm fell on his chest. Buzz! The sun and moon yin and yang zhuangguang mirror in Lu Changsheng's arms trembled instantly, flew out on its own, and shone with the glory of the sun and the moon. The mirror reflected an expressionless girl, looking at the pale and weak face, messy hair, haggard and tired eyes of Qingyun's engine. Huh? Qingyun's engine was shocked and horrified when he saw the mirror in front of him, which was flowing with the essence of the sun and the moon, and the yin and yang radiance. Although the mirror did not reveal too much aura, just looking at her gave her a sense of incomparable danger. It seemed that as long as she had evil intentions towards Lu Changsheng, the mirror in front of her would protect her and kill her. Lingbao. This is definitely a top-level spiritual treasure, a treasure. This. Qingyun's engine was horrified. He didn't expect that Lu Changsheng had such a backup plan after the previous outburst. It was simply horrifying. I just tried to save him. Qingyun's engine looked at Lu Changsheng on the stone bed, who looked heroic, but his face was as pale as paper, his eyes were closed, and his breath was weak, as if he was dying, and then spoke out. Although her face was pale and lacked vitality, her angular face was still sharp and handsome, without the slightest hint of weakness. Arwu did not speak, but just looked at Qingyun's engine quietly. Arwu. Lu Changsheng sensed the fluctuations in the outside world, and his soul conveyed his thoughts to Arwu, indicating that she did not need to do so. Seeing Jianzi slightly move aside, the aura was still locked on him, and Qingyun's engine's bloodless red lips slightly opened and said, Daoya Yangming, I'm Yu Qinghuang, have always been clear about gratitude and resentment, repaying gratitude with gratitude and revenge with revenge. Today, I have no way to repay your great kindness, so I can only use the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Great Method as a temporary return. If I have offended you, please forgive me. As the words fell, Lu Changsheng heard a rustling sound. If he opened his eyes, or probed his consciousness, he would see that the mottled and damaged armor on Qingyun's engine's body disappeared at some point, and the blue phoenix embroidered brocade robe slid down along with the ribbon and clothes. Under the illumination of the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror, one can see that the snow-white skin and jade body lacks blood color at this time, with many wounds, as if the most beautiful jade from heaven has been bumped and scratched, which makes people feel distressed. But even so, this body is also wonderful, like a work of art created by nature, and every inch of curve is full of peerless temptation. Especially the proud and upright chest, the smooth and flat waist, and the plump and strong straight legs. Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Method. Lu Changsheng didn't know what kind of magical skill this was. But the rustling sound just now was very familiar to him. The next moment, he felt the slender jade-like palm continue to fall on his chest, unbuttoning and taking off his torn robe. Could it be? After the robe was taken off, Lu Changsheng felt a hot mana pouring into his danshan lower abdomen, and the dried-up blood began to slowly revive, and the yang energy rose. As a doctor who saved the dying and the wounded and had treated many people, Lu Changsheng instantly knew what Qingyun's engine was going to do. Healing himself through dual cultivation. He had always been the one who healed others, but now he was being healed in this way. Lu Changsheng felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Thinking of Qingyun Sect's usual elegant appearance, sometimes majestic and upright, sometimes cold and arrogant, and sometimes heroic and chic, and his previous appearance of wearing armor and holding a halberd, like a valkyrie, but now he held himself in this way. Lu Changsheng seemed to be dreaming. After all, this was Qingyun Sect, the first casual cultivator of Zheng State, a legendary cultivator. The scene of the other party facing 5 Yuanying cultivators alone, like a peerless valkyrie, was still vivid in his mind. But now, Lu Changsheng's remaining soul consciousness told him that it was not a dream, but a fact. As the Yankee rose, Lu Changsheng felt a slender jade hand holding a soft spot, and then Qingyun Sect looked down at the handsome young man in front of him, the heart in his chest glowing red, getting brighter and brighter, and even through the snow-white skin, one could see the heart that seemed to be burning with red flames. When the heart soared into the sky like a phoenix and was reborn from the fire, Qingyun Sect sat down slightly, his delicate body trembled slightly, his tall and straight nose hummed, and his bloodless lips opened slightly. Puff! With a crisp and muffled sound, the moving sound of nature, and the soul-stirring feeling of being wrapped, Lu Changsheng's lying body instinctively trembled and wanted to open his eyes to wake up. But thinking of his experience of helping his wife Lu Miao heal her injuries in his early years, he knew that it would be better for him not to speak at this time. After all, doctors are like parents, but this kind of treatment process is still a bit embarrassing. Cry. At this moment, a gorgeous, clear, loud and clear phoenix cry sounded between heaven and earth. It was crisp and melodious, beautiful, like the most beautiful musical note in the world, the sound of nature. At this moment, Lu Changsheng's exhausted Tai soul was ethereal and clear, peaceful and tranquil, immersed in the sound of nature. But the ecstasy from his body made him more conscious. In a trance, he seemed to see a colorful and extremely gorgeous phoenix soaring in the sky, blooming the glory of the 5 virtues. Is this the heavenly phoenix nirvana method? Lu Changsheng felt a strong and hot vitality pouring into his body, limbs and bones, and then penetrated into the meridians and bones, internal organs, and the sea of qi and danshan. The whole person seemed to be in the mother's womb, wrapped in warm flames, nourished, and extremely comfortable. Good deeds are indeed rewarded. Lu Changsheng experienced it quietly. But after a while, a doubt emerged in his mind. Why didn't it move? The night was like water, quiet and silent, and the whole world seemed to be immersed in a deep tranquility. On a mountain peak, a girl with black hair and jade feather patterns on her forehead sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, bored. She had a cute and lovely face, and her pale face seemed to be carefully carved from the purest white jade, emitting a soft glow. Her willow eyebrows were curved, like indigo wings, slightly raised, giving people a sense of playfulness and agility. Her eyes were like bright jade gems, clear and bright with a bit of mystery. In a trance, it seemed as if there was a phantom of a phoenix dancing. The girl seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly turned her head and looked at the cave not far away. After quietly observing for a moment, she wrinkled her delicate and lovely nose, then pursed her lips with a jade luster, obeyed the master's order, and stood up to inspect the 4 directions. She was wearing a white dark green feathered dress, with many exquisite and complex ornaments and gems on it. When she flew, the jade collar on her neckline and the jade bracelets on her wrists and ankles swayed gently, making a crisp sound, like the sound of a phoenix bird singing. At this moment, in the cave, the sun and moon yin-yang zhuangguang mirror was like a sun and a bright moon shining in harmony, reflecting the cave brightly and softly. The snow-white jade body of the Qingyun Sect, which was shining with a red luster, was breathtakingly beautiful under the light of the sun and the moon. It was like a sun goddess, graceful and charming enough to make anyone in the world feel emotional and excited. Feeling the heat of the body and being closely connected, even though the Qingyun Sect had already prepared himself mentally, his body could not help but tremble, and his slender hands could not help but press tightly on Lu Changsheng's chest. After a while, after True Lord Qingyun slightly adjusted to the situation, he continued to practice the skills with a stern face, preparing for the next double cultivation, activating his own Phoenix Yuan Yin. Thinking of how she obtained the Phoenix True Feather from Lu Changsheng, condensed the Phoenix bloodline, and now used this bloodline Yuan Yin to activate this magical secret technique, she looked slightly dazed. Every drink and every bite, is it predestined, and everything has a reason. Looking at Lu Changsheng in front of her, she thought of how she obtained the Phoenix True Feather from him in the early years, and now the latter was risking his life to fight for her. Since she had made a decision, She didn't think about it anymore. The jade feet wrapped in the gorgeous green brocade boots slightly bent backwards, and the whole person rode on the motionless Lu Changsheng, galloping up and down. The tall and straight chest followed the graceful waist, drawing a beautiful arc, showing an amazing beauty. But her beautiful eyes, as bright as stars, did not have the slightest lust, nor joy, disgust, or rejection. Only a layer of hazy blur gradually emerged. As time passed, the graceful body of the true Lord Qingyun gradually burned with a brilliant red flame. The scars and wounds on the body gradually disappeared, and it was white and flawless, like a beautiful work of art created by nature. Although Lu Changsheng under him did not show any signs of waking up, his pale face, wrapped in the red flame, was now a little rosy, and his breathing gradually became normal, unlike before, when he was dying. This shows that Lu Changsheng's injuries are recovering rapidly. Waking up is just a matter of time. At this moment, Lu Changsheng, who was conscious of his soul, was a little embarrassed. The secret method of the true Lord Qingyun was too effective. Originally, he relied on himself for at least half a year, or even more than a year, to complete the reshaping of the meridians, bones, and the sea of Qi and Danshan, so as to achieve nirvana transformation, breaking and then standing. But under the heavenly phoenix nirvana method of the true Lord Qingyun and the Yuan Qi, he recovered by more than half in just a few days. If he continues like this, it won't take long for him to complete the remodeling and make the power of the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill explode completely. Thinking that he had clearly taken the Zhuanlong Nirvana pill, but had not spoken, causing Qingyun's engine to pay such a price to save him, Lu Changsheng felt very ashamed. For a moment, he didn't know how to face Qingyun's engine after waking up. After all, he wanted Qingyun's engine to be the mother of his child, but he had never thought of such a method. And according to the previous words, Qingyun's engine saved him like this, not because he loved her when he was a hero saving a beauty, but simply to repay her kindness and save people. Lu Changsheng couldn't think of any good way to get out of his head and cut his head back. He didn't think about it anymore and quietly enjoyed the current beauty. Although this kind of thing, Lu Laozu had already experienced hundreds of battles. But Qingyun's engine's lofty status, temperament, and graceful and perfect Yuanying jade body gave Lu Changsheng an incomparable beauty and excitement. It made him feel as if he had just arrived at the Lu family in his early years, and had spent his wedding night with his wife Lu Lanshu, and with his sisters Lu Miaoji and Lu Miaohuan. He wanted to get up immediately and take over the host. There was silence in the cave. Only the crisp sound of bamboo joints breaking echoed continuously. True Lord Qingyun seemed to be tireless, and her body rose and fell. It was unknown how long it had been, but her snow-white, graceful, tall and agile body suddenly trembled. The jade feet wrapped in the green and luxurious boots were tense, and the red flames all over her body dimmed a little, and then she took a breath and stopped moving. At this moment, she looked at the motionless Lu Changsheng under her with a few hazy eyes. In fact, she had long realized that Lu Changsheng was not in a good condition. The other party's injuries healed too quickly. The body seemed to have a constant flow of vitality energy, healing his physical injuries. And this vitality energy made her Shangfang Yuan more effective. However, it was taboo for cultivators to investigate other people's situations without their consent. The sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror beside her was watching her all the time, so she didn't try to pry into the secrets of Lu Changsheng's body. Roar. As the heavenly phoenix Yuan of true Lord Qingyun and the power of heavenly phoenix Nirvana poured into Lu Changsheng's body, his limbs and bones, the power of Zhuanlong Nirvana in the deepest part of his body completely erupted. This medicinal power was like a volcanic eruption, surging and surging, and then under the surprised eyes of true Lord Qingyun, it turned into a majestic, ancient blue dragon. Cry. The heavenly phoenix blood in true Lord Qingyun's body was inexplicably throbbing. And in Lu Changsheng's body, the heavenly phoenix Yuan that had not been fully digested seemed to be stimulated at this moment, and it exploded and condensed into a beautiful phoenix rising from the ashes. Roar. Cry. The dragon and the phoenix cried together. The power of the black dragon Nirvana and the power of the phoenix Nirvana intertwined at this moment, transforming into a mysterious and majestic Nirvana force. Huh? What's going on? Lu Changsheng was shocked by the condition of his body and didn't know what was going on. But he probably guessed that the power of the Black Dragon Nirvana and the Qingyun's engine's Phoenix Nirvana method and the Yuan Qi produced some kind of wonderful reaction. Lu Changsheng knew that he should wake up naturally. He opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful face in front of him, with clear edges and corners, cold and domineering but soft and charming face, and the charming Qingyun Henjin, his face was full of doubt, surprise, and he said in disbelief, Dao Qingyun, you are. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.